I truly regret it. I should have killed you back then. Haha, though I die today, the winner is still me, ha ha ha. Su Luo looked up and laughed heartily, especially when he saw the bloodstains on that person's lower body, laughing even more wildly. Then he self-destructed. A mature villain knows how to maintain his dignity. La la la, cleared the game, finally cleared, goodbye you garbage novel. Su Luo couldn't contain his excitement. He died, but not completely. In the space created by the system, he started dancing joyfully. A mechanical voice sounded. Host, I'm sorry you did not clear the game. What? You mean I can return to reality tomorrow? Not today. I miss the stuff on my computer so much and all my wives in the game. I'm not bragging, system. I used to be a beloved traveler in Teyvat, a tool in the Egg Tart, a mysterious doctor in Rhodes Island, a commander in John Shuang, and Shidu, a director in Wu Qi, a half-god of archery and king of pesticide. Though my background is mixed with a wave of my hand, enemies are only bullied. Am I not awesome, your brother Luo? No, host, you did not clear the game. You cannot return to reality. Just as agreed, can I still bring all my abilities back to reality? That's great. No matter how powerful the novel is, it's all fake. If I had this in the real world, wouldn't I take off? I would be the new generation of the Wry-Mouthed Dragon King. System. Are you insane? Su Luo. Host. Su Luo put away his smile, temporarily accepting the fact that he hadn't cleared the game, but his heart was like a volcano erupting, his lungs almost bursting with rage. Give me a reason. Do you know how I've been these days? I've done every plot with the most effort, the most caution, the most detail. Still not enough. I'll be depressed if this continues. As the villain, you have experienced dozens of replays, and this time you successfully reached the ending. However, in the system settlement, it was found that during the story you still did not strictly follow every plot point, so it cannot be considered a perfect clear. That's right, Su Luo once shouted Genshin starred at home, and then inexplicably transmigrated into a novel. Only by clearing the game could he leave. There were two types of clearing. One was a perfect clear with multiple chances, but you must be exactly identical to the novel's plot. The other was a rough clear. As long as the main storyline was roughly the same, it counted as clearing. The review mechanism was very loose, but you only had one chance. Su Luo, of course, wasn't arrogant enough to think he could pass in one go, so he always chose the perfect clear. System, are you deliberately making things difficult for me? I'm not a machine. How can I be completely identical in every plot? Close enough is fine. We are very sorry, the settlement has very strict standards. If the system had a physical form, Su Luo would have slapped it without hesitation. Dozens of times. This damn novel made him sick when he read it before, and now after dozens of replays, the plots in this novel are utterly disgusting. The story mainly tells of the protagonist leveling up all the way, hogging the spotlight when there is one, and when their eyes sense someone will deliver it to him. Along the way, he intimidates beasts, slays demons, bullies all kinds of geniuses, and reaches the peak of the human race. The protagonist is having fun, but I'm the villain. I've always been the protagonist, stepping stone slapped in the face countless times by the protagonist. Su Luo endured it all. What made him even more speechless about the novel was that it had a harem, but the protagonist never touched the heroines. The interactions relied entirely on pure eyes, evil smiles, shiny teeth, and rebellious quotes. Who wants to see that? I don't know what the author was thinking. Was he written by a eunuch? The readers were disgusted, and Su Luo was one of them. He just never expected to transmigrate into this novel. Even worse, remember the ending. The protagonist's lower half was gone. This really wasn't Su Luo's improvisation or personal revenge. It was the author not being able to write anymore, giving up, and hastily writing a weak ending. Before leaving, he had to discuss the readers. When Su Luo saw this ending, he made a 1-hour video cursing the novel. It got 5,000 views with thousands of comments cursing the author. Thinking of this, the author gave up, so I gave up too. Why should I have to suffer the protagonist's insults and fawn over those heroines? Su Luo said self-deprecatingly, this time I choose the rough clear. Received. Since this is a one-time chance, the system will grant you a diary. The host only needs to write more about the plot-related content to get rewards, helping you clear the game better. For more usage, please read the manual. Finally, I wish you success. Bye-bye. The system left. Once the story begins, the system loses its intelligence, leaving only some basic auxiliary functions. Then Su Luo felt a dizzy spell signaling that he was about to enter the novel world and start a new round of villainy. Give up, I will never like you. Here it comes, the beginning of everything. Su Luo slowly came to his senses, knowing the story had started. The cute girl in front of him was the girl Su Luo, as the villain liked Li Si. Su Luo had spent all his thoughts on her, trying to please her every day, giving her gifts every day, even willing to give all his cultivation resources. But it was all useless. Li Si didn't like Su Luo at all, and even found him annoying for pestering her. It was obvious that Su Luo's first persona was naturally the lovesick male supporting character, commonly known as a simp, a big simp. Just now Su Luo wanted to give her the marrow-cleansing pill his father gave him. But Li Si was not moved at all, her disgust was unconcealed. Su Luo switched into character in a second, placing his hand over his left heart with a pained and confused expression. No, why won't you accept me? What's wrong with me? No reason, I just find you annoying. Don't come see me anymore. Li Si didn't want to stay a second longer, said it, and left directly. No. Su Luo's scream was heart-wrenching, as if he had lost everything. How can I live without you? Su Luo chased Li Si with great effort, and even tripped at the right moment, but he would crawl after her. But why would she stop? Li Si, my Si. Su Luo wept bitterly, and if it weren't hard to produce snot he would have done that too. Li Si was unmoved and soon disappeared from Su Luo's sight. Wah. Wah. That's enough. Su Luo stopped abruptly, put away his crying face. He stood up, brushed the dust off his clothes. Go home. Su Luo hummed a little tune and left as if nothing had happened. For a moment the passers-by couldn't understand what was going on. Sick. Why are young people so inexplicable these days? He was crying bitterly just now, and now he's fine. His face couldn't change that fast. Su Luo didn't care about others' opinions at all. He was already giving up. When there's no acting, don't add extra scenes. He was sick of this lousy plot. Do you think I really want to please Li Si? If it weren't for the persona, I'd directly yell at her face, you're just a... Whoever wants to serve you can serve you. Su Luo returned home. No one asked about him. The worthless guy wasn't very valued at home. There was basically only one maid taking care of him. But his status wasn't low. He was the son of the Su family patriarch, one of the 3 great families in Autumn Wind City. Although he had no talent, loafed around every day, and was a part-time simp, with this status alone, he could already walk sideways in the city. Moreover, the Su family was very powerful in Autumn Wind City, showing signs of suppressing the other 2 families. They were thriving. Su Luo wasn't interested in any of that. What mattered now was whether the diary the system gave was touching. Although the system had never cheated him, it never gave particularly big help either. He hoped the system would be powerful one last time. But it looked like an ordinary diary, just with the ability to appear and disappear at will, so he was relieved it wouldn't be seen by others. After all, who writes a diary for others to see? Forgot the month and day. Sunny. Another beginning dozens of times, but this time it can finally end. Success or failure, it's all a relief. Happy. And this time with the golden finger from the system plus my understanding of the plot, I can confidently say that even if I slack off I can pass. Even happier. However, I remember a terrible thing. The first plot is tomorrow's Li Si birthday banquet. Undoubtedly I have to go and be a simp again tomorrow. My mood immediately turned sour. Do you think I like her? They say big breasts have no brains, but she has neither breasts nor brains. Her skills are low, but she thinks highly of herself. Is her family as rich as mine? Is her status as high as mine? She's just a pretty face, nothing else. She has no self-awareness at all. How could I possibly like someone like that? A simp has food to eat, but chooses to eat shit. Ugh. Sigh. For the first time I have a golden finger and a relaxed clearance mechanism. 2 happy things overlap. And these 2 joys will bring even more joy. What I get should be a blissful time, like a dream. But why does it become like this? No, I can't say discouraging words. The path to clearance is right in front of me. I must smile to the end. My game wives are still waiting for me. I wonder how many versions have been updated, and whether the servers have shut down. Cheer up, as long as I endure Li Si tomorrow, I can endure all the idiots in the world from now on. Su Luo originally thought he wasn't good at writing diaries, afraid of running out of words. Unexpectedly, once he started writing he couldn't stop. But going on endlessly like this wouldn't work. Back to the main topic, my plot goal tomorrow is to be rejected in marriage. Previously, perfect clearance required strict language and actions. Now I don't care anymore. As long as the marriage rejection is completed, it's a pass. Much simpler. It's well known in Autumn Wind City that the Su family and the Li family have always been on good terms, so naturally the previous generation had arranged a child marriage. Given that I have been unsuccessful in pursuing Li Si, and have become angry from humiliation tomorrow in front of the guests, I will directly bring up the child marriage, trying to force Li Si to submit. But how could Li Si agree? Not only would she not agree, she would be angered, even saying she would rather die than marry me. This is a real slap in the face for the Su family, and it's in front of many distinguished guests. It's predictable that within a day the whole city will know about my joke. The Su family members present will have black faces. Even if I'm a waste, I'm still a member of the Su family. Just because we have good relations, can you slap us in the face? Suddenly the atmosphere is full of gunpowder. Guess what happened next? Of course I immediately cowered, went over and knelt begging Li Si to forgive me, saying that I was just speaking in anger, that I won't force you, please don't ignore me. I'll be as humble as possible, completely disregarding the feelings of the Su family members present. The bad teammate they talk about is me. Even I find it nauseating to act like this. I'm getting off track again. Arranging such a plot for me is naturally not to give me the chance to say 30 years in the East, but definitely to build up momentum for the protagonist Lin Xuan. Where is he at this time? When I brought up the child marriage to force Li Si, he frowned and silently retreated behind the crowd. That's right, he didn't come out to help immediately, but because some existence on his body sensed a treasure reminding him. No one expected that an ancestor of the Li family had placed a treasure under the table disguised as a table padding. Lin Xuan took the treasure while everyone was distracted, then felt a bit guilty, his conscience bothering him, so he finally came forward to help Li Si. At that time the Li family couldn't directly interfere because it might cause a war between the Su and Li families. But Lin Xuan was different. He was a pure passerby of unknown identity and a junior. It was just right for him to step in. Lin Xuan proposed a duel to settle the matter. I couldn't refuse, and then I was defeated. At that moment Lin Xuan smiled his evil smile, and Li Si's favorability skyrocketed, as if she had lost her IQ. Oh, she didn't have much IQ to begin with, so it's fine. Lin Xuan thus reaps both beauty and fame flying high. Okay. Poor me, not only humiliated on the spot, but also beaten up. Who says that in these times the ones who get rejected in marriage are always the protagonists? So alright, I'll stop here for now. Waiting for tomorrow to go through the plot. Finish early, pack up early. How unlucky. Su Luo closed his diary with a soft thud, then casually waved his hand. The diary vanished in a shimmer of light. For a moment, he felt an unexpected sense of lightness, as though he had released something heavy from within. After a while, a system notification chimed in his mind. Diary entry completed. Please watch a 30-second advertisement to receive your reward. Su Luo stared in disbelief. What kind of cheap system requires ad sponsorship? How utterly disgraceful. Too embarrassing. But for the reward he would endure it. 30 seconds was nothing. Diary entry completed. Reward: physique 1, strength 4, cultivation advanced by 1 subrealm. Special ability acquired: my pain above yours. When attacked, 10 of the damage received can be transferred to a designated target. Su Luo was stunned. He had expected the system to torment him with useless rewards, but this was far beyond generous. His eyes glistened with unshed tears of joy. Though he did not fully understand how physique 1 and strength 4 were calculated, his body had undeniably grown stronger. The cultivation advancement was straightforward. His original Qi refinement early stage had now become mid-stage. In this novel's cultivation system, the realms were Qi refinement, foundation, establishment, golden core, nascent, soul, void, shattering, Mahayana, tribulation, transcendence, and immortal. Each realm was divided into 4 stages: early, mid, late, and peak. Advancing 1 sub-realm like this saved him countless hours of bitter cultivation. Plus the special ability. Essentially a 10 damage reduction plus 10 thorn damage reflected onto the enemy. I take 90% of the damage, and you still suffer 10%. Truly my pain is above yours. If every reward were this generous, would he even need to work hard anymore? Of course he still had to work hard. Everything he possessed had been earned step by step through his own bitter cultivation. That much would never change. He reopened the diary. He could not entirely blame himself for wanting to cheat. One could only fault the lazy author for recycling the same villains over and over instead of creating new antagonists. Su Luo was naturally one of them. In any other novel, a villain introduced at the start like him would be eliminated within a few chapters. But the truth was that Su Luo had to do countless sit-ups of fate. Constantly defeated, yet blessed with unkillable luck, returning at the perfect moment to get beaten by the protagonist again, even more tragic than the cartoon wolf. Remarkably, even at the grand finale, Su Luo's combat strength could barely keep pace with the protagonist's. What did this mean? Having the protagonist's destined fate despite not being the protagonist naturally required an enormous price. What demonic cultivation techniques, what burning of one's latent potential, what countless hidden injuries throughout the body, even spending his own life force. To reach the grand finale, Su Luo spent his latter days in constant agony. Even during scenes without him, he endured the torment of after effects, a pain worse than any mortal suffering imaginable. Now with the diary, he could likely keep pace with the protagonist without even cultivating. So why bother cultivating at all? Indeed, once he accepted the laid-back version of himself, he became invincible. Meanwhile, at the Li family residence in Autumn Wind City, Li Si pointed at the diary that had suddenly appeared before her, asking her maid, "You truly cannot see it?" "Miss Si, what?" "Nothing. Leave me." The diary had suddenly appeared before her, startling her so badly that she thought she was under attack and immediately drew her sword in a reverse strike. Yet she could not even leave a single scratch on the diary. Stranger still, Li Si could make it appear or vanish at will. The diary's cover reads, Su Luo's Serious Person Diary. Li Si's face darkened instantly, assuming Su Luo was behind this trick. But then she thought about it. Su Luo did not possess such ability. Normally Li Si would never deign to peek into someone's diary. Especially not Su Luo's. She would consider it beneath her, not even worthy of wiping the floor with. However, the diary was simply too fascinating. Unable to resist, Li Si finally opened it. Talks big despite no real ability. Oh, she never had much intelligence to begin with, so that explains that. The angrier Li Si became while reading. Finally, she hurled the diary to the ground and stomped on it several times. If she could destroy the diary, she would have burned it already. How dare he call me a fool? If I can tolerate him, I can tolerate any fool in the world. This is what I've always wanted to say. Do you have any idea how long I've endured you every day? You don't even know what you've done yourself, shamelessly clinging to me, and yet you dare accuse me. You dare slander me. This time I cannot endure it any longer. Li Si raised her sword, storming off to find Su Luo. Wait. Halfway there she stopped. Could this be a trap to deceive me? Li Si summoned the diary again. An object only she could see could not serve as evidence. By the time she reached the Su household, she would be the clown making unreasonable accusations. And she was a living person. How could she possibly be a character within a novel? Perhaps this was her inner demon. After much deliberation, Li Si calmed down and scoffed coldly. A petty trick. Lucky I am clever enough to almost see through it. Yet the more she tried to convince herself, the less she could. In the end, forcibly swallowing her anger, she looked at the diary again and realized she had overlooked an important detail. It was the ancestral treasure. Li Si hurried through the great hall searching. The table padding was not obvious, but even in the Li household there were not that many tables. If she searched carefully she would find it. It was real after all. Li Si found the table padding and peeled away its outer disguise, revealing a treasure. A crystal-clear crescent moon-shaped pendant. The clear moon pendant. She had seen this in her family's books as a child. It was indeed the ancestral treasure, and the patterns on it matched the books exactly. It was said that the Li family's very rise to power was thanks to this pendant. But it had been lost long ago. Does this mean the diary was telling the truth? Li Si could no longer remain calm. The next evening, Li Si's 18th birthday celebration banquet officially began as scheduled. Su Luo was also 18 years old at this time and quite handsome. Even so, Su Luo had dressed up properly today, not deliberately dressing poorly. His persona required it. Dressing up splendidly only to be beaten beautifully. Regarding the diary yesterday, Su Luo had written a lot more creatively, insulting Li Si in various ways, trying to pad the diary entries for rewards. Unfortunately, it did not work. No rewards whatsoever. The system explained that only diary entries related to the actual plot yield rewards, and specifically the plot events happening recently. Therefore, writing about mid-game or late-game plot events now would yield no rewards. Su Luo's fantasy of becoming godly in a few days shattered into pieces. But before departing, Su Luo still had to write something. Remember, it's been a few days now. September 1st, clear skies. Yesterday I wrote so much in a fit I forgot to mention an important point. That is the birthday gift I will give Li Si today, our Su family's heirloom, the Starfall Jade Bangle. Quite extravagant, isn't it? Actually, this heirloom isn't anything extraordinary. It has no special function of its own. But activating the Clear Moon pendant requires using it. Right now the Clear Moon pendant can only exert 30% of its power. Just this one thing alone tells you what fate awaits our Su family in the end. The protagonist's stepping stone. Tonight Li Si will refuse the Jade Bangle. Giving her the bangle is only to let the protagonist see it's setting up future events. In the end it will all fall into the protagonist's hands, adding bricks to his power. So the protagonist picks up treasures wherever he goes. Everything good is prepared for him. After a brief entry, Su Luo prepared to attend the banquet. The reward this time was quite ordinary. Just a few points of agility and defense, not even a cultivation advancement. Probably because the diary entries were too watery. Su Luo stepped into the Li residence, arriving at the grand hall, where the most conspicuous figure was Li Si. She was dressed in a resplendent gown today, her hair tied in a high ponytail. Without much effort she outshone many, and the faint smile gracing her lips added an enchanting allure. Yet the moment she saw Su Luo enter, her smile vanished instantly, her gaze fixed on him with burning intensity, as if a fire blazed within her eyes. Su Luo intended to greet her warmly, but was halted by her glare, his own smile freezing on his face. Why such hostility? Surely there wasn't this much animosity. The story had only just begun and it was far too early for such murderous looks. Su Luo couldn't understand. Of course he couldn't understand. Last night Li Si had been studying the Qinghua pendant. Unfortunately, she had discovered nothing, and the books at home contained no instructions on its use. But that didn't stop her from clutching the pendant and having a good night's sleep. However, she found that the diary had updated. Expecting important information, she was instead met with nothing but insults directed at her. Having recovered the ancestral treasure through the diary, Li Si had largely forgiven Su Luo for his previous insults, even thinking he wasn't entirely useless. But now he was insulting her again, enraging her so much that she leaped out of bed. In the end, as Su Luo wrote one line, she retorted with another, cursing him back. Thus they engaged in a long-distance confrontation. Yet no matter how she thought about it, Li Si was the one at a disadvantage. She had to endure every word of Su Luo's insults while her own curses fell on deaf ears. So now when Li Si saw Su Luo merely glaring at him instead of lashing out was already a sign of restraint. Su Luo couldn't fathom her anger, but that didn't stop him from proceeding with the plot. He rearranged his expression and approached Li Si with his brightest smile. "Si, happy birthday." With that he placed the Xinghua jade bracelet in her hand. Li Si forced a smile, leaned close to his ear, and whispered, "Get lost, you big idiot." Su Luo was dumbfounded, thinking he must have misheard. Could Li Si curse? Though arrogant, she was never one to swear, at most just glaring in annoyance or calling him shameless. That big idiot left Su Luo utterly bewildered. Just then the head of the Li family, Li Si's father, arrived. "Nephew, does your family know about this jade bracelet you're giving?" "Of course, uncle. Do you recall the betrothal agreement between Si and me?" Su Luo decided to focus on advancing the plot rather than dwell on why Li Si was cursing. After all, her disdain for him was nothing new. "Nephew, let's discuss this another time, haha." The head of the Li family tried to evade the topic. "Why wait? On this auspicious day, let's finalize the matter." Su Luo pressed on, showing no deference to the Li family head. Turning to Li Si, he said, "Si, will you marry me?" "Nephew, what are you doing? Such an important matter requires careful discussion. Is the Li family thinking of backing out? I've brought the betrothal contract." Su Luo raised his voice, demanding attention. He wanted everyone present to know. Producing the contract, he displayed it to the crowd. "You wouldn't deny this agreement, would you? And an alliance with the Su family brings no small benefits." This? The Li family head hesitated. The benefits were indeed substantial, but he still wished for his daughter's happiness. It's settled then. We'll pick an auspicious day this month to fulfill the betrothal. Su Luo advanced, relentlessly projecting an air of refusal. The guests were impressed by Su Luo's newfound assertiveness, thinking it was a case of like father like son, and that his usual demeanor was a facade. I will not marry you. Li Si finally spoke, pointing at Su Luo. You pig, inept in cultivation, lacking intelligence and emotional quotient, only good for eating and sleeping. Wait, rejecting him was one thing, but why all these insults? She'd never been like this before. Su Luo was bewildered again. After a long tirade, Li Si finally felt relieved, having seized the chance to avenge last night's grievances. This jade bracelet. Li Si hesitated, recalling the diary this morning. The bracelet could activate the pendant. She was truly curious about the pendant's functions. Damn, Su Luo writing only half of it. Su Luo held the bracelet, but didn't retract it because Li Si was gripping it tightly. What are you doing? Let go and move on to the next step. Why do you look so reluctant? Su Luo pulled hard, but his cultivation was far inferior to hers, and he couldn't budge it. Take it back. Li Si looked unwilling, her voice softening. Yet in the end her pride won out. Once she accepted it, she would be tacitly agreeing to marry Su Luo. No way. I'll say it again, I will never marry you, not even in death. With those words, Li Si completely disregarded the Su family's face. Is this proper? Do you look down on the Su family? The Su family members naturally intervened, pressuring the Li family. I won't marry no matter who says otherwise. Li Si remained steadfast. The atmosphere grew tense, one spark away from explosion. Su Luo knew it was time for his entrance again. All eyes on me, look at me, I have an announcement. Su Luo was about to grab Li Si's leg and beg her not to be angry, to postpone the matter, but he was interrupted before he could act. Well said, I support you. Lin Xuan emerged from the crowd, the protagonist making his entrance. Wait, you're too early. I haven't finished my act. You're getting the pendant this fast. You're quick. Su Luo sneered at Lin Xuan. Who are you? This is none of your business. Leave now and I'll pretend you said nothing. As a professional actor, he could handle sudden situations adeptly. I'm just a humble admirer of the young lady of the Li family. I couldn't bear it, so I came out to speak a few words of justice. What right do you have? This is a matter between our two families. The Su family members said even if the Li family disagreed, it was still their affair. I have no right, but the young lady has made it clear she doesn't want to. You're asking for death. Are you bullying the weak? How unsightly. Lin Xuan was unafraid of the Su family, maintaining his composure under pressure. Su Luo waved his hand to stop the Su family from attacking. No need, I can handle him. Lin Xuan remained calm and poised. How about a wager? If I lose, I'll kneel and apologize. If I win, you stop bothering Miss Li. Why should I agree? Are you afraid of someone who has just entered Qi refinement? Then I'd say the young master of the Su family isn't so impressive after all. Lin Xuan's provocation was sharp. Afraid of you? Bring it on. Unable to resist, Su Luo strode toward him. Without hesitation, Lin Xuan threw a probing punch. Though confident he was only a beginner in Qi refinement, while his opponent had been at the early stage for a long time. Caution was wise. Boom. The punch landed squarely on Su Luo, producing a smacking sound. Then Su Luo was sent flying, rolling several times on the ground before stopping. The onlookers were stunned. They knew Su Luo was a wastrel, but this was too pathetic. So weak that a beginner in Qi refinement could send him flying. Had he wasted all his years of training? Could Lin Xuan really be a beginner? He certainly looked like one. Surely Su Luo could get up. He couldn't have been knocked out with one punch. Various speculations circulated among the crowd. Su Luo paid no heed to the encouraging stares, urging him to stand. He had no intention of getting up. Yamcha pose. Originally the plot called for a fierce battle of 300 rounds, with Lin Xuan rising after each fall, his face bloodied, yet fearless. That fierce look would scare Su Luo into actually wetting himself, then Lin Xuan would counterattack with a sliver of health and win. Who would want to act in such a cliché? The damn author only cared about the protagonist's satisfaction, not the side character's intelligence. Now the situation was different. Su Luo clocked out immediately. Goodbye. The entire banquet fell silent, no one expecting this outcome. Lin Xuan was also doubtful. Was he really that strong? Seeing Su Luo not getting up, Lin Xuan broke the silence. I win. I hope you keep your promise. He then turned to Li Si with a roguish smile. It's over. I've dealt with him for you. Li Si felt an inexplicable chill. After reading the diary, she couldn't bear that smirk. She could only offer an awkward but polite smile. Remember this. It's not over. Let's go. Su Luo, having played his part and lain long enough, rose immediately, spat out a threat, and limped away with his injured body. Li Si watched him leave, speechless at his perfunctory acting. She knew Su Luo's strength well. He might lose, but not so easily. The diary made it obvious he was faking. But others unfamiliar with Su Luo took what they saw at face value. Su Luo was indeed pathetic. As it turned out, without Su Luo, the birthday banquet only improved. The other Su family members didn't cause trouble as the patriarch was absent and they lacked authority. So they had no choice but to follow Su Luo home. Back home, Su Luo went straight to sleep. There was simply nothing entertaining. Moreover, he had already experienced everything worth trying in his dozens of previous cycles. Brothel, music, storytellers, fine dining. All the same old things. Without the internet, the level of entertainment was severely lacking. He still missed the days of arguing with netizens. Waking up the next morning, Su Luo felt a wave of comfort. Though yesterday's events had deviated slightly, it was still acceptable. The system had added a new feature. It would now issue a warning when the plot deviated significantly, instead of waiting until the final settlement to notify him of the deviation. A big thumbs up. Yet amidst his joy, he couldn't forget today's tasks. He summoned a subordinate who was at the late chi refining stage. You know what happened yesterday, don't you? Yes, the subordinate quickly lowered his head. Clearly the subordinate had wanted to laugh just now, but he was a professional and held it in. Su Luo didn't mind knowing that the entire city was already aware of last night's events. Everyone was mocking him. How he was publicly rejected by the eldest miss of the Li family, and how he couldn't even defeat someone who had just begun chi refining being defeated in an instant. His reputation was utterly ruined. In the original plot, Su Luo would have been filled with resentment toward Lin Xuan because of this, placing all blame on Lin Xuan while harboring no reproach toward Li Si. Such sycophancy. But who was Su Luo now? He couldn't care less about these things and let them say what they wanted. Did they think his former glory as a top-tier keyboard warrior was fake? His psychological resilience was unparalleled in the world. Still, he had to follow the plot. Take some men and teach that person who defeated me last night a lesson. But it's not a good idea. If you act now, you'll be the prime suspect. No buts. Father is away, and I'm in charge here. Do you dare to disobey? No, I'll go at once. The subordinate had no choice but to comply. Su Luo's father had gone out to help a friend a few days ago, so Su Luo could act without restraint. That was the only matter for today. Nothing else concerned him, so he could rest well. With nothing to do, he began writing his diary. September 2nd, sunny. I'm in an excellent mood now. Thinking back to when I used to perfect every level, always on edge, afraid of making a mistake. Now I can just go through the motions and still pass, even cut myself some slack. If there's a deviation, I get a prompt to correct it in time. It's wonderful. Speaking of today, I've already sent my subordinates to teach Lin Xuan a lesson. But what's the use? It'll only be a boost for him. Lin Xuan will be forced to a cliff, prefer death to surrender, and jump off. Then comes the classic cliff fall encounter. Through a secret passage beneath a pool at the bottom, he'll find a senior's cave dwelling, obtain a legacy, and advance directly to the mid-chi refining stage along with a peerless sword technique and some miscellaneous pills. Tisk tisk, truly impressive. I'll have a peaceful couple of days while the protagonist busies himself with powering up. What else can I write? I feel like I'm forgetting something. I'll write the Qinghua pendant. That thing is incredible. Yesterday Lin Xuan stood up for the Li family, and they were so pleased they kept him for the night. Eager to grow stronger, Lin Xuan immediately unsealed the Qinghua pendant. The moment the seal was broken, a hidden clan sensed it through their special artifact, though only roughly. As the pendant is used, the artifact will gradually pinpoint its location. Then Xiofeng City will be in trouble, turned upside down. The Li family will be reduced to Li Si alone. This plot point is obviously a setup for Lin Xuan to annihilate that hidden clan later. At that time, with no one to rely on, Li Si will follow Lin Xuan. But that's still some time away, no rush. Enough for today. I can't even be bothered to curse Li Si. Time to sunbathe. With that said, Su Luo went to bask in the sun. Lying on a reclining chair, swaying gently, he felt quite at ease. Then the system sent a message. Diary completed. Physique 4, strength 3, cultivation level increased by 1 stage. Special ability acquired. I accept your power. Copies the opponent's power and strengthens it onto yourself. Su Luo sprang up from the chair, spun 360 degrees, and landed perfectly. Overjoyed and astonished, he had reached the late chi refining stage in just 3 days. In the past, at this point, he would have broken through to mid-chi refining only after being overcome by grief from failing to defeat Lin Xuan and being rejected in marriage. Now lying down, he had reached the late stage. The system was truly amazing, and the special ability was incredibly powerful. For example, if the opponent's strength was 10 and his was 1, using this ability would make his strength 11, higher than the opponent. Of course, copying too much power without the physique to support it could easily ruin oneself. And if the opponent was highly agile, raw strength was useless if you couldn't land a hit. But at the same level, it was unmatched. How wonderful. Why hadn't he embraced slacking off sooner? Su Luo regretted this deeply. Meanwhile, in Li Si's room, she kept summoning the diary over and over, just like a reader waiting for updates. It's coming, it's coming. Watching the diary entries update, she hoped to glean the method to use the Qinghua pendant. The Li family will be reduced to Li Si alone. No, this can't be true. Li Si couldn't believe it. The family had stood for generations. How could it vanish just like that? But the diary's contents had proven true. Could it really be fate? No, she refused to believe in fate. She was not a character in a novel. At that moment, Li Si felt she needed to do something to change something. The first person she thought of was Su Luo. He knew so much, as surely he had a solution. But upon second thought, why would he help her? Just the thought of his face made her even less willing to seek him out. They had played together as children, but as they grew older, she grew to detest his every action. Lazy, refusing to cultivate, squandering money, gambling, harassing everyone regardless of age or gender. Over the past few years, Su Luo had done nothing good and dabbled in every vice. After much deliberation, she still had no clue. The only thing she was truly good at was cultivation. Cultivation. Become stronger. As long as she was strong enough she could solve any problem. I will decide my own destiny. The more she thought, the more resolute she became. Before, cultivation was just cultivation. But now it was about how to cultivate, how to use everything to become stronger. Of course, she still had no concrete plan. Li Si pondered her advantages. The diary was undoubtedly her greatest asset. Su Luo, forgive me in advance. From now on I won't miss a single word of your diary. Then there was the Qinghua pendant. She would find a way to extract its usage method later. But for now there was still the cliff fall fortuitous encounter. Forgive me. Li Si had made up her mind. She would use every means to grow stronger. She immediately went out, taking several Li family members with her to search for Lin Xuan. While basking in the sun, Su Luo mused that it would be nice if the system could provide a movie service allowing him to revisit classic films from his past life. That would be perfect for slacking off. Bad news, young master. A subordinate rushed in, frantically shattering Su Luo's leisurely time. What's all the panic? Is the sky falling? Just now the eldest Miss Li fell off a cliff. Who? The eldest Miss Li fell off a cliff. Who else could be called the eldest miss in Qiufeng City? Naturally Li Si. How did she fall off a cliff? I told you to teach Lin Xuan a lesson. What does Li Si have to do with it? Su Luo leaped up. Even though he had experienced this world dozens of times, he couldn't understand this turn of events. Why would Li Si appear there for no reason? The story began half an hour earlier. Following Su Luo's, but unexpectedly Lin Xuan was agile and alert. As soon as he sensed danger he fled. During the chase Lin Xuan was wounded multiple times, yet stubbornly continued to escape. The subordinate was dumbfounded. He had thought it would be a quick beating, but he hadn't expected Lin Xuan to be such a good runner. The more he chased, the angrier he got. He had to catch him and give him a thorough thrashing. When they reached a cliff outside, if I don't die today, you will die tomorrow. With that, Lin Xuan prepared to jump, but then Li Si charged out with her men. Su Luo's subordinate made a snap decision: flee. After all, Li Si was the young master's crush. If he so much as harmed a hair on her head, he might lose an arm. The curious subordinate didn't leave completely, but hid nearby to watch, hoping to resume beating Lin Xuan after the eldest miss left. To his surprise, Li Si ordered her men to take Lin Xuan away for treatment while she stayed behind. The subordinate wondered why she wasn't leaving. Then Li Si jumped off the cliff. The subordinate was terrified. He rushed over to look, but there was no sign of her. Only a bottomless abyss. Now the subordinate was even more frightened. He wasn't stupid. He and his men had been masked the whole time. But anyone with a discerning eye could trace them. Moreover, Li Si's men had seen their figures, making it easier to identify them. If the eldest miss went missing, wouldn't he be the one to take the blame? At the thought, the subordinate broke into a cold sweat and hurried back to report to the young master. After hearing the story, Su Luo couldn't believe it. Shouldn't Lin Xuan have been the one to jump? And why did Li Si appear? After much thought, he wondered, could it be because of his slacking off yesterday? Originally, Lin Xuan would keep getting back up after being defeated. That was truly inspiring and cool. But yesterday he had one shot. No matter how he thought about it, it was unreasonable. Alright, you may leave. I'll handle this. Su Luo didn't care about Li Si's fate, but she had to be present at least. He could be lax with the plot, but missing a character was unacceptable. Su Luo dressed up a bit, donned a large black robe to cover himself entirely, and put on a mask. He rushed to the cliff, looked around, and saw no signs. Without hesitation he leaped down. Below was a pool of water. Don't worry. According to the laws of Xinxiang novels, no one dies. Su Luo had tested it before. He reached the bottom safely, looked around, but found no trace of Li Si. Nothing underwater either. Could it be? No, that place was normally hard to find. He swam in the pool, found a secret passage, and smoothly arrived at the site of Lin Xuan's fortuitous encounter. There were indeed signs of someone having passed, water stains on the path. Su Luo advanced with practiced ease. Why was he so familiar? Because he had been here before. He had once taken all of Lin Xuan's fortuitous encounters. The ending was satisfying and exciting, but there was no way to pass the trial. He had to start all over again. It was just quite insipid. At the end he found Li Si covered in wounds. Some were from the fall, others from the traps in the cave dwelling. She was sitting cross-legged, a pained expression on her face, looking very wrong. Though he had suspected it, seeing it with his own eyes was still hard to accept. The protagonist's fortuitous encounter had been snatched by Li Si. What to do? Waiting online. This really messed with his mindset. He had planned to slack off. Couldn't everyone just follow the routine? In the past he was the one who didn't play by the rules. Now it was your turn. Su Luo was a bit devastated. Still, taking a small fortuitous encounter from the protagonist should probably hopefully be fine. After waiting for a while, without any system prompts, Su Luo finally breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly fine. Suddenly Li Si went berserk and violently attacked Su Luo. The previous Su Luo would certainly have been unable to dodge, but now it was different. She could not only evade, but also counterattack. Li Si's attack was now unconscious, akin to a chi deviation, though not as severe as a full-blown one. It was somewhat tricky. Although Su Luo possessed rich experience and skill, the level suppression still made it strenuous. I accept your power. Su Luo immediately activated her special ability, causing her strength to increase. Wake up. With a single strike, she sent Li Si stumbling back. Combining her own power with the borrowed one, victory seemed inevitable. and that strike caused Li Si to break through. Foundation establishment early stage. Originally Li Si had already reached the pinnacle of qi refining, while Su Luo was only at early qi refining. The gap was immense. An 18-year-old foundation establishment cultivator, though not exceptionally rare, was still at the genius level. She was originally supposed to break through after joining the sect later, but now she had advanced ahead of schedule. The moment Li Si broke through, all her strength abruptly drained away, and she slowly collapsed to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. Su Luo looked at Li Si lying on the ground, utterly unruffled, devoid of any worldly desires. Only a heartfelt sigh. Trouble. After a while Li Si opened her eyes. She stared at her own hands, feeling the newfound power brought by her breakthrough. She had made it. Before coming she had been uncertain whether she could find the inheritance, whether she would fail and lose her life. Even jumping off the cliff had required immense courage. Every step she took here was the greatest challenge of her life. Li Si couldn't help but want to cry. Yet the joy of success made her want to scream, shout, and even dance in celebration. But after just a few shouts and half a dance, she finally noticed a black-robed figure nearby. The air suddenly fell silent. After a brief moment of embarrassment, Li Si stepped back, putting distance between them, and asked warily, "Who are you?" Su Luo's large black robe concealed everything, so Li Si naturally couldn't recognize her. "If you want to get out alive, follow me." At this moment Su Luo spoke in a mature, commanding voice. This was caution. Su Luo was a professional at hiding her identity. It was never as simple as changing clothes or wearing a mask. Having lived through so many storylines, changing her voice was a breeze. "What, you ask if she had ever worn a dress?" "Sorry, no comment." Hearing a woman's voice, Li Si's wariness indeed relaxed a little. But as she carefully studied the black-robed figure, she felt a strange familiarity in the silhouette, yet couldn't recall any woman who matched it. She hesitated about whether to follow. "The traps ahead are beyond your ability to handle." Su Luo finished speaking and began walking toward the exit. Li Si had no choice but to drag her exhausted body and follow. Winding through the maze-like cave dwelling, Su Luo deftly avoided all the traps and arrived at a formation. "Stay close to me. Don't step in the wrong place." Su Luo walked through the formation with familiarity, triggering none of the mechanisms. Li Si looked at the formation. Though she didn't recognize it, a murderous aura rushed toward her. Once activated, relying on her own strength alone, she would certainly not survive. Cautious as she was, Li Si's body was now extremely fatigued from the journey. Suddenly losing her balance, Li Si stumbled and fell to the ground. At the same moment, a burst of energy shot toward her from the left side. Su Luo reacted in an instant, throwing herself on top of Li Si, barely dodging the attack. Otherwise she would have been split in two. And when Li Si was pulled down, her hand accidentally brushed against Su Luo's front. "Yes, that place." Li Si's first thought, this sister, flat. Before she could pity the sister, an explosion snapped her back to reality. The energy blast left a deep scar in the wall. Li Si trembled with fear. If it weren't for this sister before her, I would have. Again she felt the closeness of death and her body shivered uncontrollably. "I'll carry you out." Seeing her state, Su Luo figured it would be faster to simply carry her on her back. Without waiting for consent, she lifted Li Si onto her back. On Su Luo's back, Li Si gradually calmed down and felt a sense of security from this sister. "Thank you." Su Luo seized the opportunity to ask, "Why are you here?" "I accidentally fell down from above and stumbled upon this place." "Really? A flimsy excuse, yet there was no point to refute it. Su Luo could only assume she had indeed discovered it by chance. Or perhaps this was the luck of a heroine. But Li Si, after all, was not the protagonist. Leaving this cave dwelling required navigating many lethal traps. And Li Si didn't have a knowledgeable old man by her side. If Su Luo hadn't come, she would have been done for. Lin Xuan had an old man, so he could safely leave this cave dwelling. As for Su Luo, she found it easy and started speedrunning. Soon they reached the final trial, an illusionary technique that targeted one's inner fears. This was unavoidable. It was set at the exit, and anyone passing through had to endure this illusion formation. Su Luo naturally dispelled it instantly. Having replayed it dozens of times, there was nothing left to fear. But for Li Si, it was clearly not easy. Su Luo had no intention of waking her. This trial was meant to temper one's will. Face one's inner fears. It was not dangerous, but after waking she might either overcome her fear or feel nauseous and sick. "You're awake." It was terrifying. "What did you see?" Su Luo was a bit curious. What would a girl of Li Si's age be afraid of? Li Si panted heavily. "I dreamed I was chased all night by an extremely annoying person named Su Luo. In the dream he was half human, half dog, with a huge tongue licking my leg frantically. It was horrible." Su Luo's face instantly darkened. "Although my character is a lapdog, don't just slander me like that. But in the end you appeared and saved me." "That's your illusion. I didn't do anything. At least in the dream, you saved me again." "Thank you." Yes, at the end it was the black-robed figure who kicked Su Luo away, and then Li Si woke up. "So in your dream, I was fighting myself." Su Luo was speechless. She might as well not have asked. Finally Su Luo brought Li Si back to the top of the cliff. Then Su Luo suddenly attacked Li Si, even using her special ability to maximize her strength. The event happened so abruptly that Li Si couldn't react at all. More importantly, at that moment she trusted this sister deeply. This punch is my repayment for saving you. We won't meet again. Su Luo finished and turned to leave. At least tell me your name. Li Si quickly asked. But how could Su Luo tell her? This punch was actually a convenient way for Su Luo to extricate herself. By then Li Si had already recovered somewhat. Although Su Luo could overpower Li Si in strength, she was slower in speed. If Li Si discovered that Su Luo's overall abilities were inferior, she might cling to her, or some other accident could expose Su Luo's identity. That would be bad. So the sneak attack was merely to ensure a seamless escape, definitely not revenge. I'm not at all hung up on the half-human half-dog thing. Speaking of which, was that half-human half-dog creature top half-dog bottom half-human, or left half-dog, right half-human? After a day of hustle and bustle, it was already night when Su Luo returned home. The leisurely days that had been his norm were shattered, and he couldn't help but recall the days of overtime work. Extremely displeased. Moreover, no matter how familiar the cave dwelling was for Su Luo, who was at the chi refining stage, it still required a great deal of effort. As soon as he reached his room, he instantly fell asleep, his body unable to withstand the strain. Su Luo did not wake up until noon the next day. Of course, half of the reason was his intention to sleep in. After all, there was nothing for him to do these 2 days. The protagonist was busy enhancing his combat power. Although it was uncertain what would happen to Lin Xuan without the opportunity beneath the cliff, the system did not indicate any deviation from the plot. So just proceed as usual. After a pleasant lunch, he began his daily diary. September 3rd, sunny. I was supposed to have nothing to do these days, but an unexpected incident occurred. What a nuisance. Yesterday Li Si, for some unknown reason, went down to the cliff. Doesn't she know how much trouble she causes others? If I hadn't brought her out, we could be attending her funeral now. She doesn't consider her own worth. She's not the protagonist, nor does she have a second chance. She's truly courting death, stirring up trouble for no reason. But then again, she would never have guessed that the big sister she saw yesterday was actually me. Just kidding. I'm extremely confident in my disguise, as she will never find out. I didn't expect Li Si would dance when she got excited, but it was utterly unattractive. She wriggled like a maggot. She even called me half-human, half-dog. You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs. You stupid dog. Su Luo began to rant about Li Si in his usual manner, writing a long paragraph. Although the diary had no word count requirement, writing these things made him feel happy. But there's a problem. Li Si definitely has a problem. I beg you, Li Si, don't be foolish anymore. Live well, and let Lin Xuan do his show. Wouldn't it be nice if we all just happily play our supporting roles? Anyway, I'll have to keep an eye on her from now on. Regarding the plot, my part doesn't come until the day after tomorrow, and it's not much. Originally at this time, Lin Xuan would be digesting the opportunity from the cave dwelling, and then he would investigate and find out that I had sent people to teach him a lesson. If he doesn't retaliate, is he still the protagonist? The day after tomorrow, when I'm dining at the Yasui restaurant, he will launch a sneak attack, instantly killing me with a single blow. He'll kick me from the 2nd floor, sending me flying into the street, where I'll be unable to get up, and then he'll make a clean getaway. This plot is mainly to showcase Lin Xuan's skyrocketing strength. Originally he struggled to fight me, but now he can defeat me in an instant. Even though it's a sneak attack, it's still quite impressive. Well, he's the protagonist, so it's normal. This is a fairly ordinary plot segment, nothing much to say. Just need to be a bit more careful recently. The plot can't have any more deviations. Steady as she goes so that I can continue to slack off better. After some filler content, the reward was indeed just a mundane attribute point addition. But there's no helping it, the story has just begun. As the villain Su Luo doesn't have much screen time, and it's mainly Lin Xuan who is leveling up. On the other side, after returning yesterday, Li Si devoted herself to digesting the miraculous encounter in the cave dwelling. She acquired a sword technique, the airflow sword technique. It has 2 features, sword chi and sword control. Using this technique, one can more smoothly gather spiritual energy, achieving the effect of easily releasing sword chi. Sword control is even more formidable, capable of killing from 1,000 miles away. Although this is nothing to high-level cultivators, for those at the chi refining or foundation establishment stages, it is a devastating weapon. However, the difficulty was exceptionally high, and Li Si couldn't master it at all for the time being. She also obtained some pills from the cave dwelling that could help her cultivate faster. To ensure her family's survival, she needed to become stronger. Even if her strength couldn't match the people from the hidden families, as long as she showed enough potential, she would have a better chance of finding someone to protect her. For instance, she could participate in this year's entrance examination of the 7-star sword sect and become a direct disciple. The 7-star sword sect is one of the 3 major sects in the southern continent. It should be able to handle the hidden families right. At least she had one more option. With this thought, Li Si became even more diligent. Even while cultivating, Li Si still kept an eye on the diary. She would take it out and check it every so often. It's updated. Li Si immediately dashed back to her room to read. Ignorance is bliss. She was shocked by what she saw. What? The big sister from yesterday was Su Luo. How is that possible? The voice was so different. Can someone really change their voice so perfectly? Perhaps for modern people, voice changing is nothing earth-shattering. But for Li Si, who had been diligently cultivating since childhood with no concern for worldly affairs, it was a world-shattering revelation. In the end, she had to admit that the person last night was indeed Su Luo. No wonder the figure seemed familiar. But it was truly hard to accept. How could such a wonderful big sister be him? Reading further, Li Si's face flushed instantly. Not only did Su Luo see her dancing yesterday, but he also said it was ugly. For a moment, she felt both embarrassed and furious. Finally, anger took the upper hand. No one likes to be spoken ill of. You're the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. You stupid dog. Li Si didn't know how to retort, so she just copied Su Luo's phrase. Not bad. After cursing, she felt quite pleased, as if she could cultivate a bit faster. But, how could you be her? Li Si murmured absent-mindedly. Her memories involuntarily drifted back to last night. The gentle voice, the reassuring back, the confident and leisurely strength. Although it was only a short time, Li Si had already developed a sense of dependence on that big sister and yearned for her. How could it be Su Luo? How was she supposed to look at him from now on? For a moment, Li Si's emotions were tangled. Soon 3 days passed. Su Luo made plans with his cronies and headed to the Yasui restaurant to feast. The Zuya Yasui restaurant was nothing special, just the most upscale eatery in Qiufeng City, with absolutely top-notch food and naturally expensive prices. Precisely for this reason, it was worthy of Su Luo's status. To be kicked down from the most expensive restaurant. How utterly humiliating could it be? As for the reason for the gathering, there was no particular reason. It was just the usual daily get-together of the wealthy young men in Qiufeng City. Therefore, Lin Xuan could easily obtain this information. Even if Lin Xuan didn't have the opportunity from the cave dwelling, he would naturally avenge any grievance. Moreover, he had an old sage within him, so his cultivation wouldn't advance too slowly. Of course, cultivation is cultivation, but the lost opportunity is gone and his trump cards are fewer. Overall, he is still slightly weaker than his original self. Su Luo brought his cronies to the private room on the top floor, ordered dishes, and chatted about recent events. However, most of the conversation consisted of the others flattering Su Luo. Of course, the previous embarrassing incident of the broken engagement was not brought up here. Everyone in the city could laugh at Su Luo, but to laugh at him in this private room would be truly mindless. Unless he wanted to experience falling from the top floor. The Su family. It was the one that was quietly becoming the most powerful family in Qiufeng City. Su Luo paid no heed to their flattery. They were all just tools, and as long as they performed well, it was fine. At this moment, Lin Xuan had already disguised himself as a waiter, and everything was proceeding according to his plan. He gave a sinister smile and began his action. Just as Lin Xuan, carrying a dish, was about to enter, his shoulder was suddenly grabbed, and for a moment, he couldn't move at all. Lin Xuan turned his head to look. It was her. I grew up with him since childhood. I'll let him go this time. If there's a next time, handle him as you please. Li Si appeared here. Well, Lin Xuan thought for a moment, then flashed a charming smile. Since Miss Li has said so, naturally I'll give you face. That's enough, thank you. Please leave first, I have something to say to him. Li Si directly took the dishes from Lin Xuan's hands and entered the private room. Lin Xuan pondered for a moment, then abandoned today's plan. Regardless, Li Si had saved him that day at the cliff edge, otherwise he would have jumped. Face must be given. But there won't be a next time, Su Luo. Lin Xuan made a ruthless promise to himself and left without changing expression. In the private room, Su Luo was chatting with his companions. It's been a long time since I treated you all. This meal is on me. After we eat, let's see where to go for fun. What should have been a joyful scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone froze as if they had witnessed something impossible. What's wrong with you all? Why are you staring at me blankly? Cheer up. I ordered a lot of delicious food today. Yes, be happy. Li Si sneered. Upon hearing this, Su Luo turned around in surprise and asked, Why are you here? Can I come? This is your dish. Of course not. Welcome. I'm glad you came. Su Luo instantly switched to sycophantic mode, adapting on the spot to maintain his obsequious demeanor. Are you all full? Li Si asked with a smile, looking at Su Luo's companions. The moment she smiled, the temperature in the room seemed to drop several degrees. Full. I suddenly remember something urgent. Farewell, everyone. Wait, I also remember I have something to do. Excuse me. If there's something, let's meet another day. The once lively private room now only had Li Si and Su Luo left. See, why are you here? Something was off. Normally it should have been Lin Xuan who kicked him. Why was Li Si appearing instead? Su Luo felt the plot was playing with him. Li Si didn't say much, just pointing at the dishes on the table. How did you know I was here? Are you particularly concerned about me? I knew all along that you definitely have me in your heart. You disappeared for a long time the day before yesterday. The Li family mobilized everyone to search for you. I was very worried. Where did you go? Was there any particular reason? Su Luo spoke so much, yet Li Si remained silent, casting a glance at him. How worried about me? These past 2 days you've been eating well and drinking well. If not for your plot, you probably wouldn't even pay attention to me. And you even dressed as a woman to deceive me. Just thinking about this made Li Si inexplicably angry. If you had come out openly to save me, I wouldn't have been angry at all. I might even thank you. Probably I should thank you. At this thought, Li Si felt as though she might be in the wrong. Because she felt that given her usual attitude towards Su Luo, even if he had come out himself to save her, he probably wouldn't have said thank you. No, I would. But my attitude towards Su Luo. The more Li Si thought about it, the more entangled she became, the more confused she grew, but she couldn't very well lose her temper here. All her worries turned into motivation to gorge herself. Li Si viciously ate the chicken legs, staring dead at Su Luo. This look frightened Su Luo, and he instinctively stood up and stepped back. Crazy, she's gone crazy. Clearly he hadn't done anything, and just now he had been perfectly caring and admiring her. Su Luo didn't dare to speak for a moment. After a while, Li Si finally calmed down, wiped her mouth slightly, and tidied her hair. We haven't had a meal together for a year, have we? What year? I only remember it's been 398 days since we last had a meal together. You remember that clearly. Of course I wouldn't dare forget about us. Just kidding, made up the number. Who would keep track of how many days they haven't eaten together? Li Si pursed her lips, showing she didn't believe it. I'm asking you, what do you like about me? I like everything about you. Be specific. I like everything about you, to the extent that I can't function without you. Specific, my foot. Su Luo could easily make up some merits and praise her to the skies. But he was afraid he wouldn't be able to eat later and would feel nauseous. He had no choice but to continue dodging the question without answering directly. Heh. Li Si just left these two words and walked away. The whole behavior was utterly baffling. Su Luo looked at the dishes on the table that had been more than half eaten and on the principle of not wasting started eating. While eating, he wondered if Lin Xuan not coming to kick him today counted as deviating from the plot. However, the system still gave no hint, which meant there wasn't. But was it really okay to keep deviating from the plot like this? What if at some point in the future the plot suddenly collapsed and deviated ridiculously? Would they still be able to steer it back then? No snowflake in an avalanche is innocent. If every incident deviates ridiculously when they accumulate together, it will truly become an avalanche. Just as Su Luo was worrying, Lin Xuan strode in with an arrogant gait. He coolly sat opposite Su Luo. You're very lucky. What do you mean? I'm giving Miss Li face. The matter of you sending people to teach me a lesson before, that's in the past. But if there's a next time, bear the consequences yourself. Lin Xuan's eyes flashed with fierce light, full of threatening undertones. Don't, no need to let it go. Avenge the grievance. Come on, give me a kick. This left Lin Xuan flustered, the fierce expression he had carefully crafted disappearing in an instant. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Lin Xuan had truly never encountered such a request. Was there a trick? If you have any backup plans, you'd better give them up. I'm no longer the person from a few days ago. Mid-stage chi refining. This is the gap between you and me. Your trump cards may not necessarily work on me. Lin Xuan had to suspect. I know you're strong, can you hurry up and do it? No, I promised, Miss Li. This time I'll let it go, but it's limited to this one time. I hope you don't provoke me in the future. Lin Xuan was still capable of keeping his word. The reason he came back was simply that the more he thought about it, the more unfair it felt. Since he couldn't vent his anger, he at least wanted to come back and show off his dominance. Seeing him dawdling, Su Luo suddenly leaped, crashing straight through the private room and landing on the street below. Huh? What? Lin Xuan's triple question marks. I didn't make a move. Wait, he thought of a terrible consequence. Li Si hadn't gone far yet. If she saw this, could he clear himself? He had just promised Miss Li to let Su Luo go, and immediately Su Luo was flying out of the restaurant. How would she view him? Untrustworthy. Petty. Two-faced. In an instant, Lin Xuan broke into a cold sweat. Terrifying, what a scheme. Lin Xuan instantly understood Su Luo's intention. It was truly a vicious yet simple and effective plan. Su Luo hadn't actually thought this much. He just wanted to complete the plot properly and prevent any further deviations. Who would have thought that after he slacked off just a little, Li Si would change so much? It was quite scary. Give him a chance. Before he wanted to slack off, but now he wants to take every plot seriously. Indeed, Li Si turned her head and saw Su Luo pretending to be unconscious on the ground. Lin Xuan now felt it was hard to defend himself. Other than him, who else would have the nerve to kick Su Luo down? It was impossible to explain in public now. Who would believe it? It would only make others say the thief was crying theft. Who would believe that Su Luo jumped down directly? Su Luo was stupid, but not crazy. Lin Xuan could only leave first and explain later. Li Si sighed lightly and came to Su Luo's side. She gave Su Luo a gentle kick. Idiot humph. Li Si carried Su Luo on her back, just like before, but with the roles reversed. For a moment, Su Luo didn't know whether he should wake up or not. What was Li Si doing? Didn't she usually not even want to be touched by him? Along the way, Li Si didn't say anything. Su Luo just pretended to be unconscious, pretending not to know anything. Arriving at a corner, Lin Xuan, who had been following them all the way, came out to explain, hoping Li Si would believe him. I didn't kick him down. This was Lin Xuan's first words upon meeting her. I know. Lin Xuan wanted to explain a bit more, but Li Si believed him. This left Lin Xuan flustered again. Can people really trust each other so easily? Or is it because I'm so charming? Lin Xuan still didn't quite believe it. Huh? You know? How do you know? I know it wasn't you. Let it be. Li Si repeated it once, but clearly had no intention of explaining. Lin Xuan was somewhat flustered in the wind. I've only been in Xiofeng City for a short time, but why are all the people in this city so weird? Could it be that she was just giving me face, but actually doesn't believe it inside? But looking at her demeanor, it didn't seem like that. Ah, how complicated. This completely confused Lin Xuan. And because of this, Lin Xuan felt he couldn't underestimate Su Luo. He seemed not as stupid as he appeared on the surface. We're here. Are you going in on your own, or shall I escort you? Li Si was naturally speaking to Su Luo. Awkward, he'd been caught. Yet Su Luo showed no sign of it, even feigning just waking up. Who was it? Who ambushed me? A convincing act, but don't bother next time. The act was natural enough, but Li Si had her diary, she had long seen, through Su Luo. No matter how well he played, it was useless. Are you still the Li Si I once knew? Su Luo felt a bit frustrated. How had she suddenly grown so sharp? She used to be nothing but a gullible little girl. And you? Are you still the Su Luo I knew? Li Si retorted instead. Why wouldn't I be? And why wouldn't I be? I brought you back only because we grew up together. You don't even believe that yourself. Grew up together. As if. Not every bootlicker gets treated like a human. Li Si had always despised Su Luo. Believe it or not. To avoid revealing too much, Li Si said little and left. She understood now. Su Luo was no longer the profligate she knew, he was a cunning deceiver. Without her diary, she would never have been able to outplay him. So Li Si decided to learn from Su Luo for now, to master the art of concealment. She even considered practicing a male voice in secret that might come in handy someday. As for the so-called plot, Li Si couldn't care less. Li Si refused to accept that she was merely a character in a book. Every step she took she believed was her own choice. After all, it was Su Luo's plot. Whether it twisted or not, what did it have to do with her? Su Luo felt utterly numb. Li Si had deviated from the script several times, now truly throwing him off balance. But then he remembered that he had no scenes for the next few days, and he felt reinvigorated. The feeling was akin to a worker's joy on a holiday. After all, the author wasn't foolish. You couldn't keep fleecing the same sheep. Face slapping had to be multifaceted and involve multiple characters. Su Luo opened his diary again. Today, for just a moment, just a single moment, I thought Li Si wasn't that annoying. But I know it's just an illusion. She's still a clueless, foolish girl. Enough about her. I won't be needed for a while, so I won't see her. Why am I not appearing? Because it's time for another villain to shine. Wang Mo, the second person to get slapped after me. The youngest patriarch of the Wang family, one of the 3 great clans in Qiufeng City. If I'm the brute force type, then he's the intellectual type. Though not that smart, definitely not as clever as Lin Xuan. His plot, in short, is that he cornered the market on a local herb called worry-free grass. Wang Mo also had men destroy part of the Li family's worry-free grass stock. The Li family had a large order for healing pills that used this herb as the main ingredient. Under these circumstances, the Li family naturally couldn't fulfill the order, offending the client, and facing a huge compensation. This had been Wang Mo's plan for a long time, and it was about to unfold in the next few days. Just as the Li family was on the verge of a heavy loss, Lin Xuan stepped forward, claiming he could bring back a large amount of worry-free grass. Everyone scoffed, doubted, and looked down on him, hurling insults. But Lin Xuan just gave a crooked smile, and said if he couldn't do it, he'd jump off a cliff. And then he jumped, because he had previously discovered a vast amount of worry-free grass at the bottom of that cliff. And so a simple rescue of the Li family was accomplished. The Li family's goodwill toward Lin Xuan increased again. After Wang Mo's plan failed, he flew into a rage, overturning tables and smashing things. A scene that made readers sympathize with Wang Mo, thinking this Lin Xuan is terrifyingly formidable, he must be eliminated. After all, Wang Mo had spent a fortune to bribe some Li family members, dispatched spies to gather intelligence, and meticulously orchestrated this scheme. In the end, it all came to nothing. How could he not be furious? There's actually a small detail in Wang Mo's plot. When Li Si went out, he arranged a scene. He said that everything was my doing, that his admiration for me flowed like an endless river. In short, he was trying to pin the blame on me. Li Si naturally believed it, and her impression of me plummeted. From then on, she wouldn't believe a single word I said. I was basically blacklisted. Good grief. No scenes, yet I still get the blame. I guess villains should just spare other villains. After writing another diary entry, Su Luo lay down comfortably. Completed diary entry. Reward: defense 8, strength 4, cultivation increased by 1 level. Current cultivation: Qi, refining perfection. Special ability upgrade: my pain surpasses yours, my pain still surpasses yours. When attacked, can transfer 10 of damage received to a designated target. When attacked, can transfer 20 of damage received to a designated target. The moment Su Luo saw the reward, he sprang up and shouted. So what if it's a black hat? I'll wear it. This reward needed no explanation. It was a massive buff. With absolute power, what was there to fear? I have to say, at the Qi refining stage, Su Luo felt as mighty as a Mahayana cultivator. Wait, Su Luo suddenly thought of a problem. This time Lin Xuan hadn't fallen off the cliff. He didn't know there was worry-free grass down there. But then Su Luo figured it out. I'll just pick it for him. Brilliant me. Back home, Li Si practiced for a while and noticed that her long-awaited diary had updated. She began filtering out the negative content about herself and reading. For just a moment, just a single moment, I thought Li Si wasn't that annoying. Of course I'm good, you're just blind. Humph. The Li family's worry-free grass was partially destroyed by Wang Mo's men. Such a thing happened. Wait, I think I heard something about this yesterday. Li Si had a vague memory, but she rarely paid attention to the family business. She didn't know the details, but it was true that some worry-free grass had been destroyed. So the plan was already in motion. Part of the family's worry-free grass was ruined, and the supply outside was probably being bought up too. Thinking this, Li Si felt a pang of helplessness. If she had known earlier, she could have averted the loss. This had been Wang Mo's plan for a long time. Wang Mo, Li Si was actually familiar with him. They had played together as children. But his parents died early, and he became patriarch at a young age, so they gradually drifted apart. Still, they met once or twice a year since Chofeng City was small, and the three great families were often entangled in interests. What a cunning scheme. But I have the diary. Li Si let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, she felt different from before. In the past, faced with such a situation, she would have panicked and rushed to tell her father. Now she could calmly think, and even felt she could try to solve the problem herself. Have I grown a little? Li Si murmured, realizing that before she had only known how to cultivate and nothing else. She glanced at the diary. It's not because of you. After a moment of hesitation, Li Si immediately set off for the cliff. The worry-free grass was there. She wanted to help the family through the crisis. But along the way she felt as if someone was watching her. Just as Li Si was about to dismiss it as a hallucination, she suddenly heard a familiar voice from the other side of the wall. Wang Mo said to one of his subordinates, "We haven't been followed, have we?" "I've been extremely cautious." "I'm certain we haven't." "How did it go?" "I've already acquired all the Wuyo grass in the entire city." "Excellent. Once the Li family finds themselves at a loss, my dear friend Su Luo will step forward to present the Wuyo grass, thereby winning over Li Si's favor." "Lord Wang, what does this have to do with Su Luo?" "You don't understand. I'm merely helping him." "But Lord Wang, what qualification does Su Luo have to ask for your assistance?" "He's completely worthless." "How dare you speak that way? My dear friend Su Luo is handsome and brilliant. Don't underestimate him. After all, this entire plan was conceived by Su Luo. I merely executed the tasks he assigned." All these plans were orchestrated by him. How terrifying. Indeed, my admiration for Su Luo flows like an endless river. Wang Mo's conversation with his subordinate reached Li Si's ears without exception. Yet this left Li Si utterly speechless. What was the point of plotting in secret if you might as well shout it out? Just happens that I walked by when you were talking, right? So the pursuit earlier wasn't my imagination after all. What a crude scheme. Do they really think I'd fall for something this transparent? Li Si felt insulted. Who would believe such a blatant frame-up? If only the diary hadn't spoiled things for her. Probably wouldn't have fallen for it either. Would I really have believed it? The more she thought about it, the less confident she felt. But years of knowing herself told her the truth. Without those spoilers, she probably would have fallen for it. Realizing this, Li Si's face flushed slightly. I'm not stupid. It's just that Su Luo was so insufferable before. Even though Li Si had come to trust the diary, every event unfolding exactly as predicted was an unsettling sensation, yet strangely intoxicating, like possessing foresight itself. If Su Luo were here, he'd surely remark how satisfying it feels to cheat. Now aware of Wang Mo's scheme, Li Si paid it little mind and shook off her pursuers, heading straight for the cliff below. At the cliff's base, however, she spotted someone unexpected. "Let me pluck your heart from your chest," and slowly melted away. Su Luo was singing as he gathered Wuyo grass, utterly carefree, until he glanced up and caught sight of Li Si. For a moment, he wished the ground would swallow him whole. He rarely sang in front of others, whether in reality or within fictional worlds. Li Si asked, "Whose heart were you trying to steal?" "Trivial. What brings you here?" "Same as you. My family needs Wuyo grass." Li Si had no need to fabricate an excuse. She'd fallen into the cliff herself before, and knew Wuyo grass grew beneath it. "What about you? Why are you here?" "My family needs it too." "Really? Shall we work together then?" "Yes, let's." This wasn't ideal. Su Luo hadn't anticipated Li Si showing up. Plans had shifted, but if he gathered enough, her family would still find themselves short. Pulling weeds was his specialty. Aura. Su Luo quickened his pace, transforming into a grass-pulling fanatic, leaving nothing behind as he moved through the field. Su Luo harvested over half of it. Even if she kept what she'd found, it wouldn't salvage her family's reputation. Watching him work so diligently, Li Si couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you going to give me some?" How could she even ask that? He was exhausting himself to gather it all, and she wanted to walk away with nothing. Su Luo was utterly speechless, but thinking of even more outrageous lines from the internet, he managed to compose himself. "I can't. My family needs it. Don't you like me? Give it to me, and I'll be grateful." "I'm sorry, but I truly can't. My family really does need it. I have no choice. You used to be different. Whatever I needed, you'd give it to me. I do care about you deeply, but my family truly needs this, 100%. I'm sorry." How could Su Luo really be swayed by a few words? In situations like this, repeating the same line left the other party with no rebuttal. Then Su Luo suddenly recalled a line. "I can't give you the Wuyo grass, but how about I give myself to you instead? Surely that counts for bonus favor points." He flashed an overly smooth smile. Li Si shot him an exasperated look and handed over her own Wuyo grass. "Here. Let's just leave it at that." "Why?" Su Luo asked, puzzled. Wasn't her family in desperate need? "It's not nearly enough anyway. You might as well have it." The moment Li Si saw Su Luo, she guessed his motives. Keeping his story on track at any cost. Since he refused to help her directly, she decided to let it go. Her own harvest simply wasn't substantial enough. Su Luo had gathered plenty before she arrived, leaving little remaining. Might as well concede openly. Li Si's sudden acceptance left Su Luo utterly bewildered. How could she act this way? The logic made no sense. Her family clearly needed this. Even if it wasn't enough, shouldn't she fight for more? Watching her actually walk away, not playing hard to get but genuinely leaving, only deepened his confusion. Yet Su Luo quickly dismissed it and carried on with his plans as though she'd never appeared. Su Luo was growing increasingly accustomed to these situations. Whenever he hit a mental block, he simply pressed forward. The protagonist's role demanded detachment, and he'd become a ruthless instrument of fate. With this mindset, his movements quickened considerably. The following day, the Li family posted notices across town offering premium prices for Wuyo grass. But where would anyone produce it now? Wang Mo had already purchased everything. Su Luo posed as a newly arrived merchant and sold the grass to Lin Xuan under some pretext or another. From there, the rest fell outside his concerns. Lin Xuan acquired the grass and delivered it to the Li family, effectively preventing the household from financial ruin and earning himself the position of honored guest. All parties celebrated. However, someone was about to shed bitter tears. Wang Mo smashed his hand down on the table, shattering it. How is this possible? Why is there still Wuyo grass? And who the hell is Lin Xuan? I went to such lengths to prepare, and now it's all for nothing. Wang Mo roared in fury. Find someone and teach Lin Xuan a lesson. I'm afraid that won't work, Lord. Lin Xuan is the honored guest of the Li family now, and Li household guards surround him. We cannot touch him. Then I'll make an example of you instead. Someone beat him up. Wang Mo hurled his cup to the ground, seething. If he couldn't reach Lin Xuan, surely he could punish one of his own men. As he listened to the wails echoing from outside, Wang Mo gradually composed himself. Reflecting carefully, the situation wasn't entirely without merit. He could at least pin the blame squarely on Su Luo. With Su Luo and Li Si's relationship deteriorating further, additional provocations would only deepen their rift, and the two families backing them would struggle to maintain peaceful relations. When both families were locked in conflict, he would reap the benefits as the third party stood to gain. Excellent. Wang Mo's confidence immediately returned as he began devising his next scheme. After becoming the honored guest of the Li family, Lin Xuan embarked upon his campaign of humiliation throughout Qiufeng City. Have you ever witnessed someone travel from the West District to the East District in a single day, beating everyone they encounter? At first, Lin Xuan was enjoying breakfast in the West District when he noticed a spoiled young master harassing a young woman. Motivated by a sense of justice, he stepped forward and slapped the culprit across the face. The young man refused to accept the defeat and immediately summoned reinforcements. Lin Xuan showed no fear and waited patiently. The young master also maintained certain standards, calling only peers of similar age. After introducing himself as the son of a prominent merchant guild, the newcomer was also struck down. Unwilling to yield, he too went to recruit help. Even the third challenger, who boasted of his powerful background, ended up sprawled on the ground. Thus, within a single day, Lin Xuan soundly defeated over 30 young elites of Qiufeng City, marching from the West District to the East. The parents of those beaten could no longer tolerate it, and prepared to use their influence to bully a youth. However, once members of the Li family arrived, none dared utter a word, and the matter was quietly dropped. Such were the benefits that Wuyo grass brought to Lin Xuan. He now walked with absolute confidence through Qiufeng City. Lin Xuan's reputation soared once again. Fortunately, Su Luo was not on the list of those who had been struck. When Su Luo first encountered this passage, he found it completely absurd. Did Qiufeng City really have so many fools lining up to get beaten? It was highly unrealistic, yet he couldn't deny feeling a secret satisfaction. There was a time when Su Luo also desired to slap those who dared provoke him. He even made a wish for a legendary artifact, the blue capsule, which allowed users to deliver a slap to someone through their screen, especially during gaming sessions when such frustrations mounted. But this was merely preliminary. A means to build Lin Xuan's reputation, as the true climax was yet to arrive. At Qiufeng City, the head of the Su family, Su Qinkong, returned. Son, I heard you've broken through to the mid-Qi refining stage. Excellent, truly worthy of being my son. To the outside world, Su Luo had only just reached mid-Qi refining, but in truth, he was already at the peak. This delighted Su Qinkong so much that he produced a pill he had prepared long ago. Here, this is for you. A Qi refining pill. Use it to improve yourself. Thank you, father. In the original plot, Su Luo had broken through to mid-Qi refining in a fit of grief and anger after being rejected in marriage. But now the protagonist had already reached mid-Qi refining, so Su Luo had no chance to even appear. With such a gap between them, how could he possibly trouble Lin Xuan at the same level? Thus, the author patched things up by having Su Luo's father give him the Qi refining pill. This forcibly elevated Su Luo's cultivation. Though the name of the pill sounded crude and unimpressive, it was in fact extremely precious and effective. It allowed cultivators in the Qi refining stage to boost their cultivation without any side effects. Only someone with real skill could obtain such a pill. In the original novel, this Qi refining pill directly propelled Su Luo to the late Qi refining stage, just shy of the peak. Its effect was terrifyingly potent. Hence, a strengthened Su Luo could once again become a target for Lin Xuan to humiliate. After all, defeating a higher-level opponent is far more interesting. Beating up a mediocre rival of the same level brings no excitement or sense of achievement. The protagonist improves through opportunities while the villain relies on connections. No issue there. Having obtained the pill, Su Luo had no intention of taking it. Though the pill was good, he was already at the peak of qi refining, and its effect would be greatly diminished. It was not worth consuming. So he secretly gave it to a passerby, tricking her into swallowing it. The orphan Xiaoyu who happened to be passing by had no idea what was happening. But after eating, the strange brothers offering her body was filled with power, and the constant hunger that had plagued her vanished, replaced by a soothing comfort. With this, she could surely venture into the mountains and find more food. That strange brother was actually quite kind. Mid-September, overcast sky. My father has returned, which means the entrance assessment for the 7-star sect will take place in a month. As everyone knows, the southern continent has 3 great sects: the 7-star, the heavenly light, and the cloud mist. Normally people first participate in the assessments of these 3 major sects, and only after failing do they consider other smaller sects. Since Qiufeng City is closest to the 7-star sect, it naturally takes priority for this sect's assessment. But I need not worry at all because my father has already arranged everything. That's right, I'm getting in through connections. Otherwise, why would they ever accept me? However, even with connections, I still have to take the assessment test. It's just that on the road I'll encounter some kind-hearted future senior brothers who happen to pass by many times to lend a hand. We villains are like that, well connected. Apart from feeling humiliated in front of the protagonist, everything else goes smoothly. But before entering the sect, there is still a small growth trial hosted by Qiufeng City. Lin Xuan also reaps great rewards from this trial. He grows stronger and gains fame. Haven't all the young talents of Qiufeng City been beaten up by Lin Xuan before? So they came to me to seek revenge. It's obvious that in this trial we will gang up on Lin Xuan. Then 30-something of us will surround him only to be defeated in turn. You ask if we'll have fun. Just try having fun yourself. No choice. That's how the protagonist works. Aside from that, the most important thing is that Lin Xuan discovers a monster's cave. This cave is extraordinary. It is filled with eggs, a vast number of them. Within a month they will hatch, and then the entire Qiufeng City will be overrun by insect demons. Inside there is a treasure that provides spiritual energy to the eggs, accelerating their hatching and making the newborn demons even stronger. This was the work of a demon leader aiming to swallow Qiufeng City. Lin Xuan discovered it and immediately reported it. Of course, he had already taken the treasure for himself. This treasure can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, allowing one to extract pure spiritual energy during cultivation, thereby accelerating progress. Coincidentally, Lin Xuan had previously obtained the Qinghua pendant, which before being fully unsealed also functioned as a cultivation accelerator, but only worked at night. The 2 items can be perfectly merged, creating a synergy far greater than the sum of their parts. Not only does it remove the limitation of day and night, but it also greatly enhances cultivation speed, allowing Lin Xuan to level up rapidly. As for the cave under the city lord's organization, every single egg was wiped out, not only foiling the demon clan's scheme, but also making Qiufeng City aware of the lurking danger. It was a matter of great importance, and Lin Xuan, who discovered it, naturally became the hero of Qiufeng City. The entire city was grateful. Congratulations, congratulations. Anyway, I can't find any fault with it. Except that the protagonist coincidentally found the hidden egg chamber, just happened to hide and evade the demon general guarding it, and finally luckily struck a fatal blow while the general was resting. Absolutely no problems at all. I swear he didn't cheat. After finishing the diary, Su Luo waited for his daily reward, even watching the 30-second ad with great interest. It was all because of this damn system. If he looked away from the ad for even a second, the countdown would stop, and it would only resume when he looked back. He had no choice but to watch unless he didn't want the reward. Diary completed. Reward 7, speed 5, strength, cultivation level increased by 1 layer. Current cultivation, early foundation establishment. Su Luo couldn't help but laugh. What could be more satisfying than watching himself grow stronger step by step? Of course, lying down and writing a diary to grow stronger step by step. Li Si was diligently cultivating. But no matter the time, reading the diary updated was always the top priority. This time nothing special, just boring childish behavior from boys. But these insect eggs. I never imagined Qiufeng City was so dangerous. The treasure. Li Si had already set her sights on it. For that she needed to start preparing. She was becoming increasingly adept at using the diary to create opportunities for herself. Soon the trial, jointly organized by the city lord and the major families of Qiufeng City, began. This was a warm-up for the entrance assessment of the 7-star sect a month later. Only the younger generation participated. Earning a place in the 7-star sect would bring great honor to one's family, maybe even turn the family's fortunes around. The trial was simple: hunt demon beasts in the nearby forest. The more you killed, the higher your score. The top 10 would receive generous prizes. This trial was meant to give the young ones a taste of blood and temper their will. In truth, it was a mock exam, for although it was a trial, each family had people secretly watching over them. They tried to ensure safety. But in the actual 7-star sect entrance assessment, the families could not intervene, and they could not guarantee the safety of Qiufeng City's youth. As per tradition, the city lord began his speech. I am delighted to see everyone here today. On behalf of Qiufeng City, I thank you all for your support. Without you, there would be no Qiufeng City today. Young people, you are about to face a harsh trial, but do not forget. You also have a bright future ahead. Regarding this trial, I will briefly say two things. First, the young people listened attentively, afraid of missing any important information. Second, only the second. Third, didn't you say just two things? Your 2 points amount to more than a year's worth of my talking. Had it not been the city lord speaking, the young people would have already thrown something at him. The city lord of Qiufeng City was no ordinary man. A golden core cultivator, on the surface the strongest in the city. Finally, under the murderous glares of the family heads, the city lord elegantly announced the start of the trial. He had grown accustomed to this feeling, enjoying the sight of others who despised him, yet had to obediently listen to his speech. According to the rules, they entered the forest in groups. The trial had no other requirements. Participants could form teams or go solo entirely at their own discretion. The outcome was determined solely by the score from the hunted demon beasts. Once inside the forest, Su Luo quickly gathered over 30 people. These were all the ones who had been slapped down by Lin Xuan before, and now they had come to Su Luo. Among them, Su Luo held the highest status. Having him take the lead was no problem. It was all part of the story. Su Luo just wanted to find Lin Xuan quickly and get it over with. Brother Su, you broke through. Amazing. In Qiufeng City, besides Li Si, you're the most talented. What nonsense. Li Si will eventually be Brother Su's woman. The most talented is still Brother Su. Right. I was foolish. If only I had half of Brother Su's intelligence. On the boring journey to find Lin Xuan, the 30-odd men took turns flattering Su Luo, exaggerating or even outright fabricating praise. Su Luo sighed helplessly. He knew none of it was true, just bootlicking. What was the point? Well, it did feel a bit satisfying. Even after going through this many times, being respected and praised was still a pleasant thing. Then they encountered Wang Yimou. Brother Su Luo, long time no see. Wang Yimou approached them with a smile. Su Luo felt a bit strange. Wang Yimou shouldn't be here at this time. I don't deserve to be called brother. You're a clan leader now. Indeed, ever since Wang Yimou became the clan leader, their relationship had grown distant. This applied not only to Su Luo, but also to the other young talents, as their statuses were now different. The other young talents preferred hanging out with Su Luo because they didn't have to worry about too many constraints. Not at all, Wang Yimou said. I will always be the Wang Yimou you know. So what do you want? Su Luo didn't believe him. I heard you're ganging up on Lin Xuan. Count me in. Why, oi? How can the people of Qiufeng City be bullied by an outsider? Naturally, I want to join in and vent this anger. That was a lie. Wang Yimou wasn't interested in Lin Xuan. After all, Wang Yimou could see at a glance that Lin Xuan didn't belong here. He had a broader horizon. Once Lin Xuan left, the struggle in Qiufeng City would still be among the three major families. Wang Yimou came this time because he found it strange. He had tried to frame Su Luo earlier, but Li Si hadn't reacted at all. This puzzled Wang Yimou. Based on his understanding of Li Si, she was not one to hold back. She hadn't even gone to scold or beat Su Luo. Could there be feelings between them? That was a dangerous sign. If the two families joined forces, how could he compete? He'd be doomed. So Wang Yimou needed to investigate and find out what was really going on between Su Luo and Li Si. Suit yourself. Su Luo couldn't be bothered to guess Wang Mo's motives. They were all just villainous clowns, no better than each other. But the surrounding young talents immediately felt a surge of goodwill toward Wang Yimou. Exactly. Why should someone from outside bully their own people from Qiufeng City? And so the flattery that had been solely focused on Su Luo now expanded to include Wang Yimou as well. For a moment it felt less like a trial, and more like a spring outing filled with joy. Then they encountered Lin Xuan. The flattery ceased instantly, and they snapped into battle mode. Lin Xuan, we finally found you. Su Luo naturally stepped forward as the leader. Judging by the scene, am I in trouble? Lin Xuan wasn't stupid. Seeing the 30-odd men grinning slyly at him, he roughly understood the situation. But he showed no panic, even appearing arrogant. Yes. Normally there would have been a long exchange with Su Luo's side threatening him, each throwing out a harsh line and cursing loudly because of their numbers. But Lin Xuan would retort and mock them even more sharply. His tongue was sharper. The 30-odd men were left red-faced from his sarcasm. It was truly frustrating. But Su Luo felt this part was unnecessary. Why waste saliva in the hot weather? Charge. Huh. The young talents were stunned. They had wanted to say a few more words to show off their numbers. Su Luo waved his hand. Go. You can't out-talk him. As the team leader, Su Luo's words carried weight. The 30-odd men, as if buffed, charged fearlessly at Lin Xuan. Most of these people were at the mid-chi refining stage, with a few at the early stage. Surging forward all at once would certainly put pressure on Lin Xuan, who was at mid-chi refining. He immediately turned and fled, using the forest terrain to prepare for picking them off one by one. If he could really defeat 30-odd men alone, he would be the ultimate dragon among dragons. So this time he would definitely win through guerrilla tactics. As the protagonist, he was certainly stronger than others at the same level. Lin Xuan weaved through the forest with incredible speed, leaving the entire group in his dust. Their expressions turned blank with shock. They had expected Lin Xuan to be brainless, foolish enough to fight all 30+ of them alone. To their surprise, Lin Xuan simply turned and fled. Yet there was no way they could give up now. They continued searching like headless flies. Lin Xuan had no intention of truly escaping. He hid in the shadows waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Handling these pampered young masters with no combat experience in the forest was child's play. No one had been killed, of course. At most they had been temporarily disabled. After all, someone was watching from the shadows. As Su Luo's group searched, more and more members fell to Lin Xuan's ambushes. Realizing the danger, they quickly huddled together for protection. Then Lin Xuan stopped striking altogether. He had more than enough patience to wait them out. Yet maintaining such constant vigilance drained everyone's energy. Damn it, he got away. One of them kicked a tree in frustration. I'm right here, Lin Xuan whispered from behind him. Then he struck from the shadows, another successful ambush. A single blow then vanished without hesitation. The moment anyone let their guard down, Lin Xuan would emerge and eliminate them. It felt as though Lin Xuan was the hunter and Su Luo's group the prey. Each successive attack whittled them down, but this couldn't continue indefinitely. Hurry, he's wearing thin from our attrition. One of them managed to land a counterattack during an ambush, wounding Lin Xuan. Sensing the encirclement closing in, he broke free and disappeared into the forest. The remaining young masters exchanged helpless glances. There was nothing they could do. In the forest they had no chance against Lin Xuan's tactics. From dawn until dusk only a dozen of them remained. The stronger ones like Su Luo and Wang Mo. That's when Lin Xuan emerged without hiding anymore. You're not going to hide, Su Luo asked. I see no point. Facing all of you, this is more than enough. Then bring it on. Fine. Just as they were about to engage, reinforcements arrived. The wounded youths who had been defeated earlier. Their clansmen smuggled them in despite their injuries. Even in defeat, they still held some influence. They couldn't fight, but they wanted nothing more than to see Lin Xuan beaten and broken. At least they could provide moral support. What else can you do besides sneak attacks, you coward? Have the guts to face us head on instead of hiding. If you're so brave, don't run away. Lin Xuan laughed. I'm right here. I'm not going anywhere. Honestly, you're all worthless. Some of the proud youths grew so furious that their wounds seemed to worsen. They pointed at Lin Xuan, speechless with rage. But pride demanded they say something even if it cost them. Don't you know, brother, Su has already broken through to the late stage of chi condensation. Aren't you scared now? Oh, you've reached the late stage. This was something Lin Xuan hadn't anticipated. In just a few days his breakthrough had surpassed Lin Xuan's own pace. That's right, I took a chi condensation pill. Su Luo admitted openly, though it was all an illusion. He had already achieved foundation establishment. I almost underestimated you, but I'm still confident. Save it. Let's fight. Go for it, brother Su Luo. Give us revenge. One might wonder why these injured young masters still appeared. The answer was simple: if there's no audience for showing off, there's no point in putting on a show. At moments like these, Lin Xuan would begin another impossible challenge against opponents beyond his level. The crowd gasped in astonishment once more. If you won't step forward, I will. Seeing Lin Xuan hold back, Su Luo struck first. An unremarkable punch. Lin Xuan dodged it with ease, but before he could react, another strike came. He narrowly evaded the second blow with a tilt of his head, yet the third arrived just as fast. In that critical moment, Lin Xuan unleashed his power. His right hand shot out in a counterpunch that collided with Su Luo's fist. There was no thunderous explosion. Su Luo's strike was deflected. Lin Xuan's strike carried even greater force, now connecting squarely with Su Luo's body. Su Luo spun through the air in a full rotation before crashing to the ground motionless. Come on, brother Su Luo. The young masters chanted, still cheering him on. But how had he fallen in just seconds of engagement? An eerie silence fell over the scene. One punch, and he was done. It meant Su Luo was weaker than even them. Of course, nobody dared say this aloud. Get up, brother Su. You can do this. Don't fall. We need you. Yet no matter how much they cried out, Su Luo remained unmoving on the ground. Nonsense. He wasn't going to risk actual injury for a performance. A token effort was all that was needed. Lin Xuan, too, noticed something was off. Su Luo at the late chi condensation stage should never have been felled by a single strike. What's your game? Su Luo offered no reply, feigning unconsciousness. Lin Xuan debated whether to press the attack, but striking someone already down felt dishonorable. Is this all you've got? Lin Xuan turned to face the young masters with a mocking smile. After the entire day of fighting, even Lin Xuan felt the weight of fatigue settling in. But without putting on a show, all of today's efforts would have been for nothing. So he summoned what energy remained and continued taunting. So arrogant a moment ago, where did that confidence go? Turns out you're all talk. Wang Mo was equally speechless. He hadn't expected Su Luo to fall so quickly, yet secretly felt relieved. With Su Luo this incompetent, the Su family would never amount to anything in Autumn Wine City again. Now the pressure shifted to Wang Mo, since he was the strongest among them aside from Su Luo. You'll see how capable we are soon enough. All of you attacked together. Unlike Su Luo, Wang Mo had thick skin and could deliver such orders with complete seriousness. But the others obeyed immediately. They had been itching to strike since the beginning. And so the dozen young masters surrounded Lin Xuan once more. But this time, instead of running, he stood his ground and faced all of them head on. Wang Mo was cunning, rarely engaging Lin Xuan directly. He harried from the flanks and struck from behind whenever possible, then retreated before Lin Xuan could counterattack. The coordinated assault put tremendous strain on Lin Xuan. Though he was the protagonist, he was struggling to hold them off, and his wounds multiplied with each passing moment. Yet somehow he seemed to draw from an inexhaustible well of strength, erupting with power at critical moments to keep defeat at bay. Wang Yimou watched Lin Xuan fight, through blood and sweat, completely unfazed. He maintained his measured pace, coordinating with the others to press their advantage. He was confident this methodical attrition would eventually break Lin Xuan. Alas, for an ordinary person, Wang Mo's strategy would have succeeded. But Lin Xuan was far from ordinary. Even in his dire situation, a smile played on his lips. The others froze in confusion. How could he be smiling? Lin Xuan's lips curled into a grin. Thank you all. The time has come. He drew a deep breath and shouted, breakthrough. In an instant, Lin Xuan's spirit surged with renewed vitality, his aura rising continuously. His laughter grew louder and more manic with each passing second. Thank you all so much. I've broken through, haha. Late stage chi condensation. This had gone exactly according to Lin Xuan's plan. He had sought out this battle precisely to overwhelm himself with pressure, forcing his cultivation to shatter its limits. Otherwise, why would he have faced them so openly? The crowd was shocked, unable to believe what they were witnessing. They had nearly defeated Lin Xuan moments before, so why had he broken through instead? How could someone break through in the midst of combat? Lin Xuan had just delivered a masterclass to these young cultivators. True genius knew no bounds. Breakthroughs could happen anywhere, anytime. It was a concept these minor supporting characters could never hope to grasp. Lin Xuan's grin widened, his delight impossible to conceal. To show my gratitude, you best stay on your feet a while longer. Don't fall too quickly now. Lin Xuan launched his counterattack. Having broken through, he felt an unprecedented surge of power coursing through his meridians, and his comprehension of martial techniques had deepened immeasurably. Charging straight into the enemy ranks, he unleashed devastating blows that no one could withstand. The momentum had completely shifted. It no longer looked like the group surrounding Lin Xuan. It looked like Lin Xuan had surrounded all of them. Moreover, after his breakthrough, Lin Xuan's combat style had transformed. Previously, he relied on agility and counterattacked while dodging and defending. Now he charged through everything, attacking whoever he could reach. Even when he could evade incoming strikes, he chose to absorb them and retaliate with even more powerful counters. Who could endure such relentless aggression? Despite having the numerical advantage the opposing side lacked, the overwhelming momentum Lin Xuan commanded. Wang Yimou saw this turn of events and knew he had to reassess his approach, frantically considering what countermeasures to take. He quickly reached a grim conclusion. These people alone no longer stood a chance against Lin Xuan. So he stepped forward to block a strike meant for one of his companions, then retreated with bleeding lips. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. Wang Yimou cherished the saying that the wise adapt to changing circumstances. And fittingly, he found himself lying right beside Su Luo. Su Luo, observing with sharp eyes, had no doubt that Wang Yimou was putting on an act. He could still fight, yet chose to pretend he was defeated. Su Luo held the utmost contempt for such people. Are you really giving up already? Huh. Wang Yimou was bewildered. What did Su Luo mean by that? He also wondered how Su Luo could even speak if he had been knocked unconscious. It didn't take long for him to realize Su Luo, like himself, was feigning unconsciousness. For the first time, Wang Mo's impression of Su Luo shifted. He now regarded him with a measure of respect. He had never encountered someone who would pretend to faint. Based on his knowledge of Su Luo, the young man was only eccentric when it came to Li Si. Otherwise, he was obsessed with showing off and carried the characteristic arrogance of a spoiled noble. Feigning collapse was completely out of character for Su Luo. I'm asking, if you've given up, just say so. What other choice do I have? I can't beat him. Wang Yimou studied Su Luo's expression, trying to decipher his true intentions. You weren't even using your full strength, were you? Even at full power, it wouldn't have made a difference. It may seem useless, but it would benefit you greatly. What do you mean? Wang Yimou saw no advantage in being beaten. Think about it. Who surrounds us right now? They are the future of Autumn Wind City. So what of it? Can't you see the desire in their eyes? They want to see Lin Xuan thoroughly defeated. If you fight until the end, you'll surely win their admiration. Wait, no, their worship. Perhaps. But even without doing so, they would still revere me. After all, in Autumn Wind City, who wouldn't admire the title of the youngest clan head of the Wang family, one of the 3 great houses? It's all superficial. You know better than anyone. They only pretend to worship you. Tell me, would they follow you or me? The question silenced Wang Yimou. He knew Su Luo was correct. The younger generation of Autumn Wind City preferred Su Luo's company. Su Luo enjoyed food, wine, and pleasure, was carefree and generous with his so-called friends. In contrast, Wang Yimou had already distanced himself from his peers upon becoming clan head. His duties kept him busy, leaving little room for socializing with those his own age. Seeing Wang Yimou still lying there calculating gains and losses, Su Luo pressed on. Such opportunities don't come often. Right now they all hate the same person. The next target of their collective hatred may never appear again. Opportunities must be seized. Wang Yimou was indeed tempted, but quickly snapped out of it. Why aren't you the one going? Su Luo sighed dramatically to the heavens. As for yours truly, Su, I simply wish to lie flat. Wang Yimou, if we don't act now, everyone else will fall. Lin Xuan continued his fierce assault. Victory was inevitable, only a matter of time. Wang Mo grit his teeth. Su Luo's words rang true. Such chances to prove oneself rarely came. Even if he couldn't defeat Lin Xuan, he could at least endure until the end. Opportunities must be seized. Wang Mo rose to his feet. He had made his decision, to give it everything he had. Go on, they're all counting on you. Don't need you to tell me. Wang Mo re-entered the fray, this time fighting head-on. The serious Wang Mo once again pressed his advantage against Lin Xuan. But Lin Xuan's mental state had never been sharper. The stronger the enemy, the more exhilarated he became. Trees continued to fall throughout the forest as the battle raged on. As the protagonist, Lin Xuan's combat aptitude was unrivaled. Aside from Wang Mo, all the other young masters lay defeated on the ground. When it came to one-on-one combat, Lin Xuan and Wang Mo instinctively reverted to the most primal form of fighting. Close quarters brawling. Fist meeting fist, neither backing down, each throwing their strongest strikes, without reservation. In such a scenario, victory would go to whoever could endure the longest. Wang Mo believed that if you were going to fight, you should fight with everything you had. Hand-to-hand combat revealed a person's true ferocity and resilience like nothing else. The effect was immediate. The young onlookers cheered wildly, their admiration swelling within them. And Su Luo merely smiled. Perfect. Exactly as planned. Let them tear each other apart until neither could recognize the other. Su Luo was egging Wang Mo on, but not out of concern for his well-being. There was no grand scheme behind it. He simply wanted Wang Mo to get soundly beaten. Official clarification: Su Luo has never said anything about why should the villain make things difficult for the villain. What caliber was he to share the same resting place as Su Luo? Su Luo watched Lin Xuan and Wang Mo brawl with great satisfaction. Wang Mo's handsome visage had been ruined, his face swollen and bruised, exactly as Su Luo intended. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Warning! Warning! Li Si's life is threatened by a demonic beast. Death is imminent. If Li Si dies, it will affect subsequent plot developments and result in mission failure. Please be advised. A simple system notification, yet its implications were grave. Su Luo nearly jumped to his feet in alarm, but his mental fortitude held. Su Luo frowned. Not you again. How long must you keep derailing the plot? Can you just behave normally for once? Are there really demonic beasts in this forest that could threaten you? Su Luo was speechless. The nearby forest had been thoroughly cleared. Any formidable beasts had already been slaughtered. Am I the only one acting here? Are you playing a part to Li Si? How else would she be threatened by a beast? Wait. Could it be that one? Su Luo realized. It must be the guardian beast of the insect egg cave. Only that creature posed a genuine threat to Li Si. How did she get there? Lin Xuan was still right here, and he hadn't even reached that location yet. The cliff incident last time was one thing, but this. And now this is happening too. Once might be coincidence, but twice suggests something more. Li Si was definitely tampering with the plot. You're still far from it. Lin Xuan struck the final blow, knocking Wang Mo unconscious. However, he was not much better off, tottering on the verge of collapse. He still had to taunt a few words. How embarrassing, so many people, and not one of them can fight. I barely put in any effort and you all can't handle it. In the future, take a detour when you see me, or I'll beat you every time I see you. Originally, Lin Xuan wanted to say more, but his condition was really too poor now. If he fainted here, wouldn't he be at their mercy? In the original plot, Lin Xuan could easily leave after mocking these young masters for a long time. But with Wang Mo's involvement, Lin Xuan couldn't. Suddenly someone shouted, "Brother Su Luo." Lin Xuan heard it, and was startled, thinking that Su Luo had stood up. He really had no combat strength left now. Lin Xuan turned to look at where Su Luo had fallen, but there was no sign of Su Luo. He quickly looked around to guard against an ambush. Having been ambushing all day, he naturally knew how terrifying an ambush could be. Yet still nothing. No matter how he searched, he couldn't find Su Luo. Where was he? Not only Lin Xuan was puzzled, but the others were as well. Everyone had been focused on the battle just now, so naturally no one paid attention to Su Luo. Could he have run away? For a moment, the young masters who hadn't fainted couldn't help but feel some resentment. Wang Mo fought to the very last moment, but you Su Luo were the first to lose, and even sneaked away. Too useless. Even if we know you're useless, you can't abandon us and run away on your own. If it weren't for Lin Xuan's poor condition, we might have gotten another beating. Are you Su Luo running away because you don't want to share our hardships? What kind of person is that? We've been flattering you so well all along. Of course, these words can only be said in their hearts. The young masters dare not speak them aloud. Lin Xuan felt it wasn't that simple. As he left, he muttered to himself, "Elder Yin, do you know when Su Luo left?" Elder Yin is the old man inside Lin Xuan, knowledgeable in the cultivation world with a little understanding of combat, alchemy, artifact refining, and formations. Not long ago, when you and Wang Mo were about to end the fight, Elder Yin added. He left very lightly, though judging by his movements, he had been hiding his strength all along. Indeed, Lin Xuan's previous strange feeling about Su Luo was not wrong. Elder Yin, what do you think of him? This child is no less than you. Such a high appraisal. Lin Xuan gasped. There had never been a peer who could receive such a high evaluation from Elder Yin before. Even Li Si wasn't taken seriously by Elder Yin. In a hidden underground cave, Li Si was spitting blood, her face pale, and her sword had multiple cracks. In front of her stood a 3-meter-tall white tiger demon with a tiger's head and a human body standing on 2 legs, licking its sharp claws, grinning with a very human-like malice. Speak, how did you discover this place? The tiger demon had to take this question seriously because the plan to conquer Qiufeng City was imminent and could not afford any mistakes. Although the insect demons hatched from these eggs were weak, they were numerous and could solve many problems. Especially humans who love to protect. When they protect ordinary people, they leave countless openings. Conquering Qiufeng City would naturally be a simple task. But if something went wrong with these insect eggs, the tiger demon would be swallowed alive by Blackhorn General. It was a matter of his own life, so the tiger demon had to care. Li Si's hands trembled slightly. It was the first time she had been so close to death. But even so, she had her own pride. Are you anxious? I am not. The tiger demon realized his tone didn't match his words and quickly threatened. You are the one who is anxious. After all, you are the one who is going to die. Yes, but I am desperate, and you are desperate too. I have left a letter. If I don't return, this place will be discovered by Qiufeng City. No matter what, you have failed. You. The tiger demon was so furious he couldn't speak properly. Thinking of the scene where he would be killed by Blackhorn General for failing the mission, he really felt a bit desperate. I'll kill you. The tiger demon finally flew into a rage and pounced on Li Si. At this moment, Li Si smiled bitterly as she admitted that she had miscalculated. After obtaining the information from the diary, she immediately searched the forest. The trial range was actually not that large. With careful investigation, Li Si successfully found a suspicious cave. To be cautious, she brought along the family's Foundation Establishment late-stage expert, the Third Elder. She herself was at Foundation Establishment plus the Third Elder. Could they be worse than a chi-refining Lin Xuan? Impossible, so Li Si thought she would surely succeed. But she never expected the tiger demon to be so powerful. The Third Elder could not even last a few moves before being taken down by the tiger demon's smooth combo of heart-stealing, claw-ripping spinning back kick, and was embedded in the wall, barely alive. Li Si was still alive only because the tiger demon wanted to know whether this place had been exposed, and how much. As a result, there was not a shred of luck. Whether Li Si died or not, this place would be known to Qiufeng City. So the tiger demon couldn't hide his killing intent, and his sharp claws aimed straight for Li Si's head. This time probably no one would come to save her. Li Si couldn't help but feel a bit self-deprecating. To obtain the treasures here, she had only told the Third Elder. No one else would know about this place. Maybe it was really a bit of a death wish. But I don't want to be reduced to some supporting character. Li Si gripped the sword in her hand tightly. A wisp of breeze blew by, and the sword shimmered with light. The sword had many cracks and could shatter at any moment, but under the sword light it radiated a dangerous aura. Wind, chaos, one breath. Even if I die, in fact, I won't regret it. This is the path I chose. This was a move from the wind flow sword technique under the cliff. Unlike flashy sword moves, this technique could condense the sword energy to be sharper and more powerful. Simple and unadorned, yet it was the simplest and sharpest strike. In an instant, the tiger demon's claw, which was about to take Li Si's head, was chopped off. After that, Li Si's sword completely shattered, and she with no strength left fell to the ground. The tiger demon rolled on the ground, howling in pain. Oh, it hurts. However, the next second, I was faking. The tiger demon got up, unhurriedly shouted casually, and his hand grew back again. Isn't it fun? But you won't have a chance to see it again. Become nourishment for the insect eggs. The tiger demon prepared to finish Li Si, and then decide whether to flee or report the exposure to Blackhorn General. Running away might not mean death, but reporting would definitely cost him his life. After all, the insect eggs were a very important part of the plan. Now that they were exposed early, the plan had already failed with serious consequences. Facing death, Li Si suddenly felt like crying. She smiled bitterly. Indeed, she didn't want to die. This time, can you come to save me? Even while lying down, Li Si pointed her broken sword at the tiger demon, but she had no strength to swing the next strike. Die. The tiger demon's claw suddenly enlarged. With one claw strike, it wasn't a question of whether Li Si could survive, but how many pieces she would be split into. No. The Third Elder cried out in despair. Li Si was someone he had watched grow up. How could he let her die here? But no matter how the Third Elder struggled, his body would not obey him at all. His injuries were too severe. He could only watch helplessly as Li Si was killed. Boom. A huge claw print had already appeared on the ground. With such power, it was not a matter of splitting into pieces, but turning her directly into Li Si puree. But the tiger demon immediately felt something was wrong. The feeling was off. He whirled around, staring intently at this black-clad stranger who had appeared from nowhere. Killing her. You can't. A pleasant female voice came from the black robe. Su Luo was now in the form of a black-robed female voice. To hide himself, Su Luo always carried a large black robe, just in case. Li Si looked at the familiar black robe, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily lifted. A sense of relief surged in her heart, making her unable to help curling up in Su Luo's arms. When had Li Si ever been so delicately dependent like this? You are not the Li Si I know at all. While Li Si clung to him, the tiger demon opposite had no patience. And who are you? A mysterious figure in black robes merely passing through. I'd say you're the one courting death. I prefer eating pretty boys like you. What delusion makes you think you've got me cornered? Su Luo set Li Si down and took the shattered sword from her hand. Though cracked, it was still enough to deal with this tiger demon. Just rely on these sharp claws. The tiger demon's claws enlarged again, veins bulging visibly, radiating explosive power as it locked onto Su Luo. Su Luo stepped forward without a hint of fear, throwing his left fist. The tiger demon sneered. What use was that puny fist? Die. Yet that small fist carried tremendous force, deflecting the tiger demon's claws with a shockwave. The demon couldn't believe it. How could it lose a contest of raw strength? This person before its eyes wasn't even a match for the previous two. Suddenly the tiger demon sensed something wrong. It felt as though struck repeatedly, yet saw nothing attacking it. In that moment of hesitation, Su Luo drove his right hand, still clutching the broken sword, forward in a fluid motion. The blade pierced the tiger demon's flank, then slashed upward before plunging into its chest. The entire movement flowed like water. By the time the tiger demon registered what was happening, Su Luo had already finished and was retreating calmly. You? How did you know? The tiger demon died in shock, unable to comprehend how it had been defeated so swiftly. After dispatching the tiger demon, Su Luo turned to check on Li Si. To his surprise, she lunged at him and wrapped her arms around his waist, though she had little strength left, and quickly slid downward. To prevent Li Si from falling, Su Luo caught her, and the situation reversed. He was now holding her. Li Si just giggled foolishly. Su Luo was speechless. You can still laugh after all this. You really don't care about your life. Yeah, I almost lost it. I was wondering if you'd show up, never thought you actually would. Why are you here? Su Luo thought this might be a good moment to test the waters. By chance. Li Si nuzzled against Su Luo's embrace. Having escaped death, she felt insecure, yet his arms provided a sense of safety. I won't say. We won't meet again anyway. Su Luo feigned anger, his voice chilling. I dreamed it, Li Si said with her head bowed, for it was a lie. Dreamed? Yes, lately I've been having inexplicable dreams that show me places where miracles happen. A dream. Su Luo found it hard to believe. How could someone have such precognitive dreams without reason? There was nothing he could do to intervene in such matters, since Su Luo had no way to enter dreams himself. Stop dreaming in the future. I can't control that. I won't always be able to save you in time. I know, which is why I'm getting stronger. Li Si demonstrated her foundation establishment, early stage cultivation, a genuine accomplishment at her age. Yet now she looked battered and broken, like a sick cat lacking any convincing presence. You'll regret this. Without the destiny of a protagonist, but wielding its power, this was the consequence of Li Si overestimating herself. I want, Li Si insisted firmly. Su Luo released her, letting her fall to the ground. He'd only caught her out of instinct, and now that the questioning was over, there was no reason to hold on. Besides, it was getting late and time to leave. The system's warning had disappeared, indicating the plot remained on track, without significant deviation. Li Si complained, can't you be a bit gentler with me? Women only slow my draw. Aren't you a woman too? Mind your own business. Li Si smiled, thinking to herself, if only I'd known you were Su Luo all along. Wait, she said, retrieving a treasure from her robe. This is for you. This treasure was precisely what helped incubate the egg. Li Si had obtained it long ago, but the tiger demon had spotted her during their escape. Don't you need it? I do, but I think you need it more. Why do you say that? You're injured. I can't let you come all this way for nothing. Blood dripped from Su Luo's left hand. His entire arm was torn and bleeding. That first punch hadn't been as easy as it seemed. Su Luo activated both. My pain is above yours, and I accept your strength. In an instant, he gained 20 damage reduction, 20 damage reflection, and the tiger demon's power. Only then could he deflect the tiger demon's strike. But the cost was his own body couldn't handle the sudden surge of power. Now his left arm was completely useless. The tiger demon's claw was incredibly powerful. Even with 20 damage reduction, Su Luo ended up like this. Fortunately, the physique points he'd accumulated from keeping his diary meant his entire left arm wasn't ruined. A period of rest would suffice. Li Si handed the treasure to Su Luo, her sincerity evident. Yet Su Luo viewed her through a skeptical lens. She might only be pretending, since she'd nearly died to obtain such a valuable item. Would she really give it away so readily? And they were barely acquaintances who'd only crossed paths twice. Su Luo took the treasure decisively, expecting to see shock on Li Si's face. But there was none. She simply smiled gently without any reluctance. How strange. The treasure held no appeal for Su Luo. It seemed pointless. Fine, keep it. Su Luo tossed the treasure back to Li Si and turned to leave. What era was this, still clinging to traditional cultivation methods? With a cheat system available, why bother relying on cultivation to become a celestial immortal? Su Luo had decided to rely on his diary this time. Cultivation? Never in this lifetime. Wait, you've saved me twice. How should I address you? Li Si understood Su Luo didn't want to reveal his true identity, so she let him give himself a title. She played along, thinking that when the time came she'd tell him she'd always known who he was. His expression would be priceless. HM. Call me Black Robe. That's pretty casual. Goodbye. Next time I might be collecting your corpse. I can't guarantee I'll always be lucky enough to save you. Li Si finally pieced it together. The person speaking in a woman's voice was normally a frivolous, idle, rich young master. But their current strength far exceeded her own. She couldn't afford to fall behind. I'll do my best not to need your help. The third elder watched the robed woman depart before finally asking Li Si, who was she? So powerful. Indeed, even the third elder at the late stage of Foundation establishment had been easily handled, yet the robed woman dispatched the tiger demon in an instant, so efficiently that he questioned whether his own cultivation had gone to waste. Li Si glanced back with a smile. I think I've fallen for him. The third elder tilted his head in confusion. Wasn't that not the question? If he liked her, she was a woman. That wouldn't be appropriate, or his father would be furious. Yet no matter how he asked, he couldn't get any information about the robed woman from Li Si. After Su Luo left, she felt a chill. It was the last chance to pass, yet Li Si could dream of inexplicable scenes. Su Luo couldn't help but suspect the system was playing tricks, otherwise why would this happen only this time? She felt manipulated by the system. But after calming down, it seemed not a big deal. Just now when Li Si was about to die, there was a prompt that the plot was about to deviate, so there would be prompts for other deviations too. She had every chance to salvage it. Moreover, the general in the general plot seemed really general, quite loose. So far only when Li Si was near death had a deviation prompt appeared. When Li Si snatched Lin Xuan's opportunity earlier, there was no prompt. Therefore the advantage was hers. Of course, she couldn't act recklessly, as she still had to follow the necessary plot. It happened that there was still time before going back from the recent battle. It was clear her strength was still lacking. Pen come forth. In writing a diary, as per my routine, I'll first curse Li Si. I don't know what's wrong with her brain, dreaming of some opportunities and recklessly snatching the protagonist's fortune. Can't she stop causing trouble? Is a tiger demon something she can handle? And weak point breaking. Does she understand weak point breaking? If she hits the tiger demon's waist and chest in a short time, she can kill it instantly. Don't underestimate Lin Xuan just because he's at chi refining. He has an old man, and from that old man, he learned the weakness to ambush and kill the tiger demon. Li Si brought an ordinary old man and dared to face the tiger demon head-on. What's the difference between that and a slide tackle in front of a tiger? Fortunately, it was a close shave. She almost ruined my clearance. Forget it, let's continue writing the plot. The trial forest isn't over yet. Lin Xuan beat us up a bit, acted cool, but it's not done. He'll act cool once more. He has to get first place. How can the protagonist not get first place? But just an ordinary first place has no thrill. So as the villain, I proposed an idea: hunt spirit beasts together with the young masters, and have the points counted under my name. Gather everyone's strength just to crush Lin Xuan in points. Yet even under such circumstances, Lin Xuan can still get first place, defeating our almost cheating effort. That's what makes it thrilling. It's almost heaven-defying. Then in the plot, he meets Li Si in the forest. They fight monsters together, and Lin Xuan's superb combat skills earn Li Si's admiration. But now Li Si is injured, so they probably won't meet. No big deal as long as Lin Xuan gets first place in the end. Wait, what about the insect nest? Li Si found it this time and reported it to Autumn Wind City, so she becomes the city's hero. Even if Lin Xuan discovers it later, he'd only be second, and the reputation he gains would be completely different. What a headache. It's all Li Si's fault for messing things up. Still in the trial, Su Luo couldn't write much. Diary completed. Reward: Constitution 3, Strength 1. Obtain special ability Jester's Joy. Can make a designated target laugh. The reward was decent. Although her cultivation hadn't improved, she gained a special ability. Special abilities were hard to come by, and with this one Su Luo only had 3. But for some reason this skill seemed very mischievous. After all, laughter comes naturally when amused, but suddenly laughing when one doesn't want to. The scene would be unimaginable. Su Luo returned to the place where Lin Xuan and the young masters of Autumn Wind City had fought, wearing a satisfied smile. Though injured, they hadn't withdrawn and were resting on the spot. After all, the trial lasted 7 days. Wang and Mo had also woken up, surrounded by others showing concern. Su Luo greeted them. Yo, you're still here. Brother Su Luo, where did you go? Some couldn't help but feel angry, but held back. I went to relieve myself. However, this excuse ignited one of them, who began to sneer. Relieve yourself? More like hiding. Don't worry, Brother Su Luo, Brother Wang and Mo has already driven Lin Xuan away. Saying driven away was an exaggeration. A Lin Xuan left on his own, such face saving. Say what you will. Do you want to get back at Lin Xuan? Su Luo cut to the chase. Of course, but we can't beat him. Exactly, he's so fierce. Even if we call the elders, the Li family is protecting him. We're hopeless on our own. Su Luo said confidently, I've thought of a way. Can we still trust you? I think we should find someone else. Without even listening, they rejected it outright, showing they didn't trust Su Luo. Though not everyone spoke, their expressions said it all. They disagreed. I don't care what you think, I care what I think. These words brought everyone back to reality. Right, this was the prince of young masters, not to be trifled with. Seeing them quiet down, Su Luo continued. We'll hunt spirit beasts with all our might, and put all the points under my name. Naturally, I'll be first, and with this score we'll thoroughly humiliate Lin Xuan. Is that appropriate? Su Luo glanced over. Then came cheerful voices. Good, of course it's good. This is a brilliant plan only our clever brother Su Luo could come up with. Who are you? You're our big brother. Who else would we listen to? Really don't make jokes like that. Exactly. Whoever doesn't listen, I'll be the first to oppose and beat him up. No, several times. There was no way around it. Being strong was useless. In this world you relied on background. Why not give the points to Brother Wang Mo? Someone suddenly asked inappropriately. The others stared at him in shock, sweating for him. Did he have a death wish saying that? Everyone knew Su Luo's nature. Defying him at a critical moment would invite retaliation. That person seemed to realize his mistake and quickly backtracked. I was joking, haha, don't take it seriously. Wang Mo was stunned. He hadn't expected anyone to recommend him. He was just quietly recovering from his injuries. Though having support was pleasant, he knew it was inappropriate to openly snatch from Su Luo. Moreover, Wang Mo preferred to stab in the back. Just as Wang Mo was about to decline, Su Luo agreed. Fine, give the points to Wang Mo. Everyone gasped in surprise. Was this really Su Luo talking? Alright, it's decided. Rest for a day, then we hunt spirit beasts with all our might. There had been a minor twist, but whoever got the points, Lin Xuan, would still be first, so Su Luo didn't care. In the following days, the atmosphere among Su Luo's group changed. The young masters began to subtly gather around Wang Mo. No, they already had. Now they praised Wang Mo while also praising Su Luo, but when praising Su Luo, they kept a certain distance. There was no helping it. Su Luo's previous behavior had been too hurtful. Seeing this, Wang Mo was overjoyed inside but maintained a humble facade. Indeed, the battle with Lin Xuan was worth it. Now Su Luo's little followers were almost becoming his. On the first and second days of the trial, Su Luo and his companions fought against Lin Xuan. The third day was a rest. On the fourth day, they hunted demonic beasts, smoothly accumulating 20 points. A larger group made things easier. At that moment, a young master was searching for demonic beasts when he suddenly noticed someone leaning against a tree, gravely injured. From the appearance, the injuries seemed severe. There was no movement at all. The young master even thought the person was dead. Are you alright? Upon approaching, he was shocked. The young master nearly cried out, Li. But before the name could escape his lips, a sharp sword pressed against his throat, silencing him instantly. This wasn't an injured person. The movements were too fast. Li Si said, I wasn't waiting for you. Go summon Su Luo, and forget that you ever met me here. Do you understand what I mean? Understood. He understood whether he wanted to or not. The young master could feel the sharpness of that sword. Li Si nodded, sheathed her sword, and leaned against the tree again, pretending to be severely injured. Li Si's purpose in coming here was actually to ease her relationship with Su Luo and give him a fine pill to heal his left hand. Although Su Luo now obeyed her every wish, it was all pretense. Previously, she had shown her disdain for him. Suddenly acting fond would seem unrealistic to him. So Li Si planned to gradually improve their relationship step by step before discussing anything else. After much thought, she concluded that pretending to be injured here would make Su Luo care for her in front of everyone. Once he cared for her, she could naturally mend their relationship. The plan was perfect. Although the young master still didn't understand Li Si's intentions, he would follow orders. Returning to the group, he easily led Su Luo toward Li Si's direction. And then he discovered her. Su Luo was confused. Why would he encounter Li Si here? In front of everyone, Su Luo couldn't pretend not to see her. He quickly approached to check on Li Si. See, how are you? His voice was filled with anguish. However, upon examination, Su Luo found that her injuries weren't as severe as they appeared. She had deliberately exaggerated some marks. She looked close to death, but in truth it was nothing serious. I'm injured. May I temporarily join your group? Su Luo was taken aback by such a request. No. Your injuries are severe. You must terminate the trial. People. Someone from the Li family come out. Send Li Si back for treatment immediately. Su Luo certainly wouldn't agree. It wasn't necessary drama. If he agreed, wouldn't he appear like a simp in front of his brothers? Previously, he could only pursue her from afar, and Li Si never gave him a chance. Now she was offering herself. Would he need to persist for days? Just thinking about it was overwhelming. No, let me stay with you. Li Si grasped Su Luo's hand and wouldn't let go. The atmosphere grew bizarre. No one knew what Li Si was planning. Everyone in Qiufeng City knew she despised Su Luo. Now she was acting completely differently, taking the initiative to stay by Su Luo's side. Yet no one dared ask too many questions. Su Luo frowned, and under everyone's gaze had no choice but to agree. Li Si stood up, but then remembered she was supposed to be gravely injured. Su Luo, help me. I don't think I can walk on my own. Su Luo. Her acting was terrible. The way she stood up moments ago didn't resemble an injured person at all. But nobody dared speak it aloud. Su Luo had no choice but to support her. Thank you. If not for you, I wouldn't know how to survive in this forest in my condition. Li Si looked at Su Luo with grateful eyes, though slightly exaggerated. Su Luo's hand trembled. Who was this person? How could Li Si possibly speak to him like this? Your hand is injured, Li Si said in surprise. Indeed, Su Luo's left hand injury hadn't fully healed, but to him such wounds were trivial, unworthy of mention. It's nothing. How can it be nothing? I have Lingyang pill here, take it. It's very effective for healing. Su Luo stared at Li Si for a long moment, unable to speak. Did she hear herself? Why weren't you the one covered in wounds eating it? And Lingyang pill, did she know what that was? Fewer than 10 existed in all of Qiufeng City. This was an extremely effective healing pill, A treasure beyond price, unobtainable even with wealth. Had the young master seen the stunned expressions around him? They couldn't believe it either. Lingyang pill. It wasn't some common healing medicine available everywhere. Not only could one eat it, but even a single whiff was said to prolong one's lifespan. Of course that was somewhat exaggerated, but its rarity was undeniable. One young master couldn't hold back. Oh, I'm injured too. Is there any kind person who could give me a Lingyang pill? Others followed suit. What should I do? If I can't have Lingyang pill, I'll die. I wish a kind sister would give me Lingyang pill. I don't need to eat it. I'd be satisfied just kissing the pill once. I just need to smell it. Brother Su Luo, please, I want some. Upon hearing their playful remarks, Li Si felt somewhat shy and stuffed the pill into Su Luo's mouth before saying, don't misunderstand. I don't have any special feelings for Su Luo. This is just because Su Luo was kind to me before and I felt guilty. Consider it compensation. Now we're even. We owe each other nothing. This isn't what you think. Don't misunderstand. Su Luo covered his face. Stop talking. The more she said, the messier it became. In that instant, the young masters felt envious and resentful, yet maintained smiling faces outwardly. Only Wang Mo, who had seen the world, wore an expression as though he'd eaten something foul. A Lingyang pill. Who didn't have those? But, still claiming you two aren't involved. What even? Previously Su Luo gave you gifts, and you rejected them all. Now you use this excuse. Take us for fools. No wonder my scheming failed. It was all pretense before. You two were close behind closed doors. I was truly foolish. How could I miss that? Wang Mo nearly vomited blood. So the clown was actually himself. After Su Luo was forced to take the pill, its effects were powerful. Within moments his left hand had completely recovered, while the remaining medicinal energy nourished his entire body, creating a warm, pleasant sensation. Alright, let's go. Don't you have things to attend to? Li Si urged. And so the scene became this: Su Luo and Li Si surrounded by many others with Wang Mo among the crowd. Wang Mo, why? Despite having so many followers around him, despite being the most prominent person, now, he couldn't feel happy. Others' inner thoughts were similar. Everyone knew Su Luo pursuing Li Si was the laughingstock of the entire city. Yet it came true. Bro, how am I supposed to accept this? Oh no, I fear you suffering, yet I fear you thriving even more. But soon after following them for a day, Li Si proposed to leave. She also knew that mending relationships couldn't be rushed. Su Luo's attentive care throughout the day was no different from before. Only now Li Si seemed to enjoy it, occasionally teasing him playfully. But Li Si knew it was all fake. Su Luo was always pretending. Only when he removed his mask would their true beginning commence. Take it slow. After all, someone like Su Luo, no one would truly like him. Childhood sweethearts, plus matching families. The advantage was mine. After Li Si left, Su Luo and the others continued hunting demon beasts in the forest. Su Luo simply acted as if Li Si had never been there, carrying on as usual. However, a light drizzle began to fall, making walking through the forest even more difficult. The young masters were growing impatient, but they endured it for the sake of thoroughly humiliating Lin Xuan. I see a severely injured person. You'd better have actually found one. With Li Si's precedent, the others couldn't help but be suspicious. As it turned out, it was true. The person lying on the ground was covered in mud, their features indistinguishable. They were thin and small, clearly malnourished. Moreover, they looked even younger than them. Judging by the clothes, they were simply from an ordinary family. Probably an ordinary person who came to participate in the trial without any protection, ending up in such a state. Bury them, they look beyond saving. Indeed, rather than suffering, it's better to give them release. The young masters had a conscience, but not much. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu, lying on the ground, noticed people around her. Her lips moved, trying to say save me, but she couldn't utter a word. Xiao Yu was not a participant in the trial at all. She had merely come to the forest to find food for her family. But this time she was unlucky and encountered a demon beast. Although she escaped with all her might, she ultimately couldn't get out of the forest and ended up in this state. Su Luo came over and took a glance. Just one glance, but he saw her will to survive. Save her. Su Luo considered himself to have a bit of conscience, though not much. No way treating her in this state would be a waste of pills. I'm in a good mood. Su Luo didn't explain and answered casually. In everyone's interpretation, it was naturally because Li Si's arrival had put Su Luo in a good mood. Of course, Su Luo's rescue had nothing to do with Li Si, it just happened to be a convenient excuse. Su Luo fed some of his healing pills to the severely injured Xiao Yu, then called over the Su family members and had them take the injured person back. Minor incidents not important, the main task was still hunting demon beasts. Time passed quickly and the 7-day trial period flew by in the blink of an eye. The trial participants filed out one after another. The most arrogant walkers were naturally Su Luo and his group, striding with heads held high and full of bravado. If only they could change into new clothes, it would be even more impressive. After all their efforts these days, they were finally able to slap faces, so of course they were delighted. Their minds were already composing words to insult Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan came out and saw the young masters provoking him, but he paid no attention at all, because he didn't regard these dandies as worthy of his notice. The city lord and his team also began their work. After tallying the scores and ranking them, they started announcing the results. The whole process didn't take long as it wasn't the first time. 10th place, 13 points is. 9th place, 17 points is. Before the results were fully announced, the young masters couldn't wait and started congratulating each other in advance. Congratulations, Brother Wang Mo, first place is well-deserved. With the old city lord's voice the whole city can hear. Brother Wang Mo, from now on you'll be a celebrity of Qiufeng City. Brother Wang Mo was already a celebrity in Qiufeng City, from now on you must take us under your wing. Wang Mo was also happy to get first place, and hearing their congratulations made him even happier. But on the surface he still had to maintain some humility. No, it's everyone's credit, I'm just the representative. Without you all I couldn't have gotten this score. However, although Wang Mo was being humble, his expression and tone were completely different. He would be humble for a moment, then burst into laughter, then humble again, then laugh again, laughing so loudly that everyone present at the trial could hear. Were you being humble, or just laughing wildly with joy? It left everyone around confused about what he meant. Wang Mo was also dumbfounded. Why did he laugh out loud? The city lord continued announcing, 5th place, 20 points. Wang Mo laughed again. The young masters dared not speak, and the people around were all staring at them. Because every time a ranking was announced, Wang Mo would laugh, making it hard not to interpret it as mocking others, ridiculing that their scores were nothing special. The originally proud young masters also lowered their heads, not daring to look around. Well, they had originally only wanted to mock Lin Xuan, but now they had mocked everyone else as well. 4th place, 27 points. The city lord couldn't hold back. Have you laughed enough? No. Wang Mo originally wanted to say he didn't mean to laugh, but he couldn't help it. The city lord's face darkened. Su Luo hadn't expected that even the city lord could be mocked. Wang Mo, your laughter truly has the makings of a villain, though you were already a villain. Sorry, I don't know what's going on, I just laughed. Wang Mo couldn't explain his plight. Of course this was Su Luo's doing. He had secretly used Jester's Delight on Wang Mo. Why are you being so humble in a face-slapping scene? Since you're acting as my substitute, you should be arrogant and domineering. If you're this humble, how can others slap your face? If Lin Xuan saw this, he'd think we couldn't afford to slap faces. 3rd place, 36 points. Li Si. Wow. No one else expected Li Si to only get 3rd place, as she was the highest cultivator in the trial, the hot favorite for first. There's another expert. 2nd place, 159 points, Wang Mo. Wang Mo laughed again, but the young masters couldn't laugh, instead they were stunned. How could he be second? Wang Mo's laughter stopped abruptly. He was stunned. He hadn't expected to be second. Su Luo nodded. That's right. Laughter stopping abruptly, then a surprised expression forming a stark contrast with before. That's the kind of look that would please Lin Xuan. Sure enough, Lin Xuan standing nearby had already curled his lips slightly. 1st place, 177 points, Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan, the young masters couldn't believe it and voiced their doubts. Impossible. How did he get such a high score? All of us together can't beat him. City Lord, did you miscount? Shut up. The city lord's single calm word silenced the young masters. The aura of a golden core powerhouse was too strong, far beyond what their chi refining stage could withstand. Lin Xuan's score is absolutely correct, and his own strength is indeed capable of achieving this score. If you doubt me, look at yourselves. So many of you can't even match Lin Xuan alone, and you call yourselves the future of Qiufeng City. You only know how to eat, drink, and play. I know you're unconvinced. There's another announcement to make. You should all be grateful to Lin Xuan. It was he who discovered the demon race's conspiracy in the forest. Su Luo was stunned, wasn't it Li Si? How did it become Lin Xuan again? Su Luo secretly glanced at Li Si, wanting to see what she meant. Li Si merely stood to the side, ordinary and unremarkable. Su Luo really couldn't figure out why Li Si would give this credit to Lin Xuan. Li Si didn't have any particular intention, she just thought that since Su Luo was now obsessed with clearing the game, she would play along with him a bit. Following Su Luo's plot like this should make him a bit happier, and it would avoid him constantly complaining in his diary that she was derailing the plot. The city lord continued. We were all unaware that there was a cave full of insect eggs in the forest. If these eggs hatched and swarmed into Qiufeng City, it would be like a plague of locusts. If unlucky, the entire Qiufeng City could be destroyed. But don't worry, since they've been discovered, the eggs have been completely eliminated. But remember, it was Lin Xuan who saved Qiufeng City from a disaster. Lin Xuan is the hero of Qiufeng City. This news was too shocking. The peace-loving Qiufeng City suddenly faced potential destruction. No one could believe it. But since it was the city lord who said it, at least most of it was true. Lin Xuan. Someone started the chant, then one by one others joined in. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. The entire Qiufeng City shouted Lin Xuan's name. And at this moment Lin Xuan was riding high, reaping both fame and the rewards of being first in the trial. Seeing that the plot had progressed enough, Su Luo left. Although he didn't know why Li Si gave the credit to Lin Xuan, this was the treatment Lin Xuan, as the protagonist, deserved. Li Si, seeing Su Luo leave, also took the opportunity when no one was watching and followed him. After taking only a few steps away, Su Luo could already sense that Li Si was following behind him. Though it might just be his imagination, perhaps she simply wanted to head home as well, not specifically to seek him out. But regardless, avoiding her outside the plotline couldn't be wrong. However, Li Si gave Su Luo no chance to slip away. Why do I get the feeling you're avoiding me, eh? No, how could that be? I've been longing to see you. I'll take your word for it. See, why do I feel like you've been treating me so well lately? It's making me a bit uncomfortable. That's your imagination. I was just heading home and happened to see you all alone, so I figured I'd walk with you. I'm nearly moved to tears. Stop it, that's not genuine. Su Luo knew whether he was genuine or not, but to Li Si, he came across as quite insincere. Should he really be leaving at a moment like this? In the original plot, you're currently staring at Lin Xuan like a lovesick fool. After chatting for a bit, Li Si suddenly asked, "Let me ask you something serious. Were you happy today?" Of course he was happy. Every plotline completed brought him one step closer to returning to reality. But he couldn't say that. I was about to explode with anger. That bastard Lin Xuan stole all our spotlight. It's infuriating. Is that so? Hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. Although Su Luo's words carried tenfold anger with the diary in hand, Li Si knew Su Luo wouldn't truly be upset by something like this. The more furious he pretended to be, the more likely there was a little celebratory figure dancing inside his heart. Relieved? Yes, you're still the Su Luo I know. Of course. I'm always the Su Luo you're familiar with, and you're always the Si I know. Exactly. After they parted, both Su Luo and Li Si thought the same thing simultaneously. We're both liars. You're not the person I thought I knew. Su Luo returned home and prepared to rest properly. He had no other interests, just wanted to lie down. Since he didn't need to cultivate, he had so much idle time on his hands. Suddenly, a little girl walked past him. She seemed unfamiliar, probably a newcomer. Su Luo didn't pay much mind and continued toward his room. But suddenly his sleeve was tugged. What's wrong? Do you need something? Thank you for saving me. Saved you? When in the forest. Su Luo studied her carefully. Fair skin, clear bright eyes, a face full of youthful innocence. She looked completely different from when she was near death in the forest. No wonder Su Luo hadn't recognized her. Oh, it's you. Sorry I didn't recognize you. Thank you. The little girl sincerely thanked him again. Come on, it's no big deal. When your injuries heal, go back, before I get accused of kidnapping you. Actually, Xiaoyu was an orphan with no one waiting for her to return. But Xiaoyu didn't want to burden Su Luo too much, so she didn't say anything. The reason she hadn't left was simply to thank him in person. Because she had nothing of value to offer, only gratitude. Su couldn't handle such sincere thanks. It made him suddenly feel uneasy since villains didn't receive this kind of treatment. Wait. Su Luo returned to his room and brought back a book. This is for you. It's for cultivation. You can try practicing with it so you don't end up dying somewhere unknown again. Xiaoyu quickly refused. No, that's too valuable. Don't worry, it's just a basic cultivation manual, something you find everywhere. That was true. Su Luo would never casually give away a family technique or any advanced method he knew. He reasoned that since he'd already saved Xiaoyu, giving her a basic cultivation book was no big deal. Xiaoyu held the book to her chest, as if it were a precious treasure. Thank you, thank you. She had nothing else to offer, so she could only keep thanking him. Alright, don't let your family worry. Go back now. Xiaoyu gave Su Luo one final look, carving his image into her memory. Only then did she leave. Su Luo didn't think much of it. He had merely saved her as a casual act. Though she was indeed delicate and pretty, she would surely grow up to be a beautiful girl. But Su Luo had no such desires. He had seen too many storms in his life. Besides, she was younger than him, appearing to be only 12 or 13 years old. Su Luo didn't want to get struck by lightning. He knew what that meant. The next day, Su Luo woke up early and began today's entry in his diary. Today is another good-humored day. The recent plot lines have drifted a little, but not too much. This is exactly what I want to see. The trial has ended. The next major event will be the 7-star sword sect's initiation assessment. But there's still some time. A couple of daily plot segments will be interspersed in the meantime. Lin Xuan is consolidating his foundation at the late qi condensation stage, steadily and methodically advancing. In a couple of days, there's an auction storyline. I don't have a role in it. Wang Mo plays the antagonist. Wang Mo's schemes against the Li family have been exposed. Though everyone maintains friendly smiles on the surface, they're all battling behind the scenes. This auction is the Li family's stage for counterattack. Of course, the Li family won't appear in person, so Lin Xuan will still serve as their representative. During the auction, whatever Wang Mo bids on, Lin Xuan counters. When the price reaches a certain point, Lin Xuan gives up, forcing Wang Mo to spend a fortune for nothing. When Lin Xuan bids on something, Wang Mo does the same. But Lin Xuan never intended to win. Once the price climbs high enough, Lin Xuan drops out. Wang Mo was played like a fiddle. He's usually quite smart, but his intelligence gets nerfed whenever the protagonist is involved. But none of that is the main point. An auction is where the protagonist finds hidden treasures, and this time the prize was a rusted sword. When Lin Xuan bid on a rusted iron sword, everyone mocked him. Though he was a hero, he was still young and had no eye for discernment whatsoever. By the time Lin Xuan won the iron sword, a grin was stretched across his face. Elder Yin told him this was a rare, ancient, immortal sword. Once special materials were gathered in the future to remove the rust, it would become a true immortal sword. So no matter how much those around him mocked him, Lin Xuan remained unfazed. In fact, he even laughed out loud. Others laugh at me for being mad, I laugh at them for not seeing through it. When there were no plotlines, Su Luo was no different from a salted fish, completely idle. After claiming his rewards from the diary, he had nothing else to do. But he still needed to keep tabs on things. 2 days later, his subordinates reported back on the auction. Lin Xuan had purchased a rusted iron sword. Su Luo nodded. That was right. The plot was proceeding correctly. Good. Relieved, he went back to lying down, living the most reclusive lifestyle possible. Meanwhile, in Li Si's room, she was wielding a rusted iron sword. That's right. She had intercepted the ancient immortal sword. The moment she saw the diary entry, Li Si had immediately gone to the auction and purchased the immortal sword outright. Leveraging her status as the young miss of the Li family, she paid only a small price to acquire what looked like an unimpressive rusted sword. Then, for the sake of Su Luo's plotline, Li Si made special arrangements. She had another rusted sword put up for auction. Of course, Lin Xuan would naturally have no interest in a rusted sword. But Li Si arranged for a subordinate to represent Lin Xuan and bid on that rusted sword. So the reports Su Luo received still indicated that Lin Xuan had purchased a rusted sword. Everything in the plotline was proceeding smoothly. Su Luo woke up early again today, beginning her self-discipline. For 5 minutes. After casually stretching her limbs, she fetched a deck chair, lay down comfortably, and started writing her diary. At the auction, Wang Mo was the one who suffered misfortune. Now it's my turn. There's no help for it. Qiufeng City isn't too big or too small, so 2 villains taking turns on stage is enough. This time the main event is Li Si being kidnapped. The demonic cultivators are beginning to appear in the plot. Of course, it's just a minor figure from the demonic path, named Hongguang. A Foundation establishment early-stage minor character, perfect as an opponent for Lin Xuan, who is at the Qi refining late stage. This allows him to experience the thrill of a cross-level challenge again, without being too strong to defeat. Otherwise, if he were too strong and actually won, people would accuse him of having protagonist halo, and the power scaling would become absurdly broken, though cross-level challenges already hint at that imbalance. Hongguang, while fleeing from the pursuit of the 7-star sword sect, accidentally caught sight of Li Si, who had just gone out. He immediately recognized that she was suitable for use as a medicinal ingredient. This medicinal ingredient naturally refers to the demonic path's method of cultivation, a rather sinister technique to enhance one's cultivation base. The scene is too graphic to elaborate on, so he took the risk and captured Li Si. If the refinement succeeded, he could not only recover from his injuries, but also advance his cultivation, perhaps even turning the tables and killing his pursuers from the 7-star sword sect. With this premise, the plot begins. Li Si's disappearance shocked the entire Qiufeng City. The Li family mobilized everyone to search for her. As her top simp, I naturally used the Su family's resources. Not only did I dispatch the Su family's men, but I also went searching myself. Of course, there was also our protagonist, Lin Xuan. That's right. Hongguang is nothing more than a stepping stone for Lin Xuan. The trope of a hero saving a beauty never goes out of style. However, this plot has another matter besides the heroic rescue. It's to deal with me. Not to kill me, of course. I'm a villain who survives until the end. Rather, it's to make Li Si completely disappointed in me, so that we become strangers from then on. I was the first to find Li Si, but I couldn't defeat Hongguang, and was captured as well. After all, I grew up on all sorts of tonics. My body is no less suitable for refining than Li Si's. As for why I had no guards, it's because I had dispersed them all to search for Li Si. Truly a sincere heart, but the author confiscated my brain. In a hidden cave, Li Si was hung up, but she wasn't molested in the slightest. Hongguang is a power-obsessed cultist with no interest in women. Since he came to understand the world, he has lived only to become stronger, even willing to tread the demonic path. Even after being captured, I didn't forget to inquire about Li Si's well-being, showing care and concern. I also had the audacity to curse and threaten Hongguang. Then Hongguang not only didn't get angry, but even wore a smile. Seeing how infatuated I was with Li Si, he decided to play a little game of human nature. He said that if I stabbed Li Si once, he would let us both go. So as if my brain had been kicked by a donkey, I believed him. Before stabbing, I asked for real. After receiving confirmation, I tearfully stabbed Li Si. Hongguang immediately reneged on his promise, laughing at how foolish I was. I lost my temper, charged at him, and was beaten back. I even cried. How utterly humiliating. Then Hongguang said, only one of you can live. Whoever dies will allow the other to leave safely. This time I swear I'll keep my word. He spoke with such conviction that I believed him again, exposing my idiocy and naivety completely before Li Si. But this time I hesitated. Although I'm a simp, I also fear death. Hongguang watched my painful expression of indecision and agony, growing more and more excited. After a long agonizing choice, I finally decided to sacrifice myself. At that moment, Hongguang whispered a few words in my ear like a demon. If you die, she might live happily in someone else's arms. She's so beautiful and talented. She'll soon find a suitable person and forget you completely. Upon hearing this, I froze on the spot, tears streaming uncontrollably. Then I cried out in pain, no, I don't want that. I want her to think of me forever. Seeing my devastated expression, Hongguang burst into manic laughter. His appearance truly marked him as a demonic cultivator. His mind was clearly not quite right. So under Hongguang's seductive persuasion, I chose to let myself live. Of course, Hongguang wouldn't let me kill Li Si either. She was still useful. Fresh is better. He was just toying with me, but I took it seriously. I ruthlessly drove the knife toward Li Si's vital point. Swift as a flash before Hongguang could intervene, Lin Xuan swooped in and saved Li Si in a heroic manner. Needless to say, Lin Xuan and Hongguang engaged in a fierce battle. Though severely injured, Lin Xuan still managed to defeat Hongguang, achieving a near-death counterattack and rescuing Li Si. After this incident, Li Si was utterly disappointed in me. The look she used to give me, like I was trash, was replaced by a gaze of pure indifference. She treated me as if I were invisible. As for me, this event caused me to bear a grudge against Lin Xuan. I unilaterally resented him for taking Li Si away from me, laying the groundwork for our future opposition. It's not hard to see that the author designed this plot to sever ties, to cut me out of Li Si's world. After all, how can the leading lady always have a simp hanging around? After this, I no longer need to deliberately please Li Si in future plots. I'll just say a few polite words occasionally. My main focus will be to take revenge on Lin Xuan to oppose him. I've developed a mindset that if I don't defeat Lin Xuan, I can never win back Li Si. So Li Si, from now on you won't be bothered by me anymore. Without me, make sure you eat, drink, and enjoy yourself on time. Stay up late every day, don't add clothes when it's cold, force yourself to cultivate when you're unwell, and never correct your mistakes. In short, you must keep thriving. Of course, after this incident, the author also strengthened me a little. I learned to be patient, or rather my personality became a bit darker. Without absolute certainty, I won't easily strike at the protagonist. Anyway, I'll keep up with the version updates. But I feel like it would have been better to be eliminated from the start. Lesser screen time, and I'd have already cleared the game. Using a villain from beginning to end. Who knows what the author was thinking? Closing the diary, watching an ad, claiming the reward, the familiar routine. Completed diary, rewards, speed 1, defense 3, cultivation level increased by 1 layer. Current cultivation foundation, establishment middle stage. Gains special ability, radiance of the setting sun. After witnessing the sun set, the soul gains a certain degree of enhancement. Note this takes effect only after watching the sunset for more than half an hour. Su Luo once again declared that the diary is a god. Methods to strengthen the soul are extremely rare, even in the entire cultivation world. Moreover, even if a method exists, it may not work. It depends on one's constitution. Now just watching the sunset every day can strengthen her, albeit only a little. But the accumulation over time is terrifying, and Su Luo is not short of time. Now her cultivation has reached the foundation establishment middle stage, surpassing Li Si. In the original plot at this point, she would still be at the chi refining late stage, and a very weak one at that. Not bad, not bad. If she keeps improving at this rate, her cultivation will soon far surpass Lin Xuan's. Then no matter how he attacks, he might not even be able to break her defense. After finishing the diary, Su Luo quietly waited for the plot to begin. Meanwhile, Li Si's eyes widened. This plot absolutely cannot go this way. No severance. After finishing the diary, Li Si paced back and forth in the courtyard, utterly devoid of any desire to cultivate. Normally, she would have been deeply immersed in cultivation by now. Since the auction, Li Si had been cultivating day and night without pause. Unlike a certain perpetually idle person, Li Si was never lacking in perseverance. She devoted every single moment to her efforts. But now her heart was unsettled. What should she do? How could she make this right? Simply not leaving the house and avoiding being kidnapped by Hongguang. No, if she deviated from the plot, Su Luo would surely complain and lay all the blame on her. She might as well follow the plot, not out of concern for him, but because watching him sob and whine when the story went off track was pitiful. She could follow the plot, but if a slight deviation occurred, it wasn't her fault. For instance, if Lin Xuan failed to appear, that couldn't be blamed on her. Li Si pondered this and decided, alright, that's the plan. Wanting to sever ties with me. Not a chance. So she made some preparations, then went outside waiting for Hongguang to arrive. As expected, Hongguang spotted Li Si from the shadows and harbored malicious intentions. He made his move and was promptly captured. So you're Hongguang, huh? Li Si had already placed her sword against his neck. Hongguang was stunned. First, he was shocked that a young girl could be so formidable. Second, he was astonished that he was so famous. To be fair, it wasn't Hongguang's fault. Li Si's cultivation level was far stronger than in the original plot, and she had the third elder secretly protecting her. Capturing Hongguang was a foregone conclusion. To prevent Hongguang from using any demonic secret arts, Li Si had the third elder cripple most of his cultivation, then forced him to ingest various poisons and sedatives to suppress him. At that moment, Hongguang's inner thoughts could be summed up in one phrase: folks, who would have thought? Even I, a demonic cultivator, am not as ruthless as her. Finally, Li Si asked, do you want to live? Hongguang felt like vomiting blood. What difference was there between this and death? She might as well just kill him with one strike. But his will to survive made his body nod honestly. Because Li Si had given him a glimmer of hope. Though most of his cultivation was destroyed, his foundation remained intact. As long as he lived, he could cultivate back. Then I'll say this only once. Do exactly as I tell you. Understand? Yes, yes. For the sake of survival, Hongguang was willing to do anything, no matter how difficult or humiliating. After hearing the instructions, Hongguang wore a puzzled expression tinged with confusion. What kind of strange request was this? Even the third elder was baffled, having thought Li Si had something important in mind, only to find this. Little C, are you sure about this? I don't understand. You've always hated Su Luo. People change third elder. Do you trust me? Of course I trust you, but I don't trust that brat Su Luo. Alright, consider this my one act of willfulness. Very well. You are the future of our clan. Since you've said so, I will support you. With the third elder's cooperation, Li Si's disappearance became much easier. As expected, news of Li Si's disappearance reached Su Luo. He immediately dispatched the Su family's men to search, and he himself rushed out in a hurry. As he searched, Su Luo sent everyone away and found a place to rest alone. He was in no rush because he knew exactly where she was. If he had perfectly cleared the game before, even in private, he would have had to put on a show, feigning anxiety and ceaselessly searching for Li Si, never stopping. It was exhausting. Now he just had to wait for the right time. Besides, if Li Si was in danger, the system would alert him, so there was no need to hurry. At sunset, Su Luo quietly admired the view, gaining a slight elevation in his soul. It was about time. Su Luo walked toward a cave. At the entrance, he began his act. He called out Li Si's name repeatedly, rushing anxiously into the cave. "Si, where are you? Are you in here? Answer me." Soon he saw Li Si, and beside her stood Hong Guang, who was brewing a dark murky liquid in a large vat. Finally here. Hong Guang was on the verge of tears. He had been brewing the concoction from morning till night, and the liquid was almost gone. These were precious materials he had collected over a long time. Wasted like this, it felt like a knife twisting in his heart. But there was no help for it. Li Si didn't know when Su Luo would arrive, so she had kept Hong Guang on standby at all times. In the original plot, Hong Guang's old wound from the Seven-Star Sword sect had reopened after capturing Li Si, and he had to rest for half a day before starting to brew the potion. This time, though, he was worse off. Li Si gave him no rest. What else could he do? To survive, he had to grit his teeth and bear it. Little did he expect that gritting his teeth would not only exhaust him physically and mentally, but also drain his small treasury. For a moment, he even felt murderous intent. If he couldn't kill the girl, at least he could take out his anger on the boy before him. But he gave up the idea. In his current state, he wasn't even sure he could kill the boy, and a man favored by a girl like her couldn't be weak. So he had no choice but to prepare for the act. "Si, are you alright? Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. It's you who kidnapped Si, isn't it? I advise you to release us immediately, and then turn yourself into the Li family." Su Luo first showed concern for Li Si, then turned to Hong Guang with a haughty expression, completely dismissive of him. "Do you think I'll listen to you? You won't get away either." Hong Guang gave a scornful laugh, but inside he was deeply frustrated. He had thought the young girl wanted him to do something serious, but it turned out to be a mere play, to have the boy rescue her. A pretty girl staging a hero saving the beauty act, quite the game. But realizing he was just a pawn in their scheme, Hong Guang was utterly speechless. "No choice then. Let me defeat you and rescue my beloved Si." With that, Su Luo charged at Hong Guang, throwing a punch full of openings. Hong Guang was puzzled. "A bit weak, kid. With such a big mouth, I thought you were impressive. Is this all you've got? If I were uninjured, killing you would be as easy as slaughtering a chicken." But now he couldn't afford to hurt the boy. So Hong Guang retaliated with little force. After a few exchanges, he deliberately let his guard down, and eventually he was defeated. That would satisfy Li Si's requirements. But with one blow, Su Luo was sent flying backward, clutching his wound and howling in pain. "It hurts. It hurts so much. Hong Guang. Are you kidding me? He's this weak. I barely used any force." Su Luo struggled to his feet, but collapsed again, his face showing unwillingness. "I never thought I'd become your prisoner too." At that moment, Hong Guang's mind raced as he recalled Li Si's words. Phase 1, fight Su Luo and be defeated. If you can end it in Phase 1, great. But if Su Luo falls instantly, don't doubt yourself. Just proceed to the next phase. Hong Guang grabbed Su Luo by the foot and threw him next to Li Si. Ignoring the pain, Su Luo said to Li Si, "Si, don't worry. I'll untie you right now." But Su Luo exerted little effort, and Li Si remained bound. Hong Guang clicked his tongue in admiration. "Buy one get one free. There's nothing better than this. Let us go, or the Li and Su families will make you die a miserable death. Letting you go is not impossible, but let's play a little game. If you do as I say, I'll release you immediately." "What game?" "No games. You must let us go." "Not playing. It seems you don't realize your situation." Hong Guang pretended to advance and beat Su Luo. Su Luo immediately backed down. "I understand. I'll play." Hong Guang was truly exasperated with Su Luo. He never gave him a chance to show off, and he was both weak and cowardly, yet he couldn't really harm him. Infuriating. But the show must go on. In the cave, Li Si was tied up, unable to move or speak. Su Luo stood beside Li Si, ready to play Hong Guang's little game. Hong Guang took out his beloved weapon, a small knife, tossing it from left hand to right, then right to left. Finally, he pointed at Li Si and said, "Listen up, don't you like her? In this game, if you do as I say, I'll let you both go." "Do what?" "Kiss her. I will never stab." "Oh, what did you say? Didn't you hear me? Kiss her." "No, you must have misspoken. You definitely want me to stab her with the knife in your hand, and then we can leave, right?" No, why would I do such a thing? And what are you talking about? Why would I want you to stab her for no reason? I have no grudge against you." Hong Guang was almost sweating coldly. "Wow, kid, do you want me dead? Stab her. If she loses a single hair, I'll be shattered. And why are you reacting like this? Isn't this proposal in your favor? What are you dissatisfied with? Su Luo was also speechless at Hongguang. Hey, where is your dignity as a member of the demonic path? Saying no grudge. You shouldn't be like this. Your demonic mindset shouldn't propose such a game. Kissing Li Si, right in front of you. What's in it for you? I can't understand. The two fell into a tacit silence, each finding the other strange. Hongguang didn't know what to do. It was clearly such a simple thing, why had it become so complicated? No, this kid is too useless. I have to think of something. As long as he defeats me, that's fine. Oh no, my knife dropped. Without this knife, my strength is reduced by a third. Oh no, my disobedient foot even kicked it to your side. Hongguang shouted in panic. If you hold the knife, and with my injuries, I might not be your match. Damn it. Although Hongguang's face showed panic, his tone was undoubtedly encouraging Su Luo to attack. Come on, charge at me, and you'll win. Su Luo. What's going on? How come even a minor character like you deviates so much? Your role isn't supposed to be like this. Never mind, I'll make a fool of myself. As long as I act stupid, the effect will be the same. Li Si will lose hope in me. Su Luo also panicked. No, you must be doing this on purpose. That move just now proved you are far stronger than me. If I pick up the knife, you'll kill Si first, then kill me. You deliberately gave me the knife because you want me to play your little game. As long as I stab Si once, you'll let us go. Fine, I'll do it. I hope you keep your word and release us afterward. Hongguang was going crazy. What's wrong with you? I never said that from the beginning to the end. Stop thinking about stabbing that woman. Does she have a grudge against you? If you stab that woman, I'm dead. Seeing Su Luo actually take the knife to stab Li Si, Hongguang was so anxious he wanted to kick Su Luo away. Wait, maybe I should just throw myself onto the knife. That way I'll take a stab and fall down immediately. Taking a stab is better than losing my life, and it counts as saving the damsel in distress. It's a bit too quick and not natural enough. I wonder if that woman will have objections. But I can't care about that anymore. That kid really wants to stab that woman. Hongguang dashed forward, blocking Li Si, ready to accidentally take a stab. Su Luo reacted extremely quickly. Seeing Hongguang block his way, he immediately threw the knife, covered his head, and crouched down. Don't kill me. Hongguang quickly adapted, bringing his face close to Su Luo's, completely defenseless. What's wrong? Weren't you full of spirit just now? Why can't you do it now? Hit me. No, I now clearly understand my situation. Spare me, let me go, I don't want to die. Su Luo retreated in fear, stumbled over a stone, and landed on his bottom. Even so, he kept scooting backward. Hongguang's fists clenched. Come on, I've put my face right in front of you. Hit me. No matter what, just hit me once, and I'll fall down immediately. But you're too useless. Hongguang couldn't understand. Does someone really like this spineless coward? Oh, apparently yes, because Hongguang noticed Li Si's displeasure. He suddenly felt like crying. He understood. If he let Su Luo continue to lose face later, he himself wouldn't lose face, but he would lose his life. Hongguang's survival instinct exploded, and he thought of a good idea. Kid, seeing you like this, I've decided to play a game of luck with you. See this knife? Spin it, and whoever it points to must take a stab. No, I'm scared. That's not up to you. Hongguang spun the knife on the ground and waited for it to stop. The first time it pointed to Hongguang. Without a word, Hongguang cut himself with the knife. All right, again. No. Su Luo was dumbfounded. How could he hurt himself without any hesitation? The second time it was still Hongguang. Without even furrowing his brow, Hongguang continued to cut himself. I don't believe it. Hongguang gave Su Luo no time to stop him and immediately spun the knife again. The third time it was still Hongguang. Hongguang picked up the knife, but this time he hesitated. Maybe let's just forget it. Forget what? I can take a loss. Hongguang gritted his teeth and gave himself another cut. Su Luo thought the other guy must be seriously ill. This wasn't about winning or losing, you're bleeding all over. Can you hold on until Lin Xuan arrives in this state? You wouldn't play a nice little human game, but you play Russian roulette and lose 3 times in a row. You should quit the demonic path. Hongguang didn't care and continued. The fourth time it was still Hongguang. Even though he was a tough guy, Hongguang felt he had been too hard on himself this time. This is the last one. In this state, falling down should be enough for that woman, right? Huh. After taking 4 stabs, Hongguang couldn't hold on. Lying on the ground, Hongguang looked at Su Luo with reluctance. I didn't expect you, kid, to be weak in strength, but extremely lucky. You were the first to come here to save this woman, and now you've beaten me consecutively. Alright. I looked down on you before, and I was blind. With your luck, your future achievements will be unparalleled. Kid, be braver in the future. You are actually a very talented person. Keep it up. Finally, a hero deserves a beauty. You are worthy of her. Hongguang pointed at Li Si and said in a pretentious manner, release. Alright, her bindings are undone. You can leave now. Take good care of her. Hongguang closed his eyes. It's over. This act was really hard. Hongguang breathed a sigh of relief inside. You think I wanted to cut myself? Who told that kid to be so useless? So infuriating, he didn't even fight back at all. What a waste. But a waste like him is actually liked by that woman. Forget it. This time I'm just unlucky. I'll definitely find a chance later to humiliate that kid in front of that woman. Now that woman should be satisfied, right? If I hadn't had a sudden inspiration and thought of this method, I wouldn't know how that useless kid could have won. What? Don't think that kid actually had any luck. I controlled everything. I even controlled it 4 times in a row just to praise that kid's good luck. I could only praise his luck, everything else about him is worthless. I really don't know what that woman sees in this kid. Handsome. He is handsome, but in the cultivation world handsomeness won't let you live long. Only strength is eternal. Hongguang secretly resolved to become stronger. Su Luo saw Hongguang fall, and quickly went to shake him. Don't do this, collapsing now counts for nothing. Lin Xuan hasn't arrived yet. At the very least you should wait for Lin Xuan to come, and then let Lin Xuan give you a glance to make you fall. Stop shaking, it hurts. Hongguang didn't dare to move. If he moved, all his acting would be for nothing. Suddenly Su Luo was tackled by Li Si. In Su Luo's arms, Li Si looked at him with tears glistening in her eyes. Thank you, Su Luo. You were the first to come save me. I was so frightened just now. No, it's what I should do. Lin Xuan, where are you? Su Luo felt this wasn't the right plot. Lin Xuan had been taken away by the third elder, so he definitely wouldn't come. That was specifically arranged by Li Si. You were so brave just now. It was nothing. Su Luo didn't know how to respond anymore. How did he become a hero? He couldn't help but look at Hongguang as if he were an idiot. You want to play games, fine, but don't play until you nearly die. There are so many favorable games to play. Why Russian roulette? Seeking thrills got you killed, and now you've dragged me into this too. I really want to vomit. Hongguang, lying on the ground, felt the same. Was I really brave? Girl, your eyesight is terrible. I'm far better than him. What was I trying to achieve? Background. That might actually be true, but I still have to say strength is everything. I never realized before that you could truly risk any danger for me. I'm sorry I was wrong in the past. Li Si continued, opening her heart, revealing her growing affection. Actually, well, it's just. Damn, Su Luo didn't know how to continue. If this kept going, Li Si's favorability toward him would max out. But Li Si thoughtfully said, there's no need to say anything. I understand. Hongguang wanted to get up and punch them. Stop it, can you two stop being affectionate somewhere else? I'm bleeding to death here. And in the next second Hongguang heard the most beautiful sentence. Li Si said, let's go, let's head back. What about him? Him? He's already dead. Li Si raised her blade and ended Hongguang's life. Hongguang died without understanding why she wouldn't keep her promise. Ridiculous. Li Si never intended to spare Hongguang from the beginning. Let's go. Li Si linked arms with Su Luo, and they left together. By this point, even if Lin Xuan had arrived, he couldn't have saved him. However, the system didn't warn about plot deviation, which was strange. Could it be that character favorability doesn't affect the main storyline? Su Luo felt the joyful Li Si beside him. This was a side of her he had never seen before. Now she was more like a young girl rather than a genius who only knew how to show off her pride. What are you looking at? Is this strange about me? Saisi, do you really think I'm good? After thinking about my performance, just now I'm utterly useless. I'm just a spoiled brat. Yes, but even as a spoiled brat you were the first to appear. To me at that time you were like a beam of light, making me see hope. I thought I made your vision darken instead. Haha, how could that be? But if you ever encounter the same situation in the future and I appear, would you feel your vision darken? Of course not. Though that's what he said, Su Luo felt his vision was already darkening. Li Si, you're completely off track now. I wouldn't either. And I don't know when it started, but my opinion of you has changed. Actually, you're not bad at all. Probably from the moment I saw your diary. This is the real you. Really? I didn't know that. Yes, I'm quite sure. In the future you will surely shake the world, and no one will dare to provoke you. Although your strength is currently above mine, I will definitely work hard to surpass you, and become the strongest. Whoever dares to provoke you, I'll strike them down. In Li Si's eyes, Su Luo had rescued her multiple times before, so his strength was already greater than hers. She believed this was the result of Su Luo accumulating experience through dozens of reincarnations, which might be useful in the early stages. But natural talent doesn't change easily. Su Luo's future cultivation would definitely be full of hardships. He had even written about being a villain and falling into the demonic path to increase his strength. Li Si didn't want to see that happen, so becoming stronger now had one more reason. Shake the world. That doesn't suit me at all. Su Luo shook his head. I'm just a villain opposing the protagonist. Even if I become famous, it won't be a good reputation. After the Li Si kidnapping incident, Su Luo and Li Si's relationship not only didn't deteriorate, but actually improved. Even so, the system didn't indicate any plot deviation, so there was no problem. Moreover, Su Luo now had a feeling no matter what shameful or foolish things he did, Li Si wouldn't distance herself from him now. It was all so inexplicable. So Su Luo stopped doing useless things and started facing Li Si more normally rather than suffering for nothing. Of course, most of the time Li Si was busy cultivating and didn't seek out Su Luo. Su Luo naturally wouldn't go looking for her either. In this way, Su Luo's little life continued as usual, just with nothing special happening recently. He had been filling out the diary perfunctorily for several days. 1 day, playing cards. 2 days, playing cards. 3 days. Su Luo, how can you be this decadent? For days, playing cards. This was Su Luo's daily diary routine over these past few days. Although Su Luo didn't actually play cards, he wrote it that way because there was nothing else worth writing. Of course he could skip writing, but it was called a diary and he didn't have to write every day. Out of a playful mindset, Su Luo still wrote it. Time flew by quickly, and the 7-star sword sect's entrance examination finally arrived. Su Luo packed simply and began his journey to the seven-star sword sect. Before leaving, his father gave him some advice, mainly summarized as, don't feel burdened, the path has already been paved for you. He also gave him a storage bag, which was incredibly valuable. Ordinary cultivators could hardly afford such items. And so Su Luo set out. Accompanying him were the various young cultivators of Autumn Wind City, including Lin Xuan. The seven-star sword sect's entrance examination was open to anyone under 20 years old. There was no need to worry about too many applicants. The entrance examination was not a mere formality, it would heavily filter candidates, and only accept a small number. The mode of transportation to the seven-star sword sect was the city lord's mount, the Blazing Sun Redbird. It would carry Su Luo and the others flying toward the seven-star sword sect. So nothing unexpected occurred. Half a day later they arrived at Seven-Star Town under the jurisdiction of the seven-star sword sect. This was where the examination would take place, and only those who passed could enter the sect. Already gathered here were aspirants from various nearby regions, bustling with excitement. But order was well maintained because anyone causing trouble was swiftly dealt with by the seven-star sword sect members. Lin Xuan, you won't pass the entrance exam. Leave while you still can. As soon as Su Luo arrived, he began mocking Lin Xuan. In the original plot, Su Luo knew he would definitely enter the seven-star sword sect, so he was very arrogant. Now was the perfect time to vent his anger. Worry about yourself. Lin Xuan coolly turned and walked away. Su Luo found a good spot to rest in Xixing Town. While not exactly a good spot, for the better inns had already been booked. It was already fortunate to secure a small room. The seven-star sword sect was that alluring. Upon arriving, Su Luo still went out for a stroll, though there was little to see. She had already traversed the storyline countless times before. But without cultivation she had ample time. Bored, she simply looked around. Then she realized she was being followed. Although it could hardly be called stalking, the other person made no attempt to hide, just followed directly behind. Su Luo stopped and looked back. When Su Luo saw that person, she showed no reaction, but after being stared at for a while she lowered her head a bit shyly. Su Luo also recognized her. The little girl who had saved her life in the forest. What was her name? I never asked, it seemed. Since she was no suspicious character, forget it, just a background character. Su Luo continued her stroll, looking around casually. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu kept following her. Su Luo couldn't help but ask, so how long are you planning to follow me? I feel uneasy in this place, but seeing you makes me feel at ease. Xiaoyu had come to such a crowded place for the first time. Moreover, since she started cultivating, Xiaoyu had developed a vague ability to sense the strength of others. And Xixing Town was not lacking in powerful cultivators, which made her feel even more insecure. She had come alone with the main group from Chofing City, without any companions. On the Great Bird, she had actually seen Su Luo, but at that time Su Luo was surrounded by a crowd of people in fine clothes and jade belts. She felt a bit inferior. Now, even though Su Luo was alone, she only wanted to follow from a distance, never intending to disturb her. Why are you joining the seven-star sword sect? I have nowhere to go. Xiaoyu was an orphan. After meeting Su Luo, she felt she couldn't continue like this. She happened to hear about the seven-star sword sect's entrance exam, and since she was alone she came to try. No place to go. Here's some money. Find a place to stay and quietly wait for the exam. But, no buts. Don't follow me. I can't give you a sense of security. Su Luo had long passed the stage of being eager to help others. Now she only occasionally showed kindness. Moreover, her future involved only villains. Anyone related to her would come to a bad end. Then she completely shook off the little girl. By the way, what was her name? Su Luo didn't care anyway, she was just a minor character in the plot. Back in her room, Su Luo finally started writing her diary. She had been procrastinating lately. On a certain year, month, day, sunny. The entrance exam of the seven-star sword sect has finally arrived. This time I undoubtedly have a role in the plot, but of course it never ends well. Let me first talk about the exam. It's divided into several stages. The array for testing talent is not affordable for everyone, nor is it always accurate, but the star observation array is renowned in the cultivation world for its extremely high accuracy, and the talent it measures carries great weight. In the star observation array, talent is ranked from 1 to 10, with first rank being the lowest and 10th the highest, but a 10th rank has not appeared in a long time. Those with talent at the third rank can participate in the subsequent exams. Thus at this stage alone a large number of people are eliminated. But being eliminated isn't entirely without benefit. At least they receive the talent test from the star observation array, which serves as a credential for smaller sects proving their potential. Although the seven-star sword sect doesn't look favorably upon first and second ranks, other small sects treat them as treasures. The seven-star sword sect, as one of the 3 great sects of the southern continent, naturally has the right to pick and choose. Few other small sects are fortunate to have anyone at all. I am at the 3rd rank of battle chi, barely passing. As for Lin Xuan, he is at a considerably high 5th rank. Well, not that high because this isn't a genius story, so the protagonist is only slightly better than average. On the other hand, Li Si is at the 7th rank. With such talent, the seven-star sword sect would eagerly accept her. Of course, she still has to participate in the exam, but for her it's just a formality. The second stage, climb the abyss. It's called an abyss, but it's actually a deep rift valley, rather steep, and can only be climbed. It said that this rift was carved out by a powerful figure from the 7-star sword sect with a single sword strike. There's not much to say about this, just climb. Midway bats ambush, but Lin Xuan uses sword control to kill a large number of bats, helping many people. This action doesn't earn extra points in the exam, but it gains the examiner's appreciation. But this time he didn't fall off the cliff, so he didn't learn the sword control technique. Yet it's no big deal, he's the protagonist. He will learn and shine on his own. This exam undoubtedly tests physical strength and willpower. Watching them struggle so hard I couldn't help but laugh, because I took the VIP route. There is a secret passage under the Rift Valley winding and spiraling up inside the mountain. The distance is longer, but it's much easier than climbing. This is my treatment, all arranged by my father. There are also contacts within the 7-star sword sect, so no problem at all. The third stage in summary, it's about enlightenment. Stare at the words of a master. The longer you persist, the higher your enlightenment. A quarter of an hour is considered passing. This is undoubtedly prepared for the protagonist, because this time he persists the longest. Although his talent is ordinary, his enlightenment is extremely high, stunning everyone. As for me, I failed, but someone turned a blind eye, so I passed. The fourth stage, talent showcase. Just show off your best skill. Once again, Lin Xuan amazed the audience. His talents were all taught by the old man, and with his diligent practice the displayed techniques were highly entertaining. Passing was no problem at all. As for me, a single light sword strike, and I passed. Then the entrance exam was completed. Of course the matter wasn't over yet, it was my turn to perform. After passing the exam I was too overjoyed and mocked those who failed. Then Lin Xuan stepped forward and exposed me on the spot, pointing out that I had cheated. Indeed, the reason I could pass the exam so easily was to serve as a stepping stone for Lin Xuan. Exposed, I once again displayed the qualities of a terrible teammate. Not only did I admit to cheating, but I also boasted about it. In an instant, I earned everyone's contempt. Of course, those who helped me cheat immediately severed ties with me, but they still announced that I remained qualified. Lin Xuan was unconvinced and questioned the examiner. How could the examiner lose face? He first used his imposing aura as a strong cultivator to suppress Lin Xuan, then declared with righteous indignation that I hadn't cheated and that Lin Xuan had no evidence. Yet I myself had admitted to it, and he still claimed there was no evidence. What a joke. But on the scene he held the highest status, so no one dared to say anything. But Lin Xuan's defiant gaze fixed on the examiner. Even though the examiner's aura oppressed him nearly to the point of breathlessness, he did not yield. Finally, another expert from the 7-star sword sect arrived, a true master, and the situation eased. In the end, Lin Xuan received no punishment for insubordination, and I still passed the exam. Otherwise, I had to enter the sect. I would still be a foil for Lin Xuan to slap in the face later. Through this incident, Lin Xuan gained the recognition of the examinees present. Lin Xuan is a friend worth making. He truly steps up when things happen. Actually, there's a bit more to the entrance exam, but I need to sleep, so I'll stop writing. So Su Luo waited for the reward, claimed it, and then went to sleep. Diary completed. Reward speed 2, strength 4. Obtain special ability. What you see is only what I want you to see. Can adjust cultivation level at any time, but cannot exceed one's own cultivation base. Su Luo tried it, and was able to adjust her foundation establishment stage to chi refining. In summary, it's an ability to conceal one's cultivation level. Su Luo herself could also conceal her cultivation, but in front of true experts, it couldn't be hidden. But with this system, even the highest experts couldn't see through it. Li Si was still up late in cultivation, actually a bit nervous and unable to sleep, so she had to cultivate. As she cultivated, she suddenly noticed that the diary had been updated. Li Si thought it was still Su Luo filling the diary with empty words, but unexpectedly, she had actually written a lot. She had originally harbored a slight doubt about whether she could enter the 7-star sword sect, but now she was completely reassured. A 7th grade talent. Though having high talent is joyful, she still hoped to perform well. It would be even better if she could find a good master. The next day, Su Luo rose early and joined the others to welcome today's entrance examination. In the square at the center of 7-star town, the crowd was buzzing with excitement. Early in the morning, candidates from all over had already gathered here, preparing and adjusting, some nervous, some confident. Finally here, I'm definitely a 5th grade genius. You? Even a 1st grade would be generous. Maybe you don't even have that. Speaking of which, no one with 7th grade talent has appeared in the last 10 years. I wonder if there will be any this time. Don't mention 7th grade, even 6th grade is rare. I suspect the stargazing array's grades are inflated. Maybe there are only up to 7th grade, and the rest don't exist. 3rd grade, I only need 3rd grade, please, anyone bless me. Amid everyone's expectations, the people from the 7-star sword sect arrived. Not all the big shots of the 7-star sword sect came. These masters were not lacking in personal disciples, and only came occasionally. Therefore, the main person in charge of this examination was Elder Yinshi, whose fire magic was unparalleled, and whose cultivation was at the nascent soul stage. As he appeared, flames spiraled around him, and the surrounding temperature suddenly soared. He then walked out of the flames, struck his staff on the ground, and the flames dissipated, giving way to a gentle breeze. The rapid alternation of heat and cold fully demonstrated Elder Yinshi's terrifying control. By his side were 2 Golden Core stage senior disciples, Qin San and Han Ying'er, who were responsible for various matters of the examination. Under normal circumstances, Elder Yinshi didn't need to do anything, he just needed to maintain order. The rest were other nameless sect disciples responsible for minor tasks. This was the formation that made up the entrance examination. Only after entering the sect would the sect leader and other big shots of the 7-star sword sect come to speak. Elder Yinshi swept his gaze across all the candidates. Without him saying a word, the entire venue had already fallen silent. A nascent soul powerhouse was so formidable. This was a level of strength that the candidates could hardly touch, and they felt as if they could barely breathe. Elder Yinshi didn't say much. The entrance examination begins now. All candidates give it your all. Then the stargazing array in the center of the square lit up with a purple light. A stream of chi swirled, forming a small semicircle. No 3 semicircles, allowing 3 people to test their talents simultaneously. Behind each of the 3 semicircles was a cylinder marked with scales from low to high 1 to 10 grades. Once a candidate entered the semicircle and waited a moment, the chi flow would swirl around the cylinder. Wherever the chi reached the highest point determined the talent grade. The stargazing array has been activated. Everyone please come in one by one. Senior Sister Han Inger's sweet voice reached everyone's ears. It was enchanting, and coupled with her adorable appearance it made hearts flutter. The candidates obediently entered the stargazing array one by one. Those with 1st or 2nd grade were immediately out. They couldn't stay in the array for even a second before being mercilessly sent away. After all, with thousands of candidates in this novel, time was pressing. The eliminated candidates expressed their feelings. What was it like? Popped just like that, very fast, and I was out. I don't even know how I got out. I didn't expect to not even pass the 1st stage. My Dao heart is shattered, although I don't seem to have one anyway. So far it's all low-grade trash. Oh, I'm one of them too, never mind. Damn, I really want to see those high-grade geniuses. Look, 5th grade. The first 5th grade in today's stargazing array shocked all the candidates. Everyone cast envious glances, wishing that they were the one up there. This person was Lin Xuan. He merely glanced at the cylinder and then walked down nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Damn, he got to show off. That was the thought of most of the eliminated. This candidate, keep up the good work. I'll be waiting for you at the 7-star sword sect. Han Inger said to Lin Xuan, her tone sincere, yet a bit playful. It warmed hearts and was somewhat encouraging. The candidates' hearts softened, but they resented that it wasn't said to them. Lin Xuan nodded modestly and didn't pay much attention to Han Inger, conserving his energy on the side. Han Inger wore a look of how interesting, sizing up Lin Xuan again with a slight smile, then turned her attention back to the stargazing array. Qin San beside her also glanced at Lin Xuan, but not with such goodwill. Afterwards, 3rd and 4th grade candidates appeared one after another, but with the 5th grade jewel having preceded them, there was nothing to be surprised about. It was Su Luo's turn. 4th grade. Su Luo was stunned, 1 grade higher than before. But then she remembered that her body had been continuously strengthened by the system, so it was normal to improve by 1 grade. As soon as Su Luo stepped off the array, the whole venue erupted, but not because of Su Luo. 7th grade. Oh my god, what scene haven't I seen before? This scene I've never seen. I never thought I'd be lucky enough to be in the same examination as a 7th grade genius. So lucky I'll have something to brag about later. The 5th grade earlier was already shocking, but now a 7th grade was undoubtedly an earthquake, so much so that some couldn't believe it. Even the disciples of the 7-star sword sect looked as if they had never seen such a thing. And this 7th grade was of course Li Si. Even Elder Yinshi smiled approvingly. It's been a long time since I've seen a candidate with such high talent. If word spreads, the peak masters will probably rush out to grab him, but now is not the time for them to fight over disciples. Elder Yinshi issued an order to seal the news. It wasn't that he wanted to take Li Si as his own disciple, it was just that if they scrambled for disciples now, what would that look like? Other sects might mock the 7-star sword sect for being so unsophisticated. Naturally, after the examination, once they entered the sect, they could fight over disciples as they pleased, each relying on their own abilities. Afterwards, there were no other candidates above 7th grade. There were a few 6th grades, but with the jewel ahead, anything below 7th grade was considered ordinary. Su Luo also saw another acquaintance, the little girl who had been following her a few days ago. Her talent was as high as 6th grade. This surprised Su Luo, as she hadn't expected that the person she had casually saved was actually a little genius. She just started a bit late, but for a genius, catching up was a common occurrence. Su Luo believed she would rise quickly. However, she probably wouldn't be as fast as the protagonist. Maybe she would still be a background character. This stargazing array directly eliminated half of the people. Cultivation was like this: without talent you were shut out. Not everyone was the protagonist who could rise from trash talent, trash physique, or trash spiritual route. The first stage was over. Next came the second stage. Qin San stepped forward and addressed the examinees. Congratulations on passing the first phase. Follow me. It is only the beginning. Qin San appeared to walk leisurely, yet his pace was remarkably swift. In the blink of an eye, he had already put over 100 meters between himself and the others. If you don't hurry after him, you'll lose sight of him entirely. Han Inger called out with a hint of urgency. The examinees finally snapped back to reality and hastily sprinted to catch up. Fortunately, Qin San held back his full speed, allowing them to follow without excessive strain. After all, the second phase was not a race. They soon arrived at the edge of a chasm, bottomless and daunting. The examinees swallowed hard, trembling merely from standing near the precipice. Qin San smiled faintly. Follow me. He then leapt gracefully into the abyss. The examinees were utterly stunned. No way that jump would kill anyone. What cultivation base does he have? I dare not even attempt that. Should I? Write my last will first. While some hesitated, the clever ones had already jumped. The first among them was Lin Xuan, who walked calmly and composedly from the crowd and took the leap without a second thought. He truly had an uncanny ability to seize opportunities at any moment. Once he made his move, the others quickly followed, leaping into the chasm one after another. Su Luo took his time before making a single faith-filled jump. Just as they neared the ground, a gust of wind lifted from below. Elder Yin, she had intervened. He was most proficient in flame arts, but his command over wind was no less formidable. Not a single examinee was harmed, and all arrived safely at the bottom. It had been an exhilarating descent. Some landed unharmed, but found their legs too weak to support them. Others had soiled themselves from sheer terror. Qin San waited briefly, noticing none remained above, and began explaining the rules. As for those who had not jumped, they were naturally eliminated. Who would dare attempt such trials and fail to follow through? Very well, begin now. Climb to the top before nightfall. All who fail to reach it will be disqualified. So give it your all. Qin San delivered the instructions with little more than a few words. The examinees, however, were thoroughly dismayed. Wait, did I hear that correctly? Climb up. How long did we just fall for? There's no way I can make it up there. Exactly. The cliff face is so steep, and it looks nearly impossible to scale. What if I run out of stamina? I haven't even seen many places to rest along the way. The weaker candidates continued to complain, but Li Si had already seized the opportunity and started climbing first. She had lost her chance to jump first due to a moment's hesitation. This time she resolved to perform, while setting a personal goal to be the first to climb to the top. Indeed, there was only one opportunity. Any moment of indecision meant elimination. The examinees sobered up, realizing complaints were now useless. Every second was precious. Meanwhile, Su Luo casually found a spot to sit, watching them quietly with no intention of moving. After some time, many had already departed, and Qin San inadvertently found himself beside Su Luo. You must be Su Luo? That's correct. My father is Su Qingkong. Qin San nodded. This was the person Elder Yanxi had specifically asked him to look after. Though he did not understand why Elder Yanxi wanted to favor someone, he dared not disobey his order. Still, he secretly held a low opinion of Su Luo. Anyone relying on connections and favoritism to cheat would naturally draw disdain. Of course, Qin San was no fool and made no effort to show it. Come with me. Su Luo nodded and followed Qin San to a secluded corner. Qin San pointed at the person behind Su Luo and asked, Do you know her? I know her, but we are not close. Send her away. Cheating is hardly something to be flaunted openly. If others witness it, both you and I would be in trouble. Su Luo also wondered why the little girl kept following him. If she persisted much longer, he might have to report her, though there was no police here, of course. You may go now. My name is Xiaoyu. Oh, hello, Xiaoyu. Hurry and climb. I don't mean scold you. I mean climb the chasm. With your current cultivation, barely reaching the top would be a struggle, let alone finishing before nightfall. I'll follow you and climb together. You go ahead. I'm not climbing. Aren't you preparing to start now? Xiaoyu tilted her head, puzzled. Why wasn't he climbing? Had he given up? Let me put it this way. There's nothing in it for you to follow me. Why? Looking at Xiaoyu, Su Luo suddenly decided to frighten her away and dissuade her from persisting. Let me tell you, I don't take the conventional path. The road I choose is far more arduous. To use an analogy, while others merely need to climb to the top to succeed, I must climb up, jump down, and climb up again to be considered qualified. It requires far greater effort on my part. The difficulty is several times harder than yours. Do you understand? I understand. I still want to follow you. Xiaoyu showed no hesitation, as though Su Luo's lengthy explanation had been entirely wasted on her. You can't manage it, and you'll only slow me down. I can do it. I won't hold you back. Just leave me alone. You can't. I can. Was this some childish bickering? Enough, Su Luo thought. Arguing further was pointless. Xiaoyu looked frail, rarely eating well, and had cultivated for less than a month. Even with good talent, she was likely only at the early stage of qi condensation. Climbing to the top would be as difficult as scaling the heavens. Of course, as long as she had perseverance, it shouldn't be impossible, as she would simply likely finish last. Are you certain you want to follow me? Yes. Very well, senior brother Qin, add one more person. Su Luo addressed Qin San warmly. For a future senior brother, he was still a senior brother. Qin San accepted the title for elder, Yanxi was the invigilator this time around, and whoever he favored would be admitted into the sect. Junior brother Su, adding another person is not something to be done casually. Do you understand the risks we face? Bringing you alone already carries danger, and now there is one more. How shall I explain this to elder Yanxi? The risk was merely that of being scolded. If the cheating were exposed, even if admitted into the sect, his treatment would not be favorable. He might even be scorned by any passing dog. No need to explain further. You also know she has a 6th grade talent. Would elder Yanxi really let her be eliminated here? On the contrary, you might even earn merit points for this. Qin San thought about it and agreed. Xiao Yu differed from Su Luo. Su Luo's talent was merely 4th grade, quite ordinary. Xiao Yu with her 6th grade talent was practically guaranteed admission anyway. Rules were rigid, but people were not. Recruiting a talented disciple was what mattered most. Then let us proceed together. Qin Xin gestured with a finger, releasing a cluster of starlight that flew forth. A massive boulder shifted aside, revealing a cave entrance before them. Let us go. Su Luo followed effortlessly, already familiar with the path. Xiao Yu trailed behind, filled with trepidation, wondering if she could endure a difficulty several times greater than others. Although the path wound upward, the mountain trail was far easier than climbing, and they could rest whenever tired. Xiao Yu, however, was puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to be several times harder? Something felt off. Su Luo saw her confusion and chuckled. Don't doubt it. Oh, we're taking a shortcut. Ah, is that okay? Even though Xiao Yu was young, she knew this was cutting corners and would be looked down upon by others. Su Luo laughed lightly. Of course it wasn't okay, but then again, he wasn't a role model. So he spouted sophistry without a second thought. You don't understand. Shortcuts are meant to be taken. What's the difference between climbing straight up and walking this way? What's the difference? Climbing up is more exhausting, and you might not even make it to the top. But on this shortcut, you're guaranteed success. Which one is better for you? This one. After hearing the comparison, Xiao Yu felt that the shortcut indeed seemed better. Exactly. So a foolproof shortcut is the best choice. The same goes for cultivation. Learn to adapt and take shortcuts. Su Luo even dragged cultivation into it, putting on a teacherly air. Qin San, listening nearby, felt a slight disdain for Su Luo. Cheating was cheating. Why dress it up so nicely? And what did cultivation have to do with it? Trying to act like a master while others were ignorant. Pulling the wool over their eyes. Qin San felt he should say something. Shortcuts are good, but also bad. Climbing up on the outside, if you perform, well, you'll get better treatment within the sect. Senior brother Qin is right. So Xiao Yu, you can still regret it now. Not only will you not get performance points, but if you're discovered, you might be even more despised. Su Luo was rambling now, so he wouldn't argue like a contrarian with Qin San. I don't regret it, but I understand. Xiao Yu suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Her spiritual energy surged and her cultivation instantly advanced, chi refining mid-stage. This left Su Luo baffled. What profound thing had just happened? How did she suddenly comprehend something and break through? What do you understand? The cultivation method you gave me earlier, the circulation of spiritual energy, no longer felt right, so I changed it, found a shortcut, and now it suits me. After speaking, Xiao Yu's eyes slowly closed, and her body fell backward. Su Luo reacted quickly and caught her with one hand. He checked her. No problem, apparently just asleep, but actually in the midst of a breakthrough. A continuous breakthrough, though he wasn't sure if it would succeed. Qin San was a bit stunned. Xiao Yu suddenly said she understood something, then broke through. That was one thing, but now she was clearly in a continuous breakthrough. What the hell? Who could break through consecutively? Seeing Qin San's bewildered expression, Su Luo couldn't resist teasing him. With a feigned profundity, he asked, do you understand? What do I understand? Xiao Yu meant that she modified the spiritual energy circulation path to suit herself, and then she made rapid progress. Want to give it a try? Try my ass. Messing around like that. It's lucky she didn't suffer a chi deviation. Right, you know it's easy to go astray. But she not only changed it, she got remarkable results. The difference between people, huh? Stop it. I'm getting jealous. Qin San was a renowned genius in the 7-star sword sect, usually the one others envied. This time, it was the reverse. Su Luo also didn't really understand how Xiao Yu had changed the spiritual energy circulation to suit herself, but he had long known that people couldn't be generalized. And Xiao Yu wasn't a key figure. At most, she would become a future big shot in the cultivation world. But the cultivation world never lacked big shots. Later on, golden cores were as common as dogs, and nascent souls were everywhere. Let's go. She won't be able to break through anytime soon. Time couldn't be wasted, or else he'd miss the moment when Lin Xuan saw the cheating, which would undermine his later exposure. Su Luo carried Xiao Yu on his back and continued upward. On the other hand, Li Si was far ahead, but she occasionally paused deliberately. Although performing too well would be good, she could still show off later, so there was no rush. Finally, at a certain time, bats emerged, frantically harassing the examinees. Some examinees couldn't withstand the assault and fell back down. Climbing was already exhausting, and now with this obstruction, it was even worse. Damn it, die. No, there are too many, and there's no foothold around. This is too hard. Help. This isn't right. There are bats. Where are the people from the 7-star sword sect? Aren't they going to do something? Yet the 7-star sword sect members did nothing, causing some examinees to despair. They realized this was also part of the assessment. This was exactly what they were waiting for. Li Si made her move. She threw a dagger, and then controlled it to slash down the bats. Hardly any examinees could control flying swords, or rather only Li Si could. Unsurprisingly, this move astounded the 7-star sword sect members. Saved? Who is it? Thank you so much. It's that number 1, the girl with 7th grade talent. Saved? From today on, she is my benefactor. That's right, I'm her dog. Brother, that's a bit much. With Li Si's intervention, the pressure on the examinees greatly decreased. Lin Xuan also didn't lag behind. He casually picked up stones and threw them at the bats, hitting every time. The examinees had little trouble with the bats anymore and scrambled upward. As for Li Si and Lin Xuan's actions, the examinees were grateful, but some also sneered. All that energy with nowhere to use. It would be hilarious if they couldn't make it to the top later. Helping others in the sect entrance exam. Wasn't that just adding pressure to themselves? Not kicking someone when they're down was already good enough, actually helping them was laughable too foolish. But clearly they overthought it. Li Si and Lin Xuan were far ahead of the other examinees, doing this was nothing to them. This way they could also earn goodwill from the examinees and the 7-star sword sect. Why not? Meanwhile, Su Luo and the others quickly reached the exit, which was still blocked by a large rock. Qin Sin used a spell to move the rock aside. Su Luo then took a piece of clothing from his storage pouch and covered Xiao Yu's face so she wouldn't be seen. Qin Sin was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Nothing, just afraid she'll catch a cold. Of course not, because once they went out they would run into Lin Xuan. Cheating was something he should bear alone. From her performance, just now Xiao Yu definitely deserved to enter the 7-star sword sect. Inside she couldn't be despised by everyone like he was. Sure enough, as they emerged from the exit, Lin Xuan was nearby, and he was the only one around. He looked up and saw Su Luo and the others. At that moment Su Luo also noticed Lin Xuan. Recalling the events in Autumn Wind City, Su Luo timely gave Lin Xuan a contemptuous look, looking down on him from above. Then he continued climbing up with Xiao Yu on his back, still a short distance from the top. From Lin Xuan's perspective, Su Luo seemed to be carrying something, but he wasn't sure if it was a person or something else. Qin Sin smiled threateningly. Little brother, you haven't seen anything, have you? His foot was already above Lin Xuan's head. If he said he had seen something, he would kick him down. That way Lin Xuan would be completely eliminated, and there wouldn't be enough time to climb back up. Your answer? Good. Don't go back on your word. Qin Sin left, but he was remembered by Lin Xuan. When Su Luo arrived at the summit, many people were already there, but none looked well. Some had sprawled out on the ground, unwilling to move an inch. Su Luo set Xiao Yu down, retrieved his own clothes, and went to rest elsewhere, severing his connection with her. He didn't actually need rest, but there was nothing else to do. In contrast, Li Si was the first to ascend, and after only a brief rest, she began cultivating such terrifying energy. But sensing something unusual, Li Si emerged from her cultivation and opened her eyes to see Su Luo arriving. What puzzled her was why he was carrying a little girl on his back, covering her with his own clothes. In an instant she lost all focus for cultivation. Hard work, she said, handing him some water. How do you feel? Was the climb tough? Any difficulties? Li Si rambled on, but none of it mattered. What she really wanted to know was, and who is she? Her tone was completely different from the lightheartedness before. Each word carried extra weight. A fellow villager. I saw her breaking through midway, so I brought her up. Oh, Li Si breathed a sigh of relief. What do you care? No, just asking. Yet she dared not meet his eyes as she replied. Alright, don't come over. Everyone's watching you. Fine, I'll go. Knowing that Su Luo would later be exposed for cheating, Li Si cooperated obediently to avoid affecting him. But, so you really won't ask me to stay? Go on, Shu. Though the narrative of severing ties with Li Si had never occurred, it didn't stop Su Luo from voluntarily distancing himself now. This way he stayed true to the plot without having to play the sycophant. Perfect, wasn't it? TSK. Li Si cast a resentful glance at Su Luo, but obediently left. Xiao Yu opened her eyes. She had successfully broken through to the late qi refining stage, feeling better than ever. But she ignored her physical sensations, frantically searching for Su Luo. Spotting him, she was genuinely delighted. She shuffled over to his side and stayed there quietly. I made it. Thank you. You should thank yourself. I did nothing. No thank you. Xiao Yu was certain. Without Su Luo, she wouldn't have gained enlightenment. If you're thanking me, keep your distance. It's not that I dislike you, but I have my own plans. Xiao Yu obediently moved a little farther away, but not much. Su Luo deemed it sufficient. After all, there were many people around, a little distance was enough. Time passed minute by minute. The sun gradually sank, and the last rays of light disappeared, signaling the end of the second phase. Those who hadn't climbed up were eliminated. Qin San appeared to announce congratulations to the examinees who had reached the Rift Valley, then ordered a 1-hour break to prepare for the third phase. Now there were about 1,000 people left. More than half had been eliminated. But those who remained were all talented examinees. Soon the third phase began. Without any warning or cue, Elder Yanxi waved his hand, and a scroll soared into the sky. It unfurled, and characters leaped out, forming chaotic and orderly patterns, spinning aimlessly in the air. These characters had no coherence. Even if phrases appeared, they conveyed nothing. They felt profound and incomprehensible. The examinees were instantly captivated, involuntarily losing focus, staring blankly at the sky. But before long, some snapped out of their trance, looking around in bewilderment at the other dazed examinees cluelessly scanning their surroundings. Yet the next moment, that examinee was escorted out by Qin San and declared eliminated. These characters held a mysterious marvel. Gazing at them made one unconsciously drift into a trance, or rather into enlightenment. One could even say it felt like my head is itching. It's about to grow a brain. Those with insufficient comprehension would awaken after grasping little. Thus the later one awakened, the greater their comprehension. But most people's comprehension wasn't that high. Examinees gradually woke up one after another and were promptly escorted out. Su Luo awoke at just the right moment. Qin Sen turned around, as if he hadn't seen it, even blocking the view of other sect members. But someone did notice, a disqualified examinee. Hey, didn't that guy just wake up? Yeah, I saw him move and look around. Su Luo immediately pretended to be in a state of enlightenment again. Qin Sen turned back to check Su Luo, found no problem, and left. So no one else raised any objections. Those who did were glared into silence by Qin Sen. After a quarter of an hour, several hundred were eliminated. Those who remained were already qualified, waiting to see how long they could sustain their enlightenment. The process was actually quite boring, especially for those eliminated who still wanted to see the rest. They had already started guessing who would last the longest. Originally, Li Si was the most anticipated given her outstanding performance during the Rift Valley climb. Unfortunately, she woke up third from last. Li Si felt a pang of regret. Though she knew it would be Lin Xuan, she couldn't help feeling dissatisfied. Wait, wasn't that girl someone? Indeed, besides Lin Xuan, Xiao Yu was still in enlightenment. Li Si was baffled. Su Luo's diary had never mentioned this fellow villager. Had he omitted her? Impossible. He wrote everything in detail and never missed important characters. How suspicious. Li Si grew increasingly concerned. After some time, neither of them showed signs of waking, and the others, especially the sect disciples, began to doubt themselves. They're incredible. They must have broken the record. Not yet, but soon. I never expected so many outstanding talents in this assessment. Indeed. I managed an hour of enlightenment, which I thought was impressive, but there are even stronger ones. It's been 3 hours now. The key is that girl. She's the youngest with immeasurable potential. Just then Lin Xuan awoke. He felt he had gained some insight, yet nothing concrete, but there was no doubt. This experience had been immensely fruitful. It just hadn't manifested yet. At that moment, Lin Xuan realized only he and Xiao Yu were surrounded by the crowd. Congratulations, you're second in the assessment. Han Yinger said sweetly to Lin Xuan, gently asking him to step aside. Second. Lin Xuan felt a pang of regret. He had hoped to be first, but it seemed there was always someone better. Now the center of attention was Xiao Yu alone. Everyone began guessing when she would wake up. That guess lasted until dawn, utterly dumbfounding them. The record was definitely broken. But was this really fair? Comparing us to her, what are we? Clowns with no comprehension at all. And Xiao Yu showed no signs of waking. Would the subsequent assessments even proceed? Just as Elder Yin, she was pondering whether to proceed with the next phase of the assessment. Someone made the decision for him. Leave her to me, continue the examination. An elderly man with white hair appeared beside Xiao Yu unnoticed. Upon seeing him, Elder Yin, she immediately bowed respectfully. Yes, sect master. The candidates gasped in surprise. He's the sect master. Being able to meet the sect master of Qixing Sword Sect makes this trip worthwhile. Boo-hoo, why isn't it me? The sect master appeared in person. Oh, she's practically guaranteed admission to Qixing Sword Sect. How envious I am. The sect master of Qixing Sword Sect had not intended to appear, but after waiting for a long time, and noticing that the candidates had not yet entered the final assessment, he thought it shouldn't take so long, and decided to check out only to encounter a candidate with exceptionally high comprehension. Indeed, Qixing Sword Sect is exactly in need of such geniuses. On the surface, the sect master appeared majestic and imposing, but inwardly, he was overjoyed, almost wanting to sing a song. But in front of the candidates, he had to maintain the proper image. Elder Yinshi tapped his cane. Be quiet, proceed to the final assessment. Under his guidance, they returned to the central square of Qixing Town, where they had started. But there was something different here. A few rocks had been added. These rocks were the targets they would use during the talent performance later. Of course, the rocks were special. It was difficult for those at the Qi gathering stage to cause any damage. The final stage, each of you will come forward one by one and showcase your most impressive peerless art. If I deem you have passed, then congratulations. You may enter Qixing Sword Sect. As a nascent soul powerhouse elder, Yinshi certainly had the discernment. From the techniques displayed by the candidates, he could gauge how much effort they had invested and what their personal insights were. Elder Yinshi would not be too strict. He wouldn't eliminate too many people. As long as they were somewhat acceptable, it would suffice. After all, if they were already so skilled, why come to Qixing Sword Sect to learn? Moreover, candidates who had reached this stage had some promise for the future. However, they could not be too outrageous. A casual display would not only disrespect themselves, but also Elder Yinshi, who would eliminate them without hesitation. Thus the candidates began one after another. Some were adept at martial arts with fists and feet, others excelled in swordsmanship, and still more had mastered a bit of spellcraft. Naturally, without exception, they all dealt only trivial damage to the rocks, like gentle scratches. Nevertheless, though immature, one could see the effort they had put into their practice. Such a scene where everyone was at roughly the same level was completely shattered when Li Si took the stage. Upon entering, she directly executed a move from the Qi Flow sword technique, the wind's chaotic breath, enhancing her sword aura and releasing it. It was only one move, only a single slash of sword Qi. Yet it directly split a rock in half, leaving the other candidates' jaws dropped. The candidates who had just exerted themselves fully had dealt no damage to the rocks, but you simply split one apart. I know you're formidable, but don't be too outrageous. For a moment the candidates' perceptions were refreshed, so this is what their peers could achieve. Then it was Lin Xian's turn. Lin Xuan was not influenced by Li Si at all, he was confident in himself. With a little more time surpassing Li Si was not an issue. That was the confidence Elder Yin had instilled in him. He began with 8 extremities great collapse. With just one punch he left a fist mark on the rock. Lin Xuan turned to leave, but it was not over. Strange noises came from behind the rock, and several pieces of rubble fell. The crowd gasped in astonishment. It was bad enough that they damaged the rocks, but now that force had actually penetrated to the back of the rock. How terrifying. Although Lin Xuan's display was not as stunning as Li Si's, the candidates present probably would not dare to accept that punch. The assessment continued, but there were no other exceptionally brilliant candidates thereafter. For this time the best candidates were likely Li Si and Lin Xuan. Then it was the last one, Su Luo's turn. Su Luo calmly walked onto the stage and drew out a sword shimmering with golden light, a weapon of immense value. But with that sword the other candidates watched expectantly to see what remarkable feat Su Luo would perform. Amidst all the anticipation, Su Luo simply thrust forward and then stopped. Elder Yin, she nodded past. Candidates. Is it just my poor eyesight, or was there something special about that sword strike just now? Yeah, I couldn't see anything remarkable, it was just an ordinary thrust. Exactly why should he pass when I could perform such a thrust at age 5? Are you questioning Elder Yin Shi? I didn't say that. He didn't say it, but the candidates all expressed doubt, and those who had been eliminated found it even harder to accept. Elder Yin Shi had no choice but to explain, you cannot perceive the uniqueness because you are still young and your cultivation is insufficient. That simple thrust contained extremely complex variations, its profundity was enough to warrant his admission to Qixing Sword Sect. Obviously this reason was rather far-fetched and insufficient to convince everyone, but the next sentence did the trick. If anyone disagrees, wait until you defeat me before calling my judgment flawed. At these words from Elder Yin Shi, the candidates dared not question further. A nascent soul expert, the cultivation realm that might never be attained in their lifetimes, let alone defeating Elder Yin Shi. Seeing the candidates settle down, Elder Yin Shi finally nodded. Well, the sect admission assessment is concluded. There will be other arrangements later. Those who were eliminated should not be disheartened. The road ahead is long, and what achievements await cannot be predicted. Therefore, do not forget the purpose of your cultivation journey. Continue to strive for it. Not being able to join Qixing Sword Sect does not mean you cannot cultivate. Even outside Qixing Sword Sect, there are places where you can shine. Even though the facts aligned with what Elder Yin Shi had said, that one could cultivate even without joining Qixing Sword Sect, this was the place they had yearned for since childhood. It's over, my youth is over. If I don't get into Qixing Sword Sect, how can I face my family? Damn it, Qixing Sword Sect's assessment is getting harder and harder. Upon hearing this, Su Luo triggered a combo of responses. The assessment is getting harder. Where is it hard? It's been this difficult for years, alright. Don't speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. Oh, Qixing Sword Sect is tough. Oh, and Qixing Sword Sect is not a place just anyone can enter, alas. I've been watching the assessments for many years, truly speaking nonsense. It's been this difficult all along. Where is it hard? Sigh, sometimes you should look for the reasons within yourselves. After all these years, has your cultivation advanced? Have you been cultivating diligently? You say it's hard, but it's because you don't work hard normally, and still want to blame Qixing Sword Sect. I'm really going crazy. Su Luo shook his head and sighed, wearing an expression of pity for their misfortune and anger at their lack of strive, yet occasionally revealing a victor's smile. His mockery was at maximum. The eliminated candidates were very discontent. How dare he say they hadn't worked hard? They had given their all for this assessment. But in the end they said nothing for fear of offending Qixing Sword Sect. Moreover, Su Luo was already a member of Qixing Sword Sect, and they feared retaliation in the future. Easy for you to say, but someone like you is talking about cheating, you've lost all shame. Who are you talking about? I didn't. Su Luo reacted defensively. I'm talking about you. I was going to keep quiet, but what you just said was too much. Who isn't working hard? You're the one who's not working hard. Lin Xuan stepped forward facing Su Luo directly. Don't talk nonsense. What cheating? I don't know anything. I don't know about the rest, but when climbing the Rift Valley I saw with my own eyes you coming out of the cave, your clothes clean and tidy. I'm afraid you took some secret passage and came up easily. I just didn't. You're lying. And that thrust just now, I'm certain it was an ordinary thrust. If you don't believe me, ask the other disciples of the 7-Star Sword Sect, and see if they have a different opinion. Lin Xuan had specifically asked Elder Yin, and it was still an ordinary thrust. Yet the other 7-Star Sword Sect disciples remained silent. Although they also thought it was just an ordinary thrust since the Elder had said, so it would be foolish to speak up now. By then some people had caught on. This means that during the Enlightenment I seemed to see him wake up, but he wasn't kicked out. So that was also cheating. Yeah, he talked so nicely just now, but he doesn't have any real skill, and still likes to bark. Su Luo, humiliated and enraged, said, so what? Even if I cheated, I passed the 7-Star Sword Sect's assessment. That's still better than you. I can't accept that. Want to fight? You dare to be a man. In an instant everyone was denouncing Su Luo. So what if I cheated? Now I'm a disciple of the 7-Star Sword Sect. You eliminated ones go home and cry. Don't bark here. Su Luo pretended not to care, but his face was already cracking. Though his heart remained calm. He just admitted it. How shameless. No, don't stop me. I'm going to beat him up. Who's stopping you? Count me in. Just as the examinees were about to riot, Elder Yinshi's voice instantly calmed them down. Alright, the assessment is over. Those who should leave, leave. Those who should stay, stay. Don't cause trouble for yourselves. Lin Xuan, about the Rift Valley climbing, your word alone is not enough evidence. Even if Su Luo said he cheated, it could be just angry words. In short, Su Luo passed the assessment, so he is a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. Elder Yinshi was also talking nonsense, but since he was powerful, no one dared to refute him, except for Lin Xuan. Even under Elder Yinshi's gaze, Lin Xuan did not back down. What about that thrust just now? Are you doubting me? I'm affirming that you are blind. Why was he that brave? The examinees stared at Lin Xuan in disbelief. Who is this Lin Xuan daring to confront a nascent soul powerhouse? He is truly a model for our generation. We'll remember to burn paper for you next year. Elder Yinshi stared at Lin Xuan, and the oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator instantly forced Lin Xuan to his knees. But Lin Xuan still clenched his teeth, using all his strength to lift his head and meet Elder Yinshi's gaze, showing no intention of backing down. Even though Elder Yinshi didn't like bullying others, he was now angered. He raised one hand and pressed it down, intending to push Lin Xuan's head to the ground. A small hole was smashed into the ground. At this moment, Lin Xuan was not in mortal danger. After all, the 7-Star Sword sect was a renowned righteous sect and wouldn't kill people casually. Alright, this matter ends here. Another Elder Xianying suddenly arrived, placing a hand on Elder Yinshi's shoulder while dispelling the pressure around Lin Xuan. I've also understood the situation, but Su Luo passed, and that's final. There should be no dispute. This is the decision of the 7-Star Sword sect. Disperse. If anyone discusses this matter further, they will be expelled. With another elder speaking, the matter became even more indisputable. Lin Xuan could say nothing to stop it. He could only resolve in his heart to become stronger as soon as possible. Only by becoming strong could he have the right to speak. The cheating incident came to an end, but smart people knew that Su Luo had entered through cheating. Naturally, from that moment on, no one approached Su Luo. Even their eyes held hidden contempt and disdain. Su Luo didn't care at all. Being alone was better, so he found a good place to rest and continued writing the diary he hadn't finished. Good, perfect performance. Now my position in the sect is secure, of course at the bottom. Not important. What's next is the key. After the rest, a master will come here. A true master, or rather the pinnacle of combat power, Nangong Shiyun. As everyone knows, the 4 heavenly kings have 5 members, so the 7 peaks of the 7-Star Sword sect have 8 peak masters. And the 8th one is Nangong Shiyun. The sect gave her an independent peak because she is too strong, stronger than everyone else. This is not an exaggeration, that's the setting. So she is a big shot, and also Lin Xuan's future master. As for why she comes naturally, it's the classic abandoned peak plot. Simply put, Nangong Shiyun's Riyun peak has no disciples. The sect leader gave her an ultimatum: if she continued to be so lazy, Riyun peak would be removed from the 7-Star Sword sect. Nangong Shiyun naturally didn't want that. This was where she grew up, and besides, being lazy here was great. But forced by circumstances, she had to come down the mountain to find disciples. In this assessment, Nangong Shiyun had priority in choosing disciples, and no one else dared to compete with her for them, which fully demonstrated her status and strength in the sect. What you say, she came last. The assessment is over, what's there to see? Of course, she actually wasn't very interested in taking disciples, so she came at the end planning to pick one casually to fulfill the obligation. There's still a bit of aftermath to the assessment. The 7-Star Sword sect recently discovered that the Beast Army is very active, so they went to clear them out and let the examinees get a preview of the real enemy. The so-called Beast Army is different from wild beasts. They don't rely entirely on instinct, are extremely hostile to humans, and regard humans as their greatest enemies. At the same time, the Beast Army is also more intelligent, though only a little. Nangong Shiyun planned to choose a disciple during this battle against the Beast Army. Nangong Shiyun does not show her true face. This time she disguised herself as an ordinary, unremarkable disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect, following along without any special features. Of course, recognizing her is incredibly simple. She's the only one with a token hanging from her waist. During the campaign against the Beast Army, Nangong Shiyun thought Lin Xuan's performance was acceptable, so she chose him as her disciple. As for what Lin Xuan did, of course an accident happened. With a protagonist around, how could there be no accidents? On the surface, the 7-Star Sword sect was suppressing the Beast Army, but this time the Beast Army they encountered was different. It was a fierce bear demon disguised as a pig demon. These two races are not on the same level of combat power. An ordinary fierce bear demon is 3 to 5 times stronger than an ordinary pig demon. As for why the disguise, the Beast Army was fishing, playing the pig to eat the tiger. And then they caught a big fish like the 7-Star Sword sect. Beasts don't fear because you're a major sect. Instead, they get more excited because they can kill powerful humans. If Nangong Shiyun hadn't been there, all of us would have perished. Even with the 2 elders, we wouldn't have survived because the enemy also had strong beasts. During the battle, Lin Xuan immediately sensed something wrong and warned the other examinees that these beasts were not simple. It was his warning that made the others alert, otherwise they would have foolishly charged in thinking they were slaughtering pigs, only to be slaughtered like pigs themselves. In the chaos, Lin Xuan also displayed extremely strong combat talent. While others were panicking, he immediately started giving orders. Under his command, the surrounding examinees formed an effective defense. Even when facing powerful enemies, they weren't instantly killed, and by holding out, reinforcements from the 7-star sword sect would arrive. At the same time, among the crowd, he wasn't just commanding, he often dealt heavy blows to the beasts at the right moments, greatly reducing the pressure on the other examinees. Compared to other examinees, Lin Xuan was incredibly impressive, able to support others, and also carry the fight himself. Truly versatile. As for me, I hid inside Lin Xuan's defensive circle, trembling with my head down. Hilarious, my performance was still consistent. As long as the protagonist is around, my treatment gradually worsens. Once the protagonist leaves, I get strengthened again, only to be harvested by a stronger protagonist. What a great villain, haha, damn it. Back to the main topic. What about Nangong Shiyun? She's so strong, why would she let things deteriorate? Of course she would. She also plays the pig to eat the tiger, otherwise she wouldn't have disguised herself so plainly and mingled with the crowd. This time she only acts in critical moments. That's a bit malicious, don't you think? Wait, I'm also playing the pig, so never mind. When Lin Xuan had performed enough, and Elder Xianying and Elder Yanqi were about to be overwhelmed, Nangong Shiyun ended the matter with a single sword stroke. Yes, that's simple. Others fought tooth and nail, and she casually resolved it. That's the power of strength. So the latter part was all to introduce Nangong Shiyun and give Lin Xuan a master at the peak of martial arts. For a moment, even the previously domineering Elder Yanqi had to be somewhat polite to Lin Xuan. This scene directly made others envious. As for me, I was punished afterward, being told I was useless, only hiding behind others. At this moment, my treatment was the polar opposite of Lin Xuan's moment of glory. So I resented Lin Xuan again. Let's just say, as a villain, my reasons to act against Lin Xuan increased once more. After finishing the diary, Su Luo lay back comfortably. That's him, right? The one who cheated to get in. He has no shame as a cultivator. I look down on him. I'll teach him a lesson when I get the chance. I just can't stand him. Su Luo didn't care at all about the others spreading his bad reputation around, because the reward was in hand. Diary completed. Reward: Constitution 3, Strength 4. Special ability upgraded: My pain transcends yours. When attacked, 30 of the damage received can be transferred to a designated target. Looking at the reward, Su Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wow, look, he's even laughing. What does that mean? He laughed at the eliminated ones, and now he's laughing at us who passed. He looks down on us. Exactly what right does he have? I can't stand it anymore. Don't remember Elder Yanqi. Once we're inside the sect, there will be plenty of opportunities. But after a while, Li Si came over to Su Luo grinning. Su Luo was puzzled. What's wrong with you? Are you sick? You're the one who's sick. How does it feel to be scolded? Not at all. I don't care about them. Humph, indeed. Your mindset is much better now. Li Si had read the diary and knew that Su Luo was only concerned with completing his so-called plot, caring about nothing else. What do you mean? My mindset has always been good. Really? You used to be very irritable. You used to never take the initiative to talk to me. That's because you saved me. Li Si was referring to the incident with the demonic cultivator Hongguang. Because Su Luo was disguised in a black robe on all other occasions, only that time with Hongguang did he show his true face. Now that you mention it, it feels very fake. Was that day's incident arranged by you? Su Luo was just talking, not really believing Li Si had arranged it, because it was the plot. He just didn't know why Lin Xuan didn't show up and why Hongguang had to court death. Yes, I arranged it. Faced with Li Si's cheeky grin, Su Luo immediately didn't believe it. You never used to lie either. What's wrong with lying? Lately I've found it's not bad. Lying. That's wrong, Su Luo wanted to say, but it seemed he often lied for the plot, so never mind. Lying is wrong, isn't it? Li Si seemed to read Su Luo's mind. But how could Su Luo speak his true thoughts? No, lying is fine. As Su Luo and Li Si talked, the other examinees who had been watching Su Luo felt like they'd eaten something disgusting. Why was Li Si, the most outstanding examinee overall, chatting with Su Luo and laughing together? What's going on? What's their relationship? I'm grinding my teeth. Doesn't Li Si know Su Luo cheated? Impossible. She's smart as she must know. But why? Among us, who isn't better than Su Luo? Lin Xuan saw this from nearby and heard the comments around him. In his heart, Lin Xuan confirmed one thing again: Li Si's relationship with Su Luo was definitely not simple. Even though others despised Su Luo, Li Si didn't care at all. But he couldn't understand what was so good about Su Luo. Elder Yan had a high opinion of him, but in Lin Xuan's impression, Su Luo had no merits. He had a bad reputation in Xiofeng City, and his cultivation was mediocre. Perhaps he was hiding something, but not much. Lin Xuan was confident he could easily defeat him. And just now, Su Luo had even cheated his way into the 7-star sword sect and taunted others. What gave him the right? Lin Xuan despised people like Su Luo the most. But why was Li Si, with such high talent, so close to Su Luo? Deep feelings. From what Lin Xuan knew before Su Luo's engagement was broken off, Li Si had detested Su Luo. Where were the feelings? Women are so troublesome. Lin Xuan decided not to think about it. He only knew that he and someone like Su Luo would never be friends. After a brief rest, it was time to set off. And among the crowd, an ordinary person had quietly appeared with a token hanging from her waist. Initially, only Elder Yinshi was leading the team, but because Lin Xuan slightly provoked Elder Yinshi, Elder Xianying was added. However, it did not affect the situation, as Elder Yinshi remained the primary person in charge. Before long, Elder Yinshi led a group of people to a large mountain. Although they knew the beast army was inside, they were in no rush to reach it directly. Since they were already here, they could let the newcomers practice on some wild beasts, and also allow the sect members to warm up. During this process, the clever newcomers exerted themselves to the utmost. Whenever a beast appeared, it was a race to see who could strike first. Because within the sect, not everyone had the same resources, they had to earn them through their own performance. However, some people did not compete. Su Luo was strolling around as if on a leisurely walk, not even glancing at the beasts. And Li Si, she casually approached an ordinary sect disciple and began chatting. She even shared her snacks, treating the sect disciple with a mix of politeness and familiarity. Su Luo was puzzled. In the original story, Li Si was also someone who strove to stand out. What was different this time? Could she recognize a big shot at a glance? Was her judgment that sharp? Su Luo suddenly recalled that Li Si once mentioned she could see visions in her dreams. Did that mean she knew Nangong Shiyun? That made sense. If it weren't for her role as a villain, Su Luo would have wanted to get close to Nangong Shiyun too. Unfortunately, she had to rely on herself. Nangong Shiyun was also puzzled. She had deliberately dressed plainly, so why would someone approach her? She had heard that Li Si was an outstanding talent in this assessment. Why wasn't she out there killing beasts to prove herself instead of chatting with her? Could it be that Li Si saw through her disguise? That shouldn't be possible. And what did this diary loading mean? Indeed, after arriving here, Nangong Shiyun saw an interface that only she could perceive. No one else reacted to it. The words diary loading were displayed on it. She could freely close and expand it, but she had no idea what it was for. Moreover, she couldn't figure out who had cast this spell on her. She was curious about who had placed such a spell on her. Although she briefly suspected Li Si, after assessing her strength, she dismissed the thought. Having an extra interface didn't frighten Nangong Shiyun. She was confident in her own abilities, as she hadn't tasted defeat in a long time, and was even a little bored. All right, ahead is the bored demon army. Get ready to catch them off guard. Qin San addressed the sect members and newcomers. At his words, everyone entered a battle-ready state, gripping their weapons and casting enhancement spells. Soon they saw the beast army. Before anyone could charge at the swarming boar demons, Li Si unleashed a powerful sword aura. It was a strike that carried her full strength, its sharpness unprecedented. This single blow was something even some sect members might not be able to withstand. The other newcomers were utterly stunned. How could this be the level of someone their age? She had barely made a move earlier, leading everyone to think she wasn't interested. But now with one strike, she left the newcomers in despair. At the same time, Li Si shouted a warning, "Be careful, they're not ordinary." Then Lin Xuan added gravely, "They are very strong, don't act rashly." The two warnings came almost simultaneously. In that moment, Li Si's sword aura had already struck the group of boar demons. However, instead of being cleaved in two, the boar demons remained standing. Only their skin was broken, and beneath that skin there was another layer. The boar demons stopped pretending. They tore off their outer skins, revealing their true forms, raging bear demons. They were pitch black, 2 meters tall, with muscular bodies exuding power. They charged straight ahead, and the ground seemed to tremble from the force. Witnessing this overwhelming sight, the newcomers were paralyzed with fear, cold sweat pouring down their backs. At the same time, they felt a sense of relief. How close it had been. If not for Li Si and Lin Xuan's warnings, they would have rushed in and been slaughtered. Because the previous beasts had been so weak that the newcomers thought little of them, they assumed the boar demons would be the same. They never expected the enemy to be playing the fool. Facing a swarm of raging bear demons, the sect members and newcomers were no match. Elder Yinshi decisively stepped in. However, a special raging bear demon leaped out and blocked Elder Yinshi. Elder Xianying reacted instantly and moved to assist Elder Yinshi. Yet in a single exchange, both elders were sent flying. In the first clash, the two elders suffered a disadvantage. That special raging bear demon was the Raging Bear King, who had led his tribe deep into human territory to kill as many humans as possible. This time it seemed the harvest was abundant. The Raging Bear King couldn't help but smile, though it only made his expression more ferocious. Go all out. I understand. When masters fought, a single touch revealed the rough measure of their strength. Both Elder Yinshi and Elder Xianying understood how terrifying the Raging Bear King before them was, so they had no intention of holding back. There was no room for probing. Elder Yinshi leaped into the air, waved his hand, and a sea of fire blanketed the sky. Elder Xianying suddenly split into two, attacking the Raging Bear King. The Raging Bear King showed no fear. He charged head-on. His fists matched Elder Xianying's 4 hands, and instead of losing ground, he grew more fluid in his attacks. The Raging Bear King's punches were not only powerful, but also fast, and Elder Xianying had already taken several hits. Meanwhile, Elder Yinshi's fire formation was complete, encircling the Raging Bear King. Elder Xianying left a clone to hold the Raging Bear King, while his main body escaped the ring of fire. Condense. Elder Yinshi commanded. The flames contracted rapidly toward the Raging Bear King. The temperature soared to terrifying heights, Elder Xianying's clone vanished instantly, but the Raging Bear King withstood the entire spell. Is it over, eh? I'm afraid not. Elder Yanxi could already sense the immense power of the Raging Bear King. This attack probably wouldn't be fatal. A hand emerged from the flames, then tore the fire apart. Impressive, you terrifying humans. You've burned off all my fur. The Raging Bear King appeared not much worse for where at most his fur was singed. Elder Yanxi grew even more grave. That move was his ultimate technique, and it had failed. Things were going to be difficult. The Raging Bear King cared little about whether things were difficult for him. He only wanted to kill humans or be killed by them. He charged at the two elders again, his fists swelling to twice their size. Against two elders, he had to exert his true strength. In the sky, it was a battle of the powerful. On the ground, it was a fight for the fledglings. The sect members and newcomers had no time to marvel at the nascent soul-level clash, as the Raging Bear demons had already reached them. The sect members could still hold their ground against the Raging Bear demons, but it was a struggle. Not all of the sect members present were prodigies, their strength varied. The newcomers fared even worse, some could not even withstand 3 punches. Lin Xuan acted decisively, quickly directing them to form an effective defense. Following the script, Su Luo crouched down in fear within the protective circle. If she had stood arrogantly in the middle, she would likely have been the first to be kicked out. So if you cowered in fear, others might be reluctant to kick you. Li Si fought alone as she knew she wasn't skilled at directing others, so she didn't interfere. She just had to do her part. Su Luo was taken aback. Why hadn't Li Si joined Lin Xuan to form the defensive circle? She stood alone. Surely she couldn't hold her ground by herself. In truth, Su Luo had underestimated Li Si. His impression of her strength still stuck in the narrative of past events. The current Li Si was far stronger than before. Even facing several fiery bear demons, she had not faltered. Only then did Su Luo feel at ease, and he also spotted Nangong Shiyun nearby. With her around, there was nothing to worry about. Indeed, Nangong Shiyun was secretly protecting everyone, sapping the strength of the fiery bear demons unseen, rescuing the cultivators of the 7 Stars Sword sect. For someone like Nangong Shiyun, striking without being noticed was far too easy. I can't hold on much longer. We must endure even if we cannot. I refuse to die here. Lin Xuan, what should we do? Hold the line and wait for reinforcements from the sect. The sect's own forces were thinking the same thing. They wanted reinforcements too. There were far too many fiery bear demons on the other side. If they had only faced ordinary pig demons, such numbers would have been no match for them. Who would have guessed they were playing the part of prey? They had been the hunters, yet now they found themselves the hunted. The 7 Stars Sword sect was in full retreat. Yet because Nangong Shiyun was present, no one perished. This was the control of a true power player. While the ground battle raged fiercely, the skies above had already reached their conclusion. Not bad, not bad. After this job is done, we can head back. The fiery bear demon king held one elder in each hand, gripping the necks of Elder Xianying and Elder Yanxi. The two elders no longer bore the countenance of mighty cultivators when they had first arrived. Their faces were pale, blood trickling from their mouths, unable to struggle, crushed beneath his iron grip. The fiery bear demon king noticed Elder Yanxi moving his lips as if wishing to say something. What? You wish to speak your last words? Very well, go ahead. Full of confidence, the demon king loosened his grip just enough to allow the elder to speak. Once the elder finished, he could crush both human strong ones as easily as squashing ants. Yet Elder Yanxi showed no trace of fear, no hint of concern for his own survival. Nangong Shiyun, if you do not act soon, you may prepare to burn incense at my and Elder Xianying's graves. At that moment, the fiery bear demon king sensed something was wrong. But he had no chance to speak nor any opportunity to move. The fiery bear demon king was snapped in half at the waist, and his head was severed. No matter how powerful his vitality, he could not possibly survive. Nangong Shiyun's sword carried absolute fatality. No amount of vitality could withstand such a strike. At that very moment, the other fiery bear demons fell together, their breaths fading. This all happened so suddenly that no one had time to react. What's happening? What's going on? I don't know. Who is she? She's even stronger than both elders. Above in the sky, yet another powerful cultivator hovered upon empty air, draped in ordinary clothes, bearing an unremarkable face, wielding an utterly plain sword. Not only were the newcomers bewildered, even those within the sect were at a loss, for none recognized the woman who had felled all the fiery bear demons with a single strike. Elder Xianying pushed the demon king's hand away, and after some moments managed to steady himself. Half jokingly, he said, "Cough, cough. You're being rather excessive. Did you wish to see these old bones scattered?" "No, I simply believed in you. You've grown even stronger." "Have I? I feel no different." Nangong Shiyun truly felt nothing. She had always been formidable. Elder Yanxi tidied his appearance slightly. "Very well, let us return. We've frightened the newcomers badly. It wasn't so bad. For them this was excellent experience. Do not underestimate demonic beasts." Nangong Shiyun said indifferently. Indeed, Elder Xianying dared not press further, for he himself had nearly been undone. Had Nangong Shiyun not been there, they would surely have fallen here. Thinking back now, it had been dangerously close. On the way back, the newcomers still bore lingering fear, but soon enough a new topic captured their attention. Elder Xianying asked Nangong Shiyun, "Well, have you found any suitable disciples?" You know the sect master gave you his final ultimatum. Might as well pick one or two here. After all, you rarely leave Ruyan Peak anyway. Hearing these words, the newcomer's eyes widened instantly. Though they had not clearly seen that sword strike, they had witnessed the result. All the fiery bear demons slain simultaneously, a power beyond comprehension. To become her disciple would already place one far ahead of others. With her guidance and cultivation, one would soar to unprecedented heights. Even if one's own talent was lacking, a simple plea, "Please help me, master," would suffice. Faced with all those longing gazes, Nan Gong, Shi Yun casually pointed. Her and him. She pointed to Li Si and Lin Xuan. Su Luo was dumbfounded. Had Li Si truly succeeded? She had only shared snacks and chatted. That was all it took. This was absurd. In the original narrative, Li Si's master had been the peak master of another summit. Never had he expected her to become Nan Gong, Shi Yun's disciple this time. It should be fine, right? Thus Li Si and Lin Xuan were taken away by Nan Gong, Shi Yun, first heading toward Ruyan Peak. The remaining newcomers were led into the 7-star sword sect by senior disciples, given a brief introduction to the sect's terrain, and then assigned their residences. After that came a small celebration, colloquially known as the Newcomer Welcome Banquet. The general program featured fine food and drink, with senior disciples performing sword techniques, blade arts, array formations, artifact refinement, and alchemy. The aim was to broaden the newcomers' horizons and fill them with hope for the future. The 7-star sword sect was not solely dedicated to sword cultivation. There was something for everyone. In short, it was a lively banquet full of ceremony. Su Luo sat to the side eating, but there was not a soul around him. Because Su Luo's cheating scandal had already spread within a sect where self-reliance was proudly valued, his actions had ensured his isolation. But at that moment, someone sat beside Su Luo. It was Xiaoyu. "Oh, when did you finish?" Su Luo was asking about her enlightenment. "I don't know. After it ended, I couldn't find you, and I grew anxious." "Hold on. The fact that you're here means you've also entered the 7-star sword sect just like them. Keep your distance from me. Those who associate with pitch grow black." Su Luo still had his bottom line. Xiaoyu was still so young, it would be unfortunate for her to face public criticism. "No. Then shall I leave?" "Don't. You're still young and don't understand many things, but keeping your distance from me is the right choice. Trust me. I trust you, but I don't want to keep my distance from you." Xiaoyu deliberately drew closer. There was little space between them to begin with, and now they were almost touching. Su Luo sighed and let it be. "By the way, what happened after your enlightenment?" "The sect master has taken me on as his personal disciple. My apologies. I am unworthy." Su Luo decided once more to distance himself. Xiaoyu was not an important figure in the narrative, but now that she had become the sect master's personal disciple, it was even more inappropriate for her to be near him. Su Luo hurriedly ate a few more bites and quickly departed. Xiaoyu mimicked his actions, stuffing herself with food and packing some delicacies, then hurried after Su Luo. Shaking off Xiaoyu would have been simple for Su Luo, but one could evade the first watch, but not the 15th. Besides, as the sect master's personal disciple, she could find him far too easily. Unable to avoid her, he merely walked with her, shared some snacks, and chatted idly, as one might with a child. Only when it was nearly time did he use drowsiness as an excuse to send her away. His own narrative was still manageable now, but if things grew increasingly dark as the story progressed, and he remained so close to Xiaoyu, he feared the sect master might strike him down. The next day, the newcomers began their cultivation at the Qixing Sword Sect. The first task was to choose their own path of cultivation, and then proceed to the appropriate place to learn based on their chosen path. At the Qixing Sword Sect, the highest authority was the sect leader, followed by the Council of Elders and the 8 Peak Masters. Next came the stewards. Finally, there were the disciples, who were not divided into inner and outer disciples, with the sole exception of personal disciples. Under normal circumstances, newcomers would spend some time adapting within the sect, choosing their own path, and cultivating independently. They could go to the library to research materials, or attend lectures by senior brothers, senior sisters, Peak Masters, elders, or stewards on cultivation. However, the Peak Masters and elders were very busy and did not hold many lectures. Once or twice a year was considered good. Most of the time, it was the stewards who resolved the disciples' questions. If a disciple performed exceptionally well and was accepted as a personal disciple by a Peak Master or elder, they would receive far more cultivation resources and guidance. Thus, becoming a personal disciple was a fiercely competitive goal among the sect's disciples. Otherwise, one could only receive one-to-many guidance, which even at the Qixing Sword Sect was far better than outside. One-to-many guidance was useful, but it was not tailored to the individual. It largely depended on one's own comprehension ability. With high comprehension, cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. Without it, progress was painfully slow. This was completely different from personal disciples, who could skip over a decade of detours. Such was the cultivation method of the Qixing Sword Sect. As for Su Luo, thanks to her cheating reputation, news of her spread quickly throughout the sect. So becoming a personal disciple was out of the question. But Elder Yinshi kindly said to Su Luo, "You can come to me if you have any problems." His words were filled with goodwill. However, Su Luo knew the plot, and understood that Elder Yinshi's kindness was only superficial. He had ulterior motives, though that was a matter for later. After thanking the elder, Su Luo went to her residence. At this time, the other newcomers were deciding on their path of cultivation. Some had already made up their minds and were inquiring about which peak had the best alchemy, which peak had the most elegant sword techniques, and which peak had the most female disciples. Su Luo felt it was unnecessary. Cultivate. Impossible. She would never cultivate in this lifetime. She would just write her diary to get by. Then she returned to her residence. The Qixing sword sect assigned each disciple a small house. The Qixing sword sect was quite spacious, more than enough for each person to have a small house. Lying in her chair, Su Luo suddenly remembered that there was still plot to write. If she missed the plot and didn't write in her diary, there would be no reward. She quickly got up to write. The entrance assessment is over. I can lie low for a while again. Although I am a villain, I still need to cultivate. Clearly my current strength is no longer worthy of being slapped in the face by Lin Xuan, so for the next period, I'll be getting a power-up. But this time the enhancement is not in cultivation, but in equipment. And the next time I appear will be at the newcomer competition a month later. So there's really nothing for me to do next. As for Lin Xuan, with Nangong Shiyun as his master, he will naturally soar step by step. First, as a greeting gift, Nangong Shiyun offered several high-level equipment pieces for Lin Xuan to choose one. This starting point was the finish line for others. This was not just about Lin Xuan obtaining a treasure, more importantly, it was about leaving a good impression on Nangong Shiyun. Taking a disciple doesn't require giving your heart and soul, so if the impression is good, the master will also hand out more treasures. No problem. So how does one gain Nangong Shiyun's favor? Let's talk about Nangong Shiyun's problem. She is very strong, but she also has weaknesses. Of course, these weaknesses are not in cultivation, but in other aspects. Nangong Shiyun has luck, but only a little. Simply put, she is already a wealthy woman, but she could be even richer. That is, many of Nangong Shiyun's treasures she couldn't fully understand. She only knew their superficial uses, not their fundamental functions, so she would deem them useless and give them away to others. For example, among the treasures she offered to Lin Xuan, there was a sword named Rain Dew Sword, formed by connecting water droplet shapes. It looked peculiar, but the material was excellent, and the craftsmanship of the forger was superb, making it a fine sword. But its true function was not for fighting, but for skincare. Indeed, the forger of this weapon, because his wife loved skincare, found a very precious skincare ingredient, white dew frost, and hid it within this sword as a surprise gift for his wife. However, an accident occurred. The man died, and the sword never reached his wife. It circulated through the cultivation world until it eventually fell into Nangong Shiyun's hands. Nangong Shiyun treated it as an ordinary sword. Although it was a good sword for someone of her level, it was mediocre. Facing the treasures offered by Nangong Shiyun, the knowledgeable Old Yin explained each one to Lin Xuan so that he would not make a wrong choice. Old Yin also knew about the Rain Dew sword because he had read the forger's manuscripts. When Lin Xuan chose his treasure, to Old Yan's surprise, he selected the Rain Dew sword and then gave it to Nangong Shiyun. Lin Xuan's reasoning was simple. His master had placed this sword among the options for him to choose, clearly unaware of its true function. Rather than letting it gather dust, he might as well use it. As far as Lin Xuan knew, women all loved skincare, so his master should appreciate it. As for not obtaining a treasure himself, it didn't matter, he only needed to strengthen himself. So did Nangong Shiyun like skincare? No, but she needed it. Because at this time Nangong Shiyun did not show her true face. Why didn't she show her true face? Because she was disfigured. Long ago she was injured by an enemy and her face was covered with poison scars crisscrossing in a nauseating manner. Even as her strength grew, she was completely helpless against it. She had sought help from others, but to no avail. Later she gave up and learned to disguise herself. This time the skincare gift from Lin Xuan came into play, directly healing Nangong Shiyun's face. Afterward, Nangong Shiyun was in a great mood and rewarded Lin Xuan with several more treasures. Old Yin was still perplexed, thinking Lin Xuan was foolish for giving up a treasure. But within a few days he had gained several more. He couldn't understand why someone of Nangong Shiyun's level would need skincare. Because of this incident, Nangong Shiyun skipped the stage of unfamiliarity with Lin Xuan, felt that this disciple was excellent, and began to guide his cultivation earnestly. In other words, the protagonist in less than a day gained his master's trust by accident, using his master's own possession to cure her pain point. So back to the point with Lin Xuan having such a powerful master, am I afraid? I don't need to worry. I have no interaction with her because I can't even get past Lin Xuan, let alone face Nangong Shiyun. But because of this I can survive until the end. Otherwise, if Nangong Shiyun made a move, I would be instantly eliminated, and I wouldn't have to keep saying, I'll be back, like Hui Tailang. Though I really want to pad the content, there's only this matter recently, so it can't be helped. After finishing her diary, Su Luo didn't know what to do. She decided to find a good spot to watch the sunset. Strengthening the soul a little every day was still important. Diary completed. Reward: speed 5, strength 4, cultivation level increased by 1 layer. Current cultivation late, foundation establishment. Special ability upgraded, my pain surpasses yours. When attacked, 40 of the damage received can be transferred to a designated target. Su Luo absolutely loved this special ability upgrade. A 40 damage reduction, how satisfying. If it reached 100 in the future, who could even hurt her? Su Luo cheerfully left her residence to find a higher, better place to watch the sunset. Although it was only morning, as the saying goes, the moment you start work you're already thinking about clocking out. So Su Luo's going to look for it now. Absolutely no problem. Ruyun Peak, being quite distant from the other peaks, was considered a remote place, yet it lacked for none of the resources it should have had. To be admitted here was already halfway to success. The other peaks were teeming with people, perhaps exaggeratedly so, but certainly numerous, making the competition naturally fierce. Yet at Ruyun Peak, there was only Nangong Shiyun now, and her strength had reached a bottleneck, needing a catalyst to break through. Since she no longer needed resources who would benefit from what remained. Just thinking about it made Ruyun Peak seem incredibly appealing. It was a pity that Nangong Shiyun had only accepted Lin Xuan and Li Si. Nangong Shiyun stood before her dwelling, gazing at the interface, and noticed the progress bar had reached 90%. Of course, she did not understand what the progress bar meant, though it was displayed on the loading interface. Growing more curious, she wondered what would happen once it completed. At that moment, Lin Xuan and Li Si arrived, summoned by Nangong Shiyun. Today was the ceremony of becoming her disciples. In truth, there was hardly any ceremony. Nangong Shiyun's master might have cared, but she did not, and her master was not here. Here she was the one in charge. Seeing her two disciples arrive, Nangong Shiyun put away the interface. Though others could not see it, hovering right before herself was rather uncomfortable. "You're here, master," Lin Xuan and Li Si said in unison. Nangong Shiyun spoke casually. "Very well. We three are all that remain at Ruyun Peak, so there are few rules to follow. For the next few days, cultivate as usual. I'll assess your current level, and then I shall teach you accordingly. Regarding matters within the sect, you may consult the books over there yourselves. I won't elaborate. Should you encounter any trouble you cannot resolve within the sect, mention my name. And if that still doesn't work, call for me." Nangong Shiyun had little desire to take on disciples in the first place, but the sect required it, so she had no choice. She intended to finish these arrangements quickly and lie down to rest. There isn't much preparation needed. Here are a few items. Choose one as a gift from your master. "Thank you, master." Regarding their master, neither Lin Xuan nor Li Si felt the need to be overly polite. Nangong Shiyun snapped her fingers, and a pile of treasures appeared before them. Golden light shimmered, spiritual energy radiated outward, and the effects were overwhelmingly impressive. Lin Xuan and Li Si could barely keep their eyes open. Then Nangong Shiyun selected 5 items and placed them before them, retracting the rest. The Baojian Zhaodan sword was unremarkable in other aspects, being purely incomparably sharp. The Baojian Yulu sword had an unusual shape, with 7 teardrop forms linked together. Tianlong water was a top-grade recovery potion capable of swiftly restoring spiritual energy and healing injuries. Tungsha armor possessed extraordinary defensive capability, able to withstand a full-force strike from a golden core expert. The mixing Wuying formation disc allowed one-click deployment, rapidly forming a maze within 100 meters that proved difficult to destroy. Choose one each. Your cultivation is still low, so you must not become too reliant on external objects. These are hardly exceptional treasures. They will suffice only until you reach the golden core stage. Once your cultivation grows higher, I shall give you something better. Only enough for the golden core stage. Who speaks such words? Some people might never even lay eyes on these items by the time they reach golden core. Li Si shed tears of poverty. She had previously thought her cultivation resources were adequate, but now she realized how narrow her perspective had been. Lin Xuan, however, remained relatively composed, having always had Elder Yin to broaden his horizons, so he was not nearly as astonished. "You go first," Lin Xuan said gentlemanly, letting Li Si choose ahead of him. "Thank you." Li Si immediately selected the Yulu sword. "Are you certain about this sword? Among these qualities, it is actually the lowest, quite inferior to the one beside it," Nangong Shiyun reminded her. "That's fine, I want this one." Li Si did not hesitate. "As you wish. And you?" Lin Xuan chose the Tungsha armor, which could protect his life. In his view, survival was quite important. Although offense was said to be the best defense, he had frequently encountered enemies whose cultivation surpassed his own. Attacking only exposed greater vulnerabilities, and much of the time he relied on counterattacks from a defensive stance. Thus, choosing the Tungsha armor felt more secure. Seeing them both make their selections, Nangong Shiyun had little else to instruct. "Very well, go cultivate." But Li Si spoke up. "Master, wait. I have a favor to ask. Please open this sword." "Open it?" "Yes, split the sword in half. There is something valuable inside." "What is it?" "Bailu Frost." "Bailu Frost? What is that?" Nangong Shiyun did not recognize everything. The cultivation world was vast. Even though she had previously paid attention to remedies for facial disfigurement, she had never heard of it. It has a remarkable effect on the skin, capable of repairing skin damage and making it look far better. While speaking, Nangong Shiyun had already split the sword in half. For someone of her strength, it was trivial. Moreover, it was merely a sword. If it were broken, it would be broken. On the teardrop shapes lay thin layers of medicinal substance. This was Bailu Frost. It truly existed. "How did you know?" Though surprised, Nangong Shiyun had long since mastered controlling her expressions. And even if it was a skin-repairing remedy, it might not necessarily work for her. "Master, I saw it mentioned in an ancient book. Your skin is already so fine. Do you need this?" Nangong Shiyun thought the Yulu sword itself would be far more useful to Li Si than the Bailu Frost. "No, I intend to give it to you, master." "Why? Because you gifted us upon our admission, yet we have nothing to give you in return. But when I saw this sword, I made my decision." Li Si took Nangong Shiyun's small hand in hers, so fair, so smooth. Truthfully, Li Si felt a touch of envy. With hands so beautiful could she truly wield the peerless sword of the world. Though she marveled at her master's excellent skin, she continued speaking. It may seem somewhat shameless to return something using your own gifts, but you likely already possess plenty of fine swords, so this item, with its special skin benefits, might actually be useful to you. Your skin is already wonderful, but it could be even more so. The book says this Bailu Frost is extraordinarily effective, perhaps the #1 skincare remedy in the entire world. Li Si was somewhat exaggerating, yet considering it could heal her master's disfigurement that had plagued her for years, one could hardly call it anything less than the finest in the world. Hearing these words, Nangong Shiyun wavered. If there were any way at all, who would not wish to heal a ruined visage? But on the surface her expression remained unchanged. Very well, I accept it. Then we shall take our leave. Go ahead. Lin Xuan and Li Si departed. Nangong Shiyun reverted to her true appearance, her face covered with venom scars, almost unrecognizable. Were one to gaze upon it for too long, one might feel nauseous. Nangong Shiyun looked at the piece by piece Bailu Frost, touched her face, and sighed. She still cared deeply after all. She had originally thought she did not mind, yet her Dao heart had already been stirred. But would it truly be effective? Nangong Shiyun calmed herself once more. She had long understood that greater expectations bred greater disappointments. Just as Nangong Shiyun was about to try it, ding. The diary has finished loading. The diary loaded. Nangong Shiyun curiously opened the interface and found it had changed. It now resembled a book with several large characters on its cover. Su Luo's proper person diary. Who is Su Luo? Nangong Shiyun had no impression of him. She generally didn't bother remembering unimportant people. Then she opened the diary. There was only one entry. Nangong Shiyun read it quietly, a rare smile appearing on her face. She found it rather amusing. What was written basically matched what had just happened, but there were some discrepancies. The one Li Si chose was the rain-due sword, not Lin Xuan. Moreover, it even knew about her disfigurement, something very few people knew. How did this Su Luo know? Finally, and most importantly, the diary claimed that this white dew frost could cure her. Was it really effective? Nangong Shiyun began applying the white dew frost. If it could truly heal her, then the diary might have some credibility. The truth was that the effect was remarkably pronounced. The poison marks on Nangong Shiyun's face visibly dissipated until they vanished, revealing her original appearance. Her eyes were like autumn pools, her lips moist and red, her teeth like jade. Each feature complemented the others, forming a beauty that could topple kingdoms. Nangong Shiyun stared blankly at the mirror. How many years had it been since she last saw her own face clearly? She almost shed tears. After a long while, Nangong Shiyun calmed down and couldn't help but begin to ponder. It really worked. So what did this diary mean? What was Su Luo's purpose in writing it? And why show it to her? And how did he know all this? Prophecy. But if it were prophecy, why would the characters be wrong? Shouldn't even the most basic details be correct? Nangong Shiyun felt her mind was a bit overwhelmed, but this was indeed beyond her comprehension. Interesting. She decided to investigate thoroughly. The reason was that she too had nothing to do. She had been slacking off on Riyun Peak all along, as there was nothing interesting worth her effort. In cultivation, she had already hit a bottleneck. What she needed was a turning point, not more training. Go out treasure hunting. No need. Her treasures were already so numerous, she couldn't even recognize them all. She might as well explore her own little treasury. Now she had a diary that she couldn't even get rid of. How intriguing. Nangong Shiyun decided to first wait and see how things would unfold. First, she would go take a look at this Su Luo. Regardless, she had to first see this person named Su Luo, find out what abilities he had, and whether the diary was his doing. How to find him? Simple. From the diary, it was clear he was a new disciple who had just joined the sect. That made it easy. Nangong Shiyun first inquired about Su Luo, and since he was relatively well known, she quickly got information. She soon found him. At that moment, Su Luo was wandering around looking for a good spot to watch the sunset. Finally, he found one. A small peak near his residence with few people around, perfectly suitable. Then he set up a large parasol and a reclining chair. He just lay there until evening, and then went back. Nangong Shiyun was exasperated. How could Su Luo be so lazy, not even cultivating? In Nangong Shiyun's view, Su Luo was only at the late chi refining stage. At his age, and with such cultivation, how dare he slack off? Su Luo's actual cultivation was at the late foundation establishment stage, but he had used an ability called, "What you see is only what I want you to see," to adjust his displayed cultivation to late chi refining. Nangong Shiyun watched for a whole day, but couldn't figure anything out. Of course, she could simply go up and ask him. With her strength, what couldn't she get out of him? If he refused to answer, his fate wouldn't be pleasant. She would resort to physical interrogation. But that would ruin the fun, like reading the beginning of a mystery novel only to have the murderer spoiled. All interest would vanish instantly. Nangong Shiyun had no worries about cultivation anyway, and now that she had finally found something interesting, she naturally wanted to savor it. However, day after day, Su Luo just lay around, nothing special happening. Aside from going to the small peak every day to watch the sunset, there was nothing else. Speaking of which, why did he watch the sunset every day? Was he that fond of it? And the diary, it was just filler every day with no real content. Many words, she didn't even recognize Yuanshan, Nongyao Fangzhou, Zhanshuang Qidu. She had no idea what they were. Su Luo kept mentioning them, saying he missed them terribly. What good things were these? However, Nangong Shiyun felt that Su Luo's diary was probably not meant for others to read, because he wrote many irrelevant things, completely jotting down whatever came to mind. If he had intended for others to see it, he would have written something more deliberately useful to achieve his purpose. But it could also be an act. Nangong Shiyun remained skeptical about this. Her observation over these days was not without reward, as she discovered that her disciple Li Si had interactions with Su Luo. But it was just ordinary conversation, mostly Li Si sharing about her life, and then nothing more. The conversations were not long. When she learned of their connection, Nangong Shiyun suspected that Su Luo had told Li Si about the white dew frost. In that one diary entry with actual content, the person was wrong, and the key mistaken person was Li Si. This was bound to arouse suspicion. But what baffled her was, since Su Luo knew so much, why didn't he act himself? What was his purpose? The doubts remained unresolved, and the more she thought, the more she felt that she had used more brainpower in these few days than in the past few months. Nangong Shiyun was not in a hurry either. After all, there was plenty of time. Moreover, Su Luo had written that he would appear again at the newcomer tournament, so she would wait and see. Also, as the diary had instructed, Nangong Shiyun rewarded Li Si with 2 treasures as compensation. On one hand, she didn't want to alter the plot too much and arouse Su Luo's suspicion. On the other hand, it was indeed because of Li Si that her face was healed, so giving her some treasures was only fair. Half a month passed. The other new disciples were making rapid progress. After all, at the Qi refining stage, with good guidance and resources, they naturally advanced quickly. Another reason was that the rewards for the newcomer tournament were too generous. For people like Lin Xuan and Li Si, the rewards might not be as good as what their masters could give, but others did not have such masters. Some new disciples might not even have a decent weapon. So the newcomer tournament was an opportunity. Achieving a good rank would not only bring rewards, but also the possibility of being accepted as a direct disciple by some powerful figure. And Su Luo, his days were still boring. He only needed to go out for a walk every few days. But today was different. It was time to act. Because today there was a small event, a plot point to set the stage for the newcomer tournament. Before setting out, Su Luo could not resist jotting down a few entries in his diary. I've been lying around for half a month. It's time to pay Lin Su a visit. The novice competition is still half a month away. This time I'll have to stir up trouble with Lin Su again. The reason is that I can't stand the gossip within the sect. Every time someone sees me, they talk ill of me behind my back and look down on me in every way possible. So I blame all of this on Lin Su. I've endured it for a long time, but I finally snapped. This time I want to ambush Lin Su to vent my frustration. The result was obvious. I failed and was beaten down by Lin Su once again. As fate would have it, Li Si happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. I immediately turned around and accused Lin Su of beating me without reason. Any fool could tell my words were lies. Li Si gave a cold snort and tore into me with a barrage of sharp words, leaving me wailing and throwing a tantrum. The ultimate clown. It was self-inflicted humiliation, which is why I say being a villain is pointless. Better to just finish the game quickly. When faced with such humiliation, how could I remain indifferent? Then I went straight to Elder Yanxi to beg for help. Elder Yanxi was quite straightforward and gave me 2 treasures. With these 2 items, I could consider myself strengthened and then create some pressure for Lin Su. Unfortunately, in the end, Lin Su still won. During the novice competition, Lin Su made a name for himself with a single battle, though he was already well known for having a formidable master. That's roughly today's events, a minor interlude with not much screen time. Lately, there haven't been many ridiculous plot points. Because Lin Su is also working hard to improve his cultivation every day, keeping him very busy. And within the sect, there won't be any inexplicable enemies for Lin Su to humble. In a righteous sect, how could disciples constantly cause trouble, especially with Lin Su? Of course, I'm the exception. So things have been relatively peaceful lately. Since there isn't much plot, the rewards from writing in the diary are minimal. Just a few attribute points that disappear quickly. Su Luo has gradually grown accustomed to it. After all, when there's no significant plot, the rewards are merely pocket change. Closing the diary, Su Luo headed out to find Lin Su. Nangong Shiyun perked up upon seeing the diary updated, glad that another useful entry had been written, and decided to see whether events would unfold as described. Nangong Shiyun quickly followed Su Luo to investigate. Su Luo soon found Lin Su, who was deep in cultivation, completely focused. Perfect. Su Luo struck without hesitation and launched a surprise attack. Lin Su, this is all your fault. Lin Su easily dodged, then turned and kicked Su Luo flying. It's you again. I didn't come looking for you, yet you come to me yet. It's all your fault for exposing my cheating. Now everyone curses at me every time I walk by, and I can't take it anymore. You're the one in the wrong, and you haven't reflected on it at all. Seeing Su Luo approach, Lin Su was curious to see whether Su Luo had made any progress these past few days, and also wanted to gauge his own improvements. However, Su Luo didn't give him the chance at all, collapsing at the slightest touch like an old man playing the victim. Damn it. Su Luo lay on the ground, shouting resentfully. Lin Su was somewhat exasperated. Can't you show me some real strength? Otherwise, don't come looking for trouble. I don't have time for you. Lin Su, I will make you pay. He said his thing, and Su Luo said his. Just then Li Si arrived. Su Luo's expression changed instantly, looking extremely aggrieved. "See, please help me. That bastard Lin Su beat me for no reason." Su Luo immediately threw the blame onto Lin Su. Li Si glanced coldly at Su Luo. "Su Luo, you're being too much. I saw everything. It was you who provoked Lin Su, and now you're framing him. You're the bastard." "No, I didn't." "See, don't you believe me?" "I don't believe you at all." Lin Su, listening nearby, was somewhat surprised. What was going on? That wasn't right. When had Li Si ever cursed at Su Luo like that? He had harbored some doubts before, but he had to admit now. What was Su Luo up to? Provoking him without fighting at full strength, and Su Luo and Li Si had such a good relationship. Why did they seem like enemies now? Their relationship was still so hard to understand. One second, they were close childhood sweethearts, the next they were enemies. What was this about? Were they putting on a show for him? But what was the point? Lin Su watched, thoroughly bewildered. "Get lost. I don't want to see you anymore. I've completely lost hope in you." Su Luo was struck as if by lightning, his spirit completely crushed. He moved his lips, but could say nothing. "Fine, I'm leaving." "Why are you treating Su Luo like this?" Xiao Yu stepped in front of Su Luo, having witnessed the entire scene. Originally, she felt she had no right to intervene, as in her eyes, Su Luo harbored feelings for Li Si. She hadn't been clear about it before, but now that Li Si also showed affection towards Su Luo, Xiao Yu felt even more unworthy. Yet seeing Su Luo so distressed, and it was all because of Li Si, Xiao Yu couldn't hold herself back any longer. Even if she had no standing, she couldn't let them bully Su Luo. "You're being too much." Li Si was somewhat puzzled. Was this part of the plot? Li Si had deliberately acted in a certain way to avoid disrupting Su Luo's storyline, never expecting Xiao Yu to appear and defend him. Wait, defend? Was Xiao Yu's relationship with Su Luo really just that of fellow townsmen? Something felt off. When did their relationship become so close? For a moment, Li Si's heart was in turmoil. She really wanted to ask Su Luo and Xiao Yu what their relationship was actually like, and how they interacted in private. Actually, Su Luo was also bewildered. Why was Xiao Yu here? She shouldn't have been part of this scene. Don't cause trouble. Let it end like this. Su Luo pulled Xiao Yu to leave. But Li Si suddenly spoke up. "Before you defend Su Luo, look at what he did. First he ambushed Lin Su without reason, and after losing he blamed Lin Su. Do you think his actions are justified?" Xiao Yu turned and asked Su Luo, "Is that true?" Su Luo nodded. Li Si secretly rejoiced in her heart. "See clearly now, Xiao Yu. Su Luo isn't worth your effort. Stay far away from him. Even so, he has his own reasons. You can't treat him like this," Xiao Yu said. "Holy crap, who are you talking to?" Su Luo was somewhat confused by Xiao Yu. "When did you become my die-hard supporter? How can you say such things? Xiao Yu, use your common sense." Li Si grew anxious. This level of belief in Su Luo was too much. "What spell has Su Luo cast on you? He hasn't treated me this way. I won't." Xiao Yu took out her token, preparing to summon the sect master. Xiao Yu understood that she couldn't defeat Lin Su and Li Si in a fight, nor could she reason with them, so this was her only option. Seeing this, Su Luo quickly pressed her hand down. "Stop causing trouble. Disturbing the sect master over such a trivial matter is ridiculous. Let's go, let's go." Su Luo directly pulled Xiao Yu and left. They quickly returned to their residence, and Su Luo spoke to Xiao Yu seriously. "Xiao Yu, from now on, don't involve yourself in my affairs. It's not beneficial for either of us." "Why? They're all bullying you like this. Shouldn't you get the facts straight first? Didn't you hear what Li Si said? It was my fault after all. If you keep thinking this way, I'll start doubting whether you can distinguish logic." Su Luo felt a headache coming on. "Xiao Yu, I think you should learn to tell right from wrong. I'll explain to you in a moment. Have some tea first, and I'll be back shortly to give you a proper explanation." After settling Xiao Yu, Su Luo hurried off to find Elder Yanxi. It only then occurred to him that the plot hadn't ended yet. He still needed to make a stop at Elder Yanxi's place. The plot could be abandoned, but it needed to maintain coherence. Although Xiao Yu was an unexpected variable, she couldn't be allowed to derail everything. Su Luo stumbled along on his way to see Elder Yanxi, deliberately making himself appear more battered than he actually was. "What happened to you? What's going on?" Elder Yanxi noticed Su Luo's wretched state and showed concern. "Elder Yanxi, I want to become stronger in a short time. It seems you've encountered some misfortune. However, I have no method to accelerate your growth quickly. Only the demonic path possesses such techniques." Elder Yanxi wore an expression of helpless regret. Su Luo bowed his head in disappointment, but anger surged within him moments later. "I beg you, for the sake of becoming stronger, I'll do anything." "No, there's no need for this." Elder Yanxi turned away. "How about this? I'll give you 2 treasure artifacts. If you can master them proficiently, it'll count as a shortcut to strength." "Really? Thank you so much, Elder Yanxi." "Yes, disciple understands." The 2 treasures consisted of a Qilin snake whip capable of autonomous enemy attacks. While its strikes were somewhat rigid, it was more than sufficient against those at the Qi condensation stage. The second was a Qilin snake armor, providing matching defense, at least capable of withstanding a single strike from a Foundation establishment cultivator. Unassuming, yet powerful. After acquiring these treasures, Su Luo rushed back. Without Xiao Yu, there would have been no need to rush so desperately. But judging from her recent behavior, she seemed to lack proper discernment between right and wrong, which wasn't conducive to healthy growth. What? You ask why I care so much about this. Please, nurturing the psychological well-being of youth is our sacred duty. Well, the truth was simpler. He just wanted Xiaoyu to stay on the right path. Though he himself was a villain having endured hardship himself, he wanted to be someone who offered shelter to others. Meanwhile, Nangong Shiyun had been secretly observing for half a day and reached the conclusion Su Luo was performing based on his own diary entries. The dialogue was convincing, but the combat was deeply flawed. How could a late qi condensation cultivator like him fall so easily when facing Lin Xuan, who was at the same realm? Could he pay more attention? Su Luo wanted to rush through the plot, but for what purpose? His diary never mentioned this, and it was the very thing Nangong Shiyun couldn't comprehend. Then there was Li Si. According to their usual close relationship, she shouldn't have said those things to him. Even if Su Luo had erred, she should have lectured him properly, not demanded he leave, or shown such open disgust. Such a sudden change in attitude seemed unnatural. What puzzled him even more was Elder Yanxi's willingness to help. Were they related? It didn't seem that way at all. Everything happening around Su Luo felt increasingly intriguing. Nangong Shiyun felt as though he were peeling back layers of Su Luo's secrets, and the sensation was quite satisfying. Having obtained the treasures from Elder Yanxi, Su Luo returned. Xiaoyu was still holding her warm tea, sipping it slowly, truly waiting obediently. Seeing Su Luo return, she quickly set down her tea and rose to greet him. Sit. What I'm about to say is very important. What is it? What kind of person do you think I am? A good person, the best in the world. Stop, don't flatter me like that. The best in the world sounds completely fabricated. Su Luo thought this was the funniest joke he'd heard all year. But I really mean it. What if I did something bad? What did you do? I cheated to enter the sect. I was with you forget. If that's a bad thing, then I did it too. We're both bad people. No, that's not the same. Su Luo gave another example. What about me ambushing Lin Xuan without reason earlier? How do you explain that? I think you have your own reasons, you just don't want to tell me. Her intuition was surprisingly accurate, but Su Luo simply refused to admit it. You're wrong, there isn't. No, there is. Why won't you listen on this? I do listen. Am I a bad person then? You're not. Where was he listening? This would go on forever. Just then, an unexpected person arrived, Li Si. The first thing I hear is you corrupting a child, Su Luo. Your methods are getting quite impressive. Which I saw me corrupting her. I was about to teach her about good and evil. That's true. Wait, what are you doing here? Su Luo finally snapped out of it. He had grown accustomed to these conversations with Li Si over the past few days. But considering how Li Si had just reverted to the plot, showing disgust toward him, wasn't it strange that she came over now? Xiaoyu thought the same thing. Didn't you say you never wanted to see Su Luo again? Her tone was accusatory, clearly showing she was angry at Li Si. You misunderstood. I said I didn't want to see Su Luo, not that I never wanted to see him again. Li Si calmly poured herself a cup of tea, then casually filled another for Su Luo. What's the difference? You're the one who hurt Su Luo. The thought made Xiaoyu hostile toward Li Si. I didn't see him sad. Right now I only see him worrying about you. Me? Why? You don't know, which is exactly why Su Luo is troubled. Xiaoyu looked at Su Luo for an answer since she genuinely felt she had done nothing wrong. How should I put this, Xiaoyu? Looking at her innocent face, Su Luo couldn't bring himself to speak harshly. I'll say it for you. Li Si took over. Simply put, stay away from Su Luo. You understand nothing and only cause trouble. Xiaoyu had no intention of listening to further lecturing. What do you know? I only know you hurt Su Luo just now, and now you have the nerve to show your face here. That's right, I came here to apologize. Li Si turned to Su Luo. I'm sorry. So loud. Su Luo was caught off guard, and quickly stepped back, covering his ears. Why are you shouting so loudly? I was wrong earlier. I apologize. Please forgive me. Li Si actually bowed her head. Su Luo thought this was unnecessary. Her character wasn't supposed to be like this. When Su Luo stayed silent, Li Si continued to lower her head in apology. Xiaoyu was equally confused. Hadn't she been disgusted with Su Luo just moments ago? Why was she apologizing now? But even so, what had she been doing earlier? Apologizing now is too late, Su Luo. Don't forgive her. In Xiaoyu's eyes, making Su Luo show such heartbroken expressions was unforgivable. Never mind. I don't hold it against her. Let it go. Xiaoyu stared at Su Luo in disbelief, as if she couldn't believe her ears. He forgave her already. What else could he do? Su Luo didn't care much. In fact, he was somewhat pleased that Li Si had reverted to her plot original persona, indicating the storyline hadn't deviated too far. Although Li Si hadn't been particularly unpleasant lately, Su Luo's determination remained firm. He was a man destined to return to reality. How could he fall in a tender embrace? Impossible, absolutely impossible. So if future plot developments remained unchanged, Su Luo would be overjoyed. Wait, something wasn't right. He asked, why did you speak that way earlier? I thought our relationship had been pretty good recently. Because I had a faint sense that doing so would make you happy. Such things could be sensed too. Was this real? Were women's intuitions really this powerful? Su Luo's silence seemed to confirm Li Si's words. Xiaoyu didn't understand, but was deeply shaken. My matters are settled, now it's your turn. Li Si wore a mischievous grin, which only annoyed Xiaoyu further. What problem do I have? I don't. If you ever make Su Luo sad again, I won't let you off. I'm so scared. Su Luo felt that if they kept arguing things would explode. So she pushed Li Si saying, stop arguing, you go back first. Now Tin Xiao, yes, we're no match for Li Si, whether in martial prowess or intellect. Fine, I'll listen to you. Li Si was in a good mood probably because this conversation convinced her that Xiaoyu was no threat. Before leaving, Li Si, unnoticed by Su Luo, flashed a victory sign at Xiaoyu. I have Su Luo's diary, you don't. That's my reason for being willful. Xiaoyu couldn't decipher Li Si's smile, but felt inexplicably angry though she couldn't figure out why. She could only point furiously at Li Si's retreating figure. She wanted to hurl the most venomous curses, but Xiaoyu seemed to lack such vocabulary, not even knowing a few swear words. At that moment she wanted to speak, but couldn't, feeling as if she would explode from rage. Su Luo quickly comforted her. Don't be angry, don't be angry. It's not worth it. You're not close to her anyway. No need to upset yourself over her. But, she's really annoying. This couldn't go on. Su Luo found some delicious snacks and coaxed her for a long time before Xiaoyu felt a little better. Su Luo, am I really a burden to you? Yes, I don't know how to explain. Hey, don't cry. Before Su Luo could finish, Xiaoyu was already weeping like a pear blossom in the rain. But Xiaoyu seemed unable to stop. Su Luo's head ached. Go back for now, calm down, and we'll talk later. If I don't bother you anymore, can you promise not to drive me away? I'm not driving you away. It's getting dark. Hurry back, unless you want to spend the night here. Really not driving me away. You're always welcome here. With her in such a state, what else could Su Luo do? If it were Li Si, Su Luo would have pushed her out and locked the door. But Xiaoyu was different, she was still a blank slate, and Su Luo couldn't bear to treat her that way. Before leaving, Su Luo said, Xiaoyu, don't neglect your cultivation, but you should also read more books. Read more to broaden your knowledge, at least become a bit smarter. Otherwise you might be sold and still count the money for them. That would be too unbearable. Xiaoyu nodded and reluctantly left. Then the next day, she came to Su Luo's place to read. Whenever she encountered something she didn't understand, she could ask Su Luo. Of course, what Xiaoyu understood least now were the characters themselves. She recognized very few characters, so reading was extremely laborious. But because it was Su Luo's suggestion, she felt she must persevere, no matter how difficult. So Su Luo taught her how to write, then casually told her stories to broaden her horizons. There was no other way. Su Luo didn't know how to cultivate a proper sense of right and wrong. Thinking back to her own childhood, she had learned many things from watching anime and reading novels. Although what she learned wasn't necessarily all correct, at least she grew up healthy. Before being transported into the book, she had never committed murder or arson, a fine young man. Then she picked a few memorable stories to tell Xiaoyu. Digimon Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit, Bleach, One Piece, Naruto. Of course, she couldn't tell them all. She just spoke whatever came to mind, making the stories fragmented. But Xiaoyu listened with great relish. She enjoyed having Su Luo by her side telling her stories. And Su Luo, watching Xiaoyu's expectant expression, often saw her display various emotions, sadness, happiness, anger, in response to the stories. It was quite amusing. With such an audience, Su Luo momentarily felt she was a natural-born storyteller capable of immersing anyone with her tales. Such days continued. The new disciple competition drew nearer, and the newcomers were all making preparations. Some were hastening their breakthroughs before the competition. Some were constantly learning new techniques to be prepared. Others began gathering intelligence and analyzing strategies. The one most likely to win the new disciple competition was naturally Li Si, who had left a deep impression on others during the assessment. Moreover, she now had a powerful master, and her current strength was immeasurable. Then there was Lin Xuan, Li Si's fellow disciple, who had also performed well in the assessment. Many had high hopes for him. It could be said that even before the new disciple competition began, the two of them had already gained great fame. As for the other newcomers, their popularity was on a completely different level. Of course, there was one more person who attracted attention: Xiaoyu. The news of her becoming the sect leader's personal disciple quickly spread throughout the Seven-Star Sword sect. But she was too mysterious. Apart from personal disciples, there was little discussion about her, so she was merely noticed, not talked about much. As for Su Luo, who cared? The newcomers probably wanted to take Su Luo down a peg. The fact that she had entered the sect through cheating made others resentful. Why should they have to work so hard to get in while Su Luo could just waltz in? With such a perfect opportunity as the new disciple competition, they felt they owed it to themselves to vent their years of hardship by beating Su Luo. Unlike the others' tension, Su Luo still lived her days as usual. This laid-back attitude even infected Nangong Shiyun, who was watching from the shadows, and she returned to Ryun Peak to be idle as well. Since Su Luo hadn't done anything particularly interesting lately, the diary contained nothing noteworthy. However, Nangong Shiyun had learned that Li Si and Su Luo's relationship was indeed unusual. From the previous conflict with Lin Xuan, it seemed Li Si had intentionally cooperated with Su Luo, though the reason was unknown. Afterward, she had immediately apologized, and Su Luo had accepted. But it seemed Su Luo didn't know why Li Si had done it either. Without more examples, no conclusion could be drawn, so she had to wait and see. Back at Ryun Peak, Nangong Shiyun resumed her true form. If not for the treatment, she would never have looked at her real appearance for a year. It was truly unsightly, and she couldn't bear to look at it herself. But since being cured, although she didn't show her real face in public, she occasionally transformed into her true appearance in private. Looking at herself touching her fair cheeks, Nangong Shiyun smiled involuntarily. Just seeing her own reflection could lift her spirits, something she had never dared to imagine before. This made her grateful to Li Si once again. But because of the diary, things didn't seem so simple. Had Li Si really found it in an ancient text? If not for the diary, Nangong Shiyun would have believed it. Now, given the relationship between Li Si and Su Luo, she was more inclined to believe that Su Luo had told Li Si. Of course, these were all conjectures, each with their own doubts. But gratitude was still necessary. Nangong Shiyun would not forget this kindness just because of suspicion. So should she thank not only Li Si, but also Su Luo. Unlike Su Luo's carefree spirit, Xiao Yu had recently been troubled. With the grand competition approaching, although the sect leader had set no goals for her, such as vying for first place, the expectations weighed on her. As the sect leader's disciple, she was held in high regard by others whenever she walked within the sect. This invisible pressure bore down on Xiao Yu. The greatest source of pressure came from the sect leader himself. He had recently taught Xiao Yu a sword technique called 7 Stars Unity. Xiao Yu's comprehension was sharp, and she quickly mastered the surface level, which already surpassed many others. But for someone of Xiao Yu's talent, this was far from enough. At least in the sect leader's eyes, Xiao Yu's potential extended far beyond this. She should at least grasp the sword intent of 7 Stars Unity. Yet the truth was that Xiao Yu could not progress further. The sect leader could not help but feel a hint of disappointment, though he concealed it well. But Xiao Yu was an extremely sensitive person. She knew, but she did not show it. When she finally came to Su Luo's side, she asked, "Do you think I lack talent?" Xiao Yu sat on the ground dejectedly, her fingers tracing patterns on the earth, without purpose, lost in confusion. Su Luo felt as if she had misheard. What? Saying that is like Nangong Shiyun claiming she can't use a sword. It's ridiculous. Then compared to you, do I have talent? Su Luo countered. Yes. How can you tell? You are stronger than me. I am a few years older, and have been cultivating for several more years. No, it's not about that. I feel you are truly strong, and you keep growing stronger. Alright, we're talking about your problem. What's wrong with you? Su Luo quickly changed the subject. You noticed that? That's a bit uncanny. The sect leader has never been satisfied with my cultivation. And then, do you want to be the best in the world at such a young age? No, I just don't want to disappoint the sect leader. He has been truly good to me. Indeed, ever since she entered the sect, Xiao Yu's life had been incomparably better than before. Food, clothing, shelter, and transportation were not even worth mentioning. Cultivation resources were available whenever she wished. The sect leader would visit Xiao Yu whenever he had time, guiding her, showing more care for his youngest disciple than for any other. The more he did this, the more pressure Xiao Yu felt. Su Luo now understood Xiao Yu's troubles. Don't overthink it. The newcomer competition is coming soon. Then you'll see the difference between yourself and others. Oh, I mean the gap. Others have to catch up to you. Really? Of course I can guarantee that much. Su Luo had also observed Xiao Yu's progress. It was remarkably swift. At the assessment, her cultivation had reached the late stage of qi refining, and after more than half a month of diligent training, she was approaching perfection. Such speed was unimaginable. She was already far ahead of her peers. However, her 7 Stars Unity was indeed mediocre, at least from Su Luo's perspective as a late-stage antagonist. It had form, but no intent. It could intimidate newcomers, but against true experts, it was merely average. Su Luo had no intention of teaching Xiao Yu, mainly because she had never taught anyone before and her own expertise lay in the demonic path. More importantly, Xiao Yu already had the sect leader of the 7 Star Sword sect as her master. Why should Su Luo bother? Teaching her might even hinder Xiao Yu's progress. Although Su Luo had not interacted deeply with the sect leader, she had faith in his abilities. After hearing this, Xiao Yu regained some confidence and resumed her training. Yet 7 Stars Unity remained stagnant. No matter how many times she practiced it, the result was the same. On the other side, the sect leader was puzzled. Xiao Yu has been going out more and more often lately. What is she doing? The sect leader truly cared for Xiao Yu. Her talent was extraordinary and her learning speed was indeed fast. Though she had not quite reached his expectations, she was still far better than the others. He felt that she should be able to go further. Her comprehension should not be limited to this. Perhaps she was still young, he would wait and see. Thus the sect leader planned to let Xiao Yu relax and take more time to unwind. But before he could say anything, Xiao Yu had already started doing so. This piqued the sect leader's curiosity, and he decided to investigate. Soon he saw Xiao Yu together with Su Luo. Su Luo was lounging in a reclining chair, drinking some unknown beverage, while Xiao Yu practiced 7 Stars Unity nearby. The sect leader's eyes widened, his focus immediately sharpening. Who was that man? What was this warm scene all about? Could Xiao Yu be in love? No, at such a young age, how could that be? Perhaps that man was deceiving Xiao Yu. Yes, that must be it. Wait, as a sect leader, how could he wrongly accuse someone based on a feeling? He should first go and ask. The sect leader felt a bit flustered. He had high hopes for Xiao Yu and did not want any mishaps in her growth. Xiao Yu, what a coincidence. I was taking a walk nearby and saw you, so I came over, the sect leader said with a smile, pretending it was an accidental encounter. He looked like an ordinary old man. White hair, a slender frame, though his face had few wrinkles, making him appear an elegant, handsome elder. This was a manifestation of his deeply restrained cultivation. Do not be fooled by his appearance. He was a sect leader, and his strength was unquestionable. Master. The sect leader glanced at Su Luo and said, "Aren't you going to introduce me?" Su Luo, the person closest to me. The closest? A family member. But he had heard that Xiao Yu had no family. No. Also, what is your relationship? You say the closest person, closer than me. The sect leader maintained his smile, continuing to probe. He was still quite confident. Who in the sect could be closer to Xiao Yu than he was? Yes, Xiao Yu affirmed. Then the sect leader's smile froze. He had only been joking, but he had heard the truth. That was a bit harsh. But the sect leader's centuries of cultivation were not for nothing. He maintained his composure and said to Su Luo, "Then you must be quite outstanding. Tell me, what are you skilled in? If you have good talent, I might take you as a disciple." "I'm not skilled in anything. I know nothing." Su Luo was utterly indifferent. She had long become someone who could grow stronger on her own. The sect leader was puzzled. "Really? Then what do you want to learn?" "For Xiao Yu's sake, I will teach you." "No need. Learning anything is useless for me. I have no talent." The sect leader grew slightly displeased. "Such ingratitude. Then what are you doing at the 7 Stars Sword sect?" "Just passing the time." That was going too far. The sect leader despised laziness above all. But he still gave Xiao Yu face and did not lose his temper. He merely said gently, "It's fine. Everyone has their own choices. I just hope you won't regret it later." "Thank you for your advice, sect leader. I will remember it." However, having lived for centuries, the sect leader could tell at a glance that Su Luo had not taken it seriously at all. "I won't disturb you too. Xiao Yu, I'll take my leave." "Farewell, master." Xiao Yu showed no sign of wanting to keep him, which saddened the sect leader slightly. He felt it necessary to investigate thoroughly what kind of relationship Xiao Yu had with this Su Luo. Later, while teaching Xiao Yu, the sect master casually asked about Su Luo's situation. Xiao Yu did not conceal anything and happily shared Su Luo's stories with the sect master. What surprised the sect master was that Su Luo had once saved Xiao Yu and had always been kind to him. Things that had happened before Xiao Yu's talent was discovered. It seems Su Luo had his redeeming qualities. But rationally, the sect master still did not approve of him. Given Xiao Yu's talent, the two would eventually belong to different worlds. If Su Luo were more ambitious, there might be hope, but judging by his past attitude, he had no dreams whatsoever. Not everyone is Nangong Shiyun. A person like him would only hold Xiao Yu back, and in the end they would part with regret. The sect master had lost count of how many times he had witnessed such scenes. Many geniuses suffered painful separations they could not let go of, growing melancholic day after day. So the sect master made a decision to prevent Xiao Yu from becoming overly devastated. When he and Su Luo eventually parted, he would begin lowering Su Luo's standing in Xiao Yu's heart now. The first step was for the sect master to tell Xiao Yu stories, just as Su Luo did. The goal was to outshine Su Luo's storytelling and replace him. Because Xiao Yu constantly praised how interesting and novel Su Luo's stories were, the sect master felt resentful. After all, with all his years of life, how could he lose to a mere boy? He told the tale of a temple with a monk inside. After going on for quite a while, the monk was still just performing daily chores in the temple with no one else to interact with. It was sleepy material. But Xiao Yu considerately said he wanted to cultivate instead. Xiao Yu truly would rather cultivate than listen to the sect master's stories. Fearful of falling asleep in front of him, Xiao Yu's response left the sect master bewildered. The story was engaging and would only become more thrilling. Why had Xiao Yu suddenly started cultivating? The story was filled with profound truths about cultivation, yet Xiao Yu showed no interest in listening. For a moment, the sect master doubted his own worth. But he did not give up. When Xiao Yu rested, he began telling stories again. And then Xiao Yu immediately found the motivation to cultivate and did so with even greater focus. The sect master could only console himself, telling himself that at least his storytelling was not entirely useless. After all, Xiao Yu's comprehension of the 7 Stars unity had improved somewhat. Helplessly, the sect master had to give up, but not entirely. The newcomers tournament was approaching soon, and Xiao Yu would soon see Su Luo defeated by others. When the gap in strength was too great, various problems would easily arise. By then, without any intervention from the sect master, Xiao Yu would let go on his own. Moreover, when Xiao Yu displayed his brilliance, Su Luo would likely feel inferior. There would be no need for intervention. They would drift apart quickly. I was overthinking it. The sect master's mood improved considerably upon reaching this conclusion. After watching the sunset, his soul received an elevation. Su Luo continued to work hard to advance his cultivation. Who said he did not strive to grow stronger? He had endured countless unspeakable hardships. He opened his diary. The newcomers tournament starts tomorrow. It is time for me to embarrass myself again. Get used to it. To return to reality, I will endure. The newcomers tournament is held over 2 days. The first day determines the top 8, and the second day concludes everything. Unfortunately, I advanced to the top 8. Otherwise, there would be no attention, and Lin Xuan's face-slapping moments would not be satisfying enough. The rules of the newcomers tournament are very simple: one-on-one combat. The match ends when a fighter loses the ability to fight or concedes. The victor advances to the next round. Whether on the first day or the second, the format is the same. Very straightforward. In my first round of the top 8, I faced Lin Xuan. After exchanging blows I realized I could not match him, so I directly revealed the new treasure I had acquired, the Qilin Serpent Whip. A treasure like the Qilin Serpent Whip at the Qi condensation stage is essentially a divine artifact. It was completely bullying Lin Xuan, who could not handle it, and fled in disgrace. With such a treasure, what was there to fight fairly? The entire crowd cursed me, calling me despicable for relying on a treasure rather than my own strength. But their anger was useless, as this complied with the rules, and the match continued. When everyone thought Lin Xuan was finished, he created another miracle, dodging the Qilin Serpent Whip's attacks with nimble footwork to the extreme. Then he closed in and struck with a powerful 8 extremities collapse technique, shattering my Qilin Serpent armor and sending me flying, coughing blood as I fell unconscious. However, that strike left his right hand completely unusable for the rest of the tournament. But what of it? He was the protagonist. Without a single hand, he still claimed victory. The following matches proceeded without any surprises until Lin Xuan secured first place. Thus Lin Xuan made his name in battle. He not only defeated me, who possessed a treasure, but also won against subsequent opponents with one hand, showing extraordinary courage. Watching it all along, who would not be convinced by such a newcomer? When Lin Xuan won his final match, the entire venue erupted, chanting for this miraculous new talent Lin Xuan. Under the spotlight of countless eyes, everyone present celebrated for him. How could one not feel envious? If it were the me before crossing over, I would have wished to be Lin Xuan. But now things are different. I have passed that fervent age. A quiet and ordinary life is true happiness. So then what about Li Si? She was a top contender for the championship and had cultivated far longer than Lin Xuan, yet she failed to defeat him. The fact is that she lost due to overconfidence in the semifinals. The finals were supposed to be between Lin Xuan and Li Si, but unexpectedly Li Si lost. But that was the original plot. In the present, Li Si is so strong. No matter how careless she is, she should not lose. In the story, Li Si was only at the peak of Qi condensation at that time, and the gap between her and other newcomers was not significant. But now she has already reached foundation establishment. How could she possibly lose? Each cultivation stage has an insurmountable chasm. Not everyone is a protagonist who can defeat opponents across major stages. If Li Si were to lose to anyone other than Lin Xuan, now she should just quit cultivation and go home to sleep. But would she affect my plot? Perhaps I should ambush her tonight. Beat her up, injure her, and prevent her from performing properly tomorrow. But I remember Li Si lives near Nangongxian. An ambush? What ambush? I would never resort to such underhanded tactics. What is there to fear from Nangongxian? If she tries to stop me from progressing through the plot in the future, she will not fare well. Fine, forget I said that. Though no one saw it anyway. There is no other choice. I can only let nature take its course. Closing his diary, watching advertisements, and growing stronger. This was Su Luo's effort today. He had worked too hard. Diary completed. Reward: Defense 7, Strength 4, a Cultivation Advanced 1 stage. Current Cultivation Peak Foundation Establishment. The diary was barely updated when Li Si immediately began reading. Though she had anticipated this, Su Luo's storyline was truly wretched, yet even so, he had to fulfill the plot. Li Si could only express admiration. If it were her, would she endure such indignity? With sufficient strength, no one would dare to humiliate her. However, Li Si's attention remained fixed on what followed. Why don't you come attack me? Master might not even deign to notice you. Be brave. When the time comes, I'll tell Master we were merely playing around. It's hardly a significant matter. Li Si was genuinely curious to witness how Su Luo would launch his attack. Meanwhile, Nangongxian had also read the latest diary entry. She wouldn't concern herself with the newcomer competition, and to her it was akin to children squabbling. To return to reality. Was that Su Luo's purpose? He wished to return to a certain place. While not particularly interesting, Nangongxian felt somewhat bored. Yet upon considering that Su Luo knew of impending events, she decided to observe further. Judging by the diary, Su Luo remained unaware of Li Si's transformation. She seemed to grasp something yet did not quite catch it. Never mind, she would stop thinking about it. The following day, the newcomer competition officially commenced, held at the sect's central plaza. Early in the morning, the newcomers were already prepared, eager to secure favorable rankings. Senior brothers and sisters with interest would also attend to watch. The newcomer competition was considered one of the sect's lively occasions, and spectating was timeless entertainment. Of course, the sect master and all 8 peak masters had arrived, allowing the newcomers to become familiar with them. However, among this batch of newcomers, only the sect master and Nangongxian had accepted disciples, the other peak masters had not. This was because the worthy ones had already been claimed while the remainder lacked sufficient promise. After a brief opening ceremony, the newcomer competition officially began. Each newcomer was assigned a number and matchups were drawn randomly, with one-on-one battles determining the victors. Winners advanced to the next round, while losers were eliminated outright. The top 8 would be determined, and the first day would conclude. The rules were simple and straightforward, so securing a good ranking required not only strength, but also luck. After all, encountering Li Si in the first round would be utterly unfortunate. The competition's host loudly announced, this year's newcomer competition officially begins. The first match pits number 21 against number 4. Please have both participants enter the arena. The competition venue was circular, surrounded by spectators with a one-on-one fighting platform at its center. There was no out-of-bounds rule if victory was determined solely when one side lost the ability to fight or conceded. Soon the called newcomers stepped onto the platform and engaged in battle. Upon completion, the second match followed without pause. The Kaiyang Peak Master pointed at Xiaoyu and said to the Sect Master, is that your newly accepted disciple? You haven't taken on a student in over 100 years. Indeed, she appears promising, doesn't she? She looks promising, but her true strength must be demonstrated before any judgment can be made. Fear not, she will not disappoint you. In fact, you may find yourself quite surprised. What would surprise him was not Xiaoyu's strength itself, but the fact that she had achieved such power at her young age. Her future held great promise. Then I shall look forward to it with great anticipation. Since the Sect Master had spoken thus, the Kaiyang Peak Master naturally shared his expectations. However, at that moment the Sect Master's brows furrowed. Why was Xiaoyu seeking out Su Luo again? Xiaoyu had already spotted Su Luo amidst the crowd and approached him directly. Su Luo, what is your number? 45. I'm 54. They're exact reversals. Tell me, do you think we'll be matched against each other? Ha, certainly not. The odds are too slim. Su Luo spoke with confidence, for he had experienced this plotline numerous times before and knew every opponent intimately. At this moment, the third match on the field had already concluded. The host announced the next matchup, number 45 versus number 54. Su Luo, could it be? With merely one additional person, Xiaoyu, even the matchups have changed. Could the butterfly effect be this profound? Xiaoyu, we've actually been matched together. Su Luo's lips twitched, truly a coincidence. The Sect Master's eyes brightened, though he maintained a composed demeanor. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu's match has arrived so soon. You may all observe closely. In truth, he was already rejoicing inwardly. Facing Su Luo personally would allow him to witness firsthand just how inadequate Su Luo truly was. Xiaoyu would undoubtedly be disappointed in Su Luo. Xiaoyu, you are no longer the same person who emerged from that small town. Unbeknownst to you, you have undergone a transformation. The Su Luo you once deemed unreachable has long been left far behind. Your perception must undergo change. The Sect Master felt deeply gratified, never having expected that even the heavens were aiding him. Please have number 45 and number 54 enter the arena. The Kaiyang Peak Master couldn't comprehend. Sect Leader, is this the performance you spoke of? A single sentence nearly made the Sect Leader lose his composure. The fact that Xiaoyu had conceded defeat already had the Sect Leader seething with rage. Naturally it was because Su Luo could make Xiaoyu surrender with just a word. Now the Kaiyang Peak Master was rubbing salt into the wound. The more he had boasted about his disciple earlier, the more humiliating it was now. The Sect Leader felt his face burning with shame. Half of it was from the slap in the face, the other half from sheer anger. It had been a long time since he had been this furious. How could Su Luo hold such a lofty place in Xiaoyu's heart? What was this brat's deal? He couldn't fathom what was so great about this guy that Xiaoyu would listen to him so willingly. The Sect Leader could only vent his rage inwardly while maintaining his dignity on the surface. Perhaps Xiaoyu has her own thoughts. Is that so? The thoughts of the young are beyond my comprehension, the Kaiyang Peak Master said candidly. But the truth stung the most. The Sect Leader no longer wished to speak. Nangong Xian, watching from the side, nearly burst out laughing. Making the Sect Leader endure such frustration, Su Luo certainly had a way. If Su Luo knew, he would only say, I'm innocent. I just said it casually. Who knew Xiaoyu would take it seriously? On the arena, Su Luo ignored the crowd shouting, foul play, and walked off without being affected. Xiaoyu followed him down, but she was ignored. Everyone directed their anger at Su Luo, accusing him of underhanded tactics. Because they dared not say anything bad about Xiaoyu. Although it seemed to be Xiaoyu's fault, they simply didn't have the nerve. The Sect Leader was watching from above. Would you dare criticize Xiaoyu? Better think twice about the brain in your head. Seeing the crowd cursing Su Luo, Xiaoyu had already drawn her sword ready to attack, but Su Luo quickly stopped her. Su Luo, did I do something wrong? It's fine. Next time remember to be more tactful in achieving your goal. What does tactful mean? You should have sparred with me for a few moves before conceding. What's the difference? Xiaoyu still didn't understand. Wasn't the result the same? There is a difference. Appearances matter a lot. Otherwise you end up in this situation. I don't mind, but I'm worried about you. Because fighting Lin Xuan would only worsen his reputation further, and that was completely fine. Me? I'm fine. Good. Next time be more tactful. Oh, Xiaoyu seemed to understand, but she still preferred being straightforward. The new disciples tournament continued, but the newcomers were already anticipating the second round. They prayed that they would be matched against Su Luo, so they could avenge the Sect Leader's disciple and thoroughly defeat this despicable Su Luo. Then everyone would surely say well done. Fame would be theirs, and they would advance further. Why not? Soon the second round began. The number of contestants had been halved. Random matchups were drawn again. Second round, first match, no. 45. Oh, the first match features Su Luo. Which lucky soul drew him? Versus no. 91. Silence. The entire arena fell silent. Because no. 91 was Li Si, who had obliterated her opponent in the previous round. truly a one-hit kill. How could the gap between newcomers be so vast? The others had to memorize that number hoping they wouldn't encounter her. But now it was time to pop the champagne again. And this time they would celebrate extravagantly. Because Su Luo's reputation was worse than before, only Xiao Yu supported him. Ha ha, Su Luo, you're getting what you deserve. Serves you right for rigging the match. Go ahead, tell Li Si to concede again. You're not scared, are you? Don't say that. We should thank him. He's facing Li Si, so we're safe. The newcomers couldn't have been happier. In the special viewing seats, Nangong Shiyun narrowed his eyes at the sect leader. Did you rig this? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. It's not my doing. The sect leader denied it outwardly, but inwardly he was 100% certain. Yes, I rigged it. I arranged this match. I'm the sect leader. What's wrong with a little behind-the-scenes manipulation? Li Si, I heard, is the strongest among the newcomers. Her performance so far has been outstanding, far surpassing the others. And she's Nangong Shiyun's disciple. Su Luo, let's see how you win this time. If you made my disciple concede, you won't get off easy. Let Li Si teach you a lesson. The sect leader could barely suppress his smile. Nangong Shiyun was speechless. At his age he was still so childish. But sect leader, you might be disappointed. You don't know the relationship between Li Si and Su Luo behind the scenes. You want to use Li Si to teach Su Luo a lesson. Impossible. Li Si wouldn't even use her full strength against Su Luo. And Su Luo was dumbfounded again. Was this for real? He had just gotten past Xiao Yu, and now this was even more outrageous. How could he win against Li Si? He had no choice but to pull out the Lin Snake Whip early, hoping it wouldn't get damaged. Su Luo stepped onto the arena, ignoring the crowd still chanting, "Foul play." Ridiculous. I've done nothing wrong. What foul play? I have nothing to do with it. Li Si was already on the field, completely defenseless, and casually asked, "How do you want to fight? How about you concede?" Su Luo was already reaching for the Lin Snake Whip. Alright, I concede. Su Luo. Sect leader. Audience. Wasn't this scene strangely familiar? Did I just hear that right? I'm so nervous I'm hallucinating. I think I'm still in the last round, my eyes are playing tricks on me. Tell me, is that the sect leader's disciple up there? It must be a joke. How could Li Si concede? When the announcer declared Su Luo the winner, the newcomers completely lost it. Holy crap, you still say it's not rigged. What kind of background do you have, Su Luo? Are you a hidden big shot? Once could be a coincidence, but twice. This Su Luo is something else. I don't care. It's a fix, it's a fix. Su Luo must have something on Li Si. The newcomers unanimously refused to accept it. Why? How could Su Luo make Li Si concede? Was it because of his good looks? That was too absurd. Did good looks even matter in the cultivation world? Strength was what counted. I don't understand. The newcomers didn't understand, and Su Luo didn't understand either. Why did Li Si concede? And if she was going to concede, at least put on a show like Xiao Yu did. Now he couldn't avoid being accused of rigging. Your concession was so straightforward, Su Luo didn't know what to say. Li Si just puffed out her chest proudly. If Xiao Yu can do it, so can I. What were they competing over? Why were you proud of that? What was there to even compare? Although Su Luo seemed to benefit, he couldn't be happy. Seeing this, the sect leader lost his mind. Can't you control your disciple? He confronted Nangong Shiyun, having originally planned for Li Si to teach Su Luo a lesson, only to watch Su Luo coast to an easy victory. It was like shooting himself in the foot, both feet. The sect leader felt like he had swallowed a mouthful of filth. It's fine. I give my disciples complete freedom. They can do whatever they want. Besides, I don't think this is a big deal. This isn't a big deal. Am I too old? The sect leader couldn't understand. Didn't young people love to compete for rankings? Why did Li Si concede so readily? You are indeed old. Don't pull any more tricks from now on, Nangong Shiyun warned. What do you mean? I mean, I'm protecting Su Luo. Don't mess with him. Huh? The sect leader was full of question marks. Was he out of touch with the world? It hadn't even been a month. How did Nangong Shiyun, that lazybones, get involved with Su Luo? Was the sun rising from the west? Since when did Nangong Shiyun take an interest in a man? And he even said he'd protect him. Who could tell him what had happened? The sect leader pressed for answers at length, yet Nangong Shiyun offered none. Still, he had genuinely ceased his scheming. With Nangong Shiyun having spoken so plainly, there was no choice but to grant him due respect. The newcomer tournament carried on. Below the arena, Su Luo leaned close to Li Si and whispered, "What happened? You're throwing the match. What, you don't like it? I'm asking why you forfeited. Don't you want the prize? No point. It's not worth much compared to what my master gives me." Li Si was speaking the truth. In recent days, Nangong Shiyun had gifted her an abundance of fine treasures, making the newcomer tournament prizes seem trivial by comparison. Su Luo opened his mouth to ask why she was giving up, but Li Si forestalled him. "Just tell me, do you like it or not?" "I like it." "Then it's settled. If you feel you owe me, you'll honor that debt when I ask in return." "No, I don't feel I owe you anything," Su Luo declared, straightening his posture with solemn dignity. "Sorry, but I don't hand out favors so readily." "Then it's settled. You owe me a favor." "Hey, did you even let me finish speaking?" But Li Si merely covered her ears and ran away. Had he really fallen into debt to her already? The remainder of the day's matches proceeded without incident, bringing the first day to a smooth close. The top 8 were decided: Su Luo, Lin Xuan, and 6 other newcomers. The following day's bouts commenced. By then, senior disciples had begun arriving, keen to gauge the newcomers' true strength. Quick look. It's the 7 stars 4 talents. I can't believe it. They're here in the flesh. Even my small town has heard their name. They're so handsome and beautiful. The newcomers stirred with excitement. The so-called 7 stars 4 talents referred to Qin Sanhan, Ming Yuan, and Yuan Jia, the top performers from the previous entrance examination. 2 males, 2 females. They frequently undertook sect missions together as a team and completed them flawlessly, earning great renown across the major cities. Their strength also ranked at the pinnacle among disciples. All had broken through to the Golden Core realm. And with the men dashing and the women striking, they served as the undisputed ambassadors of the 7 stars sword sect, excelling in both martial prowess and visage. How could one not envy such people? Enough gawking. The spotlight isn't on us today. Focus on the match, Qin San said gently, long accustomed to being the center of attention. Back on the arena floor, the first match pitted Su Luo against Lin Xuan. Su Luo had been waiting far too long. He wanted this over with, so he could clock out. Yet the moment he stepped onto the field, the crowd erupted in jeers. He truly had no reputation to his name. In stark contrast, Lin Xian's entrance was met with thunderous cheers. Lin Xuan, before the match could even begin, Su Luo let out a furious roar, his voice nearly drowning out the entire arena. The newcomers fell silent. Was their enmity really this deep? Lin Xuan, I'll settle our old grudge today, and make sure you lose disgracefully. A grudge indeed. We do have history, but I see no fault in my actions. Perhaps you should examine yourself. It's all you're doing. My brilliant future, and the woman I love, are both gone because of you. Let's set aside the future. Isn't the woman you love Li Si? Didn't she forfeit her match yesterday on your behalf? Lin Xuan did not deny their past conflict, but such baseless accusations were unacceptable. Having watched Li Si surrender the day before, Lin Xuan finally understood. Her earlier declarations of despising Su Luo had been nothing but pretense. He didn't know the reason, but Su Luo and Li Si had been putting on a performance right in front of him. Cut the nonsense. Today we settle this, both rank and fate. Naturally, no actual lives would be taken. So many powerhouses watched and accidents were impossible. But the posturing had to be shown. Very well. Then I won't hold back. Show me everything you've gained these past days. Fine. Witness the fruit of my efforts. Su Luo drew forth the Qilin snake whip. The moment it activated, it slithered around him with uncanny agility, alive as any beast. It looked nothing like an ordinary weapon. Suddenly, the Qilin snake whip shot forward like a living serpent, aiming straight for Lin Xuan. Before he could dodge, it lashed him fiercely at the flank. That single strike made the truth plain. Even the novices with limited experience could see it. This was not Su Luo's own power, it belonged to the whip. Is this what you call effort? Have some decency. Su Luo, however, cared nothing for decency. He laughed aloud. Surprised. True, I couldn't beat you in a fair fight, but I found another way. The other newcomers could no longer contain themselves, rising in protest for Lin Xuan. Wait, isn't that against the rules? This isn't fair. How can his weapon be that powerful? Who let him bring it? This is outrageous. Someone do something. The referee consulted the rules and announced, Su Luo has broken no regulation. A weapon is part of a cultivator's strength. If he possesses a fine one, so may you. As if that were possible. Where would anyone find such a treasure? For a moment, the newcomers collectively cursed Su Luo's lack of martial honor. By now, Su Luo had become the pariah of every gutter and alley. But Su Luo paid them no mind, continuing to wield the Qilin snake whip with a delighted smile. Ha ha ha, Lin Xuan, look at you now. Don't you dare surrender. I'm not finished playing with you. Under the relentless assault of the whip, Lin Xuan was driven into desperate evasion, darting this way and that. Yet the whip's autonomous targeting traced every movement. But Lin Xuan would not wait passively for defeat. Seizing the moment when Su Luo grew overconfident, he hurled a cluster of tiny flying blades straight for Su Luo's chest. Ding! The blade struck home, but to no effect. Su Luo dropped all pretense, tearing open his robes to reveal the Qilin snake armor beneath. Not only do I have a weapon, I have armor as well. How does that feel? Despairing yet? Su Luo's smugness knew no bounds. This finally pushed the newcomers past their breaking point. I can't take this anymore. My fists are clenched. May I go up there and fight? Count me in too. Wielding treasures like that, doesn't that amount to bullying? I can't stand it. Indeed, judging by the weapon and armor, those artifacts were far beyond what a chi condensation practitioner ought to wield. Underlying the newcomer's fury was a deeper fear. If Su Luo, a person like him, won first place, they would all be branded a disgraceful generation of newcomers. The sect leader turned to Nangong Shiyun. Is this the one you vouch for? Those treasures weren't provided by you, were they? Of course not. But mind your own business, just watch. Su Luo is entirely inadequate. Lin Xuan, on the other hand, still searching for an opening to counterattack. The sect leader's insight naturally far surpassed that of the newcomers. He suspected Lin Xuan might not fall. Indeed, Lin Xuan quickly adapted to the Qilin snake whip's autonomous attacks. Since the whip strikes followed a predictable pattern of automated targeting, discerning that pattern allowed him to evade most blows. When evasion proved impossible, he absorbed the impact with minimal cost. This was Lin Xuan's formidable combat genius. And he was not confined to defense alone. He was steadily closing the distance towards Su Luo. Another hit. Can you still hold? Hold firm no matter what. Su Luo taunted his petty triumph on full display. An outsider might have mistaken Su Luo's goading for encouragement, but in truth, he sought to torment Lin Xuan. The battle tilted overwhelmingly in Su Luo's favor, and the newcomers truly could no longer remain seated. What should we do? Are we just going to let Su Luo win? I couldn't sleep tonight if that happened. Rooting for Lin Xuan. If you win, you're my big brother. The entire arena erupted in support for Lin Xuan. And at that very moment Lin Xuan seemed to awaken to something. A strange lucid state in which he moved with eerie grace through the whip's assault. Lin Xuan had perfectly predicted the Qilin snake whip's movements. He arrived before Su Luo in an instant. You. Su Luo stared blankly, panic flashing across his face. Lin Xuan's right hand was already gathering power. This strike will hurt. The words had barely left his lips when he concentrated all his strength into his right arm, which blazed with fierce light. 8 extremities cataclysm. One punch shattered the Qilin snake armor after a brief resistance, sending Su Luo flying backward. The impact of the strike, compounded by the armor's resistance, left Lin Xuan's right arm severely wounded, gradually growing too weak to hold. Yet his unbowed body remained upright on the battlefield. Incredible. The tide has turned. Lin Xuan, you're my god. So handsome. He's so handsome. The crowd chanted his name relentlessly. Lin Xuan had conquered everyone present with his perseverance and explosive power. But the match was not yet over. Su Luo crawled to his feet, staggered, and collapsed once more, coughing blood. But Su Luo cared nothing for his wounds. Lin Xuan, he howled again. Lin Xuan, why? Why is it always you? I'll kill you. Kill you. His words tumbled forth incoherently. Driven by sheer desperation, Su Luo rose once more and swung a wild punch at Lin Xuan. But Lin Xuan evaded every strike. If this is all you have, you should surrender. I won't fight someone holding back. Lin Xuan retained an intuition that Su Luo possessed more than this. Damn you, damn you. Su Luo repeated madly, lashing out recklessly like a reasonless fool. Lin Xuan, tired of prolonging it, delivered a single punch that sent Su Luo tumbling far across the arena. Finally, Su Luo fell to the ground. The referee declared Lin Xuan the victor. Having watched the entire battle, Nangong Shiyun could only say, in terms of acting among all the people he had ever seen, no one surpassed you. Nangong Shiyun was prepared to crown you the greatest. For Nangong Shiyun never showed his true face. He had worn many masks and played countless roles. Yet seeing Su Luo today, even Nangong Shiyun felt there was room for improvement in his own craft. Only because he possessed the diary did Nangong Shiyun realize Su Luo was putting on a performance. Seeing Su Luo finally defeated, the newcomers erupted in jubilation. Even the sect master's face broke into a smile. Perfect. This was exactly the ending he desired. He could finally mock Su Luo in front of Xiaoyu. The frustration that had been choking him all day yesterday was finally relieved. The sect master felt utterly refreshed and invigorated. Nangong Shiyun saw through his thoughts at a glance. I advise you not to shoot yourself in the foot. You're just an old man. You can't beat Su Luo. I don't believe it. Nangong Shiyun said nothing further. She could already foresee the outcome. The newcomers' tournament continued, with the subsequent matches growing ever more thrilling. Though Lin Xuan could temporarily only use one arm, it in no way hindered his divine-level performance. In the semifinals, he still dominated his opponent's moves, his combat effectiveness hardly diminished by the loss of one arm. In the finals, he fought with escalating ferocity, achieving a remarkable feat, defeating his foe with mere threads of health remaining. Many newcomers instantly became Lin Xuan's devotees, while those who didn't worship him made him their goal. Standing triumphant in the arena, Lin Xuan raised a single clenched fist, declaring his victory. This was the age of Lin Xuan. With such dominance, even his detractors were forced to concede. It was not until the tournament dispersed that Su Luo finally regained consciousness. Before that, he had secretly told Xiaoyu that he was fine and not to worry, asking her to return first. There were still matters he needed to handle afterward, and with Xiaoyu watching him constantly, it would be difficult to make his move. Su Luo leapt up with a roll and headed straight for Elder Yanxi. Upon entering, he burst into bitter tears. Elder, I beg you, give it to me. Bestow upon me an even more powerful treasure, just one will suffice. I must have my vengeance. Elder Yanxi set down his work and shook his head. Alas, why resort to such extremes? I must kill Lin Xuan. Within our sect, refrain from speaking so loosely about murdering fellow disciples. It casts a poor shadow over us all. Within the sect, words carried on the wind of spirited competition were tolerated. After all, battles naturally stir the blood. But should one truly take a fellow disciple's life, the consequences would be grimmer than death itself. The Seven-Star Sword sect permitted no such kinslaying save under extraordinary circumstances. Yes, Elder, but I. Enough. Tell me, have you ever truly contemplated killing Lin Xuan? At those words, Elder Yanxi's pressure surged abruptly, leaving Su Luo trembling, speechless. Only after a long silence did he grit his teeth and answer, yes. I wish nothing more than to kill him this very instant. Yet Elder Yanxi merely shook his head. I sense no such conviction in you. You are simply unwilling to accept defeat. I do possess it. I have it. Treasures. I have countless. But I hope you understand, true strength lies within oneself. Yes, I understand. So what treasure does Elder Yenshi intend to bestow upon me this time? I see you fail to grasp the essence entirely. Let me put it plainly. Return to me only when you have forged a genuine resolve to kill Lin Xuan. Elder Yenshi turned away, resuming his duties. Su Luo echoed his words again and again. I truly have the resolve to kill him, but the elder feigned deafness. You lack even a trace of killing intent now. Misunderstand me not. I seek only your determination. It need not culminate in Lin Xuan's death. It is precisely this resolve that will forge you into someone greater. Come to me when you truly possess it. I will make you stronger. Until then you may depart. Before Su Luo could respond, Elder Yenshi had already dismissed him. No matter how desperately Su Luo pleaded, Elder Yenshi offered no reply. Su Luo could only slink back like a stray hound. Yet along the journey home his dejection gradually melted away, replaced by the buoyant spirit of a carefree youth. That particular saga had finally drawn to a close. Though certain details diverged from what he had once known, the outcome had been achieved without incident. Splendid. He soon arrived at his residence. Upon opening the door, he found Xiao Yu waiting, the sect master, at her side. The sky had begun to darken, a time when by all rights Xiao Yu should have already returned home. But Xiao Yu felt she ought to offer Su Luo some comfort, so she waited. And the sect master, uneasy about leaving her alone, lingered as well. Yet upon catching sight of Su Luo's grinning face, any notion of solace seemed utterly misplaced. The sect master couldn't resist a sharp remark. Oh, you take your sweet time returning, yet you're in such high spirits. Something good must have happened, I suppose. Xiao Yu, however, asked no questions. She simply handed Su Luo a cup of tea. You're back? Rest a while and have this. Su Luo took the tea, still pondering why the sect master had come. Regardless, proper courtesy demanded acknowledgement. Sect master. I watched your earlier match. Quite impressive. To wield a treasure of such caliber must have cost you dearly. A pity it went to waste. Indeed. That wretched Lin Xuan. I'll make him pay for this someday. Su Luo replied absently, merely humoring the sect master. How we are all of one sect. Let us not harbor such bitter grudges. Yes. The sect master poised another barb, but Xiao Yu spoke first. Su Luo, are you alright? I'm fine. What could possibly be wrong? I told you not to worry. Then all is well. From now on I shall grow stronger and face Lin Xuan alongside you. Though Xiao Yu's progress had been astonishing, there remained a considerable gap between her and Lin Xuan. The sect master bristled at this. So Su Luo had performed abysmally in the tournament, yet Xiao Yu still wished to stand with him. The logic eluded him entirely. Su Luo, do not corrupt Xiao Yu. Yes, I won't. Master Su Luo has never led me astray. The sect master's patience had worn threadbare. Xiao Yu consistently defended this boy. What exactly did he possess that warranted such loyalty? Su Luo, I will be blunt. Should you desire any weapon, treasure, or pill, I can grant it to you. All of it if you wish. But the condition is absolute: you must leave Xiao Yu. Your performance has been deeply disappointing. You neglect your cultivation, rely on treasures when it matters most, and cannot even defeat that Lin Xuan. I see no virtue in you whatsoever. If Xiao Yu continues to stay by your side, it will only destroy her. The sect master unloaded every word he had been holding back, content merely to keep it bottled up, so long as Xiao Yu was not present. Enough scolding, enough. I want nothing, and I shall depart from Xiao Yu. Su Luo turned to Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu, though we haven't known each other long, you are a good person. Our paths part here. I am sorry. I am not worthy of you. Different in purpose, he and Xiao Yu were destined to part ways. Su Luo had long prepared himself for this moment. The sect master was taken aback. Huh. You agree so readily. He had expected a struggle, perhaps a protest. Even as sect master, Su Luo should have shown more resistance. His contempt proved well-founded. Absolutely spineless. Truly worthless. The words escaped the sect master before he could restrain them. Xiao Yu froze upon hearing this. Then with swift clarity, she turned to face him. Master, though we haven't known each other long, you are a good master. Our bond ends here. I am sorry. It is I who am unworthy. With those words, Xiao Yu stepped to stand beside Su Luo. Her reasoning was simple: if her master would not permit her to stay with Su Luo, then she owed him no further allegiance. Only by severing this master-disciple bond could she be free to remain with Su Luo. Deep within Xiao Yu's heart, within that rainy little forest, Su Luo had already become the most precious person to her. You? Are you serious? The sect master found it hard to process. His authority as the head of an entire sect was being so casually severed. Yes. Xiao Yu replied with utmost solemnity. The sect leader had no choice but to put on a smile. Ha, what are you saying? I was just joking earlier. I actually don't have much objection to you two playing together. Really, Xiao Yu, don't take it seriously. Oh really? Of course. You can still hang out with Su Luo in the future. I have no objections. The sect leader felt like crying, but had no tears. It took 100 years to find such a good disciple. How could he bear to give up? Seeing the sect leader forcing a smile, and saying insincere words this time, it was Su Luo who couldn't hold back. No backbone at all. How pathetic. Oh, my temper. You little brat. You're actually quite handsome. The sect leader dared not say more because Xiao Yu had already shielded Su Luo behind her. Moreover, whether it was an illusion or not, the sect leader felt that Su Luo's mouth was curling more and more crookedly. This made him even angrier, but he was powerless. All my family who understands. How infuriating this kid is. Then that was that. The sect leader had no choice but to slink away utterly helpless and just let them be. Xiao Yu lingered for a while, and then also left. As night deepened, Su Luo opened his diary. Some things are best done in the quiet of the night. The newcomer competition is over, but I still have a bit of wrap-up plot, then I can lie low for a while. Next, because I lost the newcomer competition, I hate Lin Xuan even more, and Elder Yinchi refuses to provide help. With no other choice, I had to seek help from senior brothers and sisters. I actually found a kind-hearted senior brother who agreed to teach Lin Xuan a lesson for me, and of course, I paid him a certain reward. This senior brother had no problem giving Lin Xuan a thorough beating since his strength was far superior. He did beat him harshly under the guise of a sparring match, but he probably never considered the consequences. How could the protagonist, having suffered a loss, not seek revenge? The next day, Lin Xuan began investigating this senior brother's background, including, but not limited to, his daily diet, travel itinerary, likes and dislikes. He checked everything meticulously, for when strength is insufficient, one must resort to underhanded means. Understanding a person is the key to dealing with him. Then he discovered that this senior brother was a mole from a demonic sect. Lin Xuan even obtained solid evidence. What more was needed? He simply reported it, and that senior brother, without Lin Xuan having to resort to dirty tricks, brought misfortune upon himself and was dealt with by the sect. Lin Xuan received rewards from the sect and avenged himself. Isn't that delightful? You think it ends here? Not yet. Because I still wasn't satisfied, I found another senior brother. And this one turned out to be another mole from a demonic sect. For the second time, Lin Xuan, familiar with the process, reported this senior brother and received another reward. A third time. Of course. Even I was speechless when I saw it. What a drag. Thus Lin Xuan reported 3 demonic sect moles in a row, and his reputation within the sect soared once again, with everyone praising his discerning eyes. Actually, even I was at a loss when I saw this. It's normal for a sect to have moles. With so many people, a few infiltrators are only to be expected. But because they ran into Lin Xuan, those who had been hiding so well were all exposed. How suffocating. Truly, no matter what we villains do, we end up as stepping stones for the protagonist. Finally, seeing Lin Xuan still riding high, I grew displeased again and summoned a heavyweight. One of the 7 stars and 4 talents, Qin-san. With the connection through Elder Yinchi and a bit of acquaintance from the earlier assessment, Qin-san agreed. But because Han Inger happened to pass by, out of respect for her, the matter was dropped. My plot arc ends here, and then another villain will come to be slapped down by Lin Xuan. After all, one needs a change of pace, getting tired of seeing me beaten all the time. And the next villain is none other than Qin-san, whom I have brought into the picture. He is a mole sent by the top demonic sect, the Heavenly Demon Sect. Yes, another mole. I suspect that if he hadn't met Lin Xuan, Qin-san would become a steward in 3 years, a peak master in another 3, and then the sect leader. 3 years, and another 3 more after that he would become the boss. Getting off track, Qin-san didn't have that fate. He met Lin Xuan, and not only did he suffer misfortune, he lost his life. After a while, the 4 talents went out on their usual dungeon expedition and brought Lin Xuan along. This expedition was proposed by Qin-san with his own agenda, but unfortunately, he failed to achieve it. Speaking of this dungeon, it was quite impressive. It contained a special formation that allowed one to cultivate quickly within it. The speed was 20 times faster than usual. Exaggerated, isn't it? But that was the actual effect. Unfortunately, the formation could only function within that dungeon, and as the events concluded, the dungeon collapsed. However, that short time was enough for Lin Xuan to cultivate madly, and his cultivation level skyrocketed once again. Such is the treatment of the protagonist. After writing another diary entry, Su Luo felt that he didn't even deserve to say he was slacking off. But then he thought, if he didn't write the diary, would he rely on his own hard work to cultivate? Wouldn't that be even more intense? Diary completed. Reward: physique 2, strength 4, cultivation level increased by 1 stage. Current cultivation: early golden core. Special ability upgrade: my pain is above yours. When attacked, you can transfer 50 of the damage you receive to a designated person. Special ability: name change, share the pain. I receive 50 of the damage, and the opponent also receives 50. Suffering together. Makes sense. Time passed day by day. When Lin Xuan reported the 3rd demonic sect mole, he gradually understood everything. He realized that Su Luo was playing a long game. Su Luo was not deliberately causing trouble for me, but rather forging a prototype of a demonic cultivator, heavy with killing intent, mad, and stopping at nothing to achieve his goals. With this image, he could gain the trust of the demonic path more easily, and then use my hands to eliminate the demonic moles. How else could the events of the past few days be explained? Su Luo came to pick a fight with me, but the moment I touched him, he fell down, and then said he would call someone. Everyone he called was a demonic mole. He wasn't trying to trouble me at all, but rather using this to alert me that these people were suspicious and getting me to eliminate the demonic moles. That's it, that's the answer. Otherwise, why would Li Si still maintain a relationship with him? So Li Si had always understood what Su Luo intended to do. Body in darkness, heart towards light. Lin Xuan thought there was no more fitting explanation. If not for Su Luo, he would never have known that the sect had demonic moles. And Su Luo's various actions all along now gained Lin Xuan's understanding. Lin Xuan truly understood that Su Luo had turned himself into a pawn to infiltrate the demonic path in the future. Being a mole surviving in a demonic path teeming with evils must be fraught with hardship. For a moment Lin Xuan was filled with profound respect. I'm sorry Su Luo, I underestimated you before. Lin Xuan. Su Luo once again came to confront Lin Xuan, her indignation vividly on display. It was she who had sought to teach Lin Xuan a lesson, yet the credit now fell to him. It made Su Luo appear as if she had come to aid him, even to provide for his enemy. Nothing could be more exasperating, any person would feel aggrieved. Su Luo of course had to present herself as furious. This encounter was merely to lure out Qin San, afterward there would be no further developments for the time being. Lin Xuan, accustomed to such outbursts, responded with calm detachment, You've come. Indeed. This time fortune will not favor you. I shall make you acquainted with the fate that awaits those who cross me. And who is it this time? Qin San. Su Luo stated with pride. Not just anyone could compel Qin San's presence. Are you certain? Lin Xuan was taken aback, never imagining it would be this individual. Could one of the proud representatives of the 7 Stars disciples harbor such issues? The petty lackeys and minor players he could overlook, but even Qin San of all people. The demonic cultivator's capacity for concealment was staggering. Upon hearing the name, Lin Xuan found himself frowning. This was proving more daunting. Su Luo found it ridiculous. What was there to doubt? Could she not summon such a figure? Who did they think she was looking down upon? Of course, she retorted. Who do you take me for? I see. I appreciate your efforts. It was nothing. At those words, Su Luo automatically replied that it was nothing, yet a sense of discord lingered. What exactly did you comprehend? And what nonsense is this about trouble? I dispatched someone to discipline you, and you offer thanks. What peculiar inclination is this? Were the earlier 3 perhaps knocking some sense into you? Yet that seems unlikely. O Lin Xuan, you cannot be so feeble. Lin Xuan, is your mind unharmed? All is well. I have fully understood. Su Luo, only in this moment today are you my brother. Thereafter our paths diverge completely. Su Luo had initially presumed that given his present stature, discovering a few minor undercover agents would suffice as a notable feat. Instead, he proved more resourceful than she had imagined. That you have even brought forth such a significant catch indicates much unseen labor on your part. For now you are indeed my ally. However, outwardly, we must still maintain the facade of adversaries to conceal your true allegiance. I comprehend. Rest assured I shall not betray your trust. Leave Qin San to me, who I shall gather irrefutable proof, and then eradicate this infiltrator. Su Luo grew even more perplexed. Who said we are brothers? Why did Lin Xuan seem so strange today? His attitude toward her subtly altered. I see. Then by custom. What tradition? What custom exists between us? Lin Xuan offered no reply, instead launching an immediate strike. Su Luo by habit was swiftly laid low. So the tradition you referred to was this. Indeed, given Lin Xuan's keen intellect, he ought to have recognized her pretense of weakness. Yet he could never suspect my true power. He has only recently attained the peak of chi condensation, while I have already nurtured a nascent golden core, a full realm apart. How could he fathom such a disparity? Nevertheless, certain formalities must be observed. Damn you. Wait here, I shall summon others. Very well. I shall await your return. Truly bizarre. At this juncture Lin Xuan ought to have been impetuous, yet his demeanor had grown unexpectedly gentle. How revolting, what had unraveled. Before long Qin San had been secured, though such tasks sat ill with him. The mention of Elder Yin, she had compelled his compliance. Lin Xuan, do you recall my words spoken during the sect entrance assessment? If you had heeded my admonition, you would not have repeated this folly. Clearly you hold my warnings in no esteem. Put simply, you disregard me entirely. Then let us engage in a spar. You raise no objection, do you? These were but pretext. He merely sought an opportunity to thrash Lin Xuan, just as he had dismissed the entrance assessment itself. Within the sect, some justification was necessary to mask his intentions. Very well. Proceed. Lin Xuan harbored no objection. This was an apt chance to gauge Qin San's prowess and ascertain the chasm between them, thereby preparing for future encounters. Even in defeat, Lin Xuan would glean wisdom. Battle was wherein one grew through failure. Bold, Qin San remarked, and as he struck he unleashed his signature technique, the heart-plucking claw. His golden core cultivation contained no trace of falsehood. The vicious angle afforded Lin Xuan no avenue of evasion. Had Lin Xuan been even a fraction slower, he could scarcely have raised a guard. He was struck. There was the rend of fabric. Moreover, cruel claw marks already marred Lin Xuan's body, blood welling forth. With a single exchange he comprehended the yawning gap. This was beyond his present capacity to withstand. Su Luo, you have indeed presented me with a most trying contest. Su Luo, regarding not Lin Xuan's inclinations, could only exult. Ha ha ha, splendid, magnificent. I do so enjoy witnessing this. Qin San's strike had still been restrained. Had he exerted himself fully, Lin Xuan would already have met his end. He could never actually slay Lin Xuan. Qin San had concealed himself so diligently to attain this station. Such recklessness would have laid bare his true nature. Can you still endure? I have scarcely begun to stretch. Though the oppression of the feeble brought Qin Sen a measure of delight, Lin Xian's utter defenselessness swelled his arrogance. So Lin Xian is but mediocre after all. Lin Xian drew a deep breath, focused his energy, and unleashed his most formidable technique, the 8 Extremes Great Collapse. The outcome mirrored Lin Xian's grim anticipation. It availed nothing. Qin Sen met the blow head-on, and emerged without so much as a scratch. A decent strike, but your cultivation is woefully insufficient. Had you attained a golden core, I might have deemed your fist worthy of my attention. Alas, you remain far from that threshold. Qin Sen pronounced these words, then raised another hand which morphed into a dragon's talon. As the claw descended, a voice interceded. What transpires here? Han Inger, clad in white, happened to be passing. We are but sparring, Qin Sen replied, sheathing his lethal talons and restoring his affable countenance. It was precisely this mastery of dissimulation that enabled him to linger undetected within the 7 Stars sword sect for so long. Sparring. Is this not bullying? Lin Xian? Though she voiced such words, Han Inger, observing Qin Sen's refined bearing, harbored no genuine reprimand. Senior sister, I am unharmed. Unharmed? You are wounded. Let me examine you. Han Inger genuinely employed her slender fingers to tenderly inspect Lin Xian's injuries. Su Luo, watching from the sidelines, could not suppress her muttered disapproval. Asleep would elude certain individuals tonight. Indeed, it was Qin Sen whose gaze toward Lin Xian had darkened with fury. Yet neither Lin Xian nor Han Inger registered this. Impressive. You withstood Qin Sen's blow and sustained but this wound. You are remarkably talented, junior brother. Han Inger, even as she praised, applied the ointment. The substance appeared both rare and efficacious. Humph. Had I not restrained myself, his life would have been forfeit. You acknowledge restraint, yet you have injured him thus. This is most improper. Enough excuses. Offer Lin Xian your apology at once. Yes. Qin Sen uttered reluctantly. Lin Xian, I apologize, my grip proved too forceful. It matters not. Sparring entails some risk of injury. Junior brother, should you wish to spar henceforth, seek me out. I shall certainly refrain from such brutality. Han Inger's admiration remained utterly unhidden, which incited in Qin Sen a burning desire to thoroughly beat Lin Xian. Yet before Han Inger he dared not act. To incur her displeasure once more was unthinkable. In the end, Qin Sen and Han Inger departed together. Lin Xian meanwhile returned to begin preparations for investigating Qin Sen. That claw strike today Lin Xian felt was worth it. Having lost to Qin Sen, he now had a reason to win back. A justification to openly investigate all available information about Qin Sen. Even if discovered, this could serve as an excuse. Otherwise, why would he investigate Qin Sen without reason? That would be like telling the other party that he had revealed his weakness. Returning to her residence, Su Luo planned to cook herself a good meal as a reward. Since she had more or less completed the plot, she would just watch Lin Xian and the others fight for their lives in the secret realm. Of course, Lin Xian would be the one to survive. Then Li Si arrived. She smiled slyly, looking like she was up to no good. Are you free recently? What's the matter? Su Luo sensed something was off and knew she had to ask clearly before giving an answer based on the actual situation. You owe me a favor from the newbie competition. I think I won't delay it. Use it early and enjoy it early. How about you accompany me to a place and we'll call it even? Where to? I've been feeling unsatisfied with my cultivation lately. I want to go for a relaxing trip. How about it? You don't have anything urgent, do you? You unsatisfied? Shouldn't you go to your master if you're unsatisfied? Alas, some things can't be solved by the master. If I continue cultivating like this, I'm afraid I'll develop inner demons. Is it that serious? Yes, so I'm counting on you. Alright, I suppose it's not impossible. Su Luo thought for a moment. It really didn't seem like a problem. Just going for a relaxing trip was fine. Admittedly, during the newbie competition, Li Si's concession had saved him a lot of trouble. Well, he would consider this as repaying the favor. In truth, Li Si's cultivation had been going very smoothly recently. With the acceleration of the Clear Moon Pendant and her own outstanding talent, her cultivation speed was already leaving others far behind. Moreover, with guidance from Nangong Shiyun, her techniques improved by leaps and bounds. The speed of her strength enhancement was beyond her own imagination. Just recently, she successfully broke through to the foundation establishment mid-stage, which could be considered remarkable for her age. Indeed, in the cultivation world, high cultivation was itself an achievement. But how could one stop advancing? Li Si glanced at Su Luo's diary. The speed is 20 times faster than usual. Her eyes nearly popped out. Even the Clear Moon Pendant didn't provide such an exaggerated boost. What kind of experience would it be to cultivate with that speed? A feeling like flying. If she didn't know, it would be fine, but now that she knew, how could she resist? However, this time was different from before. In the past, she could know the approximate location, but now she needed Qin Sen to know the exact place. She couldn't go alone. After much deliberation, Li Si still felt she couldn't give up this opportunity, so she decided to go along as well. Since she and Lin Xian were still fellow disciples, she could probably get Qin Sen to take her through Lin Xian. Moreover, she wanted to drag Su Luo along because Xiaoyu was always hanging around Su Luo, and Su Luo had no plot recently. Being so idle could easily lead to trouble. She decisively pulled Su Luo along. One day in the cultivation world, Qin San proposed going out to explore treasures as he had recently obtained news of a secret realm that seemed to be the legacy of an ancient great power. Going to check it out might yield many good things. The other three of the four talent Sekai had no objections either. They had always been like this. Whenever they said they would team up for an outing, they would just go, without any suspicion. However, Han Inger thought of Lin Xuan and casually invited him along, claiming it was to broaden his horizons. Qin San initially refused, but after Han Inger begged a little, he agreed. Although he worried that Lin Xuan might hinder his plans, he soon dismissed the thought, considering Lin Xuan too weak to pose a threat. If he got in the way this time, he would not hold back. Lin Xuan hesitated for a moment upon receiving Han Inger's invitation, then agreed. After learning that Qin San was suspicious, he immediately started an investigation, but the difficulty was too high. Qin San was completely different from the earlier small fry. He was extremely vigilant. Several times when observing from a distance, Lin Xuan almost got caught. He really didn't reveal any weakness at all. This made Lin Xuan wonder if Su Luo had been mistaken. But he decided to investigate a bit longer. After all, if Qin San really was a demonic cultivator, he must be extraordinary to have reached this level. This invitation from Han Inger provided a perfect opportunity to observe Qin San up close. However, going out would greatly increase the danger, especially with another hidden threat nearby. Lin Xuan was naturally afraid of danger, but he remembered that the other three talents were also at the Golden Core realm. Besides, Yen Lao said it would be fine and that he would intervene if something happened. After such a long time, Yen Lao had recovered a bit of strength enough to deal with Qin San. With this, Lin Xuan immediately felt much safer. What Lin Xuan didn't expect, however, was that Li Si also proposed to come along, and she even brought Su Luo. He couldn't understand. What were they going for? Li Si's answer was that she wanted to relax, but Lin Xuan was highly suspicious. However, the reason didn't really matter because the decision lay with Qin San. Among the four talents, Qin San had always been tacitly recognized as the leader, and basic decisions followed his word. It's a bit dangerous. Bringing Lin Xuan alone is already a burden, and now two more. No, I won't agree. Qin San refused. Han Inger was displeased. What are you afraid of? With the strength of the four of us, are we afraid we can't protect them? Besides, this secret realm is just a rumor. Its authenticity is questionable. If it turns out to be false, we can just treat it as a trip. More people make it more fun. I said no, it's no. Qin San was almost amused. This was a secret realm he had discovered long ago. Did he not know what was inside? This trip was precisely for this secret realm. Bringing so many people exceeded his plan. If they don't go, then I won't go either. Qin San. Fine. Qin San compromised. His most important target this time was Han Inger. The others were just accessories. If she didn't go, everything would be meaningless. Thus, the number of people setting out increased from 5 to 7. But unbeknownst to them, one person was following them. Nangong Shiyun. She had been keeping an eye on Su Luo. She was also shocked by the mole incident because Qin San was well regarded within the sect. If not for Su Luo, she might not have known until it was all over. This immediately piqued her interest. She wanted to see what kind of end Qin San would meet. Because the heavenly demon sect Tianma sect had an extremely foul reputation among demonic paths. Half of the famous demonic figures came from the heavenly demon sect, which showed how much this sect was detested by righteous sects. Moreover, Nangong Shiyun's disfigurement was also caused by a member of the heavenly demon sect. Of course, once Nangong Shiyun became strong enough, the first thing she did was to grind that heavenly demon sect member's bones to dust and scatter their ashes. With one sword strike, there was nothing left, not even ashes. A few days later, Li Si took Su Luo and set off. Then Su Luo spotted Lin Xuan and the others. What ill fortune, to run into Lin Xuan of all people. Let's take another route. Su Luo was about to detour, but Li Si grabbed his arm. We're not on the wrong path. The senior brothers and sisters wish to take us out to broaden our horizons. No thanks, I'll pass. Su Luo refused firmly. Han Inger spoke up. Su Luo, aren't you quite close with Qin San? There's no need to be embarrassed. Everyone's accounted for. Let's not waste time, move out. Qin San was already growing impatient, shoving everyone onto the flying mounts before taking off at once. The reason for his irritability was that yesterday Qin San had confessed to Han Inger, hoping to become her Dao companion. He felt they should not drag this out any longer and make a final decision. And he had been rejected. Her reason was that she had always seen him merely as a brother. Qin San clearly could not accept this, losing sleep entirely that night. The more he dwelled on it, the more restless his heart grew. Yet deep down a faint spark of hope remained. That within the secret realm perhaps Han Inger might suddenly feel genuine affection toward him. Aboard the flying mount, Su Luo stared sullenly at Li Si. You plotted against me, eh? Li Si hurriedly apologized, but Su Luo did not even acknowledge her. Alright, we're all together now. Just cheer up. Exactly. I heard there is tension between Su Luo and Lin Xuan. Why not do us senior brothers and sisters the favor and reconcile right here? Li Si chimed in. Indeed. As Su Luo's childhood friend, I cannot bear to see him falter further. That is why I brought him along to reconnect with Lin Xuan and ease this rift. Lin Xuan, just offer an apology. Lin Xuan, why should I be the one apologizing? What has he done wrong? At that moment, Lin Xuan's thoughts raced. Was Su Luo's presence here meant to remind him that Qin San was plotting something? Was there something unusual about this secret realm? Had Li Si suggested he apologize in an effort to heal the rift between him and Su Luo? But if they reconciled, could Su Luo still serve as a spy? In truth, Lin Xuan was overthinking it. Li Si had merely found an excuse to bring Su Luo along. At least this reason was rather reasonable. Su Luo, however, refused outright. He was the villain. He could never reconcile with the protagonist. All right, then let us shake hands and make peace, Su Luo said with a smile, extending his hand. But the moment their palms met, Su Luo squeezed Lin Xuan's hand with brutal force, his face contorted as though expending all his strength. Yet Lin Xuan remained unmoved, for Su Luo's grip was far weaker than expected, incapable of causing him any harm. The four talents could see that reconciliation was impossible. Having failed to persuade them, Han Inger could only sigh silently, hoping that perhaps during the journey through the secret realm ahead, they might find common ground. After flying for a full day, Qin San's group descended to rest. Li Si pulled Su Luo aside for a whispered conversation. What are you doing? I am not accepting your apology. Aren't you curious why I brought you along? Why, I heard word that this secret realm can accelerate cultivation. Please. Heard word. Qin San didn't even tell Han Inger. Yet somehow you knew. This must be one of your dreams revealing it to you, and now you want a share of the prize. That is no excuse for keeping me in the dark. All right, don't be angry. Consider me indebted to you, one favor. This time accompany me to cultivate. A favor? Wait. Didn't I come along specifically to repay a favor to Li Si? Now not only has that debt been settled, but I've gained one in return. Seems like a profitable deal. Wait, Su Luo, how could you fall into a woman's trap? At minimum 2 favors. Fine. I owe you 3. Will you forgive me now? That's more like it. With these 3 obligations in hand, whenever Li Si might lose control again, he could ensure she behaved herself. Given Li Si's nature, she would hardly break her word. Haha. But Li Si found herself wanting to laugh. Su Luo's tsundere expression reminded her somewhat of her former self. What are you laughing at? Su Luo was baffled. She owed him 3 favors. What was there to find amusing? I just remembered something pleasing. I've reached mid-foundation establishment. Oh, and aren't you envious? What stage have you reached? Late qi condensation. Su Luo's outward appearance still showed only late qi condensation. Clearly concealing his true cultivation, Li Si estimated that Su Luo's actual strength likely matched her own at mid-foundation establishment. Exactly, that's why you're here. Your cultivation is far too weak. So bringing you along was the right call. Should I reveal my true cultivation to you? I have a method to improve. What method? Seek Elder Yanxi. Can we even carry on a normal conversation? While Su Luo and Li Si whispered beside them, Qin San also summoned Zhuo Mingyuan, one of the 4 talents. Mingyuan, I have a question for you today. How do you think Han Inger treats you? As an ordinary sect sibling. Don't lie to me. We've been brothers for years. You suspect there is something between us. I won't shame myself. Let me tell you the truth. Yesterday, I asked Han Inger to become my Dao companion, and she refused me. Why? We all assumed you two would eventually end up together. Exactly. I don't understand it either. Do you know the reason? I don't. Deep within Zhuo Mingyuan's heart, he had once harbored feelings for Han Inger long ago, but after learning that Qin San also loved her, he had given up and buried that secret in the deepest recesses of his soul. I see. Qin San sighed, his expression full of helplessness. In truth, he was wondering whether Han Inger had rejected him because she already harbored affection for someone else. His first suspicion fell upon Zhuo Mingyuan. After all, whom else could he suspect? Yet lacking any evidence, he had brought him out for a test. Naturally, he had obtained nothing useful. On the second day of flight, during a rest stop, Qin San pulled Yuan Jie, another of the 4 talents, aside for a private conversation. Yuan Jie, you get along so well with Han Inger. Do you know who she likes? Isn't it you? Qin San managed a bitter smile. I was rejected by Han Inger a few days ago. Oh, why? That is exactly what I want to know. I'm utterly distressed. There must surely be some misunderstanding. Probably none. Am I truly without hope? No, it's not. Then why did she reject me? Qin San's face fell completely. In a sudden impulse, Yuan Jie blurted out, Qin San, what do you think of me? You're quite nice. Just quite nice. It seems there is still a gap between me and Han Inger after all. Don't compare us that way. You each have your own virtues. But you will never love me for my virtues. Yuan Jie, you. That's right, Qin San. I like you. But I know your heart will always belong to Han Inger, so forget I said anything. I'll ask Han Inger why she rejected you. With that, Yuan Jie turned and walked away without looking back. This left Qin San thoroughly bewildered. He truly had no idea that Yuan Jie harbored such feelings for him. Yuan Jie soon found an excuse to pull Han Inger aside for a private conversation. What's the matter? Why call me out here alone? Inger, don't you like Qin San? Han Inger pondered for a moment before responding uncertainly, I suppose. Not particularly. What do you mean suppose? Like means like, and don't like means don't like. I don't know how to put it. The more I get to know Qin San, the more strange he seems. He's always unpredictable, and I just can't bring myself to feel anything for him. Is that the only reason? Yuan Jie's voice rose rather sharply. What's wrong? Han Inger was startled. They were having a quiet conversation. Why had she suddenly raised her voice? Yuan Jie lowered her voice again. What kind of excuse is that? Don't you know Qin-sen has always been good to you? Yes, I'm aware of that, but these things can't be forced. You wouldn't understand. I don't understand how I don't understand. Yuan Jie grew agitated once more. Are you alright? Her voice was loud enough to frighten Han Ying. On the third day of flight riding their aerial mounts, the four of them maintained a facade of laughter and conversation, yet an underlying sense of discomfort lingered beneath the surface. Even Lin Xuan, who had previously chimed in with comments, had fallen silent, and was now merely observing. Li Si secretly asked Su Luo, why does the atmosphere between them keep growing stranger? Ask the world what is love. What are you talking about? Better not to know. Don't leave sentences half-finished. Yet Su Luo persisted in speaking in halves, writing the rest in his diary. Of course he only wrote when undisturbed. Although others couldn't see the diary, one still needed concentration to write in it, didn't they? After 3 days of flight, they were approaching the secret realm. Let me share what unfolds there. This secret realm was indeed left by an ancient powerhouse containing certain valuable treasures. Qin-sen had discovered them long ago, but never claimed them. He waited until now to bring Han Ying and the others, displaying his good fortune before her while using these treasures to win her favor. He even contributed some of his own treasured masterpieces to fill the empty spaces. Honestly, it's enough to move one to tears. However, that was not his only motive. Another purpose was to lure Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie into a trap, sacrificing them to lift the seal within the secret realm. This is because records in the secret realm indicate that a heart demon emperor was sealed within. The heart demon emperor, as his title suggests, is intimately connected with inner demons and excels at awakening them in cultivators. As is well known, inner demons actually reside within a cultivator's body, being a part of themselves. They are collections of negative emotions born from some form of regret or remorse. They may also arise from certain anger or from some deep-seated obsession. If left to grow unchecked, they may eventually cause one to lose their sense of self, becoming driven by the inner demon. Therefore, at a certain stage, one must overcome their inner demon to advance further. And the timing and influence of inner demons vary from person to person. The heart demon emperor, however, can provoke others' inner demons, causing them to fight themselves before the battle even begins. If conditions permit, he can also control others through their inner demons. According to the lore, what earned him the title of emperor was another extraordinary ability, materializing inner demons. Normally, inner demons exist only within the body, but those materialized by this emperor would emerge outwardly indistinguishable from real humans. A materialized inner demon's strength would not be weaker than its original owner and might even be greater. The formula would be personal cultivation base plus negative emotional energy plus soul strength. An ordinary inner demon possesses everything its host has, yet upon turning dark, power increases by threefold, and the madness of inner demons provides additional combat bonuses. However, the heart demon emperor's materialized inner demons are not truly human, but are formed through soul manipulation. The stronger the soul, the greater the HP of the materialized inner demon, since it cannot regenerate endlessly. For ordinary people, soul strength is predetermined from birth, so the HP would roughly equal that of the original host, meaning there is no need to fear excessive power amplification in this regard. Nevertheless, materialized inner demons still hold advantages. As long as their HP has not been depleted, they can regenerate continuously. Try being severed in half and see what happens. So isn't this heart demon emperor quite troublesome? Not really. He never broke free from his seal and simply dissipated along with the collapse of the secret realm. The reason is that Qin-san himself did not know how to lift the seal. The only clue he found was the word sacrifice recorded in the secret realm. Meanwhile, the heavenly demon sect had also issued him a mission: eliminate outstanding disciples from righteous sects to prepare for future plans. Indeed, the heavenly demon sect was preparing to ignite the fourth sect war. It seemed not merely the fourth time, but they intended to attack 10 renowned sects simultaneously. Truly madness incarnate, truly audacious. Thus Qin-san planned to eliminate Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie, here completing his undercover mission while attempting to break the heart demon emperor's seal, achieving 2 objectives with 1 stroke. No, not merely 2 objectives. Qin-san also realized that eliminating Zhuo Mingyuan and the others meant he wouldn't need to share the treasures here, and the valuable items he had contributed would flow back into his own hands. Afterward, the group would shrink from 4 to 2, leaving Han Ying with only him to rely upon. He could also blame Zhuo Mingyuan and the others' deaths on the secret realm itself, achieving a flawless escape. Truly a brilliant plan. Unfortunately, bringing Lin Xuan along caused everything to unfold differently. First, discovering treasures was naturally joyful, but soon Lin Xuan found a large chamber that Qin-san hadn't even noticed. Inside were 8 rooms, each containing profound arrays. Cultivating within them accelerated progress tremendously. For 2 people, the speed increased 20-fold. For 3 people, however, the array would cease functioning. Indeed, this was a dual cultivation formation. But unlike those suggestive variants within these rooms, merely clasping hands together accelerated cultivation without any other unnecessary actions. With such an array available, who would care about treasures? Cultivate first, worry later. Truly remarkable. Lin Xuan's luck has always been extraordinary. Qin San meanwhile grew to resent Lin Xuan even more for stealing his spotlight. Furthermore, during cultivation, Lin Xuan's relationship with Han Inger continued to deepen, intensifying the conflict between him and Qin San. Ultimately, Qin San could no longer endure it and dropped his pretense. He launched a surprise attack, severing Zhuo Mingyuan's right arm, then immediately drove his blade into Yuan Jia. They trusted Qin San far too much. They couldn't believe they were being ambushed even as it happened. As for Han Inger, Qin San directly crippled her cultivation. During his time undercover at the 7-Star Sword Sect, apart from his genuine feelings for Han Inger, everything else was an act. He couldn't bear to kill her, so he chose to strip her cultivation and keep her obediently by his side. But what good did it do? He was merely a fool. When he prepared to deal with Lin Xuan, a substitute appeared. Yin Lao unleashed 3,000 flame movements and obliterated him in an instant. Laughable. Attempting to insult Lin Xuan when he had no idea what death looked like. However, Yin Lao subsequently fell back into slumber, and Lin Xuan temporarily lost that trump card. The story concludes here. The secret realm collapsed due to excessive use of the dual cultivation arrays, which drained too much energy. At the 7-Star Sword Sect, one of the 4 talents died, one was crippled, one suffered severe injuries, and one sustained light injuries. A truly devastating outcome. Diary completed. Reward: Defense 4, Strength 4, Cultivation level increased by 1 tier. Current cultivation Golden Core Midstage. An utterly mundane reward. Su Luo finished writing in her diary. For this mission, she could simply lie low and remain invisible. There was nothing left that warranted her personal involvement. Nangong Shiyun, concealed somewhere and secretly trailing behind, furrowed her brows. Her concerns centered on whether the Tianma sect was about to make a move. Having crossed blades with them more than once, she well understood how formidable they could be. A top-tier expert from the Tianma sect, Nangong Shiyun would eliminate her in an instant. 2 of them. Still instantaneous. 5. Crushing them would be effortless. 7. Acceptable. Merely a modest warm-up. 10. She could still utterly crush them with genuine effort. Beyond that, many would likely escape. She could not slaughter them all. Thinking of this, Nangong Shiyun felt a touch of regret toward her own limitations. Top-tier experts of the Tianma sect were notoriously elusive, rarely encountered, and each one possessed extraordinary survival instincts. If only she could advance her cultivation further, then none would be able to flee. Unfortunately, she had not broken through in quite some time. But cultivation was no matter to rush. For now, she should focus on thoroughly dismantling the Tianma sect's plans. Nangong Shiyun was about to cast a few subtle protective spells upon Han Inger and the other 2. But then she spotted Li Si secretly passing them messages, cautioning them about a potential ambush, though never specifying what manner of attack. She was also gifting each of them protective treasures. These artifacts had originally been given by Nangong Shiyun to Li Si for her own survival, and now Li Si was handing them to Han Inger and the others. Except not one was given to Qin San. Nangong Shiyun found this perplexing. Su Luo had never shared such information with Li Si from the very beginning of their journey. Moreover, if Li Si had already known, why did she not produce the protective treasures sooner? Why only after Su Luo updated her diary? Wait, the diary. Could it be that Li Si possesses a diary as well? That would explain everything, tying every thread together. What a good disciple. So you have a diary too. After 3 days of flight, Qin San and the others finally reached the secret realm. The secret realm lay deep within a mist, a peculiar fog possessing powerful, disorienting properties. Even those of high cultivation could easily lose their way within it. Yet Qin San confidently led them straight to the entrance. This was the first opportunity to steal the spotlight. He had practiced navigating the fog many times before and was thoroughly familiar with the path. Qin San, your guidance this time has been far too smooth. I thought we would be wandering through the fog for much longer. I'm almost admiring you, Han Inger praised. As I said, my fortune has always been excellent. Qin San couldn't help but smile. He then led everyone into the secret realm. As the group fully stepped inside, a pair of eyes opened deep within, followed by a whispered murmur. The numbers are finally correct. I hope this time I can emerge from this accursed seal. No sooner had they entered than Qin San displayed astonishing perceptiveness, constantly discovering valuable treasures throughout the realm. I can't believe we've ever had such smooth harvests before. Qin San, how did you suddenly become so remarkable? Han Inger marveled once more. In the past, they had endured endless hardships only to find gains woefully disproportionate to their efforts. And then 4 people had to split whatever meager spoils they obtained. It was wretched and sometimes not even enough to cover their pill expenses. Of course, this was not always the case, but most of the time it was. This time around, they had already profited considerably, truly rare. Qin San reveled in Han Inger's praise. I do not know either, but I feel it will only get better from here. Following me has been the right choice. Then I shall wait and see. Just keep watching. I won't disappoint you. After that, without incident, Qin San proceeded to rediscover every treasure he had previously found. He then produced the items he had secretly stashed away. By the end of the journey, the harvest made everyone burst into joyous laughter. Han Inger, Zhuo Mingyuan, and Yuan Jie truly laughed. Lin Xuan did not hold these treasures in high regard himself, but smiled along politely. Su Luo and Li Si, knowing the truth, offered false smiles. Qin San, however, wore a sinister grin, for very soon all these treasures would belong to him, and Han Inger alone. After a brief celebration, Qin San declared, "We have gathered more than enough. We have thoroughly ransacked the entire secret realm, leaving nothing behind. Let us rest and head back." Qin San intended to ambush and slaughter Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie during the rest period, sacrificing them to Heart Demon Emperor. But scarcely had he spoken when Lin Xian's voice rang out. "Oh, what is this?" Unsure what he had triggered, a thunderous rumble echoed, and a hidden passage suddenly appeared within the wall. "Wow, it seems there are even more treasures within. Wonderful." Han Inger's eyes began to glow. Today's haul had truly been plentiful. Inside, Qin San's heart burned with fury. "Lin Xian, why reveal this now at the very moment I suggested returning? How desperately do you wish to die? Consider yourself marked. I will end you shortly." But now was not the time to expose himself. Qin San maintained his smile. The group cautiously entered the passage, unaware of what dangers might await. Yet there were none. They proceeded smoothly to the very end. There a vast semicircular chamber opened before them, with 8 chambers evenly distributed at each corner. What is this place? Curious, everyone entered to investigate while remaining highly vigilant. Still no danger materialized. After scouting the area, only 8 surrounding chambers were discovered. As confusion settled over the group, a flash of light ignited, an array activated. Soon they would understand its purpose. The ancient powerhouse who created this place had thoughtfully left instructions. Upon activation, the array displayed its method of use, presumably prepared for future generations. It was only later, for reasons unknown, that this secret realm became concealed. A moment of silence fell. Qin San spoke first. "A speed boost for 2 people is quite extraordinary, but we have 7 here. What of the remaining 1? Lin Xian glanced around and quickly drew his conclusion. "It's fine. I can go alone." Qin San and the others had repeatedly faced life and death situations together. Any pairing among them would work seamlessly. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Li Si had grown particularly close since leaving Qiufeng City. Lin Xian could only go alone. Qin San let out a cold snort, glad the boy understood his place, then turned to Han Inger and said, "Then it's decided. Inger, let's be partners." At the mere thought of sharing a chamber alone with Han Inger, Qin San grew barely restrained. "Very well." Han Inger did not refuse, though she felt somewhat guilty toward Lin Xian. "Since it was you who discovered this place, yet won't receive the greatest reward, please accept these treasures from me as compensation." "No need, truly no need. But you must accept it." Watching Lin Xian and Han Inger continue their polite refusals, Qin San grew impatient once more. "Just take it." Qin San stuffed the treasure into Lin Xian's hands, and without another word dragged Han Inger into room No. 6. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie entered room No. 5 to see whether this so-called cultivation formation was truly as miraculous as claimed. Li Si had long been unable to contain her impatience, and before Su Luo could even react, she was pulled into room No. 1. Watching everyone make their selections, Lin Xian casually chose room No. 7. Inside room No. 1. After entering, Li Si glanced around. The room was remarkably plain, with nothing but the formation beneath their feet and no other furnishings. Nothing particularly special about it. Can it really boost cultivation speed by nearly 20 times? Just try it and you'll know. Su Luo had long since grown accustomed to such wonders. "You're right." Li Si took Su Luo's hand, sat cross-legged, and began her cultivation. Su Luo mirrored her movements. For dual cultivation, both parties must engage equally. In that instant, the surrounding spiritual energy condensed, wildly surging into both Su Luo and Li Si. Once inside their bodies, the energy was not immediately refined. It instead circulated continuously between them along a set path. "I can feel it. This speed is unimaginable." For the first time, Li Si experienced cultivation advancement, so strikingly far surpassing her expectations. What mattered most was that the spiritual energy flowing from Su Luo felt warm and profound. It was easy to become immersed in it. Su Luo, however, found it unfamiliar, for he had not cultivated since he began keeping his journal. Now that he was cultivating, even with the 20-fold boost, the sensation felt merely ordinary to him. "Su Luo, are you truly at the qi condensation stage? I get the feeling you are not." The two cultivated together, and Li Si could clearly sense that Su Luo's spiritual energy was extraordinary. "Indeed, I am at qi condensation." "Then whisper it to me. I will keep it a secret." Qi condensation is qi condensation. Without evidence, he would not admit it. Even with evidence, he still would not. Su Luo's defining trait was his stubbornness. "If you won't say it, then fine. Let us make the most of our time." Li Si resumed her focused cultivation, no longer speaking. Yet her grip on Su Luo's hand tightened slightly, almost unconsciously. Meanwhile, in room No. 6. At first, Han Inger felt thrilled. The cultivation speed surged dramatically, and the effect was genuinely striking. But soon the pace began to falter, and discomfort plagued her body. Dizziness, retching, weakness. No one should experience such symptoms while cultivating. The same affliction struck Qin San. An hour later, Han Inger could barely endure it. "Qin San, I can't go on. I need some air." "All right then." Even Qin San could no longer bear it. Yet the moment he released Han Inger's hand, he felt his strength return. His cultivation speed gradually recovered, stabilizing at 3 to 4 times the normal rate. Though nowhere near the initial 20-fold surge, it was still an enhancement. This puzzled Qin San deeply. Meanwhile, when Han Inger stepped out to breathe fresh air, she noticed they were the only ones suffering. The others continued cultivating without apparent distress. She observed that Su Luo and Li Si were in the best condition, while Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie fared reasonably well. Even Lin Xuan, practicing alone, remained deeply absorbed in his cultivation. Within the formation, they experienced none of the complications she and Qin San faced. Baffled, Han Inger wondered if she might try with Lin Xuan instead. But thinking of Qin San, she stopped herself and returned to continue cultivating with him. "You're back. How is it?" Qin San asked. "Much better. Let us continue." Thus ended the first day of formation cultivation. At that moment, beneath the formation, a pair of eyes opened once more, followed by a whispered murmur. "The numbers are correct, and now you have begun using the formation. Perfect. Cultivate. The faster you cultivate, the sooner I shall emerge." On the second day, cultivation continued. With such a rare opportunity, who would waste a single moment? Yet Su Luo thought differently. As cultivation speed increased, fatigue came more easily. "All right, we have cultivated long enough. We should rest. Can you not continue?" "What kind of remark is that?" "I said rest. Not that I cannot." "I see. Very well. If that is the case, I will have to show you my true strength. Let us continue." Su Luo and his companion continued their vigorous cultivation, their hands never having parted since yesterday. Meanwhile, Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie showed less urgency, occasionally stepping out to walk when fatigue set in. Especially Yuan Jie, who preferred to cultivate only when comfortable. Qin San and Han Inger, however, were far worse off. Perhaps they would have been better off cultivating separately. Naturally, Qin San's foundational technique was a demonic path art. Despite his careful concealment, its essence remained unholy. How could it harmonize with Han Inger's orthodox cultivation? Yet Qin San refused to yield, unwilling to concede their incompatibility, so he forced himself through the discomfort to continue dual cultivation. Han Inger had no choice but to endure alongside him. Still, every hour of cultivation, she would step out for a moment to catch her breath. As for Lin Xuan, even alone, he never ceased his cultivation, practicing ceaselessly without pause. Each time she emerged and saw Lin Xuan like that, Han Inger felt stirred. She should not give up so easily. So enduring her discomfort, she and Qin San continued to experiment, seeking ways to properly harness the formation's power. A 20-fold increase in speed, what were 3 or 4 times, falling short of the maximum, meant leaving gains on the table. Yet after a single day, Han Inger grew bewildered, for the agony was truly unbearable. Unaware, she found herself outside Lin Xuan's room. "Senior sister, what is wrong?" Lin Xuan, sensing her arrival, asked. Han Inger sighed and confided, "There is a problem with my cultivation alongside Qin San." "What problem?" "Dual cultivation brings me great discomfort, yet Zhuo Mingyuan and the others face none of this." "Then I am puzzled. I have always cultivated alone." "That is exactly it." Han Inger took Lin Xuan's hands and began cultivating. But the very next moment she withdrew her hands. What was happening? The sensation was entirely different. Not worse, but rather quite pleasant. It was only then that she dared pull away. "What is wrong?" Lin Xuan, experiencing dual cultivation for the first time with no point of comparison, had no idea what the issue might be. "Let us try it together." Hearing Han Inger's words, Lin Xuan suddenly recalled Qin San. Given his temper, the consequences of him learning of this were unthinkable. "That will not do. If Qin San finds out." Lin Xuan left the sentence unfinished, but those who understood, understood. Han Inger paused to consider, and indeed it seemed wise. Sighing, she replied, "You are right. I will return." Seeing her somewhat forlorn expression, Lin Xuan reached out and grabbed her hand. What was Qin San to him? What debt did he owe him? If anything, Qin San owed him one threat, one attempt to discipline him. Let us try it together. This is true cultivation. This is the profound essence of formations. Han Inger finally understood that she and Qin San were indeed incompatible. But why? Why did it feel normal with Lin Xuan, yet so unbearable with Qin San? She couldn't fathom it. Nevertheless, Han Inger dared not cultivate excessively with Lin Xuan, fearing that Qin San would come looking for her. She returned early. "Back already? How do you feel?" Qin San paused his cultivation to ask. "Much better." Qin San nodded, then reached out and took Han Inger's hand. But the moment he touched her hand, she recoiled as if struck by lightning. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Their hands clasped together. Before long, the unpleasant sensation surged again. Su Luo now felt as if she had been drained. Li Si experienced the same. In the end, they decided to take a break. But despite the exhaustion, the gains were quite substantial. Li Si vaguely sensed that she could break through again, even though she had only just advanced not long ago. "Do you feel the urge to break through?" Li Si still held Su Luo's hand, but without cultivating, they chatted idly during the rest. "Not at all. That's odd. I'm nearly at the next stage of foundation establishment, and you at Qi refining haven't broken through." "My talent is poor, that's just how it is." "Poor? It can't be that bad." "I've broken through." Su Luo directly adjusted her cultivation to the perfection of Qi refining. "Satisfied now? You? How is it such a coincidence?" Li Si understood even more clearly that Su Luo was hiding her true strength. Thanks to you so diligently cultivating, never wasting a single moment. That wasn't a compliment. Watching the exchange between her disciple and Su Luo Nangong Shiyun hidden in the shadows couldn't help but recall when she had last broken through. She had forgotten her. It seemed to be about 30 years ago. Nangong Shiyun had almost forgotten the feeling of breakthrough. What a pity. Now she faced a bottleneck that couldn't be overcome by mere cultivation. Otherwise, given her talent, she would have broken through long ago. What she needed was an opportunity, but that opportunity was unknown, varying from person to person. The third day. Once she had tried it, she couldn't stop. Unable to bear dual cultivation with Qin San any longer, Han Inger sought out Lin Xuan more frequently and for longer periods. At that very moment when Yuan Jie came out for some air, she thought her eyes were playing tricks on her from cultivation. Was Han Inger cultivating with Lin Xuan? Why? But as she thought, Yuan Jie sensed something ominous. If Qin San saw this, she turned her head and nearly died of fright. Because Qin San had already seen. His left hand grasped his right wrist, but his gaze was fixed on that scene. Why? The hand that had just been in his grasp now. Tears streamed down Qin San's face. Yuan Jie wanted to say something comforting, but nothing came out. Qin San then noticed Yuan Jie, and by now his reason was fading. He rushed to Yuan Jie. Yuan Jie, you like me, don't you? Please help me forget all this. Qin San pulled Yuan Jie toward the room, intending to numb himself through cultivation. But, slap. Yuan Jie's slap brought Qin San back to his senses. How pathetic. Yuan Jie would never agree to Qin San under such circumstances. Oh, what would that make her? A substitute for Han Ing. At that thought, Yuan Jie felt like crying too. She was nothing but a replacement. Then she walked away in dejection, leaving Qin San standing there stunned. Oh. After a long silence, Qin San's arms dropped limply. Let it all be destroyed. After his breakdown, Qin San stopped pretending and decided to execute the plan of the Heavenly Demon Sect. In his original plan, he only wanted to eliminate Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie, then continue to return to the sect with Han Inger as an infiltrator. But now he no longer wished to return and continue the infiltration. He decided to first eliminate Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie, then cripple Han Inger. Finally, he would torment Lin Xuan in front of Han Inger. He only wanted to vent his anger to make Lin Xuan suffer the full cruelty of the demonic path, and to make Han Inger utterly regretful. As for Su Luo and Li Si, two insignificant fish easily disposed of. Though he might be letting Elder Yanxi down, Qin San no longer cared about anything now that he had abandoned his role as an infiltrator. Once the plan was set, Qin San's eyes turned icy cold, and the demonic qi that had long been dormant within him began to stir. He first lured Han Inger out of the cultivation site, then restrained her. He had intended to cripple her directly, but for some reason a phantom of a great bell appeared around Han Inger, shielding her. Qin San could not break it even with his strongest techniques. He could only restrain her for now. Han Inger then recalled Li Si's warning about a sneak attack, but she never imagined it would be Qin San. Li Si couldn't do anything about it either. Who would believe that Qin San would attack them? They had faced life and death together countless times. Oh, why should they trust her? If Li Si had actually said Qin San would attack, they might have turned around and joked about it with Qin San. Something like, Li Si said you'd ambush us. Isn't that hilarious? Which would only have made Qin San more cautious. Why are you doing this, Qin San? This is all your fault. Qin San roared, then ignoring whatever Han Inger said, left again. He had to strike before Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie noticed anything amiss. All members of the 7 stars and 4 talents were at the early golden core stage, but Qin San had actually reached the middle stage long ago, though he had always concealed it. If he used demonic techniques, his strength would approach the late golden core stage, and with some demonic secret arts that burned his life force, he could even reach the late golden core stage. Even so, he would not face Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie head-on. Why fight openly when he could ambush? Qin San lured Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie out under the pretext of Han Inger's disappearance. But Lin Xuan saw them, leaving in a hurry, and curious, secretly followed them. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Li Si continued cultivating. Qin San seized the moment and struck with his sword, aiming to cleave Zhuo Mingyuan in two. Under normal circumstances, Zhuo Mingyuan could have dodged. But because he trusted Qin San completely, Zhuo Mingyuan had no guard against the attack from behind. However, his survival instinct made him dodge instinctively. It was too late. The sword would sever his right arm. At the critical moment, another phantom of a great bell enveloped Zhuo Mingyuan, blocking the strike. Qin San was stunned. How did you have one too? With no time to dwell on it, while they were still reeling, Qin San thrust his sword at Yuan Jie. He knew well the strength of their combined force. If they joined hands, it would be difficult to handle. Yet Yuan Jie also had the phantom bell. This time Qin San completely lost his composure. What is this? How do you all have such a thing? We've been through life and death together so many times, and I never knew you had something like this. Did you get this specifically to guard against me? Yeah. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were also bewildered, having no idea what the illusory protective bell was or where it came from. But that was not the most pressing matter now. Qin San, what are you doing? Zhuo Mingyuan immediately shielded Yuan Jie behind him. Would you believe me if I said my hand slipped? This isn't something that can be brushed off with a joke. Qin San tossed his sword to the ground and gave a bitter smile. Really, I don't know what came over me. It felt like I lost control and struck at you. No choice. If Qin San's lethal strike couldn't even break that bell, how could the ensuing battle be fought? Would going all out be enough to shatter it? Probably not. If it couldn't be broken, or if breaking the damned bell consumed too much strength, what then? So Qin San, who had been riding a high just moments ago, was now forced to calm down. Without that bell, even if the ambush failed, the area would already be riddled with traps, allowing them to run rampant. Now he had to lie low for a while. Qin San continued to defend himself. I heard a heart demon emperor is sealed here, capable of manipulating others. I suspect he's the one pulling the strings. Really? Zhuo Mingyuan, though still on guard, began to believe it a little. Yet what reason would I have to attack you? Zhuo Mingyuan thought it over. There really seemed to be no motive. Hidden in the shadows, Nangong Shiyun immediately understood the reason and dispelled the bell. How else could Qin San be forced to reveal his true colors? Nangong Shiyun could have killed him instantly, but without evidence, what would Zhuo Mingyuan and the others think? To kill his brother in front of him and accuse him of being from the demon sect, just because you're a peak master. Does the Seven Stars Sword sect have no sense of justice? The next to fall to demonic influence might be them. Qin San noticed the illusory bell vanish. A glint flashed in his eyes, but he steadied himself, triggered the surrounding traps, and probed cautiously. In an instant, countless sword chi surged from all directions. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie raised their swords to block. The barrage lasted 5 seconds before ceasing. Though battered, Zhuo Mingyuan and his companion suffered only minor injuries. Seeing that the illusory bell did not reappear, Qin San kicked the sword on the ground toward Yuan Jie, then drew another blade and slashed horizontally at Zhuo Mingyuan's neck. Just as Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie began to relax, they were met with an even fiercer assault. Qin San's attacks were on an entirely different level from the traps. Qin San, what are you doing? Isn't it obvious? Have you lost your mind? Yes, I've lost my mind. As he spoke, every strike from Qin San was lethal. Zhuo Mingyuan, being stronger, could barely parry, but Yuan Jie, who was weaker, had already been stabbed in several places. They were confused, unable to understand why Qin San was attacking them, so they focused on defense rather than launching fierce counterattacks. But this couldn't go on. Zhuo Mingyuan made the first decisive move, unleashing his full strength with a secret technique, Rain of Blades, surrounding Qin San in countless sword shadows in an instant. Qin San sneered contemptuously, weaving through the myriad blades, finding a gap in the shadows, and thrusting his sword in. Then the sword shadows vanished, and though Zhuo Mingyuan instantly switched from offense to defense, he couldn't block the strike. His shoulder was deeply pierced. Qin San followed up with a kick, sending Zhuo Mingyuan flying. Then he twisted midair, delivered a backhand slap to Yuan Jie, and fired 2 sword chi blasts. At the critical moment, Zhuo Mingyuan ignored his pain, dashed forward to shield Yuan Jie, and furiously slashed the 2 sword chi blasts into nothing. Qin San, you're serious? The earlier sword chi would have gravely wounded Yuan Jie, which was why Zhuo Mingyuan was so enraged. Still don't get it. Qin San covered his face with one hand and laughed wildly. Let me reintroduce myself. I, Qin San, am one of the 7 Stars' 4 talents, and also one of the demon sect's 7 sons. As he spoke, demonic chi rose from his feet, enveloping his entire body. Behind him, apparitions seemed to bare their fangs, and specters danced, an evil aura sweeping the scene. It was time to seriously send his old friends off. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Li Si were still cultivating. Did something happen? Li Si sensed something, but the place where Qin San and the others fought was not nearby, rather far away, so she wasn't sure. Don't know, just keep cultivating. Su Luo naturally knew the fight had already begun, but it was none of his business. Lin Xuan would handle it. An old man, Yen, would finish it in one blow. What more was there to say? Just wait here for the result. Meanwhile, the Heart Demon Emperor, trapped under the formation, was panicking. Why aren't they cultivating anymore? Fight. Finish cultivating first before fighting. Cultivation rapidly drains the seal's power, but now with just Su Luo and the other 2, it was futile. Although they had consumed the most, overall the strength of numbers mattered. The Heart Demon Emperor had waited so long for this opportunity, yet now he could only watch it slip away. No, he couldn't wait any longer. After much deliberation, the Heart Demon Emperor chose to sever a part of himself and let it out. Time was running out. He could feel the secret realm on the verge of collapse. If he didn't escape, he would vanish with it. But going out now would reduce his strength to the nascent soul stage, a level he used to crush like ants. Yet he had no choice now. If only they had cultivated a bit longer, his strength would have been greater. But now it seemed those outside would no longer use the formation to cultivate. Still, he had to thank them. If they hadn't cultivated, he couldn't have even split off a part of himself. The Heart Demon Emperor's eyes bulged as he muttered something. As he chanted, the cultivation rooms exploded one after another. The entire cultivation formation lost its effect. Su Luo and the others were also baffled. How did the room disappear while they were cultivating? But he quickly stood up, sensing something foul. Black, unknown matter was seeping out of the ground, coalescing bit by bit in the air. Su Luo grew somewhat solemn, sensing trouble. Li Si was almost suffocated by the oppressive aura of that unknown substance. Trembling, she looked at the coalescing mass in the sky. What is that? Don't ask. Run. Li Si channeled her spiritual energy to resist the invisible pressure ready to flee, but found Su Luo motionless. Let's go. Didn't you say run? Would running help? Li Si nearly stumbled. Wasn't it you who said to run? At a time like this, be serious. Su Luo shook his head. Too late. It was faster than he'd expected. The coalesced mass took the form of a middle-aged man, gaunt, disheveled, and wreathed in demonic chi. Free at last, finally free, breathe the air of liberty. I've forgotten how many years it's been, but I, the Heart Demon Emperor, returned to the mortal world. Ha ha ha. The Heart Demon Emperor spread his arms, reveling in the joy of regained freedom. Su Luo felt he had to act or none of them would survive. His strength seemed somewhat lacking, but it wasn't impossible to fight. Oh kid, not bad. You've got fighting spirit, the Heart Demon Emperor remarked, sensing Su Luo's shift. But no need to be tense. Though I could crush you like ants, I'm not a fan of violence. So come forth. With a snap of his fingers, darkness spread from his fingertips, engulfing the entire secret realm in an instant. Then the darkness vanished, and everything returned to normal, but the Heart Demon Emperor had already completed his spell, his signature move, Heart Demon Manifestation. I don't advocate violence. I prefer watching you fight yourselves. The Heart Demon Emperor had broken through the seal, but Qin San and his companions did not notice as the battle had reached a fever pitch. Despite fighting two opponents alone, Qin San held the advantage. Double swords unite. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie drew their swords simultaneously, their power redoubling. Laughable. Have you forgotten? The combined sword technique of the four of us was created by me. Qin San easily countered it. It's time to end this. Qin San's hand gathered power, his next move a killing blow. But just then the surroundings darkened, then returned to normal. It came too fast. Qin San and the others had no idea what happened. Then a mass of black substance detached from each person, continuously shaping itself into another version of themselves. However, this other self was shrouded in black, only faintly revealing similarities to the original. The Heart Demon Emperor was pleased with his long-lost art. With a voice that echoed throughout the entire secret realm, he said, "Disciples of the secret realm, do you hear me? Thank you for your efforts allowing me to regain my freedom. Now I have nothing else to offer, so I will gift you some inner demons as thanks." Then came the maniacal laughter of the Heart Demon Emperor. The Heart Demon Emperor. Qin San's heart leaped with joy. He hadn't even made his sacrifice yet, and the Emperor had already emerged. This was excellent. But Qin San rejoiced too soon. His inner demon struck him with a fierce sword blow. Qin San reacted swiftly, blocking and leaping back, but the demon gave chase without pause. This demon was even more troublesome than Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie combined. Zhuo Mingyuan and Yuan Jie were also under attack from their own inner demons. Everyone's demon targeted its own original, as the one with the highest aggro was the original self. Qin San did not want to waste his energy. He shouted into the air, "Heart Demon Emperor, can you hear me? I'm on your side. Lift this spell." The Heart Demon Emperor naturally heard him. Although he was not with Qin San, but with Su Luo, he could sense the entire secret realm now. He replied, "Sorry, I only know how to manifest them, not dispel them. Just kill the demon yourself." This was indeed the truth. After manifesting the inner demons, he had no way to undo it, though he could exert some control over them. Of course, he couldn't control the powerful ones, and he couldn't be bothered to control the weak ones. Although the spell had this flaw, the inner demons would naturally attack their originals, so manifesting them was just a way to harass the enemy. No big deal. Upon hearing this, Qin San was already cursing the Heart Demon Emperor in his heart. If only it were that easy. The problem was that this damned demon was absurdly strong, unafraid of injury, and willing to trade wounds. He still had so many people to deal with, and now this inner demon was hindering him. Qin San's inner demon said, "How useless, Qin San. Han Inger treated you like that, and you still haven't killed her. I despise you from the bottom of my heart. Shut up. You have no right to speak. Do you still hope she will like you? Look at yourself now. It's hopeless. You're asking for death." Huh. Meanwhile, Zhuo Mingyuan was also being suppressed by his inner demon. "Zhuo Mingyuan, your sword is too weak. What are you? Why are you so similar to me, even in sword techniques? I am your inner demon, and my sword techniques are far more ruthless than yours. Your feeble moves are utterly unsightly." Humph. Zhuo Mingyuan did not want to reply. He would prove with action that his techniques were strong. Yet it seemed the demons were indeed a bit stronger. "Yuan Jie, you actually like someone like Qin San. Are you blind? He just tried to kill you." Yuan Jie was already heartbroken. She never imagined that Qin San would want to kill her. "Not talking? Then let me replace you. You can stay in the corner and cry forever. I think Qin San must have some reason. You make me laugh. Still thinking like that. Truly useless. Die." If Yuan Jie was defeated, her inner demon could replace her and become the master of her body. In another part of the secret realm, Han Inger's inner demon broke her restraints, allowing her to escape. Han Inger did not immediately engage the demon in battle. Instead, she went to find Qin San, wanting to ask him why. As for Nangong Shiyun, who had been hiding in the shadows, she had already fled. Not because she feared the Heart Demon Emperor, but because she feared her own inner demon. Nangong Shiyun's inner demon had existed for a long time, but she could not control it, so she had kept it sealed deep within her. The Heart Demon Emperor's spell had just loosened that seal. Moreover, based on the diary's information, if her inner demon were manifested, everyone would be finished. The mere aftermath of her battle with the demon would be enough to eliminate everyone here, including the Heart Demon Emperor. Therefore Nangang Shiyun could only watch from afar for now. As for Lin Xuan, he had also been watching from a distance when Qin Xin fought two opponents because he could not participate in such a battle yet. He would only be a burden. However, he had Elder Yin who was constantly monitoring the battle. If Zhuo Mingyuan and the others were truly defeated, Elder Yin would have to intervene. But then things took a sudden turn. The inner demons appeared. Lin Xuan, you were useless before, and you still are? After all this time, you're still at the Qi refining stage. Even with Elder Yin, your cultivation hasn't improved at all. Steady progress. That's my cultivation principle. Bullshit. That's for ordinary people. With Elder Yin, you still go step by step. Power is everything. Rapid advancement is the right way. I don't need your commentary. I have my own pace. Alright, then let me replace you. Lin Xuan's inner demon immediately unleashed a powerful move, using it recklessly. Lin Xuan struggled to respond. In an instant, the secret realm was filled with battles between originals and their inner demons. Li Si was no exception. Originally beside Su Luo, she was now locked in combat, with her inner demon drifting farther from Su Luo. With no other choice, the pressure from the demon was overwhelming and Li Si was forced back step by step. Li Si, your cultivation is still so slow. If it were me, I would have reached Golden Core long ago. What nonsense are you spouting? I worked so hard, and I'm only at Foundation Establishment. What makes you think you could do better? Ha ha, it's because you're not ruthless enough. There's someone right next to you who could help you advance quickly, yet you do nothing. The demon was referring to Su Luo. Li Si had indeed thought about obtaining better techniques from Su Luo, but Su Luo would probably not agree. He was only interested in clearing the trial. So she gave up. The inner demon, however, thought Li Si was not ruthless enough. If it were her, she would simply bind Su Luo, whip him, torment him, torture him until he confessed, break his stubbornness. The demon was sure that would work. Upon hearing the demon's thoughts, Li Si's killing intent grew. Spare me the nonsense. I will finish you. If you can't do it, I'll do it for you. We are one. You are you and I am I. Then I'll turn you into me. Li Si's inner demon fought, like all the others, with reckless abandon. But Li Si was not afraid, as she countered methodically and calmly. While Li Si battled her inner demon, Su Luo observed his own. It did not charge at him like Li Si's had, but stood there silently. Such an inner demon naturally caught the attention of the inner demon emperor. On closer inspection, good heavens, how formidable this lad's inner demon was. How extraordinary must his soul be. However, the inner demon emperor merely smiled faintly. But this too was misfortune for him. Others still had a chance to overcome their inner demons, while this lad was dead meat. The inner demon emperor prepared to intervene, only to discover he could not control Su Luo's inner demon. He cursed inwardly. What kind of inner demon couldn't even be controlled? This was the most infuriating kind. Stop staring and attack. That's your true self, the one you despise most. Since control failed, verbal provocation was all that remained. Yet it proved useless. The inner demon remained motionless, and so did Su Luo. He was contemplating how to deal with the inner demon emperor. Actually, it wasn't difficult, at least not entirely. With the skill, I accept your power, Su Luo was more than capable of breaking through the inner demon emperor's defenses. The question was whether his golden core body could withstand the power of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if it could, how many strikes could he manage? Fortunately, he also had the skill Feel My Pain together, allowing him to press his attacks further. But could a few extra blows slay the inner demon emperor outright? Not necessarily. Overthinking was pointless anyway. In the end, this was Su Luo's optimal strategy. When the moment came, he would have to risk everything. Risking everything. Su Luo was well acquainted with that concept, so he harbored no fear. Just as he was about to act against the inner demon emperor, the inner demon spoke. I have only one question. I've loved you. The inner demon ignored Su Luo's flippant reply and continued. Have you forgotten your original intention? Without the slightest hesitation, Su Luo blurted out, XX activate. The inner demon emperor was utterly bewildered. What in the world was being activated? Baffled, he hastily lunged into battle. Su Luo's inner demon grinned widely, its arrogant laughter growing louder. Password accepted. Our ideals are now one. I shall aid you. Su Luo's inner demon dispersed, transforming into a mass of black mist that swept toward him. In an instant, a black tornado encircled Su Luo. The inner demon began to reshape itself. From within the darkness, a pair of vivid crimson eyes emerged first. Then its true form revealed itself. What manner of shape is that? The inner demon emperor exclaimed in shock. Su Luo's inner demon replied, the Dark Knight, Gundam form. Su Luo's appearance had transformed into a mechanical knight, and to match the form, his voice too had become mechanized. This was not a fusion of two beings, merely the inner demon wearing an outer shell. Though it resembled a Gundam, Su Luo retained full control. Meaningless. An inner demon aiding its host. Truly unheard of. But alas, you are unfortunate, for I shall deal with you myself. The inner demon emperor descended from the sky, and the pressure of a nascent soul cultivation base bore down directly upon Su Luo. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am the inner demon emperor at the nascent soul stage. Your appearance is quite impressive. I'll admit you startled me. But too bad. You're merely at the chi refining stage and capable of anything. Su Luo agreed with his assessment, but felt no fear taking a step forward toward the inner demon emperor. Chi refining isn't enough, then I'll advance to foundation establishment. In that moment, Su Luo's cultivation instantly shifted to foundation establishment. The inner demon emperor couldn't help but furrow his brows, yet foundation establishment remained insufficient. Su Luo took another step. I know what you're about to say. Foundation establishment isn't enough either, then golden core. The moment he finished speaking, Su Luo's aura surged even higher. How can your cultivation increase like this? Don't tell me you can keep rising. The inner demon emperor panicked. He was already preparing to flee. In just a few seconds, everything he had ever known had been overturned. This lad was far too bizarre. Who on earth cultivated like this? He had barely escaped once. How could he possibly die here? You cannot, Su Luo said calmly. Ha ha ha. I thought you truly had some talent, but a golden core realm is hardly impressive. Seeing this, the inner demon emperor relaxed somewhat. It is enough. Today Lin Xuan slaughtered a golden core cultivator at the chi refining stage with Yan Lao's help, and now I, Su Luo, shall execute a nascent soul with my golden core. No problem at all. He planned to ambush and absorb the enemy's power. The inner demon emperor burst into laughter. I think you didn't hear me clearly. I am at the nascent soul stage. A golden core slaying a nascent soul. What an absurd joke. Ignoring the inner demon emperor's mockery, Su Luo addressed his inner demon. Time to strike another me. I've got your back. Su Luo's inner demon reshaped itself once more, and a colossal battleship-slaying sword appeared in Su Luo's grasp. It was merely a manifestation of the inner demon. The solidity depended on its strength, while its weight was virtually nothing. The enormous blade did not require Su Luo to close in on the inner demon emperor. He could strike from a distance. As he poised to cleave down upon the emperor's head, he suddenly halted. Why aren't you dodging? Because I'm not afraid. Why not? Not afraid means. Su Luo had already struck. The immense power sent the inner demon emperor crashing to the ground. Ignoring his wails, Su Luo raised the blade once more and brought it down. The inner demon emperor rolled to evade, no longer able to maintain his composure. Su Luo pressed on. Aren't you saying you won't dodge? What kind of power is that? Was this the strength a typical golden core cultivator should wield? Is there a problem? While speaking, Su Luo did not cease his assault. The inner demon emperor sought to evade. You cannot possibly dodge anymore. Another strike fell, and even as the inner demon emperor phased aside, he was still hit by Su Luo's blade. Still, the inner demon emperor's physical body was remarkably robust. Su Luo's immense force should have overwhelmed his own body, but thanks to the inner demon, the damage was transferred to it instead. In other words, half the damage went to the inner demon emperor, while the other half was borne by Su Luo's inner demon. Su Luo himself remained unscathed, and given the inner demon's current strength, wielding the blade dozens more times was no issue. Su Luo's inner demon taunted. Any other tricks? Best display them now. He needn't have urged him. The inner demon emperor would act regardless, for there was little alternative but death. Demonic clone. But the moment the inner demon emperor summoned a clone, Su Luo struck down both the clone and its master in one blow. The clone vanished instantly, and the inner demon emperor was sent flying once more. His fury mounted. Instant prison soul wave. The inner demon emperor slammed both hands onto the ground, and a towering surge of dark demonic energy erupted from the earth. Countless skeletal heads wailed within the demonic wave. Su Luo watched the demonic surge with an impassive expression. He knew similar techniques himself, though he had long surpassed the stage of shouting out move names. Su Luo dragged his blade along the ground. Then he struck downward in a reverse slash. The massive wave split in two, and precisely the inner demon emperor was struck clean through. One strike had also severed the inner demon emperor's wrath. No, he would die. The inner demon emperor understood that if this continued, he would truly perish. Flee. Flee quickly. Did I not tell you? You cannot possibly dodge anymore. The 40-meter blade arrived as promised. The heart demon emperor's mental state shattered after taking another blow. Why? I can forgive your strength, but why can you always anticipate my every move? Because of me, the sharp blade, the sharp eye. But that was false. Su Luo had reincarnated dozens of times, and his combat prowess was already maxed out. A few casual glances were enough for him to gauge the heart demon emperor's level. Don't be so arrogant, kid. Phantom abyssal wind. Heaven falling seal. Demon sound devouring. The heart demon emperor unleashed one technique after another. Think quickly, think quickly. What other moves did he have? But the heart demon emperor was stunned. All those techniques had been utterly useless. He felt a long-lost sense of despair. Yet as an emperor, he could not allow himself to harbor such feelings. Damn it. Heart demon attacked this kid. The heart demon emperor believed that the boy had grown so powerful because of his heart demon. Although he had previously failed to control Su Luo's heart demon, he wanted to try again. Or rather, he had no other choice. He poured all his strength into casting a controlling spell on the heart demon. Su Luo's heart demon cackled. It's useless. He is the king, I am his mount. You cannot control me. What king and mount? That makes no sense. Who in the world understands what you're babbling about? The Heart Demon Emperor's eyes began to bleed, yet he continued to intensify his controlling spell. He is the king who rules all things, and I am his mount that enhances his battle power. This bond is beyond your control. Are you kidding me? Is this what you call a heart demon? This is a disgrace to all heart demons. You don't understand? Let me add a bit more on top of that. I simply became obsessed with gaming to the point of demonification. I have no conflict with the host at all. In fact, our philosophies are identical. Shut up. Stop talking and attack the host. The Heart Demon Emperor frantically unleashed spells until blood flowed from all 7 orifices. Yet even so, Su Luo's Heart Demon remained completely unaffected. Losing to a Golden Core Cultivator is already a disgrace for an emperor, Su Luo said. Another strike sent the Heart Demon Emperor crashing to the ground once more. But losing to me, you still have some face. As the dust settled, the Heart Demon Emperor lay prostrate, barely clinging to life. It's over. Su Luo raised his great blade high. Would he dare refuse this time? The Heart Demon Emperor slowly knelt, pressing his forehead hard against the ground, saying in a pathetic tone, "Please spare me." Su Luo's Heart Demon said, "Spare you? No way. Use any secret techniques you have now, or you'll never get the chance. I beg you, I really can't go on. Spare me. I'll do anything." Su Luo's Heart Demon, you've made me almost feel sorry for you. Here's a chance. Since you're going to die anyway, how about a don't laugh challenge? Don't laugh challenge. The Heart Demon Emperor tilted his head in confusion. What kind of challenge was that? Su Luo's Heart Demon, within 15 minutes if you don't laugh, I'll let you go. Really? What kind of challenge was this? The Heart Demon Emperor vowed in his heart. He would absolutely not laugh. Of course. Starting now, Su Luo's Heart Demon said. Su Luo was speechless. How childish. But he still played along. The Joy Seeker's delight, the Heart Demon Emperor, ha ha. You laugh. Su Luo struck with a smile. Eh, the Heart Demon Emperor screamed again. But when he saw Su Luo raise his great blade once more, he couldn't even muster cries of agony. Give me another chance, please. Give me one more chance. I swear I won't laugh this time. Very well. And then the only sound left at the scene was the Heart Demon Emperor's laughter. He was laughing, but his heart was shattering. He didn't want to laugh, and he didn't want to die. He had finally gained his freedom. Years of waiting had been for this very moment. Why? Why had he ended up like this? You were given a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Only then did the Heart Demon Emperor realize it was you behind this all along. Su Luo's Heart Demon, yes. From beginning to end, I never intended to let you go. Ah. The Heart Demon Emperor broke down completely. His voice failed him, though he wanted to say so much he could only make incoherent sounds. Tears streamed down his face as he watched helplessly as the great blade fell. Yet even so, the Heart Demon Emperor was still alive. It didn't matter. If one strike wasn't enough, he'd keep slashing until the job was done. Finishing off someone was something Su Luo was well versed in. Finally, the power he had received from the Heart Demon Emperor vanished, which meant the Emperor was dead beyond recovery. Su Luo remarked to his Heart Demon, "You really are malicious." Don't say that. He provoked us first. We're the victims here. True. It's been a while since I got a proper fight in. Thanks to him. Li Si is still fighting over there. Want to lend a hand? No need, she can handle it. But I want to help. Why, I haven't had enough fun yet. The battle has only just begun. After the recent fight, the Heart Demon had already turned a pale black and would dissipate soon. But even so, he still wanted to play a little longer. Alright. Su Luo was not a rigid person, and by this point in time the plot was mostly wrapping up. Lin Xuan must have dealt with Qin San by now. Wait. Could the appearance of the Heart Demon cause any complications? He should check, but first he'd deal with Li Si's Heart Demon along the way. Nearby, Li Si was still battling her Heart Demon, but she occasionally glanced towards Su Luo, until she saw Su Luo's Heart Demon merge with him. Look at Su Luo's Heart Demon, then look at yourself. Surrender already. TCH, do you think 2 of them combined could defeat the Heart Demon Emperor? If you're defeated by me, and I join the Heart Demon Emperor, we can both survive. I'd rather die. And then Su Luo crushed the Heart Demon Emperor. Li Si couldn't fully comprehend it, but was deeply shaken. Wasn't Su Luo only at the Foundation Establishment stage? Was that power merely from a Foundation Establishment cultivator? She felt that even one hit from him would reduce her to ash. But now was a perfect chance to taunt her Heart Demon. Well, still want to kidnap Su Luo now. TCH, don't I have other methods? There are plenty of crude methods. Even as a Heart Demon, seeing what had just transpired, it couldn't help but feel a bit timid. But changing tactics wasn't shameful. Ha ha ha, you were so arrogant before. Save your breath. Hand over control of this body now. We'll see if you're capable. Su Luo had slain the Heart Demon Emperor and then pointed his great blade toward them. At that moment, Li Si's Heart Demon urgently pleaded, "Quick, kill me." Li Si, what's wrong with you? Didn't you want control earlier? Now you're begging me to kill you. Trying to trick me? No way. With so many blades pointed at me, what else can I do? I'd rather be killed by you. Why, I'm driving you crazy with frustration. I'm your Heart Demon. If you don't defeat your own Heart Demon, how will you ever grow stronger? So stupid. Let me do it myself. Rather than dying pointlessly, it might as well benefit the host. Then Li Si's Heart Demon charged toward Li Si and perished upon her sword. Li Si had won in the most inexplicable way. Seeing that the heart demon was gone, Su Luo sheathed his blade and headed toward where Lin Xuan and the others were. From afar their battle sounds could still be heard. It seemed there was still a second half to come. At Lin Xuan's location, battles raged on all sides. Everyone was locked in combat with their own inner demons, unable to gain the upper hand, some even subtly suppressed. Qin San. Han Inger arrived, but what she saw was a Qin San in a form she had never witnessed before. Why do you look like this? By now Qin San had fully succumbed to demonic transformation, wielding dark arts against his inner demon, an eerie and ominous sight. The moment he caught sight of Han Inger, his focus faltered. Qin San's inner demon sneered contemptuously at its host. Let me resolve your emotional burdens. Then devote yourself wholeheartedly to serving the Tianma sect. With that he suddenly lunged toward Han Ing. You're not the one making this move. Qin San tried to intervene. Upon seeing the inner demon charge at Han Inger, Zhuo Mingyuan also came to intercept, bringing along Yuan Jie, who was on the verge of defeat. At that moment Zhuo Mingyuan realized that only by joining forces could the three of them stand any chance. Left alone he might handle his own inner demon, but Yuan Jie and Han Inger would be in grave danger. Soon Zhuo Mingyuan and Han Inger reunited, and the three fought together against the surrounding onslaught. The battlefield descended into utter chaos, for the inner demons were turning on each other. Only Lin Xuan continued fighting on his own, but he was close to finishing. His battle with his inner demon was nearly over. Through confronting his own inner demon, Lin Xuan had recognized his shortcomings, and was continuously refining his techniques in combat. The inner demon was no match for the evolved Lin Xuan. Even more remarkably, Lin Xuan broke through to the early stage of foundation establishment mid-battle, then swiftly dispatched the inner demon with a single strike. Afterward, he cast his gaze toward Si Kai and the others locked in the chaotic melee, pondering what he should do next, and what he was capable of. At that moment, an eerie sound echoed from the distance. At first no one paid it much heed, but gradually everyone ceased their actions and turned toward that direction. The oppressive pressure was too intense to ignore. What they saw was a bizarre misshapen creature sliding across the ground, dragging a corpse in its wake. That sound was emanating from it. Indeed, that was the background music crafted by Su Luo's inner demon, grand and majestic. In her giant mecha form, Su Luo appeared before Si Kai and tossed a corpse toward them. What is this? The crowd was bewildered, but Su Luo's inner demon provided the answer in a mechanical voice. No need to guess. That is the Heart Demon Emperor. Everyone was stunned. This unknown, terrifying existence had been taken down so easily. Qin San could hardly believe his ears. That emperor had reduced everyone present to crisis with a mere gesture of his Heart Demon technique, and now he was gone. What exactly was this grotesque thing? Su Luo pointed at Qin San. 1. She pointed at Qin San's inner demon. 2. She pointed at Zhuo Mingyuan's inner demon. 3. 4. She pointed at Lin Xuan. 9. The entire sequence left everyone utterly confused. What I mean is I'm taking on all of you. With that, Su Luo leaped high into the air. The crowd immediately sensed danger and scattered in all directions. Their instincts were correct. A moment's delay would have meant death or grave injury. Su Luo's inner demon intoned, "Prepare to welcome your king." Su Luo crashed into the ground, executing a sweeping 360-degree attack. Su Luo, why couldn't you have picked different lines? This is so embarrassing. Let me make this clear. I disavow anything my inner demon says or does. Please do not hold my inner demon's actions against me, Su Luo. Thank you. Move, pal, why aren't you moving? Su Luo's inner demon wondered why the host wasn't attacking. Because she needed a moment to collect her thoughts. But no one found anything wrong with that statement. After all, a single strike had convinced them of her overwhelming power. They immediately took up battle formations. Su Luo sighed and composed herself. Let's deal with the inner demons first. A beam rifle materialized in her hand. An inner demon capable of reshaping itself, that will truly was convenient. Boom, 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 boom. 4 shots struck the 4 inner demons directly. 4 more rounds followed, and without so much as a cry, the inner demons vanished into beams of light. In an instant, silence fell over the battlefield. Everyone trembled, fearing who Su Luo would target next. Yet the rifle transformed back into a blade. Su Luo's inner demon said, "Forget it, using a gun would be bullying you. Let's fight hand to hand. Don't even think about running. If you face me openly and satisfy me, you might live. But flee," and that's exactly what happened just now. Her words proved accurate. In this situation, Zhuo Mingyuan had considered leading the others away, but now there was no choice but to fight. The 3 of them exchanged glances, and Zhuo Mingyuan struck first. 3 swords formation. Su Luo thrust forward, completely negating the combined power of their 3 swords, then pushed back, causing their formation to shatter. Su Luo's inner demon mocked. 7 stars, 4 talents. Only 3 remain now. Guess what comes next for you? You'll be broken and useless. Absolutely pathetic. At that moment, Qin San launched a surprise attack from behind. Su Luo simply reversed her sword and blocked it effortlessly. Her inner demon jeered, 7 devils of the demonic path. You'd be better off being my son. Actually, never mind, just die? Being my son would only disgrace me. Su Luo's inner demon spread its wings, and struck Qin San down to the ground. Su Luo's inner demon turned to Lin Xuan, the only one still showing fighting spirit. Lin Xuan, let's switch opponents. Who are you? Who I am doesn't matter. Given the current situation, how do you plan to break through? Lin Xuan was not afraid, but he understood his own limitations. Elder Yin, can you handle this? With my current restored strength, it will be difficult. I see this as troublesome. Lin Xuan pondered whether or not to summon Elder Yin. His hesitation stemmed from the fact that this bizarre creature had yet to kill anyone. Given its power, it could have eliminated them all long ago, yet it deliberately chose not to. Instead, it had destroyed the inner demons and the heart demon emperor. No matter how he looked at it, this seemed like the more righteous party. So Lin Xuan decided to observe further. If things worsened, he would have no choice but to call upon Elder Yin. Seeing Lin Xuan hesitate and refuse to summon his elder, Su Luo's inner demon grew somewhat disinterested. I thought I'd have more fun, but these people are so boring. At least the heart demon emperor was entertaining. Partner, let's end this. My remaining time is also running short. Very well. Su Luo aimed her great sword at Qin San. Your time has come. Qin San felt utterly bitter. Why was he always the target? Was it simply because he belonged to the demonic path? Senior, may I handle this myself? Zhuo Mingyuan stepped forward. You? Give me a reason. I wish to settle this once and for all. Fine, I'll watch how you settle it. I have a feeling you'll disappoint me. Zhuo Mingyuan approached Qin San, but before he could speak, Han Inger said something. Qin San, can we really not go back to how things were? Nonsense. Look at me now. How could I ever return to what I was? Inger, if you still want me, come to my side, and we'll die together. Han Inger, I understand. If that's how it is, I have nothing more to say. Begin. On the surface, Qin San abandoned all resistance, but in reality, he was preparing a desperate final strike. Zhuo Mingyuan's mind drifted back to all the moments they had shared, his grip on the sword faltering as it nearly slipped from his hand. Even now, at this desperate juncture, hesitation clouded his resolve, despite having been unwavering just moments before. Qin San, were all the trials we endured together nothing but fabrications? They were. How joyous we were when we divided those treasures side by side. While I quietly pocketed 7/10 for myself when you least suspected. Lin Xuan's eyes widened in surprise. Such cunning. Perhaps there was something worth learning from him after all. But Zhuo Mingyuan merely shook his head. None of that matters. In your heart, did I ever truly count as your brother? No, I never did. My heart belonged only to the Tianma sect. Lin Xuan sensed something amiss and turned to Zhuo Mingyuan. Senior brother, it is time to make your decision. Yet Zhuo Mingyuan grew even more torn. Qin San. As expected, a complete waste of breath. Your inner demon speaks the truth. You are far too weak. Qin San sneered. By this point, he had already made his choice, willing to sacrifice his own life in exchange for one final surge of power. He feigned an attack toward Zhuo Mingyuan, but his true target was Han Inger. Come with me into the depths below. However, Lin Xuan had seen through the ploy long before. Though his strength was insufficient to harm Qin San directly, Elder Yin had lent him a measure of power, barely enough to block the strike. Gritting his teeth, Lin Xuan urged, stop hesitating. This is no time for indecision. Zhuo Mingyuan thrust his sword forward, yet his heart remained in turmoil. Su Luo could bear to watch no longer. With a casual flick of his blade, he claimed Qin San's life. With the crisis averted, Su Luo paid no mind to the others and departed. Lin Xuan had taken a heavy blow, even bolstered by Elder Yan's aid. His face had turned pale from the pain. He turned to Zhuo Mingyuan. I am but a junior brother, and have no desire to dictate your actions. But if you ever find yourself wanting to have a heart-to-heart with an enemy, I suggest breaking their limbs first. Should you lose senior sister Inger as well, you will regret it beyond measure. With that, Lin Xuan retreated to rest. Elder Yin was unharmed. Only a small portion of power had been expended, far from enough to send him back into slumber. Meanwhile, Zhuo Mingyuan fell to his knees, unable to accept that Qin San was gone. The other two could barely stifle their sobs. An enemy, one who had once been as dear as family. And yet why had fate twisted them into this? After Su Luo departed, his inner demon dissipated as well. On the journey back, he encountered Li Si. She circled him, scrutinizing him from head to toe with an altogether improper gaze. What's wrong? Someone hides their light well. I won't say who though. Oh, and who might that be? Su Luo played the fool with practiced ease. Don't tell me it wasn't you just now. It was my inner demon. What advantage does that bring me? I didn't even know I was under its control. I nearly didn't make it back alive. Is that so? Indeed. As you know, I have many flaws. I am greedy, lazy, and envious. My inner demon could seize control of me at any moment. That sounds like a rather convenient excuse. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Hey, wait for me. Though Li Si now knew Su Luo's secret, she would never spread it. To her, sharing a secret with just one person was a precious bond, a treasure shared between two. Soon they rejoined the others. Sankai and the rest still mourned Qin San's death. Yet grief, however deep, could not keep them here. The secret realm was collapsing around them. Even as they left, Sankai lingered, gazing back at the fading secret realm. Lin Xuan attended to his own affairs. So did Su Luo and Li Si. Their relationship with Qin San had never been close, and besides, he had been a demonic cultivator. There was little reason for sorrow. As they departed, Nangong Shiyun, who had witnessed everything from beginning to end, had gained much from the ordeal. Observing the union of Su Luo and his inner demon had sparked an epiphany within her. The necessary conditions were already in place, it was entirely feasible. Perhaps it was time to finally reach an understanding with her own inner demon. Nangong Shiyun soared into the sky, lingering amidst the clouds. She closed her eyes and guided her consciousness to the deepest recesses of her soul, that place she had long refused to face, but which she now approached with clarity. There a seal existed. With a gentle wave of her hand, Nangong Shiyun loosened it. From within emerged another version of herself, yet this one radiated an aura of wild ferocity. Nangong Shiyun, you've finally come to your senses. Join me, and we shall turn this world upside down. It was meaningless from the start after all. I have come to make peace with you. Peace? Huh. There is no possibility of that. The sole reason I would ally with you is to destroy this world. My appearance has been restored. The inner demon's laughter ceased abruptly. Really? Yes. You can see it clearly now. Sealed away for far too long within an extraordinary confinement, the inner demon knew nothing of the outside world. Now that her original self invited her to look, she could see for herself. It's true. Haha. Tears streamed down the inner demon's face. The destruction of her appearance had been the root cause of her birth. Then, help me, Nangong Shiyun requested once more. Haha, you've changed, Nangong Shiyun. So proud as you were, you would actually beg, even if the one you're begging is yourself. Whether it was relief or something else, the inner demon could not say. Since her birth, Nangong Shiyun had only ever sought to destroy her. Had every attempt to eliminate her failed, she would never have chosen sealing instead. And now this Nangong Shiyun was asking for help. Upon hearing her inner demon's assessment, Nangong Shiyun could not deny its truth. Before, even with her appearance restored, she would never have considered reconciliation. She would have continued seeking ways to defeat her inner demon through force alone. But now, I learned it from the younger generation. Learned what? Let me show you. Nangong Shiyun drove her sword through the inner demon, and memories flowed from that point into the inner demon's consciousness. So that is how it is. Truly fascinating. Well, will you help me? I have no objection. Your appearance has been restored, and my desire to destroy the world has faded. Besides, you are requesting my help, something you have never done before. I will grant your wish. The heavens themselves darkened. Clouds gathered like a doomsday omen, and thunder split the sky. Deep within the Tianma sect, an ancient voice stirred. How long has it been? Someone has broken through to that realm once again. Upon the throne of the demon beast king, a voice rumbled. Humans are truly blessed by heaven. Another supreme powerhouse has emerged. But our demon beasts shall not lag behind. At the highest peak of the Tian sect, the foremost sect of the cultivation world, one elder murmured, the heavens are shifting. Indeed. Whether this portends good or ill remains to be seen. We must prepare accordingly. Strong figures hidden across the realms could not help but turn their gaze toward Nangong Shiyun's direction, wondering who had achieved such a breakthrough. Su Luo glanced upward. Someone was breaking through. Heavy energy trembled across the heavens. Impressive, though not entirely unexpected. Such phenomena, while rare in the cultivation world, were not unprecedented. Su Luo couldn't quite place who it might be, but then again, so many events unfolded daily across the cultivation world. How could he possibly keep track of everyone? He shrugged it off. Nothing to do with him. Time to return. The sky gradually cleared. Nangong Shiyun's breakthrough proceeded as naturally as water flowing downhill, successful. Her cultivation after many years had leapt to a new level, the Mahayana stage. In this cultivation world, things have long fallen far behind the ancient era. Back then, immortals frequently emerged, and the chosen ones of heaven took turns rising to prominence. A true age of gods clashing with gods. However, no one knows exactly when it began, but the cultivation world gradually declined, and immortals vanished one by one. Now, let alone immortals, not even a single tribulation transcendence cultivator remains. Thus, the top tier of the current cultivation world is the Mahayana period. Only a handful of people reach this realm. Only 10 openly, and though there may be a few hidden figures, their number will certainly not be large. The second tier is void piercing. The masters of the top sects roughly sit at this level, making them exceptionally rare powerhouses. The third tier is nascent soul. Peak lords and elders of major sects all operate at this level. In terms of sheer numbers, there are actually quite a few. Below nascent soul, one merely engages in petty squabbles, nowhere near strong enough to rank on the gradient strength list. Nangong Shiyun, as a newly promoted Mahayana period expert, may not claim to be the strongest in her realm, but she is undoubtedly the youngest, by far. Finally, I've broken through. Nangong Shiyun sensed the power within herself, yet felt nothing particularly extraordinary about it. She was rather laid back by nature, and none of the enemies she had faced before had truly forced her to go all out. Invincible among void-piercing cultivators, she simply never encountered anyone at the Mahayana level. This inevitably gave her a touch of arrogance. As for her cultivation realm, Nangong Shiyun had long stopped paying close attention. Still, having finally broken through, her mood was undeniably good. After several days of travel, Su Luo and the others returned to the sect without incident. They reported the matter concerning Qin San to the sect's enforcement hall. The enforcement hall was responsible for handling all matters pertaining to sect discipline. Qin San was an exceptionally outstanding disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect, so such matters naturally required formal reporting. Originally this case would have required thorough investigation, since the enforcement hall found it hard to believe that Qin San was affiliated with the Heavenly Demon sect. Furthermore, one-sided testimony could not be accepted, a proper inquiry was necessary. Su Luo had fully prepared himself to stay and undergo extensive questioning. To his surprise, he was released quite quickly. The reason was that Nangong Shiyun personally intervened. Privately, she selectively recounted the events to the head of the enforcement hall. The head naturally trusted Nangong Shiyun. Among the sect's high-level leadership, Nangong Shiyun's status was nearly equal to that of the sect master. The reason was simple: she was simply too strong. Sometimes the senior members wondered whether the sect master could even rival Nangong Shiyun. Of course, this was mere speculation with no evidence to back it. After being released, Su Luo returned to his residence immediately. He pushed open the door, but found the sect master gently rocking in a lounge chair in the courtyard, looking utterly at ease. He hadn't expected to run into the sect master so soon after returning. Su Luo closed the door, stepped back to confirm this was indeed his own residence, and pushed the door open again. This time he found Xiaoyu. She was slightly perspiring, clearly having just finished cultivating, yet her smile could not be concealed. "You're back." How long had it been since someone had asked him that? Su Luo was also glad. "I'm back." With Xiaoyu's welcome, he entered and returned to his own quarters. The sect master sneered disdainfully, though inwardly he felt a pang of jealousy. He hadn't received such treatment himself. He felt compelled to say a few words to assert his presence. "Oh, so you know to come back. I thought you were out having fun and had forgotten how to return. Why are you here, sect master?" Su Luo did not answer the sect master's question, for it stirred no desire to reply. Instead, he turned the question back. "Do you think I wanted to be here? Xiaoyu said she likes it here, and that cultivating here brings improvement. I think it's all an illusion." "Oh really? I find this place rather ordinary." Su Luo's residence was indeed quite ordinary, just an average place. The sect master complained again. "Exactly. My own quarters have sufficient spiritual energy, various cultivation supporting formations, and..." Upon hearing the sect master say this, any disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect would have been eager to move in. Su Luo played along appropriately, offering flattering words. "Indeed, sect master, what you say is quite tempting. If I'm not giving it to you." The sect master felt a surge of smug satisfaction. That was more like it, with that envious expression on his face. However, he had already used this exact pitch days ago on Xiaoyu. Yet Xiaoyu remained unmoved, insisting on coming here. "Su Luo, I wasn't saying I wanted it anyway." At that moment, Xiaoyu said, "I think this place is wonderful." The sect master. "Can we even continue this conversation?" Su Luo decided not to dwell on it further. He retrieved another lounge chair from the room and sat down. He entered leisure mode. "So lad, what did you gain from this trip?" the sect master asked. "Nothing much. In short, it's a complicated story." "Oh, spill the details." "It was quite boring." "Do you really want to hear it?" "Speak. Judging by your expression, something unlucky must have happened to you." The sect master was already impatient to hear the story. "I want to hear it too." Xiaoyu looked at Su Luo with eager eyes. All right. Su Luo recounted his experiences. In truth, from his perspective, there was really not much to tell. The entire journey involved sticking with the group and slacking off. Then he simply retreated to his room to cultivate. There was genuinely nothing to report. But since he had already started storytelling mode, embellishing the details was only natural, wasn't it? Although Su Luo was not particularly skilled at making up stories, he knew a thing or two. First, the smooth crossing through the misty terrain was embellished with several encounters against demon beasts, with the group exchanging dozens of moves. Then upon entering the secret realm, they encountered more demon beasts, and the group fought fiercely for over a dozen exchanges. When confronting his inner demon, he claimed to have battled for 300 rounds. His account was so detailed and plausible, even the sect master could not detect any fabrication. He couldn't help but ask, "Who won against your inner demon?" "Fortunately, I emerged slightly victorious." "You could win. Because my inner demon is as weak as I am." "Darn it." Only then did the sect master remember Su Luo's actual cultivation level. He had been completely fooled by Su Luo's vivid description of 300 rounds of fierce combat. It was nothing more than two noobs trading clumsy blows. Why make it sound so thrilling? You looked like you won, but in reality you got beaten pretty badly. Just thinking about it lifted the sect master's spirits once more. Wait, Su Luo also remembered an important matter. Qin San. For him personally, Qin San meant little. But for the sect master it seemed to be a significant issue. That Qin San is dead. After hearing this, the sect master was still stunned. Moments ago the story had been so thrilling, and now such a shocking piece of news had abruptly dropped and completely unrelated to anything before it. "What did you say?" "Qin San is dead." "How did he die, eh?" "Go ask the enforcement hall. If you only hear my one-sided account, I doubt you'll believe me." The sect master had no time to consider such details. With a flash of movement, he shot straight toward the enforcement hall. Su Luo had no further interest in elaborating, but he did finish recounting the story completely to Xiaoyu. Of course, he modified his own role appropriately along the way. "Xiaoyu, in the future if you encounter anyone from the Heavenly Demon sect, do not hold back. Not a single one of them is innocent. Understood. As for why Su Luo was so certain, because he himself had later become a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The sect master was intercepted halfway. Nangong Shiyun stood before him. Sect master, if I'm not mistaken, you're here about the matter of Qin-san. Yes. I'll talk about it later. I need to investigate first. The sect master took this matter very seriously. Let me explain. I witnessed the whole thing. You? When did you go out? I go out sometimes. What kind of stereotype is this? Am I really that much of an hermit? But Nangong Shiyun first recounted the events in full. I never expected Qin-san to be a member of the Heavenly Demon Sect. The sect master had faced the Heavenly Demon Sect more than 100 times on his path to this position, harboring not a single ounce of goodwill toward them. Yet Qin-san was after all a disciple cultivated by the Seven-Star Sword Sect for many years. How could he not feel sorrow? What should we go after them? Nangong Shiyun suggested, and of course, she meant the Heavenly Demon Sect. Let's think this through carefully. Those bastards from the Heavenly Demon Sect always hide well. Indeed, if it were merely low-ranking members, they would be easy to find. But those with nascent soul cultivation and above, each one more skilled at concealing themselves than the last, would strike at unexpected moments and then vanish. It gave him a terrible headache. True, if they had a fixed base, I'd storm their gates right now. Nangong Shiyun, since when have you become so bold? The sect master was puzzled. Nangong Shiyun would act this way, but she rarely voiced such threats. Normally, she would simply charge forward in silence, too lazy to utter bravado. Wait, something fell off. You've broken through. Just luck. Luck, my foot. Tell me what happened. If mere luck could achieve a breakthrough, the sect master himself would have broken through long ago. He'd been stuck at the peak of void refinement for far too long. Nangong Shiyun didn't bother hiding it. Su Luo, you know. I drew inspiration from him. Because of Su Luo. Wasn't he just trading blows with his inner demon? He said that Yes. Nangong Shiyun smiled. Actually, he didn't even fight his inner demon. He just let it go. Why? Back when the sect master had employed numerous methods to defeat his own inner demon, the process had been exceedingly arduous. There were periods when the inner demon had driven him nearly mad. The sect master didn't want to dwell on those memories. I don't know the details. He faced his inner demon with remarkable ease, and that inspired me. So that's how you broke through? Yes. The method couldn't be copied because the sect master's inner demon had long been gone. In that moment, a swirl of emotions arose. Sorrow for Qin-san's demise mingled with happiness for Nangong Shiyun's breakthrough. Among the three great sects of the southern continent, the Seven-Star Sword Sect had only one Grand Elder at the Mahayana stage. Now with another added, their confidence had grown significantly. After understanding the matter, they needed to figure out how to respond. The sect master immediately convened a sect assembly to discuss with the peak lords and elders how to handle the situation involving Qin-san. After extensive discussion, the conclusion was to publicly reveal that Qin-san was connected to the Heavenly Demon Sect. Had they wished to keep it secret, they could have. But the sect master chose not to. He told the whole sect the truth directly. As expected, the news caused widespread discussion within the sect. Then behind the scenes, they began investigating whether there were any other Heavenly Demon Sect spies. As it turned out, the Heavenly Demon Sect truly was professional in their craft. They caught only 1 or 2 low-level spies. The sect master had no choice. Interrogating spies was not their forte. It wasn't reasonable to torture every disciple, nor was it practical to constantly monitor all the disciples. Such matters would have to wait for now. They'd deal with it in due course. Su Luo had been back for several days, and had done nothing but lie around with no desire to move at all. The villain's storyline was actually quite minimal. Mere occasional appearances were considered good enough. Su Luo opened his diary. Recent plot developments were fine. It had nothing to do with me, and there wasn't much I needed to do. The next part of the plot is Lin Xuan building his reputation in the sect. As everyone knew, Lin Xuan had already harvested a lot of reputation from the newcomers during the junior competition. Then the next step would be gaining reputation from the senior brothers and sisters. The specific first step is climbing the tower. The Seven-Star Sword Sect has a tower called the Pure Martial Tower, which stands 100 stories high. Inside this tower, one's cultivation is temporarily sealed, meaning you can only use regular martial arts techniques inside. And there's a combat puppet on each floor with different difficulty levels. The higher the floor, the more skilled the puppet's moves, making it harder to defeat. Win, and you can proceed to the next floor. In other words, this tower doesn't compare cultivation levels. It only tests the application and mastery of techniques. This is exactly where Lin Xuan can shine. Setting aside cultivation, Lin Xuan's combat talent can be said to far exceed ordinary people. The 100-story tower is only open to disciples. The person who climbs to the highest floor can leave a sentence to be hung outside the tower for others to see and be inspired. Thinking about it, being first does have its benefits. At least having your words displayed brings face. Currently the highest is the 87th floor with the slogan, "The second place is just 1 floor away, why not give it a try?" Siefiren. It has to be said, it did motivate someone. The second place competitor has been obsessed with this pure martial tower for several months now. The first place is a bit arrogant now, but it doesn't matter. Lin Xuan will push him down to the ground. Within a month he'll reach the 100th floor. That's how exaggerated it is. With these achievements, the entire sect will be shocked. Just in terms of understanding techniques, Lin Xuan has Elder Yan's guidance and exceptional talent. He's already winning by too much. So after the pure martial tower, the senior brothers and sisters will also know that there's such a fierce person among the newcomers. But relying only on this, others won't be convinced because you're setting aside cultivation and only discussing techniques. And the senior brothers and sisters' advantage is cultivation. So the second step to increase reputation is to challenge the various senior brothers and sisters. Isn't it so that Lin Xuan's cultivation has already reached foundation establishment, and now he has the ability to challenge the senior brothers and sisters? The highest cultivation among disciples of the 7-star sword sect is merely early golden core, so the rest are at foundation establishment. Lin Xuan is invincible among his peers, and breaking through a tier is normal for him. So against average senior brothers and sisters, he should also have the strength to fight. Of course, it's not 100% win rate, but it's also very considerable. Then through challenging, he advances to mid-foundation establishment and basically can defeat most senior brothers and sisters. A new star is rising. And as for me, I continue to accumulate resentment toward Lin Xuan. The more glorious Lin Xuan becomes, the more jealous I get. Of course, this time I didn't make a move because previously calling so many senior brothers didn't succeed, so I decided to rely on myself. Then I worked hard at seclusion. The decadent villain is cultivating desperately for the first time to surpass Lin Xuan, which is almost laughable. Of course, this ultimately was useless. Once his mentality collapsed, it wouldn't be surprising for him to do anything. Completed diary, reward speed 3, strength 4. Acquired special ability, everything in sight explodes. Explosions can be triggered anywhere within visual range with power, depending on oneself. Su Luo looked at this special ability. It was the first time the system had granted an active attack ability. Most of the previous ones were enhancement abilities. Whether it's useful or not, one must try it to know. Su Luo began to experiment. Boom. Indeed, wherever he looked with a thought, it exploded, and the power depended on how strong he wanted it to be. Of course, it could not exceed the strongest strike of his own cultivation. Moreover, there was a consumption. It would consume his spiritual energy, depending on the size of the explosion. The only drawback was the consumption. With the same amount of spiritual energy, Su Luo had several techniques that were more powerful and lethal than this explosion. Moreover, they were significantly higher. So it was good for clearing mobs, but when facing elites, other techniques were more cost-effective. However, this ability had one advantage that other techniques did not. It was utterly unexpected when triggered. Furthermore, no one would see that it was caused by Su Luo. The explosion directly deducted Su Luo's spiritual energy to trigger it rather than Su Luo casting a spell to detonate it. Thus, even those with high cultivation would not discover that Su Luo triggered it. The explosion and Su Luo would appear completely unrelated on the surface. This was quite useful. After the experiment, Su Luo went back to lying down. Until the afternoon, when Xiaoyu arrived. She greeted Su Luo, chatted casually for a while, then resumed practicing 7 stars unity. During the day Su Luo was away, Xiaoyu had been practicing continuously. She had made progress, but not much. The sect leader also arrived and lay down on the deck chair next to Su Luo. In the courtyard under the tree, the old and the young lay leisurely, while only Xiaoyu practiced over and over again. These past few days the sect leader had finally dealt with the matter of Qin San. Although somewhat saddened, he had experienced much in his life and quickly adjusted. And this time, after hearing Nangong Shiyun's account, Su Luo easily dealt with the inner demon, which made the sect leader change his opinion of Su Luo slightly. But seeing Su Luo's lazy demeanor, he couldn't help but say a few words with a sense of frustration at his lack of ambition. Kid, every time I come I see you lying down. Do you have any ambition? It's the sect leader who comes every day. Oh, what if someone sees? It's not a good influence. Don't worry, no one knows. I'm not shameless enough to let others know I come here. You know how bad your reputation is. The sect leader was initially afraid that Xiaoyu would learn bad habits from Su Luo, but after interacting, aside from being a bit annoying and occasionally foolish, he didn't seem that bad. Of course, the most important thing was that Nangong Shiyun had given him a guarantee telling him not to worry and that she would take responsibility. So the sect leader just turned a blind eye. He didn't trust Su Luo, but he could trust Nangong Shiyun. Then I really thank you. Seeing Xiaoyu so hardworking, aren't you even a little infected? Get up and move your body. Sect leader, you are the same. You don't understand. At my level, what matters is the opportunity. Too much cultivation is not as good as a single moment of enlightenment. Su Luo understood. He had reached that level before. For example, daily cultivation gains 1 experience point, while leveling up requires 1,000. That couldn't be achieved through cultivation alone. One would die. But with an opportunity or enlightenment, experience would increase by tens of thousands. Of course, there were other ways like pills and secret arts to quickly boost experience, but at the sect leader's level such things were extremely rare. Although he understood Su Luo wouldn't take advice. Oh, I also need an opportunity now. Bullshit. You're at Qi Refining. Ooh, what opportunity do you need? When I was at Qi Refining, I didn't feel anything and just passed through. It was simple. I need an opportunity. For example, if you give me a good pill, I can instantly improve. So your opportunity is just waiting for something for nothing. Kid, eat fewer pills. It's bad for your future. What do you think of Xiaoyu's practice? Su Luo changed the subject. Since it was about Xiaoyu, the sect leader followed along. What? Do you understand? What do you see? This is the supreme sword art of our sect. No matter how much you watch, it's useless. Even if you learn it, it's just a show. You can't grasp the essence. It requires a matching mental cultivation method. Indeed, I don't understand. Su Luo had practiced it before, but due to talent issues, he only learned 80% and couldn't achieve perfection. It was difficult to learn, and Su Luo had other techniques that suited him, so he gave up. Want to learn? If you beg me, maybe I'll teach you. In your dreams. The sect leader was just talking. How could he casually teach? I don't want to. The sect leader. Although I won't teach you, your unwillingness to learn makes me even more angry. Even if I teach you, you can't learn it, the sect leader said petulantly. Su Luo casually asked, you said 7 stars unity, why are there still 7 moves? Because, 1, refers to the person. I won't go into the profound details, you wouldn't understand anyway. In short, it's about turning the 7 moves into a part of yourself, and using them freely. Oh, I thought it was about combining the 7 moves into one, forming a single ultimate technique. Kid, there is no such thing as a technique that defeats all methods with 1 move. 7 stars unity means 7 moves to handle different situations. The sect leader sighed and continued. Moreover, combining them into one ultimate technique is no easy task. How to combine? The 7 moves are already extremely profound. Even improving them is difficult, let alone merging them into one. I was just speaking casually. Wouldn't it be cool to turn 7 moves into one ultimate technique? It also fits the name 7 stars unity. The sect leader thought for a moment. That would indeed be cool. Unfortunately, it's impossible. This sword art has been revised by countless sect predecessors. Countless predecessors have dedicated their hearts and blood to it. Now it is already the most perfect. Hearing most perfect, Su Luo instinctively wanted to argue, but he held back. This wasn't online. A troll in real life would get physically beaten. Xiaoyu didn't know when she had started listening nearby. Suddenly she said, I understand. Oh, what do you understand now? Xiaoyu began to wave her sword. At first Su Luo and the sect leader didn't pay much attention. But the more they watched, the more they felt something was off. Was she trying to combine the 7 moves into one? The sect leader initially thought Xiaoyu was just trying from the moves, she was forcibly merging them, and he expected failure. But gradually his expression turned serious. Xiaoyu's sword moves became increasingly smooth. She combined the 7 moves into one. It wasn't a simple merger, but a miraculous fusion. This move bore the traces of the 7 moves, yet incorporated new elements, without conflict, becoming even smoother. In the end, Xiaoyu's single move was completed. With a single thrust, it unleashed tremendous power. The sword sheath burst through, violently extending for several hundred meters. Dust rose. The move ended. Xiaoyu's eyes were bright, spiritual energy condensed around her, without dispersing, her hair flowing. This scene was like that of an immortal. The sect leader said excitedly, 7 stars unity. This is the true 7 stars unity. Su Luo glanced sideways at the sect leader. If you say that, your sect predecessors will be sad. Xiaoyu, how did you manage that? The sect leader could not calm down at all. Having witnessed that move, the more he pondered it, the more he sighed in admiration. The waves of the past were indeed washed away by the present. I don't know either. It was just like this. And then like that. Xiaoyu struggled to articulate, rambling on without making the sect leader understand. I was too impatient. It's fine, Xiaoyu. Take your time, grasp that feeling until you master it, and then you'll be able to express it well. So Xiaoyu went back to practice the new version of 7 stars unity. The sect leader watched from the side, unable to suppress his praise the more he observed. Sect leader, you're hardly setting an example as a teacher. Instead, you're asking Xiaoyu to teach you. The sect leader paid no heed to Su Luo's mockery, instead retorting, what do you know? A disciple need not be inferior to the master. I have never doubted Xiaoyu's talent. I just didn't know how to bring it out. I can see it too. Xiaoyu is truly remarkable. And you? Won't you put in some effort? You really want me to set a good example for Xiaoyu? No thanks. Lazybones. Speaking of lazybones, the sect leader was reminded of Nan Gongshiyun, who used to be one too, yet her cultivation advanced rapidly, almost beyond belief. Could Su Luo also be a lazybones genius? Then the sect leader glanced at Su Luo. Impossible, absolutely impossible. After a few attempts, Xiaoyu had already mastered the new 7 stars unity. It suited her even better than the original. The sect leader, inspired by it, hurried back to enter seclusion. Not a complete seclusion, of course. A few days later, it was time to act. Xiaoyu, let's go? Time for some real combat. Okay. Su Luo led Xiaoyu straight to the pure martial tower. Though the plot was minimal, it still had to be carried out, performed for others to see, and with due seriousness. Now within the sect, she had to maintain a persona of hostility toward Lin Xuan and frequently provoke him. This time it was again a comparison with Lin Xuan. As a newcomer, Su Luo climbed to the 14th floor with confidence. But Lin Xuan reached the 50th floor on his first day faster than most senior disciples. This contrast shattered Su Luo's confidence, and she was mocked by the onlookers, so she blamed Lin Xuan again. The resentment continued to accumulate. As soon as she arrived at the pure martial tower, attention flared up. Look, the sect leader's disciple. She's come to the pure martial tower too. I wonder how far she'll go this time. Yeah, it's a pity we didn't see her fight in the last newcomer competition. The sect leader's disciple still drew much attention. Wait, the one next to her, could it be? I think I saw something dirty. Hey, we're fellow disciples, how can you say that? He's not even a thing. Right, Sai, why isn't he a thing? When they noticed Su Luo, the murmurs increased significantly, murmurs of contempt. Is he going to the pure martial tower too? To make a joke, I bet he can reach the 20th floor. Too high. The 10th floor is his limit. The doubts kept coming. Su Luo smiled disdainfully. Just wait. I'll show you what it means to face more doubts and more ridicule. In truth, the first 30 floors of the pure martial tower were not difficult, suitable even for newcomers, a process of adaptation. After the 30th floor, the difficulty increased and then grew progressively higher. What are you all talking about? Su Luo is very strong. Xiao Yu suddenly spoke to the crowd. She wanted to say more, but Su Luo quickly covered her mouth. All right, no need to say more. Let's go in quickly. If she continued, Xiao Yu might end up being the one embarrassed. Just as they reached the entrance, they encountered Lin Xuan. Su Luo's confidence surged. Lin Xuan, perfect timing. Let me show you my true strength. I will definitely climb higher than you. All right, I look forward to it. The surrounding senior disciples grew excited. Who do you think will win? I bet a sword that Lin Xuan wins. No one took that bet. Others weren't fools. Everyone could see Lin Xuan was sure to win. Xiao Yu asked, Su Luo, how far will you go? The top floor. Su Luo declared boldly, intentionally speaking loudly for Lin Xuan to hear. Is that so? Then I'll aim for that as well. But those words only drew more ridicule. Hilarious. He dares to say he'll reach the top floor. If he does, I'll eat shit. I'll eat what you shit out. And I'll eat yours. Bluntly put, no one believed Su Luo could reach 100 floors, let alone 50. Su Luo strode forward with vigor, flipping her hair confidently. Xiao Yu followed closely. The lower the floor of the pure martial tower, the more rooms there were, accommodating multiple challengers. Higher floors had fewer rooms, but more space for better performance. However, the rule allowed only 3 challenges per floor per day to prevent monopolization. Of course, higher floors allowed more challenges since fewer people meant no one accused you of hogging. Su Luo loafed around in the pure martial tower, climbed to the 14th floor, then waited until the time was right, and left looking disheveled. The more impressive her entrance, the more pathetic her exit. What a lousy tower. It doesn't care about newcomers at all. If I weren't off today, I'd definitely conquer the 100th floor. Su Luo cursed the pure martial tower, shifting the blame everywhere. It was a joke. The onlookers were already dying of laughter. Haha, I knew it, only 14 floors. So pathetic. I got at least 30 floors on my first visit. Tisk, is that all? What did this guy say earlier? Then news came from inside. Lin Xuan had already broken through to the 41st floor. This contrast turned Su Luo into a complete clown. Su Luo stormed off angrily. And that was the end of the scene. Su Luo went back to lie around. As for Xiao Yu, given her current strength, she would probably climb many floors. She'd likely be at it until dark. As Su Luo predicted, Xiao Yu didn't emerge until dusk, and as soon as she did, she rushed to share the good news. Su Luo, guess how far I got? 60. Oh, not that high. 54. Not bad. You'll definitely reach 60. It's just a matter of time. I'll work hard. From then on, Xiao Yu challenged the pure martial tower every day, while Su Luo had no need to go. Going would only make her a laughingstock. The sect leader paced back and forth in front of Su Luo, who was lying down. What is it? Say it if you have something. Sometimes I really don't understand what you young people think. Isn't it normal not to understand? How is that normal? Look at what you did in the pure martial tower, boasting with no ability to back it up. Isn't that just foolish? What's wrong with that? I'm just weak and have a big mouth. I'm begging you, please have some pride. Sect leader, you're actually quite kind. So can you get up and cultivate? No. You. The sect leader pointed at Su Luo, unable to speak. Time slipped away moment by moment, and Xiao Yu progressed smoothly within the pure martial tower. At the beginning, her ascent rate had been comparable to Lin Xuan's, but after surpassing the 61st floor, she started to pull ahead. The more Xiao Yu fought, the more fluid her movements became, rapidly compensating for her earlier lack of practical combat experience. A week later, she surpassed the former number 1 Xiaofiren. However, Xiao Yu did not post a banner. Instead, she continued her challenge, her goal being the very top floor. Because she had not submitted a banner yet, the display remained unchanged. It would only update once Xiao Yu officially posted her message. Meanwhile, the former champion Xiaofiren, whose banner had been outrageously boastful, now found himself on the receiving end of mockery. Oh, isn't this Xiaofiren? Haven't seen you in a few days, and look, second place now. Besides, your own banner is right there, perfectly suited for you. You're only a few floors behind. Aren't you going to chase her? Xiaofiren's response was clear. Chase with what? My life. He had climbed just 1 floor above him, but she had surged upward relentlessly over these past days, and was already on the 90th floor. What could he do? I concede. Disciples of the sect master truly are formidable, Xiaofiren said with a bitter smile, shaking his head. That said, the pride of a long-reigning champion would not allow him to yield so easily. So at night, he secretly continued climbing the tower. He refused to accept defeat. He believed that previously no one had ever surpassed him, which meant he had never faced real pressure, and therefore he still had room to grow. After a sleepless night of relentless training, Xiaofiren finally broke through his own limit and climbed 1 more floor. This was the strength of the former number 1. The pure martial tower would ultimately be conquered by him. Firen spread his arms wide, intoxicated by the thought of having ascended another floor, feeling as though hope was within sight. Then Lin Xuan surpassed him. What the hell? Firen never imagined his own banner would end up mocking him. How could all these monsters appear in swarms? This time he was forced to painfully confront reality. However, everyone's attention had already shifted away from him. There was someone far more noteworthy. Xiaoyu had climbed another floor. Some time passed on the 24th night of Xiaoyu's challenge in the pure martial tower. She had reached the 100th floor, the final challenge. Night had fallen, but the area outside was already packed with onlookers. No way can someone really reach the 100th floor. I think only Sect Master Nangong Feng reached that level in the past few hundred years. She is the Sect Master's disciple, but she hasn't been at the sect that long. This is too absurd. Yeah, I heard there's another newcomer, Lin Xuan, who's already at the 95th floor. This is terrifying. We really are the weakest generation. This day was destined to be one of utmost fascination. Since entering the pure martial tower, Xiaoyu had only used a single technique, 7 stars return. She knew only that one move, and the sect master, recognizing her extraordinary talent, had taught her this technique first. But it had been more than enough. With this one technique, she had ridden through unimpeded. The only time she slowed down were on purpose. She wanted to observe the combat styles of the puppets on different floors, especially on the later floors where the puppets' techniques were exceedingly refined. This allowed Xiaoyu to accumulate invaluable battle experience and further perfect her use of 7 stars return. When she reached the puppet on the final 100th floor, she expected it to be the most difficult challenge. But it was nothing like what she had imagined. After exchanging a few moves, Xiaoyu even found this puppet easier to handle than the one she had faced on the 90th floor the first time. This was because she had accumulated far more experience than before. There was no need to hold back anymore. Xiaoyu pointed her sword at the puppet. Her spiritual energy settled into stillness, yet at this moment, she was at her most dangerous. 7 stars return. Xiaoyu unleashed her full power. And this time the 7 stars return was far more formidable than ever before. Having accumulated the experience of 100 floors, Xiaoyu herself had undergone a transformation. With a single strike, the puppet on the 100th floor was shattered. And at the very moment Xiaoyu destroyed the puppet, the pure martial tower's administrator also made an announcement to everyone outside. Xiaoyu had broken through the top floor and successfully reached the summit. What, this so fast? You've got to be kidding me, I just got here, and it's already over. I never thought I'd live to see something like this in my lifetime. Xiaoyu emerged, and the crowd around her erupted in cheers. This was a summit conquest. Those who had entered the pure martial tower understood all too well how grotesquely powerful the puppets were. Unmoved. I've always found those puppets intolerable, and now someone has fulfilled my dream by beating them all. At that difficulty level, I don't even know how I made it up. The 70th floor alone felt like facing a ghost. As expected of the sect master's disciple, truly extraordinary. Incredible. Simply incredible. Xiaoyu paid no heed to the surrounding praise and sprinted all the way. Soon she arrived at Su Luo's residence, where he was as idle as ever. Su Luo, let me show you something. Huh. And then she dragged him along. Su Luo had no idea what Xiaoyu was planning. Why bring me here? Xiaoyu led Su Luo to a small hilltop. Nothing special about it. Just one of the countless small hills scattered everywhere. Wait a moment. Xiaoyu paused, glancing at the time, satisfied that things were on schedule. Look, outside the pure martial tower the old banner had disappeared, and a new one was beginning to form. The entire tower radiated a dazzling brilliance that instantly captivated nearly everyone's gaze. Then the light converged, forming character after character, composing a banner message that shone brilliantly against the night sky. Su Luo is the strongest. Upon seeing these words, Su Luo burst into laughter. Half of it came from losing his composure. Even if Xiaoyu had written Xiaoyu is the strongest, he would have found it reasonable, yet here was someone on the 14th floor being called the strongest by someone who reached the 100th floor. Just thinking about it was unbearable. The other half was because in its own way this was Xiaoyu's gift and surprise for him. He had originally wondered what kind of banner she would post, but this truly exceeded his imagination. Rarely had Xiaoyu prepared such a thoughtful surprise, and Su Luo was genuinely amused. However, Xiaoyu may not have considered the consequences. Once those words were out, Su Luo would only become an even bigger laughingstock. Given Su Luo's notorious reputation and track record within the sect, how could he bear the title of the strongest from a 100th floor powerhouse? Su Luo could already foresee his reputation sliding further, and people passing by might even spit at him. But he simply did not care. Thank you, Xiaoyu. I'm truly happy. Su Luo, no matter how others see you, you are the strongest to me. Are you just trying to comfort me? Su Luo assumed that after being mocked by others in the pure martial tower, Xiaoyu thought he could not bear it. Don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person. You're being far too blinded. No, I see very clearly. Only in this one matter was Xiaoyu absolutely certain. Unknowingly, she had already spent quite a lot of time alongside Su Luo, and there were many things she had witnessed with her own eyes. Su Luo shook his head. Forget it. Today you broke through the 100th floor. You're the boss now. Is there anything you'd like me to do? I'll make it happen. Xiaoyu's face flushed red. I'm not a big shot. If it's not too much trouble, just taking a walk would be fine. Xiao Yu reached the summit of the pure martial tower, and the disciples of the Qixing sword sect had already fully acknowledged her martial prowess. However, it was not over yet, for Lin Xuan was also preparing to ascend. Everyone watched, wondering whether this one could reach the summit. As expected, after some time Lin Xuan also made it to the top. Once again, the entire sect was thrown into astonishment. Could this be an era of prodigies? Had the sect's development taken another leap forward? Regardless, it was undeniably a matter for celebration. Having two contemporaries reach the summit simultaneously was an unprecedented event in the history of the Qixing sword sect. Previously, those who stood on the same level would compete to see who could clear it faster, and the victor's motto would be displayed. But this time was an exception. The significance of reaching the summit was extraordinary, so both of their mottos could be hung above. Lin Xuan's motto read, "This is not my endpoint, but my beginning." It was remarkably modest. So much so that the disciples of the Qixing sword sect couldn't help but wonder if there had been some mistake. Thinking back on those who had come before, they would boast and mock others with no thought of inspiring anyone. And then there was the motto of the sect leader's disciple, which was truly baffling and beyond ordinary understanding. Compared to that, everything aligned perfectly. Lin Xuan, you are right, truly the normal one. This was the proper use of the pure martial tower's motto. The motto would only be removed when the rider lost their status as a disciple of the Qixing sword sect. Once one became an elder, a peak master, or held some such position, it would be taken down. Meanwhile, Li Si had been in seclusion, digesting her recent gains and consolidating what she had previously learned. After a period of deep reflection, she gained a renewed understanding of herself and felt very satisfied with her progress. When she emerged from seclusion and set out to find Su Luo, she suddenly noticed the motto displayed in the pure martial tower. Su Luo is the strongest. Li Si was dumbfounded. She had entered a brief seclusion, not cut herself off from the world entirely. It had only been about a month. How had Su Luo already become someone people praised so fervently? Li Si had only dared to go into seclusion because her diary indicated nothing noteworthy was happening lately. How had everything changed so drastically? After asking around, she learned that Xiao Yu had reached the summit. This truly shocked Li Si. Xiao Yu was simply too gifted. She could not accept this calmly, so she quickened her steps and made her way to Su Luo's residence. As soon as she entered, Su Luo was just as relaxed as ever. Su Luo, whenever I see you, you're so carefree. I'm envious. I'm actually quite busy. Haven't you noticed I've been in seclusion? In the original storyline, he had indeed been in seclusion. But now he didn't care. Li Si sat beside him. I heard you've become the strongest. Indeed. I've also defeated every opponent across the world. Would anyone really believe such words? Not yet, perhaps. But who knows what the future holds? Li Si spoke in jest, yet in her heart, she truly believed Su Luo might one day defeat all challengers. So what troubles you? I've been deeply shaken. Xiao Yu's talent is simply too outstanding. What about my feelings? Compared to you both, my talent is utterly lacking. If you're shaken, what should I do? Don't overthink it. So you mean I should stop comparing myself to others and just be myself? No, my meaning is to rely on my cheat. Of course, Su Luo could not answer that way, for not everyone could possess a system. If you're shaken, work even harder. Isn't that what gives you motivation? True. So what did Xiao Yu mean by those words? Li Si, of course, referred to Xiao Yu's motto at the pure martial tower. Oh, it's a surprise she gave me. You call that a surprise? I suppose it is. It did make me laugh indeed. Unable to comprehend. After chatting for a while, Li Si departed. On her way, she reflected and felt that she too ought to give Su Luo a surprise. She wondered what she could give him, only to discover that Su Luo lacked nothing. Treasures. If he wanted them, he could certainly obtain them. Knowing the storyline, what could he fail to acquire? Cooperating with his storyline. But that would simply appear as normal performance in his eyes. How could that count as a surprise? Helping him advance his cultivation. Like treasures, he could resolve that himself. Suddenly, Li Si felt utterly defeated. She felt as though she were already losing. No, she must think. However, with her limited mind, she truly could not conceive of anything Su Luo might need. She even considered simply asking him directly, but how could that be a surprise? After much thought, Li Si decided to obtain a life-preserving artifact for Su Luo. While a life-preserving item might not qualify as a surprise, at least it would not go wrong. Yet Li Si did not possess such a thing herself. Though she could call upon her master in critical moments, her master had said there was no guarantee of timely arrival, so in the end one must rely on oneself. Li Si was unaware of Nangong Shiyun's true intention. In truth, Nangong Shiyun had already placed a minor enchantment upon both Lin Xuan and Li Si, capable of saving their lives at a critical moment. But naturally he would not reveal this to them, for otherwise they would lack any sense of crisis and could not grow through adversity. Did he truly wish to become their nanny, calling their master whenever trouble arose? Li Si had no life-preserving item, but her master certainly did. She decided to ask her master for one. She would also bring her private savings, hoping to move her master's heart. Yet Li Si knew it would be extremely difficult, for half of her savings had originally come from her master. The only thing worth presenting was the ancient immortal sword she had obtained at the Chofing City auction. However, Su Luo had never written about it in his diary, and the sword had never been fully unsealed, so it had simply been gathering dust. She hoped it could be exchanged for a good life-preserving item. Soon Li Si found Nangong Shiyun. Master, there is something I do not know whether I may ask of you. Speak. I would like a life-preserving item. Nangong Shiyun shook her head. Li Si, you must understand. It is not that I am unwilling to give it to you, but rather that I consider your benefit. If you possess my life-preserving item, you would truly be safe from death, and you would lose all sense of crisis. I can offer everything I own in exchange. Saying this, Li Si laid out all her possessions. No need. This matter is non-negotiable. Hearing this, Li Si felt somewhat disheartened. But then it suddenly occurred to her. Consider my benefit. That simply meant I shouldn't receive it myself. It was never intended for me after all. Master, I wish to give it to a friend. Oh, to whom? Su Luo. Immediately after speaking, Li Si regretted it. She had forgotten what reputation Su Luo currently enjoyed. She quickly explained, Master, please do not judge him solely by his reputation. Though his name is poorly regarded, he is truly a good person. I assure you. Li Si wished to say more in Su Luo's defense, but Nangong Shiyun cut her off directly. Very well. Master, what is allowed? Li Si could hardly believe it. Had she agreed so readily? Had her master not heard of Su Luo? That seemed unlikely. Did you not say you wished to give him a life-preserving item? Very well. Have him come himself to collect it. Hearing this, Li Si began to wonder what attitude her master held towards Su Luo. If her master harbored ill will towards Su Luo, summoning him would only bring harm. Out of caution, Li Si said, perhaps it is unnecessary. He is actually quite shy. I can deliver it for him. Seeing Li Si's worried expression, Nangong Shiyun could not resist teasing her. You speak of this now, it is too late. Bring him here, or I shall go find him myself. Nangong Shiyun spoke with an unfriendly tone. Upon hearing this, Li Si felt like crying. It was all ruined. Master, I was wrong. Li Si's words were cut off by Nangong Shiyun. Go now, or I'll go see him myself. And I can't guarantee what I'll do. Then Li Si was tossed out of the room, leaving no room for her to reconsider. She stood there utterly bewildered, feeling as though she had stirred up a great catastrophe. It seemed that her master held no goodwill towards Su Luo. This was disastrous. Dejected, she went to find Su Luo. You're here twice in one day. Do you have that much free time? Su Luo was puzzled by Li Si's return. Su Luo, my master wants to see you. Why? Li Si recounted the whole story. Thank you so much, Su Luo said sarcastically. I'm sorry. I didn't expect my master to agree so readily. Are you sure she'll actually give me something to protect my life? Su Luo was also curious. He had no connection with Nangong Shiyun, so why would she agree to grant him a life-saving item? Because of Li Si. But that didn't seem likely. Li Si's influence was clearly insufficient. From my understanding of my master, she never goes back on her promises. I'm just afraid she might have some misunderstanding about you and do something harmful. Su Luo thought about it. If Nangong Shiyun were to strike against him. There was no solution. At least for now, he had no way to resist. Alas. Su Luo let out a long sigh. Li Si grew even more anxious. What now? How about we run away? Have you lost your mind? Can you outrun your master? What else can we do? Lead the way. I really don't want her to come looking for me. With no other choice, Su Luo had to go meet Nangong Shiyun. Along the way, Li Si kept talking to him. When you see my master, be sure to mind your manners. If she's displeased with you, whatever you do, stay calm. Don't show your anger. Take it out on me later. Try not to speak. Leave it to me. I'll protect you. Li Si was genuinely afraid that Su Luo might accidentally provoke her master, though she doubted her master would kill him. But beating him up seemed possible. She repeated the precautions many times, even listing Nangong Shiyun's preferences and habits, terrified that Su Luo might step on a landmine. Finally, they arrived at Riyun Peak before Nangong Shiyun's chamber. Li Si tried to lead Su Luo inside, but was stopped at the door. Yet Su Luo easily entered. Li Si was dumbfounded. I haven't gone in yet. She frantically knocked on the door, but to no avail. Master! Master! No matter how loudly she called, Nangong Shiyun did not respond. Try to break through the door by force. Impossible. Li Si lacked the strength. She pressed her ear to the door, but the room was protected by Nangong Shiyun's soundproofing spell, and she could hear nothing. All she could do was fret outside. This entire sequence of events happened to catch Lin Xuan's attention. Nothing else mattered. What concerned him most was that his master was meeting Su Luo alone. He was curious about what they would discuss. Logically, Su Luo and his master didn't know each other. If Li Si had introduced them, why was she locked out? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. As for Su Luo, he too was puzzled as to why Li Si had been barred from entry. But for now, his priority was facing Nangong Shiyun. He wasn't afraid of Nangong Shiyun, not really. After all, his current troubles weren't severe enough to warrant her personal intervention. Still, he maintained the proper respect. Respect for a formidable powerhouse. Setting aside the distant future in the upcoming attack on the 7-star sword sect by the Tianma sect, they would specifically dispatch 10 void refinement experts to hold Nangong Shiyun at bay. Their mission was to delay, not kill, and that alone spoke volumes. The Tianma sect suffered 7 deaths and 3 severe injuries, while Nangong Shiyun merely expended a bit of time and sustained minor injuries. And this was when Nangong Shiyun was only at the peak of void refinement. Later in the novel, after she broke through to the Mahayana realm, she had no defeats. Of course, the classic plot device would have various incidents keep her occupied. Otherwise, she would solve everything and there would be no role left for the protagonist. Disciple Su Luo pays respects to peak Master Nangong. Disciple was merely a self-reference for members of the Seven-Star Sword sect, not implying that Su Luo was Nangong Shiyun's personal student. Su Luo bowed his head, slightly avoiding direct eye contact with Nangong Shiyun, a basic courtesy for disciples. Nangong Shiyun observed his respectful demeanor. This was in a sense their first real meeting. Usually she saw him as always composed and at ease. Seeing him now somewhat restrained was a novelty. Still, she couldn't rule out the possibility that he was putting on an act. No need to be nervous. Raise your head. Yes. Su Luo complied, and looked up, seeing Nangong Shiyun's face directly. Beautiful, a visage he had never seen before. Yet Su Luo felt no surprise, for he knew that Nangong Shiyun never showed her true face. This was merely a disguise. He had only read descriptions of her appearance in the novel, but since transmigrating into this world, he had never seen Nangong Shiyun's real face. Every attempt had failed, emotional conquest, combat conquest, and later Su Luo simply gave up. The two of them stared at each other. After a long silence, Su Luo spoke first. Peak Master Nangong, may I ask why you wish to see me alone? As Li Si has told you, this small sword can protect your life once. With that, a wisp of spiritual energy emerged from Nangong Shiyun's fingertip, coalescing into a bracelet on Su Luo's wrist adorned with a tiny sword. Su Luo was familiar with this technique. It was indeed a life-saving spell triggered when one suffered fatal damage. Of course, from his understanding of this spell, the bracelet could be activated even without a direct threat, and it could also be used offensively. Its power was equivalent to Nangong Shiyun's normal attack disposable. In other words, he had received a free nuclear weapon. Thank you, Peak Master Nangong. Nangong Shiyun did not respond. Su Luo remained silent as well. They kept watching each other, virtual strangers. Indeed, they were not acquainted. Though Nangong Shiyun had secretly learned quite a bit about Su Luo, to avoid revealing herself, she maintained an aloof, lofty demeanor. Su Luo, not wanting to offend her, restrained his behavior, speaking little to avoid mistakes. An awkward silence ensued. Finally, Su Luo spoke again. If Peak Master Nangong has no further instructions, I'll take my leave. As Su Luo stepped outside, Li Si rushed over to check on him, lifting his arms, patting his legs, touching his backside. Thank goodness you're intact. Mind your words. Your master can hear you. What did she mean by intact? Did she take Nangong Shiyun for some wicked witch? He hadn't yet done anything to warrant having his limbs broken. Li Si realized her blunder and quickly apologized to her master. Master, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it that way. Nangong Shiyun gave no response, remaining in her aloof state. Li Si bid her master farewell, and hurriedly dragged Su Luo away. After moving away from Nangong Shiyun, Li Si hurriedly asked, How was it? How was it? What did you talk about inside? Don't rush. Actually, there's not much to say. We sized each other up for a while, then exchanged a few words, and she gave me a life-saving item. Saying so, Su Luo showed the bracelet. It looks quite real. Li Si inspected it. It looked no different from a real bracelet, but other than that she didn't notice anything special. Mainly because her cultivation was low. Li Si was puzzled. Just a few words, why didn't you let me in? Master is really something. I don't know. There really wasn't anything noteworthy. But what surprised me most is that Master actually gave you a life-saving item. I've been doubting it all along. Isn't that good? It shows you have a high status in Master's heart. You're overthinking. Although there's no evidence, I feel that I alone am not enough. I haven't known Master for long and I don't understand her well, but this time I really think it's not entirely because of me. In all the time Li Si had known Master, she had never seen many people come to visit Master, nor had she seen Master give gifts to anyone except herself and Lin Xuan. Was Master so easygoing as to give life-saving items to others? Li Si couldn't understand. Su Luo, however, didn't care whether Li Si understood or not. Anyway, it's not harmful to me, so I'll accept this life-saving item. That's true. Congratulations, but don't cause trouble in the future. Otherwise, no matter how many life-saving items you have, it won't be enough. But Li Si felt that Su Luo was bound to cause trouble, so she decided not to say anything. After Su Luo and the others left, Lin Xuan went to find Nangong Shiyun. The more he thought about it, the more he felt he should ask. He didn't know Su Luo very well. Even if he did, it was only what Su Luo deliberately showed. Master, what did Su Luo come to see you about? Nothing much, just a casual chat. Why? What specifically did you talk about? Can you tell your disciple? Oh, why are you concerned about Su Luo? I almost forgot you two have a grudge. Nangong Shiyun then remembered that Su Luo and Lin Xuan had clashed several times. However, Nangong Shiyun often read the diary and knew the truth. That Su Luo was just putting on an act, so she didn't take these matters to heart. But Lin Xuan would certainly take it to heart. Yes, so why did you summon him? It was just Li Si asking me to give him a life-saving item. Did you give it, eh? Of course. Your grudge isn't to the point of killing each other, is it? No, but he often wants to kill me. Lin Xuan didn't mention his suspicion that Su Luo wanted to be a demon sect spy. After all, it was just a guess. What if he was wrong? Although Lin Xuan was now 80% sure about Su Luo, he wasn't keen on sharing it with others without certainty. Don't worry, he's just talking. Having finished his inquiry, Lin Xuan thought that if it was because of Li Si, though strange, it was acceptable. By the way, let me remind you. Su Luo is not that simple. Don't underestimate him. Lin Xuan paused in his steps. What did Master mean by that? Did she know Su Luo was not simple? Lin Xuan also knew Su Luo was not simple, but he had no specific information on how. Did Master know? Just as Lin Xuan was about to ask for details, Nangong Shiyun sent him away. She didn't give him any chance to ask. Later when Lin Xuan asked again, he received no answer. For a period afterwards, Su Luo had no plot, so the days were very boring. Writing in the diary was also uninteresting. The rewards were just some attribute points. So every day was spent idling and lying around. Xiaoyu's 7 stars return to 1 was already very good, so the sect leader planned to teach something else. However, at the start Xiaoyu still couldn't grasp the essentials. This puzzled the sect leader since Xiaoyu had managed to learn and even innovate such a profound technique as 7 stars return to 1. How could a simpler technique be learned so poorly? The sect leader couldn't figure it out. Meanwhile, Li Si, under Nangong Shiyun's guidance, began to improve rapidly. As for Lin Xuan, his life was truly rich. After reaching the top of the pure martial tower and digesting the experience, he began challenging various senior brothers and sisters of the sect. The whole process was fighting, and more fighting. Very busy. Lin Xuan's combat style now consisted of 3 types. First, the sword. His ultimate move was the flame-killing white dragon sword, charging forward without hesitation, a phantom dragon shadow, devouring the opponent with considerable power. Second, spells. Mainly fire spells, often enchanting his sword with fire to increase power. Third, fists. Although Lin Xuan studied swordsmanship, he preferred using his fists, and his research into fist techniques was deeper. Thus, many times when enemies shattered his weapon and thought they had won, Lin Xuan's fists would bring them despair. His most powerful fist technique was the 8 extremes collapse. So in the following period, Lin Xuan achieved fame throughout the sect. His main feats: 3 battles with Xie Firen. He lost the first 2 times to Xie Firen, but only because Xie Firen had high cultivation at the foundation establishment perfection stage. He faced Lin Xuan, who was at the early foundation establishment stage, and everyone thought it was a sure win. When people thought Lin Xuan had no way out after a period of time, he won the 3rd match. Burning Jade Balance Peak. Of course, it wasn't a real fire. Lin Xuan was practicing the 3000 flame movement, covering his entire body in flames and charging at his opponent at extreme speed. When challenging on Jade Balance Peak, he only used this move. Yet with just this move, he completely defeated the senior brothers and sisters of Jade Balance Peak. However, Jade Balance Peak was actually the weakest in overall strength within the 7-star sword sect. 3 heroes battle Lin Xuan. The 3 heroes were 3 brothers from Heavenly Balance Peak, known for their coordinated attacks. Yet even so, they couldn't defeat Lin Xuan. 7 captures of Su Xiaofei. Su Xiaofei was known as the fastest disciple in the sect, but he still couldn't match Lin Xuan. There were also the 3 talents. Lin Xuan had sought them out, but they were still in a slump and not in good form. Lin Xuan could only console them briefly and didn't fight them. Lin Xuan's achievements were not limited to the above, there were many more. At the same time, Lin Xuan's martial virtue was excellent. When he lost, he didn't get discouraged or give up. When he won, it was fair and square, relying on strength. Moreover, Lin Xuan had a very good attitude, neither arrogant nor prideful. Thus, even those who lost to him had no complaints. Because of this, Lin Xuan's reputation grew. These consecutive events had been padded with tens of thousands of words when Su Luo was reading the novel back then. But it was finally over. Su Luo packed up briefly as he was about to go out. No, he should say it was time to go home. The next plot would take place in Xiofeng City. That is what they call returning home in glory. Returning home in glory is like walking in fine clothes at night. Although Lin Xuan was not from Xiofeng City, he came from a nearby small village. His first steps into the world were also in Xiofeng City, so he could barely be considered half a native of Xiofeng City. Clearly, it was Lin Xuan's returning home in glory, not Su Luo's. Before they knew it, a full year had passed since leaving Xiofeng City. The 4 who had originally set out from Xiofeng City to join the Qixing Sword sect had all grown to varying degrees. Lin Xuan had already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Li Si had now attained the late stage of foundation establishment. Clearly, Lin Xuan had begun to exert himself fully, and his cultivation was advancing at a visibly accelerating pace. Similarly, Xiaoyu had recently broken through to the early stage of foundation establishment. She was the one who had started cultivating the latest among the 4, yet her speed was astonishing. Only Su Luo remained superficially at the Qi refining completion stage. But this was no major issue. Achieving Qi refining completion in Xiofeng City was already something to be proud of. This trip home held another purpose beyond merely returning to his hometown. The Lord Mayor of Xiofeng City had invited the 4 of them to return and promote the city's reputation, organizing an event akin to an outstanding Youth of Xiofeng City experience sharing session. Being admitted to the Qixing Sword sect was already a source of family glory in Xiofeng City. Having studied there for a full year now, the entire city was filled with envy. Such a splendid opportunity. How could the Lord Mayor let it slip? To inspire the new generation of the city, he had specially invited Su Luo, Lin Xuan, Li Si, and Xiaoyu to return for a sharing session. Su Luo and Li Si had no objections. It was an opportunity to visit home as well. As for Xiaoyu, her home was likely already gone. She had lived in a remote area alone, and that dilapidated dwelling had probably collapsed long ago. However, since Su Luo was returning home, Xiaoyu would follow along. As for Lin Xuan, it was no trouble either. The Lord Mayor had treated him well before, so it was merely a small favor. So on a certain day, the four of them boarded a particularly luxurious flying vessel bound for Qiufeng City. All expenses were covered by the Lord Mayor of Qiufeng City. Aboard the flying vessel, Li Si stretched lazily and said to Su Luo, "It's wonderful, going home. I haven't been back in a year, and I've missed it so much." "Indeed," Su Luo replied absently. How should he put it? This particular storyline was not going to end well. He hoped she could still be smiling at the very end. No, she wouldn't be able to smile. "What's wrong? You look so listless." "Nothing, just heading home." The moment Qiufeng City came up, Li Si couldn't help but recall past events. Ever since obtaining that diary, everything had changed. Thinking about it, we've also gone through a year together. "Su Luo, what's wrong? You seem rather discontented." "Though I've gained quite a few advantages thanks to the diary, sometimes I have to cooperate with your storyline." "How should I put this? You've become strangely unreasonable." "Have I? I don't think so. You've changed far more. You have the nerve to criticize me. If not for the diary, I would have remained completely oblivious to so many things." "No, I'm still the same boy I was before." Xiaoyu remained silent beside them. She did not hold much fondness for Li Si. Li Si was well aware that Xiaoyu disliked her, likely since the time she had cooperated with Su Luo's act. Perhaps in Xiaoyu's eyes, Li Si had grievously hurt Su Luo, but the fact was that Su Luo never took that matter to heart at all. Nevertheless, Li Si had no intention of winning Xiaoyu's affection. She simply needed her to stay out of her way. Just then Li Si suddenly had an idea. "Xiaoyu, where are you staying in Qiufeng City? I heard you have nowhere to live. Why not come stay at my place? It's quite spacious." Li Si was actually afraid Xiaoyu might go to Su Luo's home instead. Xiaoyu's status now was that of the sect master's disciple, so accommodation was certainly provided. The Lord Mayor had arranged everything long ago. But Li Si feared Xiaoyu might sneak over to Su Luo's house. It would be better to invite her to her own place. If Xiaoyu wanted to see Su Luo, they could go together rather than letting her slip away secretly. "No," Xiaoyu replied immediately. Then turning to Su Luo, she asked, "Can I stay at your place?" Of course. She had been there before, and Su Luo did not mind such matters much. His home was spacious enough, and one more person made no difference. "Speaking of which, I've been at the Qixing Sword Sect for a year now, yet my cultivation has only reached the late stage of foundation establishment. When my father finds out, he'll surely be angry and say I'm disappointing. How about I hide at your place for a while?" "Su Luo, Xiaoyu, do you take us for ignorant? Your father has probably already set up 60 tables of banquet to celebrate your return." Ultimately, Li Si's proposal was dismissed. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan, who had been cultivating nearby, continued in his practice. He always felt that the carefree Su Luo had already far surpassed him, especially since the master had also affirmed that he was extraordinary. Lin Xuan believed that Su Luo had not taken him seriously before, perhaps because he himself was too weak. So now, by rapidly advancing his cultivation, Su Luo should finally show him his true strength, treating him as an equal. The flying vessel's speed was quite remarkable, and soon they arrived at Qiufeng City. Gazing upon the familiar cityscape, each person held their own thoughts. However, it was already evening. The Lord Mayor arranged for them to stay outside the city for the night, with the formal entry scheduled for the following morning. Proper ceremony demanded it. The next day, the streets were thronged with thousands. The entire city's residents lined the roadsides, preparing to witness the prodigies returning from the Qixing Sword Sect. The atmosphere was extraordinarily lively, everyone waiting and yearning. When the time was right, the Lord Mayor guided the flying vessel, hovering nearly at ground level and moving slowly through the city. Su Luo and the other three stood at the most conspicuous position on the vessel, receiving the enthusiastic welcome of the entire city. A year has passed, and the four of them look even more spirited and handsome. "He's looking at me. He's really looking at me. How enviable, truly enviable." The entire city cheered and waved toward Lin Xuan and the others. The Lord Mayor introduced them one by one. "This is Lin Xuan, who has defeated numerous fellow disciples at the Qixing Sword Sect. He is likewise a hero of our Qiufeng City, having reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment." At these words, the crowd was already stirred with excitement. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. The Lord Mayor continued his introduction. "This is Li Si, no stranger to any of you. She has been the pride and genius of Qiufeng City since childhood, and has achieved great success at the Qixing Sword Sect, as well, having reached the late stage of foundation establishment." Once again, the entire city chanted a single name in unison, Li Si. After the commotion subsided, the Lord Mayor continued. "This is Xiaoyu, a disciple of the Qixing Sword Sect master, who has attained the early stage of foundation establishment." Though not everyone knew her well, the city chanted regardless. Then it came to Su Luo. "You are all familiar with this one. Su Luo, who has reached the Qi refining completion stage." There was an awkward pause, and then silence fell like a dampened flame. Some began whispering. Only Qi refining completion. I remember he was already at the late stage when he left. I thought reaching foundation establishment would be simple after entering the Qixing Sword Sect." "Enough, just shout quickly. We need to save face." And so the once enthusiastic cheers devolved into perfunctory chanting. Su Luo grew indignant and shouted loudly. "Listen well. I Su Luo have achieved chi refining completion. Yet it had no effect, the whispers only grew louder. We heard you, but why are you so defensive? The other three have all reached foundation establishment, and you're still at chi refining. Don't you find that embarrassing? Though we haven't reached chi refining completion compared like this, I feel like I'm actually stronger than Su Luo. Without such comparison, chi refining completion in Shofeng City was already quite impressive, especially at such a young age. But comparison breeds resentment. When measures are compared, someone is destined to look like a fool. Su Luo appeared to be growing angry, but it was all an act. Such behavior could only be performed when following the storyline. Hey City Lord, I didn't come back to see this. Su Luo confronted the City Lord, now emboldened by his return from the 7-Star Sword sect. Right. The City Lord immediately scowled at his subordinates. Out of respect for him, they once again shouted Su Luo's name with fervor. Su Luo was finally satisfied. That's more like it. Humph. Who was that? Was it you who sneered? Su Luo pointed at someone at random. No, you misheard. The man quickly denied it. Then it's you. No. The City Lord rushed over. Su Luo, you misheard, it's nothing. No, I must get to the bottom of this. You never dared to look down on me before, but now you do. They always look down on you, you just didn't know it. Fine, does anyone dare to come up here and say it to my face? No one answered. Since you all despise me, I won't attend this pathetic sharing session. Whoever wants to share can do it themselves. And Su Luo really left, completely disregarding the arranged agenda. Li Si was dumbfounded. You always write in your diary before doing something like this. Why was it so sudden this time, without any preparation? Actually, it wasn't Su Luo's fault. He felt this matter wasn't worth writing about. After keeping a diary for so long, one is bound to slack off. He only wrote about important things depending on his mood. Besides, he would have left anyway when the sharing session began. Because Su Luo had no real expertise to share. What did he share? Bring your family treasures with you, and consume any idle pills. Hearing such words, who wouldn't be angry? If I have treasures and pills at home, why would I come to listen to you? Just give them to me. Some people started cursing outright. Su Luo was about to flare up, but Lin Xuan stopped him. Those people dared to speak up only because Lin Xuan was there. He was the one who once fought a dozen young elites of Shofeng City for someone's sake. With him around, he would never let Su Luo act recklessly. One could only say they judged correctly. Su Luo was furious, but could do nothing, so he simply left. Leaving now was the same as leaving after the sharing session began. So Su Luo excused himself. It was just a minor incident with no impact on the subsequent plot. Xiao Yu paused for a moment, then handed her manuscript to the City Lord. I'm sorry, this is my experience manuscript. Please share it on my behalf. Unlike Lin Xuan and Li Si, who had prepared lengthy text, Xiao Yu was not adept at such content. Her initial draft was so abstract that no normal person could understand it. So Su Luo polished it for her, making it simpler and more comprehensible, resulting in this manuscript. After handing it over, Xiao Yu hurriedly followed Su Luo. Li Si could only watch them leave. She couldn't act like Su Luo because her family was still in Shofeng City and she had her own concerns. The City Lord didn't mind. He had never thought highly of Su Luo anyway. Although the departure of the sect master's disciple was regrettable, the manuscript would suffice. So even without Su Luo, the sharing session could proceed perhaps even more smoothly. Su Luo didn't go home for the time being in Shofeng City, just wandered around. Xiao Yu quietly followed behind. Xiao Yu, what do you think of this place? It's quite nice. Xiao Yu's past days had been bitter, but she felt it was wonderful to have met Su Luo here. I think so too. Su Luo began to reminisce about the scenes from his dozens of previous lives, all starting from here. But this time it was the last return to Shofeng City. After strolling for a while, let's go home. As soon as they returned home, Su Chengkong was already waiting with a big smile. He had been waiting for Su Luo and the others at the sharing session. He didn't mind when he heard his son had left, but hearing that the sect master's disciple had also left and followed Su Luo was a different matter. Oh ho! Su Chengkong burst into laughter. He had previously received intelligence that Su Luo and the sect master's disciple were close, but he hadn't believed it. Now it was crystal clear. Building a good relationship with the sect master's disciple meant that if Su Luo ever caused trouble, there would be a powerful backer to save his life. So this is Xiao Yu. Come and sit down quickly. I've already prepared some good dishes. Su Chengkong warmly invited her in, completely ignoring Su Luo. Father, at least look at me. What's there to look at in you? Go play by yourself. Little Xiao Yu is a guest, and she deserves proper hospitality. With that, he led Xiao Yu into the living room where a feast had been laid out. Come, you must be hungry. It's nothing extraordinary, but it's the best I could offer. I hope you don't mind. Not at all, I love it. Xiao Yu was embarrassed by Su Chengkong's enthusiasm. I'll toast with tea instead of wine. So saying, Su Chengkong drank first, then continued. Xiao Yu, thanks to you for taking care of Su Luo and the sect. Otherwise he wouldn't have returned safely. Xiao Yu quickly explained. No, Su Luo took care of me more. Don't joke. I know my son well. In any case, I hope you'll be lenient with him. If he offends you in any way, I apologize. After saying this, Su Chengkong drank another cup as a sign of respect. Father, stop it. Xiao Yu is getting embarrassed. Indeed, Su Chengkong's warmth left Xiao Yu at a loss. Yes, let's eat. No more talking. But Su Chengkong's gaze was even more disconcerting for Xiao Yu. Especially when she couldn't bear it, and slowly moved her chair closer to Su Luo. His eyes sparkled. Su Luo couldn't take it anymore. Can you act normal? Ahem. Su Qinkong straightened up. Fine. But the corners of his mouth gave him away. The meal was a joyful one mostly because Su Qinkong was delighted. After eating, he spoke to Su Luo privately. Not bad, you little rascal, you've latched onto the sect master's disciple. Father, you underestimate me. I never intended to latch on to Xiaoyu. It's not that I underestimate you. Have you ever done anything to make me proud? No. But this time you have. Treat the sect master's disciple well. I'm proud of you. Then he kicked Su Luo back to take Xiaoyu around the house and grounds. Xiaoyu was quite interested in seeing where Su Luo grew up. If only Su Qinkong weren't following. He strolled around naturally. It's perfectly normal to take a walk after dinner in my own home, isn't it? I'm not specifically following you, just wandering. You do your thing, I'll do mine. No problem at all. Su Qinkong watched from a distance as Su Luo and Xiaoyu talked and laughed, and he couldn't help but smile. This kid has finally made a proper friend. Thinking back, his previous friends were all trouble. But Su Qinkong never interfered. He raised his son with a free hand. If problems arose, he would handle them. One day passed in the blink of an eye, and night fell. Those who should rest did so. Su Luo returned to his room, opened his diary, and began to write. Today's experience sharing session was meant to embarrass me, but I simply walked out since I still had a second half to play the clown. The more of a fool I acted, the more Lin Xuan appeared noble by comparison. The events that transpired in Qiufeng City during this period also caused the resentment I had accumulated against Lin Xuan to reach its breaking point. Upon returning to the sect, I sought out Elder Yan Shi. First were the changes in the city. In the past, I had command of wind and rain in Qiufeng City, magnificent and respected, with everyone greeting me as Brother Su Luo. Now everything has changed. Lin Xuan is the one called Brother, stealing all the glory that once belonged to me. He surpasses me in cultivation, outshines me in character, and excels far beyond me in achievements. Oh well, I have no merits for Qiufeng City. On the contrary, humiliating me only adds to Qiufeng City's prestige. In summary, the shift in my status within the city is evident from today's sharing session. I cannot accept it at all. Resentment level at 80%. Then came the Beast Army's sudden raid. Last time the Beast Army's egg-laying plan had failed, and they should have held back and waited for another opportunity. But one of their leaders refused to accept defeat. After much hesitation, he launched a plan to trample Qiufeng City, choosing to attack directly despite knowing it would be difficult. They simply wanted to fight. Indeed, it happened tonight. One could only say they knew how to pick their timing, coinciding exactly with Lin Xuan's return. It is clear they are merely stepping stones for Lin Xuan. The city lord immediately convened a meeting upon receiving the news. All the prominent figures of Qiufeng City attended, and naturally I was qualified, as well given my status as a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The Beast Army this time had far too many numbers, over 10,000, and the city lord lacked confidence in holding them back. The strongest among this Beast Army was merely a golden core cultivator matching the city lord's level. The remainder consisted of Qi condensation and foundation establishment level beasts, meaning Qiufeng City still had the strength to fight. But whether they could win was uncertain. Lin Xuan promptly notified the sect and requested reinforcements, though it would take time for them to arrive. To protect the ordinary people in the city, they had no choice but to fight with their backs against the river and hold out until the reinforcements from the Seven-Star Sword sect arrived. Before the battle, the city lord delivered an inspiring speech full of lofty promises, then added that anyone who wished to withdraw would be understood. No one was forced to stay. It was merely customary words. Who would back down at a time like this? This was when I made my entrance, leading the way in cowardice and fear of death. I claimed that only a fool would risk their life against the Beast Army. I only wanted to survive. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened. Lin Xuan even punched me directly, cursing loudly. This is where you were born and raised. Don't you want to protect it? After scolding me, Lin Xuan declared he would fight to the very end. With my contrast, he immediately stood out as noble and steadfast. We were both disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect, yet how great the gap between us was. Lin Xuan's unwavering determination in the face of the Beast Army also inspired those present. All eyes upon him were filled with admiration, while I, beaten to the ground, continued to feel jealous. Resentment level 90%. In the end, the reinforcements from the Seven-Star Sword sect arrived, and Qiufeng City was defended. Lin Xuan, true to his word, fought until the very end, and he might have been the one who killed the most enemies. The cost was also heavy. Countless cultivators in the city were killed or wounded, and my father perished on the battlefield. From then on, the Su family declined, leaving only me. Because of this battle, Lin Xuan's reputation soared directly. Everyone in Qiufeng City owed him their gratitude, for it was clear to all that Lin Xuan fought with the greatest desperation in the battle. Moreover, the reinforcements from the Seven-Star Sword sect came because of Lin Xuan, so his MVP status was truly well-deserved. As for me, once the matter concluded, the reckoning began. First, my cowardice and fear of death were exposed, and my reputation was already as rotten as it could get. At the same time, without the Su family to shield me, I couldn't even hide. I could only slink back to the sect with my tail between my legs. But the sect's disciples, upon hearing of my deeds, could not tolerate it either. They reported me to the sect demanding that I be expelled. What could I do? I could only seek out Elder Yinshi. His position as an elder could still protect me. After all, I had merely been cowardly and afraid of death. I had not harmed anyone. If the elder truly wanted to shield me, there would be no problem. After this incident, my resentment toward Lin Xuan reached 100%. As a villain, how could I possibly engage in the shameful act of self-reflection? I was certain to lay all the blame squarely on Lin Xuan. Why do you, Lin Xuan, become increasingly glorious and revered by all, while I turn into a rat everybody chases? I believe the cause of all this is Lin Xuan. From the moment I encountered him, nothing good has ever happened. Thus began my path of becoming stronger and seeking revenge. While only becoming stronger, revenge would absolutely fail, for he is the protagonist. Actually, there was another matter in Xiofeng City. After defeating the beast army, Li Si's entire family was gone. Before this, hadn't Lin Xuan taken the Clear Breeze pendant from her home? Then the hidden clan arrived at this time, tracking them down through detection. Only one came, but he was a nascent soul powerhouse. No problem at all to cause havoc in a city like Xiofeng City. However, he searched for a long time, without finding anything, only confirming the location was near the Li family. Growing impatient, he began to interrogate the Li family members, but how could they know? In a fit of rage, he started killing members of the Li family one by one. At a critical moment, Li Si arrived, claiming she was a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. As a member of a hidden clan with formidable strength and powerful backing, did the name of the Seven-Star Sword sect matter? Well, it did have some use. Therefore, except for Li Si, everyone in the Li family was killed. His excuse was, "I helped you sever your mortal ties. Shouldn't you thank me?" He would not dare touch a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect, but family members were a different matter. He did not believe the sect would pursue a nascent soul expert over ordinary people, and with his hidden clan backing the Seven-Star Sword sect, would have to think twice. The Seven-Star Sword sect would not, but Lin Xuan would. At that time, Lin Xuan was unconscious due to severe injuries, and only heard about this incident later, keeping the hidden clan in mind. Later, this hidden clan provoked Lin Xuan again. It was originally a trivial matter, but with old grievances and new hatred combined, the hidden clan was eliminated. Because of one idiot, the entire clan suffered. Oh, it seems I am too. How sorrowful it is to be a villain. Closing the diary. Su Luo sat quietly. Having restarted dozens of times, he should have been able to handle things calmly. But sometimes he still could not help but overthink, if he were not the villain, given his own personality, would he shine and make a difference in this world? And be revered by the world? Yes, Su Luo had tried it before, and it was truly satisfying. But he could not clear the game, so he had to restart. After restarting, it felt so empty. So Su Luo had to endure repulsive plotlines and act accordingly on multiple occasions. Previously, he had achieved perfect completion, holding high standards for many things, but even when uncomfortable, he had to suppress his feelings and perform. In the end, he failed to complete it. This was the last time. Diary complete. Speed 2, Strength 4 rewarded. Special ability upgraded. What you see is merely what I wish you to see. Cultivation level can be adjusted at will, but must not exceed one's current realm. Cultivation techniques and attack patterns can also be modified. At this moment, Su Luo had no interest in checking his rewards. He gazed at the moonlight, waiting for the plot to unfold. On the other hand, Li Si collapsed onto her bed. Returning to the room where she had grown up brought an overwhelming sense of comfort, as though all her fatigue had been swept away. To be honest, it had been quite a busy day. Flying across the streets during the day, then sharing at the gathering. Unfortunately, she hadn't gotten to hear Su Luo's sharing. She wondered what advice he would offer. Dinner at the city lord's mansion in the evening, then returning home to eat again. Dealing with all sorts of people was exhausting both mentally and physically. Perhaps following Su Luo around would have been the easier choice. Of course, Li Si only thought about it for a moment. In truth, the day's experiences had been quite valuable. She decided to rest well, then opened her diary as usual. It had been updated. She read while lying down, but halfway through, Li Si sprang upright. A demon beast army was coming. Tonight. This was far too serious. Though she had faced demon beast armies only a handful of times, every encounter remained vividly etched in her memory. They were too fierce, too overwhelmingly powerful. She continued reading, her eyes widening in shock. Her entire family, wiped out. Already. Li Si had known since long ago that her family would suffer annihilation, but she never imagined it would come so soon. Nearly 1 year had passed. What should she do? What should she do? Panic seized Li Si. Even though she knew it was coming, she was completely unprepared. Nascent soul. How distant it felt. That was simply beyond anything she could currently face. In that moment, Li Si was filled with envy. If only she were strong enough. Her only remaining hope lay with her master. As long as master came, nothing would be insurmountable. Suddenly, Li Si wondered, if she rescued her family, would it affect Su Luo's predetermined plot? It certainly would. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning, and she could only manage a bitter smile. How could she have hesitated? Hadn't she already decided to alter this fate? Could she really refuse to save her own family? Li Si asked herself, and the answer was clear. If it were any other matter, Li Si would have cooperated with Su Luo. But this, there was simply no way around it. Having decided to save her family, Li Si needed to think carefully about how to explain to master that she knew these events were coming. Tell Master that Su Luo knew the future and recorded it all in his diary. What reasonable person would believe such an absurd explanation? Even Li Si herself hardly believed it without the diary as proof. She truly needed a convincing reason to get Master to act. Li Si paced restlessly, anxiety consuming her. Time was running short, and she still had to factor in how long it would take Master to arrive. Gradually, she stopped pacing, sat back on her bed, and calmly gathered her thoughts, consolidating everything she had considered. That was the plan. Details would have to suffice. Li Si immediately summoned her master. Master had said she was not to be called except in life and death emergencies. But there was no other option now. Li Si could think of no other way to break the impasse. She could only hope her master would come quickly. Would she arrive in time? What if she was detained by something else? What is it? Before Li Si could finish her anxious thoughts, Nangong Shiyin appeared before her. So fast, had barely a breath passed. Li Si was so stunned she could not find words. The Seven-Star Sword sect was so far from here. How had her master arrived this quickly? This was simply incomprehensible. In truth, it was not because of urgency. When Nangong Shiyin saw Su Luo and Lin Xuan go out together, she suspected something was happening and followed more out of curiosity than any sense of duty. She had also glanced at the diary and indeed found that something significant was about to occur. However, it was no longer her concern. If she had not seen it, she would not have intervened. But since she had seen it, a mere demon beast army posed no real threat. Still, Nangong Shiyin had no intention of making a grand display of helping. She planned to protect them covertly, unwilling to arouse Su Luo's suspicion or reveal herself too early. And yet Li Si had summoned her, so here she was. Seeing Li Si still dazed, Nangong Shiyin asked again, "What is it?" "Master, please help me." Li Si quickly recounted the imminent demon beast army attack and the hidden clan's plan to slaughter her entire family. "How do you know?" Nangong Shiyin cut straight to the point, eager to hear Li Si's explanation. I sometimes dream of the future." Li Si was extremely nervous. She could think of no reasonable explanation other than this familiar excuse. Master's trust was the foundation upon which everything depended. Please, just believe her. Nangong Shiyin narrowed her eyes. "So that dream of yours is none other than Su Luo's so-called serious diary." Another piece of evidence confirmed. Li Si indeed possessed Su Luo's diary. The diary had just updated, and immediately she came calling. "What were you doing before?" But Nangong Shiyin had no intention of exposing her. Instead, she declared with absolute authority, "Very well, I believe you. I will eliminate the demon beasts and deal with that hidden clan as well." "Master, wait. I have one more request." "Speak. Could you please protect us covertly? Think about it. This is a rare opportunity for growth. If Master solves everything with a single strike, it becomes far too easy. I fear we will grow even more dependent on you." Nangong Shiyin listened and nodded approvingly. "That is reasonable." "Very well. There is one more request," Li Si said, feeling her own reasoning was quite strained, but she had no choice. "Could you disguise yourself as a member of that hidden clan and wound my family members?" Nangong Shiyin understood at once. This was to help Su Luo fulfill his predetermined plot. After all, Su Luo had thrown away all sense of dignity for his storyline, demonstrating just how crucial it was to him. Still, she asked, "Why such an unusual request?" "I want to take revenge on my own in the future, and this would give me a proper justification," Li Si explained, growing tense again. She could not think of any more suitable reason in so little time. Nangong Shiyin glanced at her. "It was contrived, but I will play along." While Nangong Shiyin was still pondering how to protect Li Si's family, while also helping Su Luo advance his storyline, her disciple had already thought of everything for her. "Fine then. Thank you, Master." Li Si finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Master agreeing to act, both crises were now resolved. But as reality set in, Li Si wondered why it had gone so smoothly. She had actually prepared many arguments to justify her reasoning, yet none of them were needed at all. Was her master too trusting of her? Reflecting on it, it seemed as though Master believed whatever she said. In that moment, Li Si felt a pang of guilt. Some of what she had said was not entirely true. "Master, I am sorry. I will find a way to repay you in the future." The city lord toiled through the day, yet he still hadn't slept. In his hands, he held Xiao Yu's manuscript, reading it over and over again. Earlier that day, during the sharing session, he had sensed something extraordinary the moment he read it halfway. Indeed, among the three, Lin Xuan, Li Si, and Xiao Yu's experience sharing proved the most effective. Some listeners even experienced enlightenment, their cultivation levels advancing. Though it was only at the chi refining stage, it was still remarkable. The more he read, now the more he felt it was excellently written. Textbook. It must become a textbook. The city lord couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had stumbled upon a treasure. With this, Chiofeng City could take another step forward. Yet amid this joy, an ill omen came. "City lord, something terrible has happened. Speak." For his trusted aide to be this panicked, it must be something grave. A horde of beast soldiers is approaching. How many? The beast army had attacked Chiofeng City before, but never in such numbers. An estimated 10,000 or more. The city lord's face darkened. There had never been this many. "Let's go. Notify all the major families to prepare for battle." They moved swiftly, and soon the key figures of every family gathered in the hall. The city lord announced, I've called you here so urgently because the beast army is coming. Someone spoke up, if they come we'll fight them back. It's not the first time. This time there are over 10,000. Then the man fell silent. The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned oppressive. The city lord continued, I know this will be extremely difficult, but this is our home. Our families and the entire city's people are here. We cannot abandon them. This time is different. It will be Chofeng City's greatest crisis. I hope we can face it together. I believe that if we unite and refrain from underhanded schemes, we can overcome this calamity. Of course, if anyone doesn't wish to fight, it's still not too late to withdraw. I understand. I've said my piece. So does anyone want to step back? The city lord swept his gaze across the room, about to continue speaking, when Su Luo interjected, no, I don't want to fight the beast army, especially not one of over 10,000. Everyone stared at Su Luo. Was he serious? Su Luo went on, such a massive horde, and they want us to deal with it. That's just sending us to our deaths. Only a fool would fight the beast army. At that moment the city lord already wanted to throttle Su Luo to silence him. But someone else acted faster. Lin Xuan grabbed Su Luo by the collar. Are you serious? Of course I am. I don't want to die. Su Luo said it with righteous conviction. This is the place where you were born and raised. Don't you want to protect it? Lin Xuan was genuinely furious. A person should have the most basic moral bottom line. He thought that even if Su Luo was meant to be a demonic spy, he wouldn't abandon such a fundamental principle. Su Luo's family was here too. He was ostensibly at the peak of qi refining, but actually concealed his true strength, stronger than many. And none of them had withdrawn. How could Su Luo be the first to suggest retreat? Protect? Who will protect my life? No matter what you say, I'm not going to fight. Su Luo, it's time to be serious. I am serious. The crowd looked at Su Chengkong with pity, thinking that having such a son was truly his misfortune. Su Chengkong ignored their gazes and said, fine, since my son doesn't want to fight, I'll kill his share of beasts along with mine. Does anyone have a problem with that? With that, Su Chengkong erupted with his cultivation base. Golden core. The city lord exclaimed in surprise, when did you break through? Not long ago. As if anyone would believe you, you old fox. The city lord didn't buy Su Chengkong's claim of a recent breakthrough, but for now it was good news. It increased their chances of victory. At this moment, everyone in the hall instinctively turned to Lin Xuan. His aura had changed, his entire being radiated battle intent, a sharp edge bursting forth. I will fight to the very end. His tone and demeanor instantly ignited the hearts of those present, making them yearn to charge into battle alongside Lin Xuan. Only then did they truly understand what it meant to be a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. The city lord couldn't help but praise, excellent, the disciple surpasses the master. We cannot fall behind. Everyone go prepare. The crowd dispersed, gathering their respective families' cultivators to prepare for the beast army. Su Luo also left the hall. Li Si approached him and said, Su Luo, I understand. Just do what you think is right. I've already arranged everything for you. Understand what? What's there to understand about my behavior just now? But Li Si didn't answer him. She went to prepare for the upcoming battle. Understand? Almost laughable. When I unleashed the Kuan sect Iron Mountain Lean, and no one even noticed, I knew this world doesn't understand me. Xiao Yu also came out wiping her sword. Su Luo, I'm stronger than before now. I'll kill your share of beasts for you too. Xiao Yu, you don't think I was right just now, do you? No, but you must have your reasons for doing that. You're not someone who fears death. Don't. I'm terrified of death. It's okay to be afraid. I'm scared too. So just wait. I'll kill more beasts for you. With that, Xiao Yu walked toward the city gate. Not a single word of reproach. Su Luo felt a bit dazed. Su Chengkong quietly appeared beside him. What a good child, he remarked, having overheard the conversation between Xiao Yu and Su Luo. Father, it's fine, don't worry. You're my son, Su Chengkong's son. Live however you want. Su Luo couldn't help but say, that's a twisted logic you're feeding me right now. Your mother died early, so I want you to live long. With my personality, I'm more likely to die early. What does that matter? In this cultivation world, good people don't necessarily live long. Just live the way you like. Su Luo was silent for a moment. By the way, you know about this. I'll give it to you now. Take good care of it. It's our Su family heirloom. Su Chengkong brought out the Starfall Jade bracelet, the very one Su Luo had tried to give to Li Si, but failed. Naturally, it had returned to Su Chengkong's hands. Su Luo knew it was destined to be the gold coin that would later explode for Lin Xuan. Just as he was about to take it, Su Chengkong seemed to recall something. He analyzed calmly, pondered briefly. You wasteful son. If I give it to you, you'll just squander our family heirloom. I'm your only son. Who else would you give it to? Who says? I just thought of a suitable person. Then he hurried after Xiao Yu, who was ahead. Huh. Su Luo was dumbfounded. You've known Xiao Yu for less than a day, haven't you? And you're giving away our Su family heirloom. Who's the wasteful one here? Me or you? Upon the city wall, the crowd was denser than ever, with cultivators from Chofeng City continuously arriving. They knew a fierce battle was imminent. No, it had already begun. They fixed their gazes ahead. 10,000 demon beasts were advancing, and though they tried to remain hidden, concealment was impossible. They understood this, but they would delay being discovered as long as possible, for their plan was to raise Chofeng City and retreat before reinforcements could arrive. In the darkness, pairs of crimson eyes burned brightly. The leader of this beast horde was Haisha Wolf King, who stood upright in beastman form, a sword scar carved across his chest. Over 80% of his army were of his own kind, while the rest included Yujiao serpents, blood jade spiders, scythe mantises, and more. Haisha Wolf King strode leisurely at the forefront, exuding an air of utter contempt for Qiufeng City. Even if he harbored doubts about the city's defenses, he had to maintain a facade of arrogance lest his aura weaken. So you've been waiting for us. Good. Our earlier failure shamed us among the beast legions, and now we seek revenge. You won't escape this time. It's you. I failed to kill you 8 years ago, and now you deliver yourself to me. The city lord's retort was equally unyielding. 8 years ago you couldn't kill me. Joy of the jester. Huh. It's your incompetence. Huh. So today you die? Huh. Haisha Wolf King roared. Have you laughed enough? Haisha Wolf King struck the cackling Haisha Wolf beside him, backhanding him to the ground. Can you wait until I finish speaking before laughing? They can't hear a word I say. The Haisha Wolf, now sprawled on the ground, held his cheek and nodded, deeply aggrieved. He didn't know why he had burst out laughing either. He truly hadn't meant to. Haisha Wolf King attempted to repeat his words, but before he could finish the first sentence, another beast's laughter erupted nearby. Do you not understand what I say? Haisha Wolf King seized the laughing beast by the neck and drove it headfirst into the earth. The creature survived, but dared not emerge on its own. It happened so swiftly that the beast was planted like a sapling before it could react. It too was baffled by its own laughter. Had it recalled something amusing? No. Haisha Wolf King cared not for its confusion and continued to warn the other beasts. Whoever laughs again will face the same fate. In an instant silence fell, and all the beasts nodded their heads. Satisfied, Haisha Wolf King turned toward the city wall to resume his grand menacing speech, but before he could utter a single word, another beast burst into laughter. 3 strikes were enough. Haisha Wolf King tore off the laughing beast's head with a single claw, killing it on the spot. To challenge my authority on the eve of battle, truly ignorant of death's meaning. With a fierce glare, Haisha Wolf King warned the others, hear this, and laugh again, and the consequences would be dire. Now laughter truly meant foolishness. Haisha Wolf King casually tossed the head aside and prepared to address the city lord. Yet as he turned, another beast's laughter escaped, even as the creature desperately covered its mouth. In the blink of an eye, another head joined the first. Haisha Wolf King demonstrated with actions that his authority was not to be challenged, especially at such a moment. But it was futile. The laughter persisted. The third beast. Hee. The fourth. Hee. The fifth. GGG. Haisha Wolf King. He could not kill anymore. Before the battle even began, he had already disposed of several of his own. To continue would make him seem like an agent of the enemy. Haisha Wolf King finally relented. Whoever laughs will charge at the very front. He couldn't control them now, but if it were peacetime, none would escape punishment. At these words, more beasts bared their fangs and laughed, genuinely this time. They did not fear battle, they craved it. The more they imagined tearing their enemies apart, the more their bestial nature surged uncontrollably. They wanted to see blood flow like rivers. Unable to contain themselves, the beasts charged toward Qiufeng City, scrambling and vying to be first. The mere sight of it was overwhelming. The cultivators on the wall knew they could never match such frenzy, but retreat was not an option. To flee was to become prey. The city lord found Haisha Wolf King's actions of killing his own comrades inexplicable, but it mattered little. Fighting demon beasts required no justification. Attack. The first wave leveraged the city wall's advantage with long-range spells. With such a massive enemy horde, any spell would hit its mark, and there was no risk of friendly fire. Thus, cultivators adept in ranged arts unleashed their fury, bombarding the enemy with spell after spell. If only it were so simple. The demon beasts were equally skilled. They could dodge spells or deflect them outright. Some even actively intercepted attacks to display their might. Even with casualties, they showed no hesitation to retreat. After the barrage of long-range spells, the 10,000 beasts had thinned only slightly, and the vanguard had already reached the city wall. There was only one gate, but they cared little. They could climb the walls or attack the fortifications directly. If one beast failed, more would join, trying to breach the stone. The cultivators within the city could delay no longer. They had to engage in close combat lest the walls fall and the ordinary people behind them suffer. Lin Xuan was the first to act, leaping from the city wall. Mid-air, crimson flames erupted from beneath his feet, spreading to envelop his entire body. As he landed, he unleashed the 3,000 flame movement. He carved a path of fire through the beasts. Finally, 3 demon beasts seized Lin Xuan and braced themselves while a dozen more pushed from behind, halting his advance. But the 3 beasts in contact with Lin Xuan screamed in agony, their flesh melting from the extreme heat. Now Lin Xuan was surrounded by the enemy. He remained unperturbed, stepping back a pace, drawing his sword, and taking a deep breath. All the flames converged onto the blade. Flame-killing white dragon sword. With one slash, a white dragon emerged, its claws and fangs devouring every beast in its direct path. But it was not over. Change. Lin Xuan swept his hand horizontally, and the white dragon whipped its tail, transforming into a conflagration that engulfed a broad fan-shaped area, reducing the beasts within to a sea of fire and death. With just 2 moves, the beasts were stunned, and even their own allies on the wall questioned, are we on the same level? Are we cultivating in a false way? Though they knew Lin Xuan, a disciple of the Qixing sword sect, possessed exceptional skill, this was simply too overwhelming. At a secluded vantage point, Su Luo watched unfazed by the spectacle. Assuming the persona of the famed 5-star General MacArthur, he remarked the world will eventually discover Lin Xuan. Before the beasts could finish their astonishment, Lin Xuan launched another attack. Not the same grand techniques as before, but a series of unadorned sword strikes that cleaved through the beasts' heads with precision. Swift and accurate, he danced amidst the swarm of beasts. His strokes returned to simplicity, yet remained dazzling. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The Haisha Wolf King despised dazzling humans the most. Let me extinguish you. He kicked off the ground, splitting the earth, and rushed toward Lin Xuan at breakneck speed. At that speed, even a graze would be fatal for Lin Xuan. Hey, don't lay a hand on our junior. The city lord descended from the sky, stomping the Haisha Wolf King to the ground, and successfully intercepting him. The Haisha Wolf King seized the city lord's foot, twisted, and hurled him into the ground. Standing up, still gripping the city lord's foot, he began smashing him left and right. The city lord kicked hard with his other foot, dislocating the Haisha Wolf King's jaw, then spun swiftly to break free from the grip. Using the momentum of the spin, he sent the Haisha Wolf King flying with a single kick. Back to where he came from, back to where he was thrown. The city lord spat out blood. Same temper, but you've gained more strength. The Haisha Wolf King reset his jaw, nothing but a tickle. Since you're in the way, I'll kill you first. Same here. Today you stay. King against king, general against general. Otherwise, if every leader were to mow down the minions, what would be the point? Let them just put on a show. The others also entered the fray. Li Si focused on sword chi. Recently, her sword chi had improved rapidly. Not only did it consume less energy, but it also generated faster. She found it exceptionally useful. Effective both in close combat and at range. Now on the battlefield, it was even more so. She leaped and sent sword chi flying toward the enemies, achieving a very high kill rate. Xiaoyu was using the techniques she had recently learned. After all, 7 stars unity was an ultimate move. Fighting with it might not sustain her for long. Though unobtrusive, careful observation revealed that Xiaoyu was calm and composed, everything orderly and pleasing to the eye. The truly outstanding fighters were the 7-star sword sect members. Most cultivators from Qiufeng City fought in small teams, coordinating to resist the beasts. Even so, they were under great pressure. We've been fighting for a quarter of an hour, and there are still so many beasts. It's agonizing. Oh, I'm afraid I can't hold on. Stop it. The battle has only just begun. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? In contrast to the human side, the beast army was much simpler. They only howled, looking very pleased. Perhaps only at the moment of death would they feel fear. In terms of sheer momentum, the beasts had a clear advantage, and their strength was not far behind. There might be no beasts as exceptional as Lin Xuan and his group, but overall the beasts were still slightly stronger. The longer the battle, the more Qiufeng City struggled. I saw Dabin follow. Is he okay? Instead of worrying about that, deal with the beast in front of you. Can we really defend Qiufeng City? Su Luo looked down at the fighting crowd. Even in confusion, even in fear, they still stood there. That was already better than most. Su Luo watched silently, and after a long while let out a deep sigh. My 9 years of compulsory education were not in vain. I, Su Luo, have always wanted to be a good person, but I can't do anything. At least let me ignite a fireworks of courage for you. Sight is explosion. Boom. 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 Without warning, multiple explosions erupted across the battlefield. The blasts varied in intensity, but one after another they instantly drew everyone's attention. The simultaneous explosions were too shocking to ignore. The beasts were bewildered. There's a master on the human side. Find them quickly. The people of Qiufeng City were also stunned. Damn, a beast of this caliber at such a moment. How do we fight? The beast army. Qiufeng City. Did you not set up an ambush here? I was about to ask you, isn't this from your side? But soon it was determined who the explosions were helping. Only the beast army was bombarded. Either an explosion erupted among the beasts, or an ambush was foiled by an explosion, or a finishing move was interrupted by a blast. In short, the beast army was bombarded from all sides while Qiufeng City remained untouched. Instantly, the cultivators of Qiufeng City were exhilarated. This means we can't fail. There's hope. Counterattack now. Divine intervention. Divine intervention. Ha. In an instant, Qiufeng City's fighting spirit soared, joining the explosions to resist the beast army. Lin Xuan rejoiced at the explosions. Though he didn't know who it was, great job. Li Si was puzzled. Was this scene in the script? But it was a relief, though at least it eased some pressure. Xiaoyu remained unaffected by the explosions, focusing on swiftly killing beasts. However, more explosions occurred around her than elsewhere. Su Qingkong also breathed a sigh of relief. The explosions came at the right time. He was now a golden core cultivator on the battlefield, besieged by over a dozen elite beasts. But the explosions eased his burden considerably. It seems it's not time to bow out yet. Su Qingkong brushed his hair back. Continue. The city lord, locked in battle with the Haisha Wolf King, was the happiest. Hey Haisha Wolf King, your campaign is off to a bad start. You can still leave now, but don't call yourself Haisha Wolf King anymore. Call yourself Turtle King instead. When else to be sarcastic? Who said I'm fleeing? I'll kill you right now. The Haisha Wolf King had no way out. Failing to take Qiufeng City would mean no good outcome upon return. With Su Luo's explosions, Qiufeng City's morale recovered somewhat. But even so, the battle only tilted slightly. The beast army did not retreat due to the explosions, they continued their frenzied assault. The battlefield was so vast that even with her current strength, Su Luo could not cover everything. But that didn't matter. There was still one person in the sky. The false battlefield controller Su Luo. The true battlefield controller, Nan Gongxian. Nan Gongxian had already acted, but unlike Su Luo's flamboyance, she was extremely covert. No one noticed when she struck. Thus, despite the beast army's fierce maneuvers, their kill count was 0. Just when they were about to slay a Qiufeng City cultivator, Nan Gongxian would kill them. Some from Qiufeng City fell, but only from injuries or exhaustion, none died. Such was Nan Gongxian's power, truly covering the entire battlefield. Yet she was also puzzled. Who was behind these explosions? She had scanned all of Qiufeng City's vicinity and found no one. After much thought, the most suspicious person was Su Luo. But he just sat there without any special casting gestures or use of spiritual energy. Could it be that it wasn't him? The explosions continued unabated, engulfing the entire battlefield. The Blackfiend Wolf King sensed that something was amiss. Such a prolonged and massive scale of explosions could only mean that the human side had a powerful ally. He could no longer afford to delay transforming into his wolf form to go all out. Though there might be no hope of victory, he resolved to kill as many as possible. The Blackfiend Wolf King still sought an opportunity to slip into Autumn Wind City for a massacre. However, the city lord saw through his intentions at a glance and fought desperately to stop him. The battle reached a fever pitch. Li Si decided to hold nothing back, madly unleashing Sword Qi to reap the demon beasts. Xiao Yu also used the 7 stars convergence, a single strike that slew all the demon beasts before her. She could do it again. Xiao Yu, expressionless, used the 7 stars convergence once more. 2 consecutive strikes were nothing short of catastrophic for the demon beasts. Lin Xuan also began to exert his full strength, sending his sword flying to pierce through several demon beasts in succession. He was about to use his fists. Under his fists, his attacks became even more savage, almost entirely a fence-based defense. His formidable physical body left one wondering who was the real demon beast. The demon beasts were now powerless to resist. The others, aided by the explosions, slaughtered the beasts with abandon. The tide of battle was turning increasingly favorable. Yet, even so, the demon beast's resilience held out until reinforcements from the 7-star sword sect arrived. Yo, Lin Xuan looking pretty battered. I'm here to help. Lin Xuan still as fierce as ever. Lin Xuan, let us fight together. Many disciples had come in response to Lin Xuan's request for aid. Such was his prestige in the 7-star sword sect. But as soon as they spoke, they realized the battlefield was no ordinary sight. The scarred land, the demon beasts blown to pieces. Did they even need reinforcements? Who had caused such devastating explosions? Essentially, the 7-star sword sect's arrival was merely to clean up the remnants. The Blackfiend Wolf King was besieged and killed by the newly arrived disciples. Thus, the threat of the demon beast army was neutralized. With Su Luo and Nan Gongxian's help, no one died in the entire battle. However, some were heavily drained and needed rest. Lin Xuan, Xiao Yu, and Li Si had the highest kill counts. Lin Xuan, having unleashed his full power, remained unconscious for days afterward. Such a great victory naturally called for celebration. The entire city of Autumn Wind was immersed in the joy of survival. But reckoning was inevitable, especially for Su Luo. News of his cowardice spread quickly. Many who had long disliked him seized the chance to heap abuse on him. Where was Su Luo now? According to the plot, the Su family was ruined. The whole city despised him, and he would slink back to the sect. Su Luo had the same plan, but before that he decided to say goodbye. He went to Su Chenkong's room, where the latter lay in bed covered in wounds. Father, you're here? How did you see my performance on the battlefield? That's the strength of our Su family. I came to say goodbye. Is that so? Su Chenkong's smile faded. Have you found what you want to do? Yes, I will enter the Demon Heaven sect in the future. The Demon Heaven sect. Su Chenkong had to look at him with newfound respect. I never expected to hear such an ambitious goal from you. The Demon Heaven sect was not easy to enter. If it's your own decision, I have no objection. Su Chenkong had no intention of stopping him. I'm telling you in advance, you might be implicated because of me later. Would his family suffer when he became a demonic cultivator? The answer was yes. Su Chenkong sneered. You. What position can you achieve? Just watch. Don't worry, your father isn't someone to be trifled with either. Su Luo shook his head helplessly. Having nearly died, his father's words lacked conviction. But Su Luo didn't argue. I'm leaving. Take care. Choose your own path. Don't regret it. And don't die. Su Luo waved his hand and departed. He probably wouldn't return to Autumn Wind City, so he bid it farewell as well. But before leaving, he had one more thing to do. Nan Gongxian, in the end, couldn't identify the one behind the explosions. However, there was another matter to attend to. She had already sensed the arrival of the hidden clan member. Hun Jiao was a member of the Dihun clan, a hidden family, and his mission was to find the Qinghua pendant. After a year of searching, he finally saw a glimmer of hope, but was also thoroughly impatient. Wasting a year would be infuriating. The thought alone angered him. In fact, he even considered embezzling the Qinghua pendant, rumored to be a valuable treasure. Suddenly, a figure blocked his path. Who are you? Get lost if you don't want to die. I'm in a bad mood. I heard you're looking for the Qinghua pendant. Nangong Shiyun knew from the diary. You know? Tell me where it is. No. You're asking for death. Hunjiu prepared to severely teach this person a lesson. But no matter how he attacked, it was futile. He couldn't even touch her. He was baffled that such a small place could harbor someone so powerful. Nangong Shiyun didn't rush to kill him. She took the time to observe his attack patterns and habits. This was a professional habit of hers. She had often impersonated others, and before doing so, she would usually study the person a little. Though she only needed to impersonate him briefly, she still had to be thorough. Almost done. What? Changed your mind and decided to tell me. Too late. Even if you do, I'll kill you. He was so confident, speaking as if he had already won even though he hadn't touched Nangong Shiyun. Nangong Shiyun threw a punch at him from afar. Hunjiu desperately defended, but his life-saving artifact activated, yet it was useless. A single blow shattered every bone in his body, and he collapsed. Hunjiu hastily pleaded in a weak voice, "Spare me. Please." Nangong Shiyun almost couldn't hold back her laughter. Such a quick surrender. Flexible, wasn't he? But she had no intention of torturing him. After all, her nature wasn't particularly cruel. How about this? I'll make a bet with you. If I lose, I lose. If I win, I let you go. Hunjiu nodded frantically. Bet on whether the number of spirit stones you have is odd or even. Hunjiu couldn't recall how many spirit stones he had. They were all piled in his storage ring. If you don't choose, I will. Judging by your solitary self, I'll say odd. With that, Nangong Shiyun opened his storage ring and poured out all the spirit stones. In an instant, she counted them. It's even. Hearing this, Hunjiu visibly brightened with relief. Nangong Shiyun smiled calmly and said, I don't gamble. Then she slew Hunjiu. Nangong Shiyun shifted his form, transforming into Hunjiu. His appearance, attire, gestures, and expressions were all an exact match. Perfect. About time. Let's move. Even his voice was flawless. For Nangong Shiyun, none of this was any trouble. He had done it far too many times before. The Li family was at once relieved to have weathered the crisis and overwhelmingly proud of Li Si's performance. Finally, a truly exceptional talent had emerged from their clan once more. Not just good, but extraordinary. Perhaps they could restore their family's former glory. Rumor had it that a void-piercing expert had once come from their clan, though no one knew when or whether some ancestor had merely been boasting. But just as the Li family was celebrating, a figure descended from the heavens and crushed the wine table beneath their feet. Who are you to cause trouble at the Li residence? Hunjiu asked coldly. Do you know where the Qinghua pendant is, eh? What pendant? Now you should be wondering whether you'll leave here alive. But before he could finish speaking, the man was sent flying by Hunjiu's strike. I'll ask again, where is the Qinghua pendant? Very few at the Li clan even knew of its existence, and those who did understood it had long since vanished. So no matter how Hunjiu pressed, the answer would be useless. Seeing no one respond, his impatience boiled over, and he roared, Speak. The Li family members already understood this intruder meant no good and his power was formidable. But they truly knew nothing of any Qinghua pendant. So you won't speak. But he need not wait to act. Li Si arrived at just the right moment, ever cooperative to intervene. Stop. I am a disciple of the 7-Star Sword sect. Show some respect for my sect, and spare my family. 7-Star Sword sect. Indeed troublesome. But do you know who I am? I am Hunjiu of the Emperor Soul clan. Your 7-Star Sword sect means nothing to me. As he spoke, Hunjiu raised his hand, preparing to cast a spell against the Li family. He did not intend to kill for real, merely to knock them unconscious and make an example. Li Si's expression was one of terror, but inwardly, she was deeply impressed. As expected of her master, truly skilled in deception. However, bam! An explosion erupted on Hunjiu's outstretched hand. Without warning, not even Hunjiu sensed it coming. Of course it could not harm him. From within the crowd, a figure in black robes stepped forward. Hunjiu asked with keen interest, Who are you? That familiar explosion. This must be the one from the battlefield. Fine then, no need to search any longer. He revealed himself willingly, and Hunjiu was eager to see his true face. Su Luo spoke slowly, 7-Star Sword sect. Nangong Shiyun. Nangong Shiyun. If you are Nangong Shiyun, then who am I? Oh right, you are Hunjiu. No, Nangong Shiyun smiled. He never imagined he would one day be impersonated. Well then, if this is how you wish to play, too bad. You have kicked iron. But he had to admit the person before him truly resembled him down to every detail. Even Nangong Shiyun could have mistaken him for his double. Su Luo's voice-changing ability, of course, was nothing difficult. His special ability, What You See Is Only What I Let You See, had been upgraded, allowing him to effortlessly simulate the characteristics of Nangong Shiyun's cultivation techniques. In short, there was no flaw. Li Si was equally bewildered. So this was her master. The real question was whether Hunjiu was genuine or not. But had not her master promised to play the role of Hunjiu rather than appear in person? No, wait. Li Si suddenly noticed how familiar that black robe seemed. The familiar black robe. The familiar figure. Su Luo. The more she looked, the more certain she became. It had simply been so long since Su Luo appeared in this form that she had nearly forgotten. Su Luo, stop. That is my master. Please do not involve yourself, Wa. Li Si had once imagined Su Luo would come to her aid, but she also knew it was only a fantasy. Yet now the fantasy had come true, and she was overwhelmed with both emotion and urgency. but she could not warn them for fear of exposure. Master, please improvise. Su Luo thought long and hard, ultimately deciding he must step forward, otherwise he could never face Li Si again. As for the black robe, or the impersonation of Nangong, Shi Yun, he could not have cared less. That black robe was mass-produced and common. Even if Li Si recognized it as the same robe worn by the woman who once saved her, what did that have to do with him? What proof did she have that he was her? As for Nangong, Shi Yun, Li Si's accounts would never match up in the future, but who cared? No one would ever guess it was Su Luo. Did he have any connection to Nangong Shi Yun? None at all. Could anyone truly believe he could so perfectly impersonate Nangong Shi Yun's traits? Absolutely not. So it was time to deal with Hunjiu. Su Luo directly deployed the life-saving artifact Nangong Shi Yun had once given him. With a slight alteration, its defensive power could be transformed into an offensive strike. A colossal sword formed from concentrated spiritual energy appeared above Hunjiu's head. Using this display would further convince everyone that he was indeed Nangong Shi Yun. Too powerful. Even merely sensing the sword above his head made it difficult to breathe. Li Si could not fathom how Su Luo could possess such tremendous strength. Li Si only felt the overwhelming power and could not tell whether it belonged to Nangong Shi Yun or not. But Nangong Shi Yun would never be confused. So it is you, Su Luo? Truly unexpected, yet entirely reasonable. Now he would have to cooperate. The original plan had been to discipline this impersonator, but circumstances had changed. Su Luo continued, Li Si is a disciple of my 7-star sword sect, and my direct disciple in particular. You dare lay a hand on her family, And no, I did not mean, spare me. With such overwhelming power suspended above him, Hunjiu was consumed by sheer panic. Driven by a desperate will to survive, he fled at full speed. Too late. As Nangong Shi Yun, I need only one sword. Never mind, let us simply cleave the heavens. A single sword slash tore across the sky, leaving a luminous scar that resembled a cleavage through the firmament. Though Hunjiu escaped to a great distance in an instant. Su Luo's lock was precise, and the sword struck true. Without needing to look, Su Luo knew Hunjiu was finished. Who did he think he was? How could anyone possibly block a single strike from Nangong Shi Yun? Before anyone could react, Su Luo departed with effortless grace. Li Si was exceedingly grateful that her master had improvised so masterfully. But before she could feel at ease, Li Si was frantically messaging her master, hoping he would not be angry that the black-robed figure had impersonated her and attacked her family. Her master had no idea it was Su Luo. Well, how was my performance just now? Nangong Shi Yun was of course perfectly fine. He had only taken the strike to maintain the illusion of being Hunjiu's true strength, since Hunjiu's escape speed was limited, and he could not have evaded Su Luo's lock anyway. Wonderful master. You are simply incredible. Then who was that black-robed person? He was not part of your plan. He saved me before. I did not expect him to appear now. Master, could you please not be angry with him? He is really a good person. Tell me how he saved you. Li Si recounted the story truthfully, with nothing to fabricate. She described the black-robed person as a woman, for at that time Su Luo had indeed spoken in a female voice. Nangong Shi Yun understood, so Su Luo had saved Li Si in the past, and she had never known. He clicked his tongue. One secretly helping the other, keeping a diary. Between the two of you, there are many secrets, it seems. Nangong Shi Yun of course did not know that Su Luo had recorded this event in a diary. Do not worry, I am not so petty as to resent you for this. Thank you, master. The affair in Shofeng City was drawing to a close. Lin Xuan, much as the plot had foretold, had gained considerable renown. Although the explosions on the battlefield had drawn the attention of many, nobody knew who was behind them. No reputation could be accumulated. People could only marvel at the sheer devastation of the blasts. There was nothing substantial to discuss. The hype could not be sustained. But Lin Xuan was different. He was the first to charge into battle. He carved through the beast horde with devastating prowess, far outshining his peers. Among them all, only City Lord Su Chenkong rivaled his might. He had also called upon reinforcements from the 7-star sword sect. Though their role was merely to mop up, the arrival of so many experts brought a profound sense of security. Everything he did was plainly visible to all. How could people not feel grateful? And where was Su Luo at this moment? Having completed his portrayal of Nangong Shi Yun, Su Luo walked back toward home to finish the farewell he had left undone. He had bid farewell in Shofeng City. He had said goodbye to his father. Li Si had also announced once the war ended that she would return to her sect ahead of time, due to her tarnished reputation. She had said nothing bitter, only reminding him to take care on his journey. The only one left to bid farewell to was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was currently recovering from her injuries at Su Luo's home. Su Luo knocked on the door. It's me. May I come in? Xiaoyu responded, and Su Luo entered the room. Xiaoyu was lying on the bed. Her injuries were not severe. She had simply pushed herself too hard. How are you feeling? Much better. Don't force it. I can tell. I'm fine. Xiaoyu continued to deny it, but Su Luo said nothing further. Su Luo understood that Xiaoyu was truly fulfilling her promise. Just wait for me to help you kill more beast demons. I've come to tell you that I will be returning to the sect ahead of schedule. Why? You should pay more attention to what's around you. I am now despised by 10,000 people. I'll go argue with them. Xiaoyu reached for the sword beside her. Su Luo pressed her back down firmly. You're being extreme again. But they shouldn't speak ill of Su Luo. It's none of their concern. Just understand that I did this deliberately. It's what I deserve. I know, but I still can't help being angry. Xiaoyu had in fact noticed before that Su Luo sometimes acted inexplicably, making himself look terrible in everyone's eyes. Having witnessed it more than once, she vaguely sensed Su Luo had his own purposes. But she simply could not suppress her anger on his behalf. Watching Xiaoyu and hearing her reply, Su Luo was momentarily at a loss for words. After he had merely saved her inadvertently, she trusted him unconditionally. When it was he who was doing wrong, she still defended him. What immense trust that was. Yet such trust without reciprocity. Was it not too cruel to Xiaoyu? It should not be. Su Luo extended a single finger. Xiaoyu watched closely. A small explosion blossomed atop Su Luo's fingertip. Being a system-generated explosion, its effects were quite striking. 7-colored radiance made it highly distinctive. Su Luo, it's you. Xiaoyu recognized it immediately. It was the very explosion from the battlefield. It's me. I didn't want to tell anyone, but Xiaoyu, you're the exception. Really? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face lit up with a broad smile. I told you so you'd know I have my own goals and my own strength. You need not worry excessively about me. In the future, when I act foolishly again, you need not defend me either. I have my reasons. So is this a secret between us? That wasn't the point. She had grasped the wrong emphasis. I mean, you need not deliberately make enemies for my sake. From now on, I will grow even more reckless. MMH. Su Luo pinched both of Xiaoyu's cheeks and tugged gently. Don't just brush me off. Su Luo. After repeated emphasis, Xiaoyu finally seemed to understand. Presumably, everything that needed to be said had been said. At that moment, Su Chengkong arrived. He had heard from the servants that Su Luo had gone to visit Xiaoyu and came to check. Son, you haven't left yet. You spoke so grandly earlier. I hope you weren't just teasing me. Leaving now. Su Luo turned to Xiaoyu. That's it then. I'm going first. After your injuries, he'll return with everyone else. Xiaoyu tugged at the hem of Su Luo's robe. I'll go back with you. That's not up for discussion. Su Luo. No use arguing. I'll return to the sect. We'll see each other soon enough. Su Chengkong glanced between Su Luo and Xiaoyu, then suddenly feigned anger. Son, our Su family does not support idle hands. Xiaoyu in this state is useless, wasting our family's resources. You take her with you. Father, stop joking. You don't understand either, do you, despite Xiaoyu being so young? What? Xiaoyu, are you seriously injured? Su Chengkong asked Xiaoyu. Not at all. Xiaoyu sprang to her feet from the bed and answered loudly. See, she's perfectly fine. What's your issue? Her injuries were indeed minor, though she should be resting properly. No discussion. Take her. This is my command as your father. I refuse. Insolent son. Funny. When have I ever been filial? Outside Chofing City, Su Luo carried Xiaoyu on his back. I can't win against you two. Let's go. MMH. Xiaoyu understood that Su Luo could have departed directly without concerning himself with them. But she also knew that Su Luo had his tender moments. Time passed little by little. Lin Xuan and the others had recovered from their injuries and began their journey back to Seven-Star Sword Sect. Along the way, they listened to fellow disciples disparaging Su Luo and discussing reports to have him expelled from the sect. Lin Xuan wanted to say something, but did not know how, and in the end remained silent. By making his reputation as foul as that of a demonic cultivator, Su Luo had succeeded. But was it truly worth it? He had even abandoned his own family. What difference was there between this and the ideology of the demonic path? Lin Xuan felt lost regarding Su Luo, unable to comprehend how Su Luo could reach such depths. Was it truly necessary to go this far while undercover within the demonic path? Lin Xuan did not understand. He had asked Elder Yin. Even Yin, who had judged countless people, could not reach a conclusion. Such a contradictory individual was unprecedented. In fact, as they talked, Elder Yin even came to feel that Su Luo was simply foolish, blessed by luck, and never truly intended to infiltrate the demonic path. But Lin Xuan believed that Su Luo could still be trusted. Lin Xuan sighed his unease, having no one to confide in. Meanwhile, Su Luo and Xiaoyu traveled leisurely along the way, showing no sense of urgency whatsoever. After some time, they finally returned to the sect. By the clock, there was still ample margin. Lin Xuan and the others had not yet arrived, and reporting matters to the sect would require time to process. The unfolding of events would demand even longer. All in all, there was no rush. However, the diary could be written now. Su Luo opened his diary and began to write. The day of receiving a power boost had finally arrived. However, Elder Yinshi's methods were not ordinary and not something a normal person could endure, but the effects were extremely potent, catching up to Lin Xuan within 3 months. Yes, surpassing Lin Xuan with a substantial increase in cultivation level from the perfection of Qi refinement to the perfection of foundation establishment. Along with the treasures Elder Yinshi had bestowed, his overall strength instantly became one of the top among the disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect. He was quite satisfied with this result and was about to seek revenge on Lin Xuan. Unfortunately, Elder Yinshi stopped him. He told him that the time had not yet come, and to first conceal his strength, promising that he would eventually allow him to kill Lin Xuan. Having no choice, he could only comply. Indeed, it was necessary to hide, for if his cultivation advanced so rapidly the sect would investigate. Elder Yinshi did not want to expose himself. Because the method of enhancing cultivation was not ordinary, it bordered on the demonic path. Calling him kind-hearted for helping would be flattering. It was essentially a human experiment. Yes, he helped him only for his own research. His lifelong ambition was to prove that even the useless can become the strongest. This brings us to the background of Elder Yinshi. No matter the place, there are always the lowest level cultivators. Initially, Elder Yinshi was one of them, obscure in the 7-star sword sect, and no matter how hard he tried, he could never catch up with the top disciples. Unwilling to accept this, he began researching ways to grow stronger. But conventional methods had their limits, so he crossed the line and delved into demonic alchemy. He achieved some success, but the further he went, the harder it became to improve, and the damage to his body was severe. He grew afraid and dared not experiment recklessly. So he began using others as test subjects, applying the best results to himself. For these experiments, he had already killed countless low-level disciples of the 7-star sword sect, but his actions were secret and went undetected by the sect. Until today, he had gradually become an elder at the nascent soul level, considered a success in his own right. However, Elder Yinshi did not consider himself a demonic cultivator. On the contrary, he disdained joining the demonic path. It was not out of nobility, but because he was satisfied with his current status. How comfortable it was in the 7-star sword sect. At his current position, he could still exert influence in certain areas. Thus, when Shin-san repeatedly urged Elder Yinshi to join the demon sect, Elder Yinshi was disdainful. But he was willing to collaborate without formally joining. Elder Yinshi had conducted transactions with the demon sect more than once. The demon sect provided demonic cultivation manuals, while he supplied intelligence on the 7-star sword sect. That was why Shin-san often showed respect to Elder Yinshi, because he consistently provided valuable information to the demon sect. Elder Yinshi's prowess was not limited to this. Long ago, under the guise of helping useless disciples of the 7-star sword sect, he planted demon seeds within them, a spell he had developed himself. When activated, this spell would allow those disciples to explode with power far beyond their normal cultivation, though they would lose their sanity and seek only destruction. The demon seeds were hidden very deeply. Unless an elder-level cultivator made a thorough and deliberate investigation, they would remain undetected. But why would an elder bother to scrutinize such insignificant disciples? Thus, Elder Yinshi actually possessed a considerable hidden force within the 7-star sword sect. The disciples he had helped were deeply grateful to him. If any showed special potential, he would take them as trusted confidants, who otherwise they were merely disposable pawns. Of course, controlling these disciples might not seem impressive since they were not high-end combatants. But later, when the demon sect invaded, Elder Yinshi acted as an insider, sabotaging the sect's protective formations, inciting the demon seed disciples to attack their own comrades, and guiding the demon sect forces. These disciples he had helped played a crucial role. He assisted the demon sect so diligently not because he wanted to join them, but because he was indebted to them for providing demonic manuals repeatedly. Moreover, he had planned to leave no traces afterward. Elder Yinshi merely operated behind the scenes. Even if the sect changed, he would remain an elder afterward. Unfortunately, Lin Xuan was here, so his schemes would be exposed and he would face retribution. It served him right. But for now, he had to mourn for himself. The price of this power boost was immense, especially the pain. Over the course of 3 months, he had to undergo alchemical treatments at Elder Yinshi's place periodically. His medicines were nothing short of poison. During the process, it felt like being cut by a knife, then salted, and then roasted, repeatedly. The pain was so excruciating that he screamed until his throat was hoarse. After each session, he felt as if he had walked through hell. The first time he underwent the treatment, he wanted to give up immediately. It was unbearable. Even later, he could never fully adapt, which speaks to the extreme pain. Thus, even though he grew stronger, he could not be happy. There was no choice, his talent was too poor, so he could only rely on mutation. After becoming stronger, he would be slapped down by Lin Xuan. But before that, he would certainly have a moment of glory, disobeying Elder Yinshi's advice, revealing his strength, shocking everyone, and then being defeated by Lin Xuan, who would shock them even more with his power. But that was still some time away. First, he had to endure these 3 months. Su Luo closed the diary and sighed, recalling the agony he had first felt, a memory that lingered. But then he realized he was no longer the same person as before. This time it was much better. His physique had been enhanced, and his cultivation had risen significantly. Moreover, he could use the ability to share the pain, to find another villain to share the suffering. Perhaps he would even have to pretend to be in great pain. It was settled. It was truly better to use cheats. Mutation was too weak. Diary completed. Reward: physique 3, strength 4, a cultivation increased by 1 level. Current cultivation: late golden core. Although the diary entries were not extensive, they were shocking to Nangong Shiyun. She never imagined that Elder Yinshi had done so many things behind the scenes. Her face instantly darkened. After thinking it over, Nangong Shiyun began to act. First, she needed to verify who had the demon seeds. Su Luo had clearly written that they were the sect's obscure disciples. Following this clue, Nangong Shiyun discreetly examined these disciples. To her surprise, there were 463 in total just within the sect. Some were out on missions. What a clever method, hiding so deep, aren't you? Nangong Shiyun sneered. Then, Elder Yinshi opened the door. The sect is delivering welfare. A welfare delivery from the sect. It's not yet time. Elder Yinshi at this moment felt no issue, naturally opening the door as usual. Then he saw the sect leader and Nangong Shiyun. He hadn't expected these two heavyweight figures of the sect to come. Is there something you both need from me? Nangong Shiyun sneered. Elder Yinshi, quite the crafty methods. What do you mean? Elder Yinshi sensed something amiss, but still feigned composure. Colluding with the demonic path harming fellow disciples. These two charges alone are enough to sentence you to death 10 times over. Elder Yinshi's deeds surely went beyond, but Nangong Shiyun was not skilled in investigation and time was tight. Peak Master Nangong, you must not speak recklessly. I have done no such thing, Elder Yinshi asserted firmly. Admitting such things would be death though he had indeed done them. But did you have evidence? Lu Yongjiao Wang UNC Mapong. Shall I continue? Elder Yinshi knew these were disciples he had planted demon seeds in. But how could he admit it? I know these people who I once helped them. What happened to them? They were planted with demon seeds by you. Demon seeds? What demon seeds? At this moment, he absolutely had to deny everything, admitting it meant death. You won't shed tears until you see the coffin. These were all found in your quarters. Strange and oddly shaped items along with books of obscure meaning. Over the past few days Nangong Shiyun had been gathering evidence, searching Elder Yinshi's residence thoroughly while he was away. Unfortunately, no substantial evidence was found, only some peculiar objects. They were not enough to prove anything. It seemed Elder Yinshi had tidied up his traces quite thoroughly. Is there something wrong with these items? Elder Yinshi chuckled inwardly. Did they think this could convict him? Not enough, so after much thought the most suspicious thing is your storage ring. At these words Elder Yinshi's heart began to panic. The storage ring indeed contained his incriminating evidence. The reason everything outside was so clean was because he had stored it all in the ring. After becoming an elder he had grown a bit bolder. Still he was cautious. He had placed a small spell on the storage ring that would destroy its contents if forcibly opened. So he was flustered, but only a little. He just couldn't understand where he had slipped up to make Nangong Shiyun suspect him directly. But regardless, demanding to see someone's personal storage ring without solid evidence was a major taboo. Nangong Shiyun, this is inappropriate. My storage ring contains my privacy. You cannot just inspect it because you feel like it. I suggest you find the evidence first before coming to me. What do you think, sect leader? The sect leader remained silent. Elder Yinshi didn't know his stance, but as the head of the sect he couldn't casually accuse someone without evidence. That would be unjust. Elder Yinshi, I find it hard to believe, and I hope it isn't true. I swear I have done nothing against the sect. Elder Yinshi immediately declared his innocence. Nangong Shiyun didn't want to say much more. The reason he brought the sect leader was that he felt a matter of disciplining an elder should not be handled lightly on his own. It was better to have the sect leader as a witness. Nangong Shiyun genuinely liked the 7-star sword sect, and generally refrained from causing trouble there, generally. I'll do it myself. Nangong Shiyun directly snatched Elder Yinshi's storage ring. Elder Yinshi sighed inwardly. What a pity. Though he had other storage rings, and wouldn't be completely cleaned out, the items in this ring were unique, and losing them was still regrettable. But as long as he himself was safe, that was fine. However, Nangong Shiyun retrieved the contents before they could be destroyed. Why? Elder Yinshi's eyes widened in shock. Why weren't the items destroyed? Your destruction spell was too slow. I extinguished it before it could activate. Impossible. Can such a thing be done? You're only at nascent soul. It's normal that you can't comprehend someone of my power. So care to explain these things. All kinds of experimental equipment, records, demonic path texts. Elder Yinshi knew he was finished. Can I say I collected these from others? What do you think? Sect leader. The sect leader sighed. Knowing Nangong Shiyun was telling the truth, it was hard to accept at first. Elder Yinshi had been with the 7-star sword sect for a long time, and had made many contributions. He never expected such a disappointment. Seeing the sect leader's expression, Elder Yinshi knew there was no hope. I want to ask, where did I go wrong? Nangong Shiyun had targeted him from the start, even without solid evidence. That's not important. Let's talk about the demon sect. If I talk, will I live? Think too much. Then why would I speak? Elder Yinshi suddenly grew defiant. Yes, I can't comprehend your strength, because I've cultivated for so long just to reach nascent soul. But you, Nangong Shiyun. A long time ago, I was at nascent soul while you were at Shi refining. Now I'm still at nascent soul, and you've already reached Dongshu. How can I possibly understand? Nangong Shiyun replied, my fault. Hearing this, Elder Yinshi grew even more furious. That's why I hate you geniuses. Yes, even if I fight with all my might now, I can't harm you. But I'll make you regret this. Elder Yinshi detonated the demon seeds, intending to drag more people to death with him. When those disciples with demon seeds went mad and killed those around them, the expressions of the sect leader and Nangong Shiyun would surely be ugly. Stop struggling. I've already dismantled the demon seeds. Is that thing so easy to dismantle, eh? Not too difficult. The concealment was good, though you wouldn't notice without careful inspection. Even with the praise, Elder Yinshi couldn't be happy. My life's research dismantled so easily. Haha. Elder Yinshi self-detonated. Nangong Shiyun tried to stop it, but the self-detonation was unusual, employing many demonic methods, and was extremely eerie, impossible to prevent. He couldn't stop the self-detonation, but with one sword strike, everything fell silent. Elder Yinxi's self-detonation was rendered useless. Nangong Shiyun hadn't intended to kill Elder Yinxi so quickly. He had planned to interrogate him, thoroughly extract everything he knew, and then send him on his way. Elder Yinxi knew this, so he decisively self-detonated. If he could survive after being exposed, that would be underestimating him. He himself thought he deserved death, though he felt no guilt. He had no regrets. But until his dying breath, he couldn't figure out where he had gone wrong. Alas, I never expected such a thing to happen in our sect. As the sect leader, I am truly remiss. The sect leader didn't know what to say, his face full of melancholy. Until just now, I couldn't believe Elder Yinxi was such a person. How did you discover it? The sect leader had doubted the truth when he learned of it today, but now the facts were before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe. So the sect leader was very curious. Among the entire sect, no one had noticed Elder Yinxi's abnormality. How could Nangong Shiyun, that lazybones, have found out? Nangong Shiyun was speechless. They always regarded him with that lazy-eye view. Was it so strange that he did such things? Though indeed he hadn't discovered it himself. It wasn't me who discovered it, but I have my own sources of information. The sect leader's expression turned strange. Could it be Su Luo? Oh, why do you think that? Nangong Shiyun could not follow the sect leader's train of thought. What did Su Luo have to do with any of this? Apart from Su Luo, who else have you had frequent contact with in recent years? Of course, excluding your disciples, the sect leader inquired. That doesn't prove anything, does it? You're not shadowing me every day, you wouldn't necessarily know who I've been in contact with. True, but recently, every time you've gone out it's been related to Su Luo. Think about how long it's been since you last left the sect before this. Couldn't it be because of my disciple Lin Xuan? The sect leader continued. Elder Yinxi has looked after Su Luo several times now, and you previously mentioned that Su Luo was your responsibility. It's hard not to overthink this. Reasonable and logical, Nangong Shiyun found no grounds to refute it. Yet the truth was far from that. She had simply read Su Luo's diary. But upon reflection, explaining it would be troublesome, so the facts could indeed be presented this way. That's right, Su Luo is my spy. I never expected this to uncover such a matter. Though there was a slight element of deception, the core part wasn't wrong. She had indeed obtained intelligence from Su Luo. Hearing the answer, the sect leader surprisingly revealed a smile. I never imagined Su Luo had such capabilities. This kid wasn't so bad after all. See, you must keep this secret. We still have big moves ahead. Nangong Shiyun, you've become a stranger to me. She was being overly proactive. Since gaining fame, Nangong Shiyun had long lost this kind of drive, spending her days idly on her cloud-entering peak. The sect leader could hardly believe she had further plans. Nangong Shiyun couldn't be bothered with the sect leader's astonishment, which she found insulting, and continued. Next, I will temporarily impersonate Elder Yinxi. Why, oi? Because we still need to catch bigger fish. The demon sect is plotting against our sect. Hearing this, the sect leader grew serious. The demon sect was no easy opponent. All right, ask for whatever you need, and I will cooperate. No need. Just keep this secret and don't say anything unnecessary to Su Luo that might disrupt our coordination. Rest assured, I know my limits. After a brief wrap-up, the general plan was finalized. The sect leader would keep Elder Yinxi's death confidential, and Nangong Shiyun would impersonate him. As for Elder Yinxi's trusted followers, they would be left alone for now. Most of those who had been implanted with demon seeds were unaware of the situation, so no punishment was given. After the meeting, Nangong Shiyun returned to cloud-entering peak only to find Lin Xuan practicing listlessly. This was rare. Whenever she saw Lin Xuan cultivating, he was usually brimming with ecstasy. What's wrong? You're so distracted. Nothing much. That didn't seem like nothing. Speak up. Perhaps I can offer some advice. Lin Xuan thought for a moment, then recounted what had happened with Su Luo in Autumn Wind City. I have a friend. I don't know if it's worth it for him, going undercover to the point of abandoning his family. Is that really necessary? Nangong Shiyun listened attentively at first, but as the story unfolded, something fell off, and it all sounded too familiar. A strange expression crossed her face. This person you're talking about, it wouldn't be Su Luo, would it? Why did everyone think Su Luo was a spy? What had gone wrong? Master, do you know? First tell me how you discovered Su Luo's undercover activities. Did you have a diary too? Was it that cheap? Then Lin Xuan explained his reasoning. First, Su Luo had provoked him several times, but when he barely used any force, Su Luo fell. Too fake. Second, Su Luo had previously brought in several demonic spies, practically handing him merits. Qin San was also something he had tipped off. Third, Li Si was on good terms with Su Luo in private. Given Li Si's personality, she would never associate with someone of low character. After hearing this, Nangong Shiyun was momentarily speechless. If she hadn't had the diary, she would have found Lin Xuan's reasoning quite plausible. But then again, maybe it wasn't entirely impossible. Nangong Shiyun turned around, putting on a thoughtful demeanor. You're wondering whether Su Luo's actions are worth it, but do you know what he truly did? During the incident with Qin San, I was actually there, and I was only there because of Su Luo. If I hadn't been, Zhuo Mingyuan would have lost his hand, Han Inger would have been crippled, and Yuan Jie would have been severely injured. In Autumn Wind City, it was also because of Su Luo that I went and secretly protected you. But Su Luo didn't just stand idly by. Those explosions you remember, they were Su Luo's handiwork. And recently, because of him, we discovered someone extremely harmful to the sect. You don't need to know who for now, we've already dealt with it. Just know that because of Su Luo hundreds of sect disciples were saved. So you don't need to feel confused for him. He knows what he's doing far better than you imagine. After hearing Nangong Shiyun's words, the revelations were so overwhelming that Lin Xuan found it hard to believe. You might find it hard to accept right now, but everything I've said is true. Nangong Shiyun had indeed spoken the truth, though their misunderstandings were not her concern, and the assumptions were entirely their own. After a long silence, Lin Xuan finally accepted the facts. His master had no reason to deceive him, and lying would serve no purpose. I've misunderstood Su Luo. I truly underestimated him. I never imagined he was so remarkable. It's not surprising you didn't know. He likes to hide his abilities, and is skilled at it. Just pretend you don't know, and don't feel troubled for him. I understand. Focus on your cultivation. Lin Xuan looked up at the sky, still processing what he had just heard. In short, it was confirmed that Su Luo was going undercover in the demonic path, and it seemed he had been planning this from a very early stage. Truly remarkable. And for this purpose, even if no one else knew, even if most people cursed him, he resolutely carried on, silently guarding what he wanted to protect. Lin Xuan decided he would never again question whether Su Luo's actions were worth it. That would be disrespectful. Su Luo's resolve deeply moved Lin Xuan. Moreover, Su Luo's strength was immense. Judging from the explosion, Lin Xuan admitted that with his current power, he could not achieve such an attack. Thinking about this, a wave of melancholy washed over him. Recalling how he used to effortlessly defeat Su Luo, it now seemed somewhat laughable. Has Su Luo become that strong? Elder Yin then spoke. Didn't I tell you long ago? This child is no less than you. Well, now it seems he's even stronger. That explosion lasted a long time and covered a wide area. I can't even gauge Su Luo's current strength, but it's definitely far above yours. I think so too. So Elder Yin, I'm going to double my training. Don't push yourself too hard. You've always been training twice as hard as others. Take it step by step, lay a solid foundation, and don't rush. Yes. Su Luo returned to the sect and continued his lazy lifestyle, sleeping whenever he had nothing better to do. Early nights and late mornings became his routine. One day as he stepped out of his room, he sneezed. I feel like someone's talking ill of me behind my back. Oh wait, that's always been the case. Never mind then. Su Luo had long grown accustomed to ignoring those who cursed him, almost forgetting his actual predicament in the process. But today was different. He needed to find Elder Yin Shi and secure his status as a disciple of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Su Luo, get up. Xiaoyu was still cultivating in Su Luo's small courtyard as usual. The sect master was also there. The place had become half of Xiaoyu's personal cultivation ground. The sect master remarked, "How are you, Su Luo? Did you sleep well? I hope we didn't disturb you." "Sect master, did you eat something bad? Don't we have soundproofing arrays?" "True. I just figured if you're not getting enough sleep you could go back and rest. You mustn't tire yourself out." Su Luo looked at him bewildered. "Sect master, are you alright? You were the one calling me idle, lazy, and good for nothing just the other day." "Never mind. Pretend I didn't say anything." "Weird. Whatever. I'll go out for a bit and talk later." Su Luo started walking out, feeling increasingly strange. By all rights, his leadership of the cowardly retreat should have already reached the sect master's ears. And given Xiaoyu's words, it made sense that he wouldn't openly express disgust. But why the sudden concern? Was this some soft-hearted approach, trying to reform him through kindness? Make him turn over a new leaf? Don't be ridiculous. Su Luo would never change. "Su Luo," the sect master called out. Su Luo turned around silently, asking what he wanted. The sect master extended his thumb and couldn't help but say bravo. Well done. Huh. Leading the cowardly retreat was considered well done. Su Luo had no idea what was going on. Moreover, the sect master showed no trace of sarcasm, which only deepened his confusion. Was the survival of the fittest doctrine also popular here? But this wasn't even playing it safe anymore. It was sheer moral bankruptcy. The sect master saying well done. Was that appropriate? The sect's morale would be ruined. Su Luo quickly made his escape, unable to comprehend the sect master, and feeling a wave of chill run down his spine. What in the world was happening? Once outside, he headed straight for Elder Yinshi's quarters. As soon as he arrived, he wailed, "Elder Yinshi, you must help me." Elder Yinshi had been waiting a long time for this moment. "What is it? Take your time and explain." Su Luo laid out his current situation. "You're the only one who can help me, Elder Yinshi," Su Luo pleaded. Elder Yinshi fell silent for a moment before saying, "Helping you isn't a problem, but what do you have that would make me want to help you?" Su Luo rambled on, but couldn't articulate his own worth. "Tell you what, just answer one question for me. What do you think of Lin Xuan now? I wish I could kill him. It's all because of him that I've ended up like this." Su Luo's eyes blazed with fury as though flames were about to erupt from them. "Then do you want revenge on him?" "Yes, I do. I want to kill him." Su Luo was beside himself with rage. "Becoming stronger requires a price, especially for someone with your talent. You'll pay even more. I don't care about anything anymore. As long as I can kill Lin Xuan, I'll do anything." "Good. In that case, I'll help you grow stronger. Come with me." Elder Yin, was very satisfied with Su Luo's state. That was exactly what he wanted. He opened a hidden door leading down to a basement. Winding left and right through the basement, they arrived at a room filled with formation arrays illuminated only by a single torch. At the center stood a large vat positioned precisely at the core of the formation. How familiar this place was. This was where Su Luo had screamed incessantly before. But now everything was prepared and no issues at all. Su Luo kept his composure inwardly, though he still put on a slightly frightened expression, for the atmosphere here was genuinely eerie. Go ahead and enter. Elder Yanxi pointed at the large vat. The water inside the vat was murky and black, anything but promising. Su Luo knew it contained medicinal concoctions to boost cultivation, though nothing ordinary. Mostly poison. Elder Yanxi employed the method of fighting poison with poison. The genuinely effective yet mild medicinal ingredients were extremely rare and far too expensive for common cultivators. So Elder Yanxi conducted his experiments using comparatively affordable alternatives. Since their effects were weaker, he simply added various bizarre ingredients to test them, and once a promising combination emerged, he applied it to himself. Su Luo hesitated, staring at the cauldron with fear creeping in, but the thought of Lin Xuan steeled his resolve, and he took a deep breath before leaping in. Elder Yanxi smiled with satisfaction and began adding more ingredients. The moment Su Luo jumped in, something felt wrong. There was no pain at all. What was going on? Then he noticed the drug Elder Yanxi was adding. Red Dragon Fire Ginseng. This was a top-tier material for refining the most prestigious pills. Even used without alchemy, whether for boosting cultivation or strengthening the physique, its effects were extraordinary. Even beneficial for nascent soul cultivators. Elder Yanxi, is that Red Dragon Fire Ginseng? Oh, I thought you were ignorant, but it seems you know your stuff. I happen to have read about it. Can I say that I basically know everything in the cultivation world? Since you know, you should also understand its effects. No need to worry. With the formation and this specially prepared water, the medication will be absorbed more gently. Growing stronger will come naturally. Wait. Something's off, right? Elder Yanxi, didn't you take the wrong thing? If you have this, you should keep it for yourself. Elder Yanxi, don't you think you made a mistake? What, you object? Do you know what I should have used? I don't understand. Not understanding is fine. Trust me, I'll make you stronger. In 3 months you'll surpass Lin Xuan. 3 months. With a medicine of this caliber, 3 months was excessive. Even 3 weeks would be more than enough. We're only at the foundation establishment stage. The real issue was Elder Yanxi wasn't like this at all. The Elder Su Luo knew was all about extreme cost-effectiveness, or rather zero cost-effectiveness. As long as it boosted cultivation, he'd use it recklessly. And now he's using Red Dragon Fire Ginseng. This is absolutely not something people of our standing should be using. Haven't you forgotten your motto? Even trash can become the strongest. You have so many loyal followers. Could you possibly give each of them a piece of this? Using Red Dragon Fire Ginseng lacks any universality whatsoever. I still think there's a problem. How about trying the little dark fruit instead? That was the real medicinal ingredient. Who's the expert here, you or me? Now you're questioning me. I wouldn't dare. Su Luo felt suffocated. Clearly the elder was wrong, but there was nothing he could do. For the sake of the plot, he would endure it. Based on what you said, I'll add one more thing. Elder Yanxi tossed another ingredient into the large vat. Heavenly Kirin fruit. This was outrageous, even more absurd than Red Dragon Fire Ginseng. Elder Yanxi, I came here to be your test subject, not to live in luxury. Yet barely a moment after submerging, Su Luo already felt an immense surge of nourishment coursing through him. Nangong Shiyun was also at a loss. Elder Yanxi's personality and behavior could be imitated, but his method of administering medicine was truly beyond her. Although she found his experimental records, all the notes seemed to be comprehensible only to him. Nangong Shiyun dared not act recklessly, as such matters were no joke. So she simply followed her own approach, and all that mattered was whether it could enhance his strength. Would Su Luo dare to fall out? Nangong Shiyun was even less afraid. Go ahead, fall out if you want. I'm only afraid you won't. But let me make it clear, it's you who started it, not me. Su Luo indeed would not fall out. He had to obediently continue the act. The entire process of receiving the medicine caused no pain at all. Instead, it was so comfortable that he wanted to sleep. When he walked out of Elder Yanxi's place, his steps were light, as if floating. Su Luo was still savoring the sensation when someone called out, Su Luo. What's the matter? Su Luo looked at Li Si. How have you been lately? Pretty good. I've recently learned a massage technique. Want to give it a try? Li Si suddenly brought this up, and Su Luo couldn't understand why she would learn massage. Why did you learn that? No, I don't have confidence in you. Just let me make you feel comfortable. I learned it from Master. No thanks, I'm already very comfortable. Even Nangong Shiyun's reputation didn't work because Su Luo had never tried her massage. Comfortable. Li Si was puzzled. That's not what the diary said. It said it was painful. Oh, it must be male pride at work. Leave it to me. I'll make you forget all your unhappiness. Huh. Then Su Luo was pulled into a nearby pavilion, sat down on a chair, and received Li Si's massage. To be fair, using spiritual energy combined with her technique was indeed quite good. Having just been replenished at Elder Yanxi's place, now receiving a massage. Su Luo finally couldn't hold out and fell asleep. When he woke up, he was lying on Li Si's lap. How did I fall asleep? Su Luo looked around, it was already dark. I don't know, Li Si giggled. You didn't do anything strange, did you? Hard to say. Su Luo checked himself and found nothing wrong. Anyway, thank you. Your technique is good. I've changed my opinion of you. See, I told you. You can come find me next time. We'll see. After bidding farewell to Li Si, Su Luo finally returned to his residence. As soon as he entered the house, a fragrant aroma greeted him. Su Luo, you're back. Dinner is ready. Xiaoyu was already waiting, and the table was filled with delicious food. At this moment, Su Luo recalled the day's experiences. Why did it feel like the world had suddenly become full of love for him? Still, what needed to be investigated must be investigated. Elder Yinshi was far too abnormal. How could he forget his own experiments? Alzheimer's. Su Luo could not accept that such a disease existed in the cultivation world. So Su Luo decided to investigate Elder Yinshi. With his current strength, as long as he was careful, and given his familiarity with Elder Yinshi, it shouldn't be a problem. However, no matter how Su Luo investigated, he felt there was nothing wrong. That was only natural. The moment Su Luo came, Nangang Shiyun would detect him. No matter how well Su Luo concealed himself, absolute power rendered it useless. What could Su Luo do? After investigating for a while, without results, he let it drop. He just tried to probe Elder Yinshi during their conversations. Nangang Shiyun was also exhausted. She had to come up with all sorts of ways to deal with Su Luo and be careful about what she said to him. Mentally draining. Of course, Nangang Shiyun knew Su Luo was suspicious, but as long as it wasn't a major issue, Su Luo wouldn't fall out. Meanwhile, with Elder Yinshi's intervention, Su Luo's matter was settled, and he was able to remain in the sect. According to the original plot, every so often Su Luo would go to Elder Yinshi's place and return half-dead, forcibly keeping a low profile within the sect. Thus, Su Luo gradually faded into obscurity in the sect. Although now Su Luo felt full of vitality, he still chose to keep a low profile and go out less. Soon 3 months passed. Su Luo, you seem to have gained weight, Xiaoyu observed looking at him. It's nothing, just need to exercise. Su Luo had ended his enhancement period feeling helpless. During this time, Elder Yinshi truly treated him as one of his own, adding all kinds of good things into the water. His cultivation even advanced a level, reaching the peak of the golden core stage. Tears welled up. This was the first time Su Luo had improved his cultivation without relying on the diary. Nevertheless, Su Luo still followed the plot and displayed his strength as the peak of foundation establishment. Anyway, this matter was concluded, but without a break, the next plot was about to come. During these 3 months, Lin Xuan had been improving his cultivation while also raising his reputation. He went out with various senior brothers and sisters to carry out sect missions. During this period, he further gained prestige within the sect. Those who had teamed up with Lin Xuan gave unanimous praise, deeply admiring his strength and character. Lin Xuan's reputation was at its zenith. In 3 months, his prestige had reached a bottleneck, hard to increase further. So next it was time to enhance his reputation outside. Just then the sect exchange conference was about to commence. This so-called exchange conference was a gathering for exchange and competition jointly organized by the 10 sects of the southern continent of the cultivation world. Its main purpose was for disciples from various sects to spar with each other or undertake missions together, thereby strengthening inter-sect ties and sharing cultivation insights. That was the official line, friendly exchange and competition. But in reality, it was a fight to the death. It wasn't that they held grudges, or rather no one was willing to concede, and everyone wanted to step on others to boost their own sect's reputation. As everyone knows, the protagonist sect is usually a top-tier sect. But among these top-tier sects, it ranks at the bottom. The 3 major sects of the southern continent were 7-star, Tianguang, and Yunyan. 7-star ranked last among them, and there was even a hint that it might fall out of the top 3. In terms of top-tier cultivators, 7-star was not inferior to the other 2. However, when it came to disciples, they lagged behind. They only had 4 golden core disciples known as the 4 prodigies, while the other 2 sects had at least 10 each. 7-star sword sect was a classic case of a gap between generations. In a sect's overall strength, disciples accounted for a significant portion. They were the future of the sect. Just at this time, there was a rising sect called Yuxing's sect. The name itself made its intention clear. It aimed to replace 7-star sword sect as one of the 3 major sects of the southern continent. Therefore, if 7-star sword sect performed poorly in this exchange conference, its prestige would suffer greatly. Worse still, the leader of the 4 prodigies, Qin San, was a spy from the demonic path, and according to the plot, the other 3 prodigies had their strength greatly reduced. Although it wasn't a major issue now, their condition was clearly poor. So the sect was indeed worried, but there was no choice. They still had to face the challenge. What made it worse was that this exchange conference was being held on their own grounds, so they couldn't make excuses for poor performance. Now members of the other sects were arriving at 7-star sword sect one after another. The pressure was immense. The sect had high hopes for Lin Xuan, but the opposing side's strongest disciples were at the golden core stage. Even Lin Xuan at his current level fell short. Thus the sect was quite pessimistic about this exchange conference. Given the grand scale of this exchange assembly, its duration would be extended. Some sects had already arrived at the 7-star sword sect ahead of time, engaging in amicable exchanges. Foremost among them was the Cloud Mist sect, uniquely composed entirely of female disciples. Thus they were immensely popular within the 7-star sword sect. Many male cultivators yearned to join their sect, yet unfortunately, they accepted no men. Judging by their status alone, despite being all female, the Cloud Mist sect was by no means weak. Leading them was senior sister Yao Hanmei at the early golden core stage. She was currently organizing her sect's disciples to sell goods within the Seven-Star Sword sect. Naturally, they were peddling skincare and beauty products which were highly effective and renowned throughout the cultivation world. For a time, most female disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect flocked to see the spectacle, willingly parting with their spirit stones. Male disciples also joined in, either for personal use or as gifts, similarly lightening their purses. Big sale. Purple Cloud Tears, only 198 spirit stones. Makes your skin smoother. This one suits you perfectly, just 588, a real bargain. Seeing such a lovely sister, I'll secretly offer you a special price exclusive to you. Don't hesitate. Watching the eager buyers, Yao Hanmei revealed a smug smile, raking in the profits. Su Luo had no intention of coming here, but Xiaoyu was curious and had little interaction with disciples from other sects, so she wanted to take a look. Seeing so many skincare products, Xiaoyu was astonished. She rarely used such items. While they seemed quite impressive, Xiaoyu marveled at the fellow disciples scrambling to buy, indicating the products were highly effective. Su Luo dismissed it. Just browse it, don't buy. The prices are hugely inflated. The Cloud Mist sect couldn't ignore that. Yao Hanmei approached with a sweet tone. Brother, you're mistaken. These are genuine high-quality goods. I'm only earning a modest profit. Yao Hanmei even cast a flirtatious glance at Su Luo, inwardly scheming to make him bleed for his words. Su Luo almost forgot how handsome he was. But Su Luo wouldn't be swayed. With all due respect, your Cloud Mist sect has nothing worthwhile under 50 spirit stones. This statement ignited an uproar. You can't just say that and walk away. This one in my hand costs only 32. Gentle formula, fine texture. Let me show you what a true good product is. 27 spirit stones, originally 99, now just friend's price. My Purple Cloud Tears are only 49. Wasn't that 198 just now? I can't swallow this insult. Even at a loss, I'll prove our Cloud Mist sect has plenty of excellent products. In an instant, the Cloud Mist sect began pulling out products under 50 spirit stones. Su Luo remained unmoved, sneering. From now on, remember, Cloud Mist sect has nothing worthwhile under 50. It was merely a basic fishing tactic, though he himself had fallen for it in his past life. Yao Hanmei initially saw no issue. If he disagreed, they'd show him products until he conceded. But gradually something felt off. They were practically subsidizing sales, and those who had bought earlier sensed a hint of deception. Why did he pay 198 while others instantly got it for 49? Chaos erupted. Su Luo shrugged. Not my problem. See ya. Yao Hanmei was unwilling to let Su Luo slip away so easily. A cunning idea struck her. She addressed Xiaoyu. Little sister, you have extraordinary talent. Why not join our sect? You'll have unlimited skincare products, abundant cultivation resources, and our sect is perfect for female cultivation. Yao Hanmei directly poached disciples, a common practice for her. This was a trait of the Cloud Mist sect, luring away female disciples from other sects. With strength came audacity, and their sect indeed suited female cultivation. Unfortunately, Xiaoyu merely nodded politely, expressed her regrets, and followed Su Luo. Yao Hanmei was left standing bewildered in the wind. Damn it, I'll remember you. After leaving, Su Luo suddenly thought it might be nice to let Xiaoyu try some skincare products to satisfy her curiosity. So he gathered some materials and began refining on the spot. Su Luo had some knowledge in this area and quickly finished. When he gave them to Xiaoyu, she treated them like treasure, reluctant to use even a bit. This exasperated Su Luo, who snatched back the product and directly applied it to Xiaoyu's face. Instantly, her face glowed with a beauty filter effect. It looked somewhat comical, yet brought a new experience. Seeing her transformed appearance, both Su Luo and Xiaoyu burst into laughter. The Heavenly Light sect had also arrived some time ago. Their strongest and most eminent senior brother Ding Guanghua, known for his shaved head, was obsessed with challenging the pure martial tower and had reached the 90th floor. Yet no matter what, he could not advance further. If only he could use spiritual energy, everything would flow much more smoothly, and he was confident he could conquer the top. Unfortunately, he couldn't. After another failed attempt, he exited the tower and gazed at the inscriptions. This is not my end, but my beginning. Su Luo is the strongest. 2 inscriptions, reportedly the summit proclamations left by 2 different individuals. Proud as he was, he couldn't help but admire those who had reached the peak. It seems this exchange won't be boring. Especially Su Luo, daring to claim the title of strongest. I must test him. The more he thought, the more excited Ding Guanghua became, and he returned to challenge the pure martial tower. Meanwhile, the Yuxing sect had already clashed with disciples of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Lin Xuan stepped forward. Is this the extent of your magnanimity? Deliberately provoking us, and then bullying us. Provoking? You started it. The Yuxing sect disciples smiled, harboring ill intentions. Unfortunately, they had picked the wrong target. Lin Xuan once again humiliated them with a display of prowess. This was merely a minor skirmish. The Yuxing sect's experts had yet to emerge. Yet this single incident made the Yuxing sect remember Lin Xuan, vowing to severely humiliate him during the exchange. They had intended to use every means to disgrace the Seven-Star Sword sect. The remaining sects also arrived one after another. Though they restrained themselves, somewhat minor conflicts with other sects still occurred. Each engaged in their own form of friendly exchange. As the exchange assembly drew nearer, tensions escalated. The higher-ups chose not to intervene. An exchange without sparks was no exchange at all. However, the seven-star sword sect currently appeared somewhat weak. Some of its elders lamented that each generation was inferior to the last. In the era of Nangong Shiyun, would any other sect dare to act arrogantly? They wouldn't even dare to breathe loudly. But those days were gone. Now with all sects assembled and preparations complete, the sect exchange assembly commenced on schedule. The exchange was divided into 3 main segments. The first classic one-on-one duels. The second multi-person battle royale. The third cooperative annihilation, a joint campaign against the demon sect. In the dead of night, Su Luo enjoyed writing in her diary. The sect exchange conference has arrived, which means I don't have much time left in the sect. Speaking of this sect exchange conference, it's still Lin Xuan's showtime. Everything is prepared for Lin Xuan. First, the single combat round. No surprises, Lin Xuan will take first place. If the protagonist can't win first place in such a competition, how could it be a long out-yin plot? Who cares if the power levels collapse? Lin Xuan is meant to challenge beyond his rank. Relying on his strength, Lin Xuan fought his way to the finals where he faced Ding Guanghua of the Tianguang sect. Ding Guanghua at the foundation establishment stage was the most talented disciple of the Tianguang sect in a century. He had mastered the sect's secret technique Starlight Radiance in 2.5 years, had no rival among his peers, and had escaped unscathed from one of the 7 demonic sons. His many achievements proved he was by no means weak. Unfortunately, he encountered a protagonist even more formidable than himself, and all his glory would only serve as a stepping stone for Lin Xuan. The general flow of the finals was Lin Xuan falls into a tough battle. Lin Xuan struggles desperately. Lin Xuan collapses completely. Lin Xuan's defeat is certain. Lin Xuan delivers his victory speech. If at that moment Ding Guanghua had said, "I'm sorry I couldn't make you go all out," it would have been perfect. But he didn't know how. This outcome was completely beyond everyone's expectations. All they felt was shock, utter shock. In short, Lin Xuan was great again. I didn't have much of a role in this process. Elder Yanxi had instructed me to conceal my strength. After much torment, I had grown somewhat, becoming more composed. As I deliberately lost, I let out a sinister grin. With greater strength came more confidence. This was actually setting the stage for what was to come. That sinister grin alone was enough to hint at something deeper. The second round was the inter-sect confrontation. Each sect would send 10 representatives to defeat the other sects within a designated area. Over 3 days the area would gradually shrink. The last sect standing would win. Basically a team battle royale. At this stage, I thought of a clever plan, so I disobeyed Elder Yanxi's orders and revealed a bit of my strength. I had been included in the team because I could use a certain treasure to unleash tremendous power. This round wasn't meant for me to shine. My task was to increase the difficulty for Lin Xuan. Simply put, I would reveal my own sect's location and secretly contact the Yueshing sect to set up an ambush. One sect wasn't enough, so I contacted several more. Then multiple sects converged to attack the 7-star sword sect. Because Lin Xuan had won first place in the first round, he had drawn even more hatred. Thus these sects tacitly agreed to attack the 7-star sword sect first, planning to deal with the others once it was eliminated. The Union sect happened to pass by and took offense. So many sects bullying one. Was that right? The main reason was that Lin Xuan had performed so brilliantly in the previous round that some disciples of the Union sect had become his fangirls. If it had been the Tianguang sect instead, they would have gladly joined in kicking them while they were down. Let's just say Lin Xuan's charm was undeniable. After the melee ended, everyone was lying on the ground, unable to fight. Such a perfect opportunity. As the mastermind behind the scenes, I naturally had to come out and show off. My target was still Lin Xuan, and I wanted to take the chance to get revenge. But before that, I took great pleasure in humiliating the disciples of other sects, playing the role of a petty villain who had gained power. I could only bully them when they were helpless. Then before I could get to Lin Xuan, he couldn't stand it anymore. He said, "Enough. Even if they are our opponents, you shouldn't humiliate them like this, especially when they can't move." Then Lin Xuan with his battered body stood up resolutely, assuming a fighting stance, ready to face me. The other sects were stunned. They never imagined Lin Xuan would stand up for them at this moment and fight against his own sect. At that moment, in everyone's eyes, he was incredibly cool. I threw aside Elder Yanxi's orders, fully revealed my combat power, and went all out against Lin Xuan. The result was predictable. I couldn't even beat a depleted Lin Xuan. After defeating me, he said, "They deserve respect." Suddenly Lin Xuan's image soared in the eyes of the other sects. Not only did he have fangirls from the Union sect, but now he also had fanboys from other sects. Because of this incident, disciples from other sects admired Lin Xuan and helped him take on the toughest opponent, the Tianguang sect. Thus in the second round, Lin Xuan led his team to first place, unstoppable. Even the Tianguang sect admired Lin Xuan for being able to achieve such a feat. As for me, I withdrew from the competition immediately, otherwise I would have been ganged up on by the recovering sects. Although I had revealed my strength since the exchange conference hadn't ended, Elder Yanxi managed to cover it up. The real investigation would have to wait until later. The most important thing now was the final round, the Tianma sect. Everyone was cautious even at the mention of the name. The final round was originally supposed to be something else, but a large stronghold of the Tianma sect had recently been discovered, providing a perfect training ground for the disciples. Moreover, with a common enemy, they would truly cooperate and communicate. If they were fighting a fake enemy, they would definitely stab each other in the back since the consequences wouldn't be severe. The result was delightful. The Tianma sect's branch stronghold was completely overturned. Lin Xuan performed exceptionally, killing one of the 7 demonic sons. However, this was all part of the Tianma sect's plan. Everything was within their calculations, even the stronghold they had provided. The purpose was to build momentum. After destroying one of the Tianma sect's strongholds, the 10 sects naturally publicized it heavily, while the Tianma sect secretly helped spread the word. The goal was to set the stage for their subsequent attack on these 10 sects. Simply attacking the sects was no longer satisfying for the Tianma sect. They had tried it before, and doing it again would be too ordinary, not explosive enough. They pretended to suffer losses, showing that the Tianma sect was now vulnerable, weakened, and no longer so fearsome. Then when the sects were celebrating, the Tianma sect simultaneously attacked all 10 sects and achieved a great victory. It was still difficult to completely destroy all 10 sects, but as long as the results were good, it was enough. This created a huge contrast that would shock everyone. The Tianma sect understood the art of foreshadowing. If they succeeded, their reputation would soar even higher. In fact, they truly succeeded. This was the Tianma sect, powerful enough and crazy enough. I was not completely idle in this phase either, for I had been exposed. Though I managed to deceive them temporarily, it would not hold for long. Elder Yanxi cherished me, as his experimental subject for my body was perfectly suited for his research. He had never encountered such an ideal specimen, and given time he was certain he could develop a method to dramatically enhance cultivation. Thus Elder Yanxi began to sound me out, testing whether I could accept the demon sect. Elder Yin, she had long since planned that when the demon sect attacked the 7-star sword sect, his trusted confidants would act as insiders, after which they could no longer remain in the 7-star sword sect. Thus these confidants were essentially half recommended into the demon sect, and the demon sect would not treat those who assisted them poorly provided they survived the pursuit of the 7-star sword sect. Therefore, to protect me as his valuable material, Elder Yin, she had no choice but to have me join the demon sect. The so-called test of my attitude was merely him telling me that he had news that could make the demon sect relentlessly attack a certain person, asking if I would use it in the 3rd phase. Of course, he said the choice was mine. What did I have to fear? I was already filled with extreme resentment toward Lin Xuan. The demon sect meant nothing to me. And so Zhou Heimo, one of the 7 demon sons, was eliminated. He had known the full plan and had prepared an escape route, so surviving should not have been a problem. But I delivered the message from Elder Yanxi encrypted in a way that only Zhou Heimo could decipher. The gist of it was that Lin Xuan was a great talent whose growth posed a tremendous threat, and that this child absolutely could not be allowed to live. Then Zhou Heimo locked onto Lin Xuan. Initially he thought killing Lin Xuan would be simple, but Lin Xuan seemed to have an indestructible body. Refusing to believe it, he got carried away and was eliminated. His death only elevated Lin Xuan's prestige further. After all, no one had expected to vanquish one of the 7 demon sons in this place. After this incident, Elder Yanxi was very satisfied with me. Since I held no regard for the demon sect, he became slightly more open with me, discussing his subsequent plans and allowing me to participate. Naturally, I became a member of the demon sect, and later was responsible for assisting them. Su Luo closed his diary, having written enough for now, leaving the rest for another time. Completing the diary rewarded him with 1 physique for strength and a breakthrough in cultivation to the early nascent soul stage. He also obtained a special item, a magical pet egg. What lay inside was unknown, and he was left to hatch it himself. Thus a fist-sized egg appeared in Su Luo's hand. His first thought upon receiving it was to steam it. When had he ever wanted a pet? Though riding a mount was indeed impressive, he had grown tired of that long ago. He had no interest in raising a pet now. But on second thought, he decided to keep it. He could give it away to someone he fancied. The next day, the sect exchange tournament officially began. There was little superfluous talk, and one-on-one battles commenced. The rules were simple: win to advance, lose to be eliminated, with opponents assigned by random numbers. The only distinction was that one could not face their own sect. The theme remained sect exchange, and such an event was not held lightly. It was meant to foster genuine communication. There was also a special supplementary round after the main phase. Each sect had 10 opportunities to designate a challenger. The chosen opponent could not refuse. Exchange, after all, meant that if you took a dislike to someone, you could make a note of it, and there would be chances. If you yourself were not up to the task, you could call upon a capable member of your sect. The emphasis was on thorough, friendly exchange. Lin Xuan was fortunate to be the first to take the stage, and his opponent was a mere nobody from the Yuesheng sect. After 3 months, Lin Xuan's cultivation had reached the late foundation establishment stage, which was merely average in the entire tournament. The top tier was at the early golden core stage, so the sects were somewhat pessimistic about Lin Xuan. But there was no need to worry, for Lin Xuan's specialty was challenging those above his level. He won the first match without any surprise, drawing the attention of everyone present. This was no ordinary feat. Ding Guanghua said, "You all need to be careful. If you face him, you must go all out." Yao Hanmei added, "Don't go easy on him just because he's handsome, or you'll regret it." The Yuesheng sect member made a throat-slitting gesture. While most were focused on the matches, Su Luo asked Xiao Yu, Do you want to keep a pet? Xiao Yu thought for a moment and shook her head. I'm not good at it. Many of the little dogs that followed me before all ended up dead. Back then Xiao Yu could barely take care of herself, let alone a dog. Those dogs had to fend for themselves, and if they couldn't find food, they simply perished. Alright. Su Luo then turned to the next person. Si, do you want a pet? Just say the word, and I'll give it to you right away. Li Si was puzzled for a moment, wondering why Su Luo would suddenly offer her a pet. But after a moment's thought, she said forget it. I just want to focus on improving myself. Li Si had been under immense pressure lately. Lin Xuan had already reached the late foundation establishment stage, while she remained stuck at the same level, unable to break through. She finally understood the weight of being the protagonist. Yet she could not give up, or else she would be left with nothing but Su Luo's diary, powerless to change anything. Su Luo was perplexed. Why did no one want it? Who else was there? The sect leader. No, that old man didn't seem like the type to keep a pet. Lin Xuan. Absolutely not. He would never give it to him. After being slapped in the face so many times by Lin Xuan, would he be foolish enough to hand over an item? No way. Just as Su Luo was considering tossing the egg away, Nan Gongxian passed by. She had once given him a life-saving treasure, and she was a decent person. But she might look down on it, so he decided against it. Nan Gongxian noticed Su Luo's gaze and asked, is there something? Su Luo hadn't expected to be addressed since she was being watched by many others besides him. I found an egg and wanted to give it away, but no one wants it. That was understandable given Su Luo's reputation in the sect. Anything he offered was considered tainted by others. Give it to me. Huh. Su Luo was stunned. Would Nan Gongxian really take it? Would she just steam it? Are you sure? Yes, give it to me. Su Luo handed it over, still puzzled. He and Nan Gongxian weren't that close, were they? In his memory, Nan Gongxian rarely accepted things from others. She usually either refused outright or took by force. When had she stooped to receiving gifts? Su Luo felt they weren't close, but Nan Gongxian thought otherwise, especially after the 3 months of playing the role of Elder Yanxi. At first Su Luo had struggled to act, showing great pain, but later he stopped pretending altogether, adopting a relaxed mode and treating his visits to Elder Yanxi as a pleasure. Occasionally they would chat, and Nan Gongxian felt that she and Su Luo had developed a bond, even if it seemed one-sided. Regardless, the egg had already been given away. Su Luo knew that whatever the system provided would not be substandard, but the novelty of raising a pet had long since faded. Once before he had earned the title of Lord of 100 Beasts, raising pets and commanding them as Pokemon masters in battle. But these days he simply had no heart for caring for pets. That took immense dedication for a creature to fight by your side with unwavering loyalty. Still, having given it to Nan Gongxian, he supposed the egg wouldn't just gather dust. Would it? It was entirely possible. Nan Gongxian possessed treasures beyond counting, and no one truly knew why she wanted this egg, perhaps merely out of whimsy. Maybe she would forget about it altogether, and the egg would fail to hatch. Who knew? It didn't matter to him anyway. Su Luo set those thoughts aside, and prepared himself, for it would soon be his turn to compete. Nan Gongxian held the egg up to the sunlight, inspecting it closely, yet discerning nothing remarkable about it. I never thought I'd see you accept a junior's gift, Nan Gongxian. Have you finally lost your way? The speaker was Huang Yanxian, an elder of Cloud Mist sect, a contemporary of Nan Gongxian, who had already reached the nascent soul stage. A remarkable achievement, some would say. Yet she had spent her entire life living in Nan Gongxian's shadow, and so she eagerly awaited any misfortune befalling her. Is there a problem? Nan Gongxian did not rise to anger. She had long grown accustomed to such petty mortal jealousy. A rather significant problem, I'd say. That egg of yours, could it possibly be a wildfowl's egg? Huang Yanxian's mocking smirk was unmistakable. Rest assured, even a wildfowl's egg could hatch under my care. Oh, you have such faith in it. Any proof? I've never seen such an egg before. None whatsoever. I'm simply in a good mood, and wish to attempt hatching it. Very well. You are Nan Gongxian after all. You may do as you please. But may I assume the disciple who just handed you that egg is particularly special? Otherwise, why would you accept his gift? Nan Gongxian offered no reply, remaining absorbed in contemplating how to incubate the egg. Huang Yanxian, unwilling to let the matter drop, and having other purposes for her visit, continued. Do you see that one over there? Yaohan Mei, my disciple. I've heard you've also taken on a student. Tell me whose disciple is stronger. Huang Yanxian knew she would never surpass Nan Gongxian in her lifetime. Hearing that Nan Gongxian had recently accepted a disciple presented an opportunity. If her own student prevailed, it would count as a victory nonetheless. My disciple requires none of my concern. Nan Gongxian had already read the diary. She had to admit Lin Xuan was quite capable. Moreover, the current trajectory of events pleased her, and there was nothing she particularly wished to intervene in. Still so confident, I see. We shall see then. Huang Yanxian too harbored confidence in her disciple. After all, he had already reached the golden core stage. How could he possibly lose to a foundation establishment cultivator? After all, the world held few like Nan Gongxian. As fate would have it, it was precisely Yaohan Mei's turn to compete, and her opponent was Su Luo. Good luck, Xiao Yu, the latter called out. Take a guess. How many matches do you think I'll win? With that smile, and that tone, Xiao Yu could already sense something. You lost on your very first match. Haha, exactly so. Ah, how unfortunate. This exchange was far grander than the previous sect tournament, and Xiaoyu had hoped to experience more of it alongside Su Luo. Don't worry, I'll stay until the very end with you. I won't go back to lie down until you've lost. Alright, I'll do my best. Su Luo had arrived at the competition arena, and losing his first match was hardly unexpected, for this particular round was never really his to begin with. Su Luo, please go easy on me, okay? Yao Hanmei struck a coy pose. She had already looked into Su Luo's capabilities and understood his level of strength with certainty. Victory was within her grasp. The cute display was merely habit. Su Luo almost wanted to say enough posturing. You deserve love too, but decided against it. Respect after all. Ding Guanghua watched Su Luo with eager anticipation. Having made no prior investigation, he preferred to witness with his own eyes, savoring the suspense. Every opponent from the other sex felt like opening a blind box, stimulating and unpredictable. This was precisely the kind of combat he desired. Well then, have you already encountered my disciple? Tell me, at what point will that Su Luo, the one who handed you the egg, meet his defeat? Huang Yanxian asked. No need to guess. One strike and he falls, Nangong Shiyun replied calmly. Why? There was no longer any need to explain. Su Luo had already been defeated in a single blow. He exited the arena with astonishing speed, pausing only to flash an inexplicable eerie grin. A wave of boos swept through the crowd. Ding Guanghua stood stunned. What, just like that? Wasn't he supposed to be the strongest? Too weak truly, Huang Yanxian remarked. So you still find him special? Special, my foot. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Nangong Shiyun's lips. That is precisely why you would not understand. Next it was Xiaoyu's turn. Su Luo offered a simple good luck. Xiaoyu nodded and stepped onto the arena. Seeing the sect master's disciple enter, the disciples of 7-Star Sword sect were reminded of Xiaoyu's earlier concession. Coupled with Su Luo's so-called glory for their sect, they could only conclude he had done them no favors. Xiaoyu's opponent hailed from Crossing Star Gate, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. The 7-Star Sword sect disciples immediately rallied behind her, determined to redeem themselves after the previous disgrace. After all, the sect master's disciple was someone they could trust. She had reached the summit of the pure martial tower. Xiaoyu showed no surprise. In a single move, 7 stars returning to 1, she claimed victory against an opponent of a higher realm, clean and decisive. It was a shame her cultivation time was still so brief, otherwise she would surely have shone brightly at this gathering. Her current realm was merely mid-stage Foundation establishment, a level more suited to participating in the festivities. Yet after this battle, none would dare underestimate her mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivation. Something tells me 7-Star Sword sect is rising again. Huang Yanxian frowned. Then be confident, you're not imagining it. Huang Yanxian. Very well, there was nothing more to discuss. She immediately ordered her disciples, should they encounter any from 7-Star Sword sect, fight to the death. Meanwhile, Li Si had bested a Cloud Mist sect disciple. Her technique displayed considerable finesse, marking her as another promising talent. Only her cultivation had yet to catch up. Huang Yanxian's expression darkened further. Fortunately, the exchange had been held this year. Should it have been delayed by a few more years, 7-Star Sword sect would have dominated entirely. The other sects shared the same apprehension. But that was a concern for later. For now, the other sects still held considerable advantage. Ding Guanghua too delivered a single-punch knockout against his opponent, showcasing his strength. At the same time, the other disciples of Heavenly Light sect began displaying their prowess, their overall strength far surpassing that of the remaining sects. When Crossing Star Gate faced 7-Star Sword sect, they deliberately dragged out the match, aiming to deliver a severe beating. Though Cloud Mist sect consisted entirely of female disciples, their combat skills were no mean feat, with more victories than defeats. For a time, the entire exchange devolved into a spectacle of these 4 sects flaunting their abilities. The other sects certainly possessed talented individuals as well, but comparatively, they fell short. After one round, each sect had formed a general understanding of the others. Although some might be concealing their strength and withholding their trump cards, it was quite clear who would prove difficult to handle. The first round had mostly filtered out the mere spectators. By the second round, the competition intensified. However, both Xiaoyu and Li Si made it through, though this round began to strain them significantly. In the third round, Li Si faced Yao Hanmei. Sister, I can see you possess true talent. Join our sect, and we can help you thrive. Yao Hanmei's words held truth. A sect composed entirely of women would surely possess something extraordinary. That sounds appealing, and I am tempted, but I will not go. Li Si had no intention of switching sects. Though she desired to grow stronger, her current sect had treated her well. Why would she leave? A pity then. Let me show you the gap between us. Indeed, at this stage, Li Si stood no match for Yao Hanmei. Even her signature sword intent managed only superficial wounds. Honestly, your sword intent is quite remarkable. Impressive for your cultivation level. Unfortunately, now it is my turn. Yao Hanmei moved with blinding speed, launching continuous strikes around Li Si. Falling Blossom Strike. Yao Hanmei ended the battle with her final move, leaving Li Si in utter defeat. As Yao Hanmei's master Huang Yanxian was visibly pleased, especially since they had defeated Nangong Shiyun's disciple. Tsk Tisk Nangong Shiyun, your disciple has fallen to mine. In less than 3 years your disciple won't even stand a chance against Li Si. That remains to be seen. Even if true Huang Yanxian would not concede now, she wanted to savor this moment fully. Nangong Shiyun took it in stride. She had no need to dwell on such matters or fight her disciples' battles. A single match's outcome was something that could only be reclaimed through one's own efforts. Li Si approached Su Luo. Su Luo opened his mouth to speak, but Li Si cut him off first. No need to comfort me. I just need a moment alone. Li Si rested her head against Su Luo's back. Su Luo sighed. Given Li Si's pride, she likely wanted to cry right now. Indeed, Li Si had been dealt harsh blows recently, and according to her diary, Su Luo was about to depart soon. Li Si had wanted to stop him many times, but always held back. She understood clearly that preventing Su Luo from leaving would only make him despise her. Next up was Xiaoyu. Her opponent was from Tianguang sect at the peak of Foundation establishment. Xiaoyu used that technique. Can I? Of course. It is time you showed your edge. Alright. Xiaoyu stepped onto the arena. She would not underestimate her opponent, and opened with 7 stars unification once more. Having witnessed it before, Tianguan sect had prepared countermeasures. Still 7 stars unification proved too ingenious to fully ward off. But that was enough. Seizing the opening after Xiaoyu's technique, the Tianguang disciple launched an immediate assault, relentless 360-degree attacks that forced Xiaoyu into pure defense. His strategy was simple: absorb the initial strike, then overwhelm Xiaoyu with superior cultivation to prevent any repeat. He succeeded. Now came the attrition, draining Xiaoyu's stamina. If Xiaoyu paused, she would suffer heavy damage, so she could only endure and seek openings. If none appeared, she would create her own. Through superior martial technique, Xiaoyu finally found an opening to counterattack, forcing the Tianguang disciple backward. Sensing danger, he erupted with his full cultivation and struck again. But it was too late. Xiaoyu was ready. 7 stars unification, second momentum. Xiaoyu understood that her greatest weakness in cross-realm combat was insufficient damage output. 7 stars unification dominated peers and handled slight realm advantages, but crossing 2 full realms proved difficult. That was precisely why this technique existed, a version doubling its power. Xiaoyu pointed her sword at her opponent, luminous spheres dancing around her form. She moved, single thrust. The Tianguang disciple resisted with all his might, but upon contact with Xiaoyu's blade, he was sent flying as though struck by a massive object. He soared upward before crashing down, eyes rolling white. No one had anticipated this reversal. Even more unbelievable was that a mid-foundation establishment cultivator could defeat someone at the peak. It seemed nearly impossible. Yet witnessing it firsthand made the preceding strike's power undeniable. All could only applaud in admiration as the entire city erupted in cheers. Ignoring everyone's gaze, Xiaoyu approached Su Luo and flashed a victory sign. Su Luo returned a thumbs up. This second momentum variation of 7 stars unification was a damage-amplifying technique Su Luo had taught Xiaoyu. Difficult to master, yet manageable for her. The real cost was extreme stamina depletion. She won, but at great cost. By the next round, Xiaoyu could no longer fight and had to withdraw. Meanwhile, the arena saw more than just practitioners of 7 stars unification displaying their prowess. Yuxing sect's tactics grew increasingly ruthless. When the 3 disciples of 7 stars sword sect faced them, they brought up the matter of Qin San to psych them out. And it worked. Both Han Inger and Yuan Jie fell to opponents who were not particularly weak. They simply wanted to cruelly taunt 7 stars sword sect. 7 stars sword sect's disciples desperately wanted to clash with Yuxing sect. But without authorization from their superiors, they could only bear it. They pinned their hopes on Zhuo Mingyuan. His strength and mental fortitude slightly exceeded the other two, allowing him a narrow victory, though it was far from graceful. But the following round brought another encounter with Yuxing sect, and their strongest fighter Liang Gaozhan. Zhuo Mingyuan was defeated, extinguishing 7 stars sword sect's final hope. Now the remaining competitors were predominantly from Tianguang sect, followed by Yunyan sect, then Yuxing sect. This perfectly validated the saying. 7 stars sword sect was eliminated. But before sorrow could set in, someone stepped forward. Lin Xuan defeated his opponent, once more securing victory. Among the remaining Golden Core cultivators, Lin Xuan's late foundation establishment stood out starkly. Previously, Lin Xuan had not faced any Golden Core opponents, leading others to assume he was simply fortunate. But that streak had ended. Every opponent he now faced was a Golden Core cultivator. He should have been eliminated. But so what? Lin Xuan feared nothing. He would fight a Golden Core cultivator just the same. First up was Liang Gaozhan of Yuxing sect. 7 star sword sect has only you left, huh? Tisk, what divine coincidence. It is almost as if heaven itself arranged for your sect's hopes to fall to us, your glory, seized by our hands. I have heard your sect has filthy tongues. Looks like the rumors hold true. Fall talk. My sword speaks louder. The two engaged in combat. 7 star sword sect's members harbored no hope, believing Lin Xuan should concede rather than endure further humiliation. But gradually something shifted. Lin Xuan began dominating through superior technique, restraining Liang Gaozhan. Liang Gaozhan unleashed the full power befitting a Golden Core cultivator while hurling insults at 7 star sword sect and Lin Xuan himself. Then Lin Xuan broke through to the peak of foundation establishment. The tide turned completely as Lin Xuan asserted dominance once more. Liang Gaozhan went from arrogant victor to a humiliated fool wiping his nose. Until Lin Xuan claimed victory. No one fully grasped how it happened. Was it even logical? But for 7 Stars Sword Sect winning was all that mattered. In this moment Lin Xuan became 7 Stars Sword Sect's beacon of hope. With a single battle he rendered everything Yuxing sect had accomplished completely worthless. The competition continued, and the one-on-one duels of course could not be concluded in a single day. Several days had already passed since the beginning. Especially in the final days, every time Lin Xuan won a match the 7 Star Sword Sect erupted in cheers, and some even wanted to rush onto the field to lift him up and celebrate. Defeating a golden core cultivator once might be a coincidence, but twice or thrice. That could no longer be explained by mere luck. Lin Xuan, you are my god. In the end Lin Xuan remained undefeated for the 7 Star Sword Sect, while the Tianguang sect had 3 members still without losses. All other sects had been eliminated. Thus Lin Xuan continued to battle against the Tianguang sect, and only the final sect would bring the competition to an end. Could Lin Xuan achieve a 1 versus 3 sweep? If it were anyone else the crowd would think it was a fantasy. But now everyone felt anticipation. Initially, no one believed in Lin Xuan, yet he had proven himself with his strength. There were even some people apart from the 7 Star Sword Sect who actually thought Lin Xuan had a chance. How insane. Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan. He won every single time. With each victory Lin Xuan's name resounded throughout the arena. Now he was finally facing Ding Guanghua. No matter the occasion, an underdog's comeback is always the most thrilling sight, the one that sets the blood boiling. Of course except for the one being overturned. Now Ding Guanghua was that person. But he did not see himself as such. He rubbed his bald head, a look of excitement on his face. Lin Xuan, watching you fight makes me unable to restrain myself. You ignite my blood so much. Come, let us have our final battle. I will give it my all. Good, good. I will hold nothing back either. This fist shall shine in its debut. Ding Guanghua struck first, his fist enveloped in white light, hurtling toward Lin Xuan with immense power. Lin Xuan held his sword with one hand and met the attack. Fist and sword clashed, producing a piercing sound. Offense and defense interwove between blade and fist, their speed increasing with each exchange. One misstep could mean a direct hit. But Lin Xuan's superior swordsmanship sustained him. Exhilarating. Ding Guanghua grew more excited with each blow. This was the battle he craved. Under such relentless assault Lin Xuan could only defend desperately. Yet to be able to defend at all was already remarkable. Hey, why does Lin Xuan seem stronger? Idiot, when facing a strong opponent one grows stronger. Don't you understand? So handsome. Even when he's being beaten, he looks that cool. Not bad, but our senior brother Ding will surely win. Right, maybe he's fierce only in the beginning and will fade later. The surrounding spectators chattered. Lin Xuan suddenly created distance. Flame-slaying white dragon sword. A white dragon shot forth, its power considerable. Well done. Ding Guanghua grabbed the dragon's mouth with both hands and tore it apart, dispelling it with ease. Lin Xuan naturally knew that one dragon would not be enough, so he unleashed several surrounding Ding Guanghua. A few more won't make a difference. Ding Guanghua handled one dragon in each hand, tossing them left and right with casual mastery, already a dragon tamer. But those were merely Lin Xuan's feints, buying time to gather power. Flame cut. By the time Ding Guanghua saw Lin Xuan, the vertical slash was already upon him. Ding Guanghua barely dodged, his clothes singed by the high temperature. But with a light blow the damage was gone. The fabric was of excellent quality. My turn. This fist you cannot evade. Ding Guanghua's fists glowed again, and then he began punching at Lin Xuan repeatedly. One after another light spheres shot from his hands, raining down upon Lin Xuan in a dense barrage. Lin Xuan used his sword to block, swinging it to deflect the spheres in all directions. The deflected spheres exploded all around, but the sheer number forced Lin Xuan to dodge and block simultaneously. He narrowly avoided a sphere aimed at his face. Yet the moment he evaded, Lin Xuan sensed something wrong. His instinct was correct. Ding Guanghua had already appeared behind him, fist descending. Boom. The punch landed on Lin Xuan's face, smashing him brutally into the ground, creating a crater dozens of meters deep. But Lin Xuan did not suffer in vain. As he was hit, he executed a scorpion kick, striking Ding Guanghua's chin. Yet that kick seemed to have little effect. Even so, the crowd was astonished. Damn, he can still counterattack like that. Incredible. But that punch Lin Xuan took was brutal. Can he still get up? If it were me, I'd be done for. Wow, so cool. I firmly believe Lin Xuan will stand up again. Indeed, Lin Xuan had risen. You're not done yet, are you? Come again. Ding Guanghua shook his fists. The warm-up was over. Of course. They clashed once more, but this time Ding Guanghua held a clear advantage. Even if Lin Xuan managed to wound Ding Guanghua, the damage he received in return was greater. Seeing Lin Xuan's battered state, one might fear he would be killed by accident. Yet it was all superficial. Lin Xuan could still fight. Lin Xuan, you constantly surprise me. Many times Ding Guanghua thought it was over only to have Lin Xuan rise again. This excited him, but also stirred a hint of fear. Just a hint, though. Then let me bring you an even greater surprise. Lin Xuan thrust his sword into the ground, tore off his tattered upper garment, clenched his fists, and assumed a stance. The crowd was baffled. What is Lin Xuan doing? Is he going to fight Ding Guanghua with fists? Has he lost his mind? Doesn't he understand how powerful Ding Guanghua's fist techniques are? Mad, utterly mad. His muscles look so good. I'm getting a little restless. Even Ding Guanghua was startled. He had never seen Lin Xuan use fists before, but his posture seemed genuine. Interesting. Ha ha, good. I'll take you up on that. Yet beneath the fist, Lin Xuan's offensive power proved even more formidable. This made Ding Guanghua feel as if he had found a kindred spirit. Lin Xuan, meeting you is truly wonderful. The feeling is mutual. Their fists clashed repeatedly. The tempo shifted from slow to fast, then back to slow. This process took half an hour. By now Lin Xuan seemed to be holding on by a thread. Ding Guanghua sent him flying with a punch, and he lay on the ground unable to rise for a moment. It appeared that Ding Guanghua would stand victorious. The spectators regretted it. Alas, Lin Xuan's fists are even more remarkable than his sword, but it's a pity. If his cultivation were a bit higher, the outcome might have been different. Regardless, Lin Xuan deserves our respect. Lin Xuan, don't cry. I'll bring my sisters to comfort you later. At that moment Lin Xuan stirred. He struggled to get up, but collapsed halfway. Yet he did not give up. He kept crawling. Ding Guanghua was almost moved to tears, but he would not hold back. Your will is truly strong. Given time you will surely soar. But for now I am stronger. This is the end. As a sign of respect I will use my strongest strike. Can you withstand it? Lin Xuan stood up, answering silently. Good. This fist, starlight shined. Not only did Ding Guanghua's fist glow, but the area above his head also lit up. The power displayed was beyond belief. He's going to kill someone. Stop him. What are you panicking for? So many experts are watching. What could happen? Don't. What if an accident occurs? The crowd's eyes widened, afraid to miss anything. Facing Ding Guanghua's strike, Lin Xuan raised his head and took a breath. Yin Lao, I feel it. The realm of 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements. First came calm, then an eruption like a flood. At that moment Lin Xuan also burst forth, throwing his punch. Bone-etching dragon might. The two forces collided, exploding outward from the center point. As the dust cleared, two figures stood on the arena. Who won? I don't know. What happened to Lin Xuan? Why did he suddenly erupt so fiercely? Lin Xuan, brother Xuan, I'm sorry I was wrong. You're not weak at all. You're truly enduring. The crowd waited eagerly for the answer. Ding Guanghua looked at his fist and chuckled, I lost. Then his eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Lin Xuan raised his fist, proclaiming his victory, but soon after he also lost consciousness. Yet he remained standing, refusing to fall. Did I misjudge that? Who won? No, I only joked that Lin Xuan could win, but he actually played seriously. How amazing, so cool, Lin Xuan. Even if hard to believe, winning was winning. The Qixing Sword sect now wanted to throw a celebration party and gathered around Lin Xuan on the field. At this moment Lin Xuan was their hero. Seeing the Qixing Sword sect claim victory in the first round, the Yuesheng sect felt as though they had swallowed something foul. By the time Lin Xuan recovered, the award ceremony was about to begin. The prizes were truly excellent and useful for him. Lin Xuan also offered a few words of acceptance speech. Fear no challenge, all things are possible. Of course, Su Luo dismissed such remarks as mere talk. For anyone else to attempt what Lin Xuan did would not be a challenge, but sheer arrogance. Next came the supplementary matches. Each sect could designate a challenger. Seeking revenge, the Qixing Sword sect's greatest desire was to face the Yuesheng sect. During their earlier match, the Yuesheng sect had deliberately held back, offering false hope only to later crush their opponent. The Qixing Sword sect only realized this later, which only intensified their anger. After recovering, Lin Xuan immediately challenged the Yuesheng sect, for their previous conduct had been too egregious. Having conquered Ding Guanghua under hellish difficulty, defeating them would be trivial. Lin Xuan decisively restored pride for the Qixing Sword sect. Other sects merely sought worthy opponents to witness their unique techniques. However, the Yunyan sect repeatedly challenged Lin Xuan, not out of enmity, but from fascination, wishing to approach him closely and even tease him. Others deemed it shameless. Unexpectedly, Su Luo found himself challenged as well by Ding Guanghua. Why challenge me? Not only was Su Luo curious, but everyone else was as well. On the pure martial tower you called me the strongest. I wish to test that claim personally. You would understand if you investigated. I don't care, I only want to verify it myself. Very well, then let me defeat you. I awaited. With Ding Guanghua's expression shifting to astonishment, Su Luo subdued him with a single strike. Was that arrogance just now? That's it. Are you serious? Try again. You're far too strong. Remember this. Leaving those words, Su Luo departed reluctantly. Making a fool of himself once more, he had boasted of some hidden trump card, yet it proved another disappointment. Ding Guanghua felt something amiss, but could not articulate it. Finally, he asked Lin Xuan, what is your evaluation? Extremely strong. Referring to me. Naturally, to Su Luo. Oh, he is concealing his strength. Why? You are not joking, are you? That concern is not yours. If you wish to fight, seek me out. Lin Xuan had no intention of elaborating. Fine, I accept defeat for now. I will return after my cultivation advances to challenge you properly. Thus concluded the supplementary matches. Each sect exchanged techniques and gained clearer insight into their rivals. The second round would select 10 participants for the survival trial. As discussion continued, Su Luo stepped forward arrogantly. I'm not targeting anyone, but none of you are capable. Let me go. You. Haha, that is the funniest thing I have heard today. CF Firen remarked. Do you not know your own performance? Still dreaming of joining the second round? Go back to sleep, trash. Others shared this view. There was no way Su Luo would be chosen. What if I reveal this? Su Luo produced a large white tube inscribed with array patterns. What is that? A treasure capable of unleashing damage equivalent to the early golden core stage with a single shot. Just this. Who are you trying to fool? Then try it yourself. Very well, aim here, said CF Firen, unwilling to believe. Su Luo activated the cannon. Its origin lay with Elder Yinshi, who had originally gifted a treasure that could unleash a torrent of flames. Though impressive, it had significant flaws, easily avoided, slow to charge, and noisy upon activation. If it were truly effective, Su Luo would have used it against Lin Xuan long ago. While insufficient against Lin Xuan alone, it excelled in group battles, which was how Su Luo earned a place on the team. However, Elder Yinshi did not give him the original treasure. Instead, he received an upgraded version, the cannon that could fire a light wave with power rivaling the peak of Golden Core. He really expected me to use this to slaughter Lin Xuan outright. Lin Xuan would either die or be crippled. But a mature Su Luo would never act so recklessly. He adjusted the artifact to lower its power. Sometimes Su Luo wondered if Elder Yinshi treated him like a bastard son, granting such exceptional favor. Yet the elder would soon be gone, so Su Luo offered 3 seconds of silent mourning. The modified cannon required a lengthy charge time, making CF Firen impatient. When the cannon emitted a violent light wave, he dodged instinctively, sensing grave danger. But Su Luo anticipated his move. Boom. CF Firen took the full impact and collapsed instantly. With this treasure, do I qualify? Do you not wish to win and bring honor to your sect? Hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Indeed, with such power, he might be useful. Not everyone possessed Lin Xuan's ability to overcome rank barriers with his techniques. Others might struggle to break through a golden core cultivator's defenses. I do not accept this. CF Firen shouted from the ground, unable to rise. Su Luo sneered. If you are weak, train harder. If you cannot bear defeat, do not play. Your strength comes only from the treasure. Contribute it to others, and they would achieve the same. Will you not contribute to the sect? CF Firen attempted moral blackmail. This is my treasure, why should I lend it to you? Let me compete. I will contribute more than any of you. As long as one lacked shame, moral binding failed. Moreover, boasting was necessary to demonstrate his value. You. CF Firen was left speechless with rage. After further discussion, they decided to allow Su Luo to occupy one slot, for few could unleash attacks of golden core power. Meanwhile, Han Inger and Yuan Jie were deeply wounded in the first round, and in poor condition, unable to continue. Thus only Lin Xuan and Zhuo Mingyuan remained as main forces, making the team appear weak compared to others. Additionally, Xiao Yu and Li Si failed to advance due to their low cultivation. The first round victory had taken the Qixing Sword sect by surprise. They were naturally elated, but joy aside, reality awaited. In the second round, despite their desire to win, pessimism lingered. They could only hope to avoid disgraceful defeat. Qingguang Union and Yuesheng all possessed several golden core cultivators. How could they possibly win a team battle? At night, Su Luo went to the Yuesheng gate and voiced his thoughts. How do I know you're telling the truth? If you set a trap for us to fall into, wouldn't it be foolish of us to believe you? With Lin Xuan here, your sect alone can't take us down. I'm helping you here. I also dislike Lin Xuan and can't let him keep stealing the spotlight. No matter what you say, I won't believe it. Fine, don't believe me. When the time comes, I'll reveal our sect's location, and other sects will be happy to besiege us. You can decide then. Indeed, the weaker sects could only stand a chance against the 3 major sects by uniting. Liang Gaozhan pondered whether to trust him. In the end, he decided to play it by ear. If anything seemed off, he would withdraw immediately. The thought of multiple sects besieging the 7-star sword sect actually excited Liang Gaozhan. It would be a crushing defeat. The mere thought delighted him. Su Luo used the same rhetoric on other sects, and they were quite willing to ally as it brought them no harm. As long as the powerful sects were eliminated, the remaining ones would be left to fight among themselves, each relying on their own strength. That was still better than being crushed by the 3 major sects. Therefore, forming an alliance in the second round was a sound strategy. Su Luo accomplished it without any scheming. After all, this was the script, and everything went smoothly. With everything settled, the second round commenced the next day. The survival mode began with all sects randomly placed. Losing consciousness meant elimination. The competition lasted 3 days, during which the safe zone gradually shrank. As soon as he entered the arena, Su Luo vanished from sight. Where's Su Luo? No idea. When did he leave? I knew it. He's no good deserting at a time like this. CF Firen had always opposed Su Luo joining the team, and now he hated Su Luo even more. With his words, the others grew even more resentful towards Su Luo. Alright, let's proceed as planned. Lin Xuan spoke up. He had become the team's leader, and the others were willing to follow him. Are you sure about this? Zhuo Mingyuan confirmed the battle strategy once more. Yes, just show our spirit. The so-called plan was to have no plan. charge at any other sect they encountered full force. Originally, the others had several suggestions that could improve their chances of winning. For instance, hiding until the final circle to conserve stamina, and even if they lost, they could still secure second place. Or secretly stirring up trouble to provoke fights among other sects, and then reaping the benefits. Lin Xuan opposed all of them. A good score achieved that way wouldn't be something to be proud of. It was better to fight all the way, letting other sects witness their fighting spirit. Although they disagreed, since Lin Xuan had made the decision, they chose to follow. Soon they encountered other sects, not just one but three. Looks like a melee is about to break out, CF Firen said, warily watching the other sects as a battle was imminent. Indeed, we'll have to see how it goes. Lin Xuan was also serious, not expecting several sects to converge at the start. The standoff didn't last long before the battle began. But as soon as the battle started, the 7-star sword sect sensed something was wrong. They had expected a multi-sect melee, but instead it was 3 sects ganging up on them. They felt like cursing. Are you related? How can you coordinate so well to attack us? But they quickly realized the reason. It was because they were strong. Perfect let them witness the might of the 7-star sword sect. Even under siege by 3 sects, they were not afraid. Fight! 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 Then the Yueshin Gate arrived. The atmosphere suddenly turned grim, as if doused with cold water. Yueshin Gate was different from the other sects. They were much stronger. What the hell are we this unlucky today? It looks like it's 1 against 4. Could they brute force their way through this? Yueshin Gate didn't care what the 7-star sword sect thought now that enemies had met their eyes burned with hatred. So 4 sects simultaneously besieged the 7-star sword sect. Lin Xuan, we can't hold on, we need to retreat. CF Firen struggled to fend off the attacks. Yeah, even if we fight recklessly, we can't take on all 4 sects at once. Time to change strategy. At that moment, Zhuo Mingyuan unleashed his full power, instantly sending several enemies flying. You take Lin Xuan and go, I'll cover the rear, he said firmly. As long as Lin Xuan wasn't eliminated, there was still a chance to turn the tide. Ever since he saw Lin Xuan fighting bloodily in the first round, Zhuo Mingyuan knew he couldn't remain passive any longer. Otherwise, how could he face his sect and his fellow disciples? Today, let me show you the strength of one of the 4 talents. Zhuo Mingyuan charged alone toward the enemy. Liang Gaozhan laughed. You. A useless waste. Yes, I'm useless, but not today. After one exchange, Liang Gaozhan had to admit that Zhuo Mingyuan's strength was solid. But so what? He never promised to fight fair. Liang Gaozhan waved his hand, and his men surged forward. Don't think you're the only ones with allies. CF Firen made a stylish entrance, sweeping a leg to knock several enemies away. Why didn't you leave? Zhuo Mingyuan was anxious. If they didn't go now, it would be too late. Lin Xuan patted his shoulder. We may have no chance of winning, but we are not afraid to fight. Exactly. Did you think we were Su Luo? We'd never abandon you. With that, the 7-star sword sect formed a circle facing the enemy together and rising to fight. Yueshin Gate didn't care about their passion. They only wanted to crush the 7-star sword sect and continued the siege with the other sects. The battle raged for a while when the Union sect happened to pass by and witnessed the scene. What's going on? Are you bullying my brother? Fighting one-on-one is fine, but so many sects ganging up. I can't stand to watch. Sisters attack. Without hesitation, the Union sect immediately joined the fray, and they fought with full effort, not just going through the motions. Now the scale of the battle had grown even larger. However, with the Union sects help, the pressure on Lin Xuan and his team lessened. After a fierce round of fighting, everyone present had lost their combat ability. Of course, no one lost consciousness, otherwise how could the upcoming spectacle lack an audience? Su Luo watched from the shadows, seeing no surprises. The plot was proceeding normally. Lately, though the plot was correct, small errors kept appearing in the details, especially regarding Elder Yanshi, who couldn't find the cause despite investigating. It was rare that the past 2 days had been so smooth. Su Luo felt relieved. Almost done, time to show up. Clap, clap, clap. Su Luo clapped his hands, a smile on his face, looking like someone whose scheme had succeeded. What a splendid show, truly a wonderful drama. I've enjoyed it immensely. Su Luo. When the members of the Qixing sword sect saw Su Luo, they should have been pleased to see one of their own. His arrival could help eliminate the others. But for some reason, looking at Su Luo, they felt something was off, a sense of foreboding. This was also because Su Luo's usual performance was too extraordinary. Whenever he appeared, trouble was sure to follow. Still, they had to speak to Su Luo. Su Luo quickly make them lose consciousness. Su Luo gave a crooked grin. No rush, I just made my entrance. How could I not give them a good thrashing first? They bullied our Qixing sword sect. Don't expect any mercy. He really dared to say that. Thrash. You only show up now, you bastard. Where were you earlier? Many present wanted to give this shameless Su Luo a beating, but they lacked the strength. Su Luo pulled out a cannon barrel and aimed it at Liang Gaozhan. Weren't you so arrogant before? Now you're in my hands. Power was condensing. Normally Liang Gaozhan wouldn't be afraid, but now lying on the ground exhausted, he felt a bit scared. The key was that the cannon barrel took a long time to charge, torturing his mind. Boom. Soon his body was also tortured. Liang Gaozhan took the shot head-on, blasted dozens of meters away, and instantly lost consciousness. The Qixing sword sect felt gratified. They had no sympathy for the Yueshin Gate. But Su Luo didn't stop. He went after other sects, constantly insulting, trampling, spitting, slapping faces, tying people to trees, and whipping them. He was careful with his strength, not letting them lose consciousness. Because he thought that later Lin Xuan would receive the same treatment, and everyone could see Lin Xuan's disgrace. The idea was good, though it wouldn't succeed. At first the Qixing Sword sect felt it was acceptable, but gradually they couldn't bear it. It was too humiliating. This Su Luo might as well give them a quick end. Lin Xuan was particularly disgusted. He couldn't hold back anymore. Although he knew Su Luo might have a purpose, his master had specifically told him that he didn't need to accommodate Su Luo. Just act according to his own will. Su Luo, that's enough. Make them lose consciousness. No rush, I haven't had my fun yet. So Su Luo's claws reached toward the Union sect. Su Luo smiled as he grabbed Yao Hanmei's head, and without any hesitation rubbed her face back and forth in the mud. Her pretty face was instantly covered in dirt. Ha, weren't you looking down on me before? Why aren't you talking now? Come on, hit me. Su Luo held mud in his hand, ready to stuff it into Yao Hanmei's mouth if she spoke a word. Seeing that Yao Hanmei only stared at him silently, Su Luo instantly lost interest and kicked her away like a ball. Even Su Luo himself felt he was outrageous and excessive. If there was a certain social media app here, he would be exposed immediately. Family who understands. Just now there was a creepy guy. Not to mention Su Luo looking down on himself, the Qixing Sword sect also looked down on him. That was the fairy who had helped them. How dared Su Luo do this? Seeing Su Luo about to harm another Union sect disciple, members of the Qixing Sword sect repeatedly told him to stop. Lin Xuan could no longer suppress his anger and said coldly, I said enough. Enough? Not enough. You think you can escape? I'm coming for you now. Su Luo, as if provoked, strode toward Lin Xuan. Lin Xuan's anger peaked and his strength seemed to recover somewhat. Su Luo attacked Lin Xuan wildly, and Lin Xuan began to fight back. If no one else were around, Su Luo would have been down long ago, but with so many watching he had to put on a bit of a show. The other Qixing Sword sect members also sensed something wrong. Foundation establishment perfection. When did Su Luo reach that level? Yeah, what's going on with him? Oh no, maybe Lin Xuan can't beat him. Should we apologize to Su Luo and stop fighting? Get lost. How can you say that after the Union sect helped us? Indeed, at this moment, they could only place their hopes on Lin Xuan. And Lin Xuan had created miracles many times. Could he defeat Su Luo this time? As for the other sects, they now regretted it. Damn it, we shouldn't have listened to Su Luo and allied. Actually, allying was correct, but they hadn't expected Su Luo to treat them like this. Now they only wanted to see Su Luo suffer a crushing defeat. Fight. Beat that Su Luo to death. He humiliated us when we couldn't resist. How despicable. Defeat him, and I'll do anything afterward. Lin Xuan, go for it. Lin Xuan also felt like he could truly fight Su Luo, but he found out it was still an act. Su Luo was at Foundation establishment perfection, but had countless flaws as if waiting to be defeated. Lin Xuan didn't know what Su Luo was up to, but he would just follow his own will. Perhaps this was part of Su Luo's plan. Su Luo's acting was superb, and Lin Xuan gradually gained the upper hand, constantly striking Su Luo. Su Luo panicked and screamed wildly. Why? Aren't they enemies? Why are you protecting them? Don't you want to win? For the sect, stop. You stop? I want to win, but they are also worthy opponents. Bullshit. Winning is everything. No, I won't let you have your way. Hearing Lin Xuan's words, the other sects were moved. What kind of person was this? So righteous, it made them cry. Lin Xuan and Su Luo fought again, but Lin Xuan had absolute superiority. As expected, Su Luo was nothing but trash. Lin Xuan died. Su Luo lost his mind, pulled out the cannon barrel, and began charging. Too slow. Lin Xuan was already in front of Su Luo. 8 extremities collapse. With one punch, he sent Su Luo flying. Remember, we must win, but we must win with honor. After saying this, Lin Xuan turned and returned to his team. Instantly, he stood tall in everyone's eyes. The members of the other 3 sects couldn't help but offer Lin Xuan their highest respects. Lin Xuan, thank you. I never thought you would even fight your own people for us. Compared to you, we are truly ashamed. Yes, we shouldn't have listened to Su Luo and allied against you. Wait, there seemed to be important information. Xie said, are you saying that you allied because of Su Luo? That's right. He found us yesterday and passed on your location from the start of the match. Xie punched the ground, lacking strength, but it was enough to show his fury. Damn Su Luo. Lin Xuan listened beside him. This familiar pattern. Thinking about it, it was indeed Su Luo's style. After everyone cursed Su Luo, Lin Xuan felt it was time to end it. Alright, don't feel ashamed about allying against us. We are still opponents, and you did nothing wrong. Lin Xuan changed his tone. However, you should withdraw now. You don't need me to force you, do you? For the sake of the sect, Lin Xuan knew what he had to do. He couldn't hesitate when it was time to eliminate. The other sect said, no, to thank you will help you. Help me. Yes, you're struggling against the Tianguang sect, aren't you? We'll help you. Lin Xuan hesitated, but had to admit it was a good method. After discussing with the other Qixing Sword sect members, they agreed. Although allying with other sects against the Tianguang sect didn't seem particularly honorable and contradicted his earlier words when opportunity presented itself, flexible principles were important. Fortunately, Lin Xuan knew how to adapt. Of course, except for the Yuetian Gate. They withdrew directly, and there was no way they would help the Qixing Sword sect. As for Su Luo, he had already withdrawn immediately, otherwise even a second's delay would have gotten him surrounded and beaten. How dastardly this Su Luo. When Huang Yanxian witnessed Yao Hanmei being humiliated by Su Luo, her teeth ground so fiercely they nearly shattered. Yet she would not deign to discipline Su Luo personally, for that would betray the dignity of her sect. If every sect were to intervene whenever their disciples suffered a setback at the exchange, there would be no point in holding such gatherings at all. It would simply devolve into open sect warfare. Indeed, quite impressive. Nangong Shiyun maintained a composed exterior, though inwardly, she was rather pleased. Huang Yanxian had been growing arrogantly overweening lately. It served her well to be brought down a peg or two. Do not think you can ruffle me thus. I would never let some incompetent young fool provoke my wrath. Heh, what is there to laugh at? I laugh when I please. Huang Yanxian was truly seething, but knowing she could not best Nangong Shiyun in combat, she was forced to swallow her fury. Meanwhile, Su Luo had scarcely emerged from the competition grounds when he was intercepted by Li Si. Hee, you treated Yao Hanmei that way because of me, didn't you? She said with a radiant smile. Su Luo, is there something wrong with your head? What does that have to do with you? Before I suffered a humiliating defeat at her hands. When you just now dealt with Yao Hanmei that way, you must have been seeking vengeance for me. I am so pleased. Li Si knew Su Luo was not acting out of concern for her, but by phrasing it this way she could place herself in his debt and draw him closer. You overthink things. I did it solely for myself. No need to be modest. I shall remember this favor. Off you go, it was not for you at all. While Su Luo jest, Ed light-heartedly Lin Xuan and the others were still engaged in the competition. Time was slipping away and the designated area continuously shrinking. Without surprise, Lin Xuan's group encountered the Tianguang sect. The Tianguang sect had already eliminated all other competing factions by this point, leaving only Lin Xuan and his companion standing. Thus there was no need for further words. Battle was the only option. Tianguang sect was determined to seize first place, this time aiming to redeem their earlier failure. They had not anticipated that Lin Xuan would receive assistance from other sects, yet they showed no sign of fear whatsoever. Predictably, while Tianguang sect possessed solid overall strength, it was Lin Xuan's side that emerged victorious. I have fallen to you once again. You truly are remarkable. Ding Guanghua sighed in admiration. I am merely an ordinary disciple of the Seven Stars Sword sect. Such humility. Among all of Seven Stars Sword sect, I alone submit to you. The other sects that had aided Lin Xuan did not resort to any underhanded tactics or ambushes, they withdrew of their own accord. After this phase they genuinely held Lin Xuan in esteem. Thus the Seven Stars Sword sect claimed victory in the second round, securing 2 consecutive wins. Who claimed that the Seven Stars Sword sect had declined. This was the true might of the Seven Stars Sword sect. Of course, to no small extent this was due to Lin Xuan. After the second round concluded, Su Luo remained at his quarters awaiting the arrival of Elder Yanxi. Elder Yanxi ought to test him soon, to see whether he could be persuaded to ally with the Heavenly Demon sect. Su Luo, however, was entirely unaware that Elder Yanxi had long since perished. With Nangong Shiyun's presence, any doubts regarding Su Luo's rapid cultivation breakthrough were swiftly quelled. Should anyone question Nangong Shiyun, would merely declare, none of your concern. Stay out of it. Thus no inquiries arose. Furthermore, with the sect master's backing, there was absolutely no investigation into Su Luo. Nevertheless, Nangong Shiyun was mindful of her mission and sought out Su Luo directly. You appear quite furious. Indeed. How can I accept that someone like Lin Xuan constantly steals all the limelight? I refuse to tolerate it. Su Luo, in a frenzy, smashed everything within reach. You think you are angry? I am far angrier. Do you realize the grave trouble you have caused by exposing your strength? Elder Yanxi stomped her foot, splitting the ground with a deep crack. I am sorry. Faced with Elder Yanxi's reprimand, Su Luo instantly cowered, his voice dropping to a timid whisper. Never mind. I will temporarily suppress this matter for you, but do not act so recklessly in the future. Thank you, Elder Yanxi. After a moment of silence, Elder Yanxi spoke. You wish to kill Lin Xuan, is that correct? Yes, Elder Yanxi, please help me. Sigh, I shall assume you are babbling nonsense. And what I am about to say is likewise nonsense. Could I orchestrate the Heavenly Demon sect to relentlessly hunt a single individual? Are you suggesting I use them as a blade to kill for you? Yes. As long as Lin Xuan dies, I will do anything. You always have the worst timing for jokes. Killing a fellow sect member is a capital offense. Therefore, when we go forth to campaign against the Heavenly Demon sect, deliver this to them. As for what will transpire afterward, I cannot say. Whether you use it or not is entirely up to you. Elder Yanxi's implication was clear enough, and Su Luo understood immediately. He took the coded message and unfolded it. Lin Xuan is terrifying beyond measure. This child must not be allowed to live. Su Luo was rendered speechless. Elder Yanxi, were you concerned that you were not dying fast enough? To write it out in such plain language. If discovered, it would constitute collusion with the Heavenly Demon sect, a capital crime. Moreover, without employing a cipher, the people of the Heavenly Demon sect would not deign to notice you at all. Yet Su Luo had no choice but to accept it, knowing he would need to revise it later. Complaints about Elder Yanxi aside, Su Luo found himself growing strangely accustomed to this version of her, one who had forgotten half of what once was. As long as the essential matters remained intact, that was sufficient. Besides, she would not last much longer anyway. Nangong Shiyun was equally powerless, she knew no secret codes. After questioning Elder Yinchi's inner circle, none of them possessed such knowledge either. Presumably only those of higher rank were privy to such ciphers, so they had no choice but to proceed thus. She knew Su Luo would manage on his own. Let me reiterate, whether or not you use this is your decision, and I bear no responsibility. Understand? Yes, I shall never reveal any information pertaining to you, Elder Yinchi. Very well. I wish you success. And with that, Elder Yinchi departed. After a brief respite, the third round commenced. Su Luo's affairs were temporarily shelved. The pressing matter now was to confront the Heavenly Demon sect together. The senior experts leading each sect would provide covert protection, but would not intervene unless lives were in imminent danger. This time belonged to the disciples. Their ultimate achievement hinged entirely upon them. Through the first and second exchanges, although they hailed from different sects, they had come to understand one another considerably. Thus cooperation presented little obstacle. Even Yuxing's sect, now fully aware of the Heavenly Demon sect's horrors, made no attempts to undermine the Seven Stars Sword sect. The third round, the campaign against the Heavenly Demon sect, proceeded remarkably smoothly. Throughout this process, Lin Xuan shone brilliantly, demonstrating exceptional tactical command and formidable solo combat prowess. He was truly a versatile powerhouse, once again conquering the respect of the other sects. Su Luo likewise followed the plot without deviation, successfully delivering the coded message to one of the Heavenly Demon Seven. Subsequently, that Heavenly Demon Seven locked onto Lin Xuan in single-minded pursuit, ultimately meeting his own demise. The entire Heavenly Demon sect stronghold was utterly annihilated. A complete victory with not a single casualty. Only then did the 10 great sects breathe a sigh of relief. The campaign against the Heavenly Demon sect inherently carried considerable risk, and the 10 sects had deliberated extensively over numerous contingency scenarios. Thus, do not be deceived by the appearance that only the disciples bore the burden. Numerous experts from various sects stood vigilant behind the scenes, ever watchful for any counterattack from the Heavenly Demon sect. Yet the Heavenly Demon sect offered neither reinforcements nor any hidden reserves. They simply ceased to exist. Therefore, this triumph naturally warranted vigorous promotion, further amplifying the renown of the 10 sects. The Heavenly Demon sect, merely the remnants of a bygone era. The Heavenly Demon sect no longer commands terror. They have become utterly worthless demonic cultivators, deserving no more than contempt. The 10 great sects trample the Heavenly Demon sect beneath their feet. The Patriarch of Seven Star Sword sect declares, the Heavenly Demon sect is now but a stray dog, incapable of mounting any real threat. Hearing the 10 great sects speak so arrogantly, the Tianma sect did not refute them, but instead secretly intensified its efforts. What was originally meant to destroy a single outpost has now been escalated to destroying their headquarters with outrageous exaggeration. It didn't need to convince everyone, as long as most people believed that the Tianma sect's purpose was achieved. Meanwhile, the Tianma sect was not solely focused on propaganda. While spreading their message, they had already begun their operations. Preparations for the planned assault on the 10 great sects were underway. Undercurrents surged. Danger inched closer to the 10 great sects bit by bit. Qixing Sword Sect. Su Luo rose from his recliner, stretched lazily, and casually picked up a sword. Xiaoyu, come, let's practice together. Xiaoyu was puzzled why Su Luo suddenly felt like sparring with her today. Previously, she had begged him countless times, but he would ignore her. Yet this opportunity was rare, and Xiaoyu was naturally overjoyed. Su Luo was genuinely serious now, so his every move was strict and precise. Xiaoyu could find no opening to counterattack, making her wonder what she had been learning all along. It was quite discouraging, yet Xiaoyu felt no such frustration. Instead, she felt only enjoyment. The more they sparred, the more familiar she became with Su Luo's style, a side of him she had never encountered before. Even when exhausted to her limit, Xiaoyu had no intention of stopping. But Su Luo would not allow her to push herself so recklessly. Enough, Xiaoyu. That's sufficient for today. You've done well. Su Luo, you are truly incredibly strong. Just average, really. I've simply practiced enough to accumulate skill. Once Xiaoyu had recovered somewhat, Su Luo said, let's go for a walk around the sect. He supposed there wouldn't be many days left for him at Qixing Sword sect anyway. Alright. Xiaoyu didn't know why Su Luo wanted to stroll about, but being together was what mattered. They arrived at Kaiyang Peak, gazing upon the spectacular sight of 10,000 swords return. This referred to a refining furnace atop Kaiyang Peak, specially designed to collect broken and discarded swords. Once each month, all the battered swords were gathered and soared toward the refining furnace. Even broken swords bore the glory earned through battle, though shattered, they deserved respect. Next, they visited Yuhing Peak, where the past leaders of Qixing Sword sect had left their inscriptions atop the summit. Each carving overflowed with sword intent. However, this was ultimately someone else's sword intent. One could observe it, even learn a little, but in the end one must cultivate and comprehend a sword intent that was entirely one's own. Su Luo explained this to Xiaoyu. They then revisited the pure martial pagoda, where Su Luo teased Xiaoyu about a remark that had somehow made him many enemies, particularly among the outer sect disciples. Honestly, these were not particularly remarkable places, at least from Su Luo's perspective, having seen them many times before. For Xiao Yu, there was nothing especially astonishing here, either, as she held little interest in such sights. But because Su Luo was by her side, everything gained meaning. What truly mattered was with whom one shared these moments. Xiao Yu rose on her tiptoes, cupping Su Luo's face with both hands, studying him from left to right, then tilted her head and spoke. Su Luo, you're acting very strange today. Strange? Yes, is something on your mind? I have to leave. Su Luo said this in the calmest tone possible, hoping to make the news feel lighter. Where are you going? I'm coming with you. To Tianma sect. You cannot go. Of course, a place like that was unsuitable for Xiao Yu. Why must you go to Tianma sect? It's still part of my plan. Is it absolutely necessary? Yes, it is. Su Luo looked down and saw Xiao Yu crying. Don't cry. I'm no good at comforting people. But we will meet again. But we'll never be able to see each other every day like this again. Indeed, Su Luo felt a touch of loss himself. We will meet again. But that was all he could offer as comfort. His heart had long grown as cold as a fish-cleaving blade. Yet now Su Luo still felt a slight ache. Enough, stop crying. Let's rather cherish this time together. Tell me anything you'd like to do, and I'll grant it. All strictly limited to the present moment. Woo! Take me with you. Only that. There is no discussion. Xiao Yu clung to Su Luo and wept for a long while. In the end, Xiao Yu asked for nothing unusual. She simply wanted Su Luo to accompany her, as he always had. She was so easy to satisfy. After spending time with Xiao Yu, Su Luo felt there was one other person he needed to bid farewell to. Among the disciples of Qixing's sword sect, very few had ever shown him kindness. What's this? You seeking me out voluntarily? How unusual. Li Si circled around Su Luo, examining him to see what was different today. Aside from matters involving the storyline, Su Luo had rarely sought her out before. Looking at Li Si, Su Luo couldn't help but reflect. In this life, she was quite different. In the past, she would have regarded him as something filthy, certainly not someone she could talk and laugh with. From what point had she changed? Su Luo could no longer recall. Is that so? I used to look for you quite often. Back then you never held genuine feelings for me. How can you say I had no sincerity toward you? The entire Qiufeng city knows I care for you. And what of now? Haha. Su Luo gave a distracted laugh, hoping to gloss over the question. TCH. Li Si wore an expression as if to say, just as I thought. She didn't press further, but instead asked, so what do you need? Nothing urgent. I've just come to say goodbye in advance. Goodbye? Why? Just say goodbye. I'm afraid you might beat me to death if I tell you later. Li Si was different from Xiao Yu. She possessed her own worldview and moral standards. If she learned that he had entered Tianma sect, she would likely be furious. Anyone with even a basic sense of decency would look down upon the deeds of Tianma sect. I want, Li Si said, her playful tone carrying an undertone of firmness. You're so certain. You'll regret it. Then just wait and see whether I regret it or not. Su Luo shook his head. He could only be stubborn now. Perhaps by the time she found out she would wish to kill him. Su Luo did not dwell on the matter and continued, whether you regret it or not can wait. For now, let me offer some advance compensation. Is there anything you'd like me to do for you? Consider it a parting gift. Anything at all. I hardly ever see you this generous. Then I take it back. The way you're eyeing me makes me nervous. Wait. How about I give you the family heirloom? That Starfall jade bracelet. Why would you want that? You refused it when I offered it to you before. That was then, and this is now. I want it now. Too late. My father already gave it to Xiao Yu. Hearing the mention of the Starfall jade bracelet at such a moment, Su Luo could not help but recall that Li Si had taken Lin Xuan's fortune several times before. Wait, was the Qinghua pendant with her? It shouldn't be right. Ugh. Li Si was stunned. When did that happen? During our time in Qiufeng City. Ugh. Li Si made a distressed sound on the verge of tears. She had hoped to formally receive the Starfall jade bracelet from Su Luo to give to Lin Xuan, but having it in Xiao Yu's possession meant something entirely different. Thinking back, this had originally been intended as a betrothal gift. Now it rested with Xiao Yu as a treasured family heirloom bestowed by Su Luo's own father, a gesture of profound significance. No, as long as Su Luo had no such intention, it meant nothing. Right now Su Luo was only thinking about the storyline. He would never consider such matters. Li Si didn't know whether to feel happy or distressed. After all, her situation was no different from Xiao Yu's in this regard. Li Si felt utterly bewildered, wishing she had never asked in the first place. What do you intend to do with the Starfall jade bracelet? You're already saying farewell. Wouldn't you leave something behind as a keepsake? It's not meant for any other purpose, is it? What purpose? Su Luo was stumped. She couldn't possibly say, do you happen to have a Qinghua pendant? If she asked where she got the information, how would she answer? To avoid further trouble, Su Luo let it drop. The system had given no warning of plot deviation, so it was fine. After all, Lin Xuan had not been robbed of his fortune for the first time. Then it has no practical use, and I don't even have it on me now. I can't give it to you. Pick something else. Then let it stand as a debt. I'll think of something later. Li Si was caught off guard by Su Luo's sudden response, and truly couldn't think of what she needed at the moment. It might as well remain a debt. Then she'd have a reason to meet again. I'm sorry, but I don't keep ledgers of favors. What's past is past. Please. Su Luo. Very well, Su Luo reluctantly agreed. Who could say what the future held? Let's be clear beforehand. I may or may not fulfill your future requests. In any case, it would be wise to assume I never said anything. If this were the Su Luo from the original storyline, it was hard to say. But when unrelated to the plot, Li Si knew that Su Luo was actually quite dependable. Those farewells were finally made. Su Luo had nothing else to do, so she prepared to head to the Tianma sect. But first she would write in her diary. Nangong Xiyun, portraying Elder Yinshi, had recently been visited repeatedly by her confidants who came to relay messages from the Tianma sect. Nangong Xiyun had grasped the general outline of the Tianma sect's plan, though some core information remained undisclosed, even to Elder Yinshi. It seemed the Tianma sect kept its secrets from everyone. This was only natural. In their eyes, Elder Yinshi was merely a transactional partner expected to fulfill his role without needing further details. Nangong Xiyun need not fear the Tianma sect's core secrets, for luckily Su Luo's diary had just been updated. Based on her understanding of Su Luo, he would surely record such information in his diary. She simply couldn't understand why Su Luo wrote such a diary. Was it a personal hobby? But who writes a diary for practical purposes? By my calculations, the Tianma sect should arrive soon. Elder Yinshi has begun assigning me tasks. Perform outstandingly in the great war between the Qixing Sword sect and the Tianma sect. This way, when I join the Tianma sect, I will be appreciated and elevated. This is my rare moment of glory. Elder Yinshi has personally strengthened me, and even provided a treasure funded by the Tianma sect, the demonic wolf sword. To ensure the smooth execution of their plan, the Tianma sect has given Elder Yinshi numerous demonic arts to enhance the strength of his inner agents. The demonic wolf sword is among the more formidable items. It is exceedingly sharp, and can summon demonic wolves to attack. This shows how much Elder Yinshi has invested in me, far more than any other confidant. I shall unleash my power in the great battle, continuously defeating disciples of the Qixing Sword sect. Though exaggerated, it is roughly accurate. Those who used to mock me are now trampled beneath my feet. This reversal is unbearable for disciples of the Qixing Sword sect. I am quite pleased with myself. This is the power gained by joining the Tianma sect. Upon hearing this, they were thoroughly shocked. They realized the Tianma sect was indeed terrifying. But I can only astonish these junior disciples of the Qixing Sword sect. This time I did not encounter Lin Xuan. At the recent sect exchange conference, I had just been humiliated. Beating him again so soon would hardly be entertaining. So this opportunity to shine is merely to build up my image and strengthen my foundation, making future humiliations all the more satisfying. Thus, in the battle between the Tianma sect and the Qixing Sword sect, my performance truly stood out. Elder Yinshi even passed his achievements to me, as they held no value for him. He had already obtained what he desired. That achievement is leading other agents to plunge the Qixing Sword sect into chaos. Of course, I did nothing of the sort. All of this was fabricated by Elder Yinshi before the Tianma sect's attack. He praised me as a talented individual with excellent leadership skills worthy of cultivation, and requested special treatment during the Great War. From this, it is evident that Elder Yinshi truly values me as a resource. Another reason for my outstanding performance is that my strength surged immediately after joining the Tianma sect, which in turn indirectly highlights the sect's power. Lin Xuan will frequently face the Tianma sect in the future, so the Tianma sect must carry sufficient prestige. The more formidable we appear, now the more satisfying his future defeats will be. Lin Xuan's storyline this time was decent, but not entirely remarkable. His standout quality lies in his continued brilliance against the invading Tianma sect, but these were merely grunts. The Tianma sect's elite forces were occupied dealing with the Qixing Sword sect's masters. Lin Xuan played no decisive role in this battle. He is still merely engaging in lower-tier skirmishes. Lin Xuan is still in his rising phase, so it is only natural that he cannot participate in such battles. Moreover, this attack by the Tianma sect was meticulously planned. First, Elder Yinshi as the mole controlled disciples implanted with demonic seeds to drive them into frenzy. Worse still, he secretly administered the cultivation frenzy pills funded by the Tianma sect. Even without the pills, their frenzy had already greatly amplified their power. With the pills, they became wildly ferocious, though at the cost of their lives. None could survive past a single day, once the battle ended, their countdown to death had already begun. Among them was Wei Chongli, one of the 7 heavenly demons. He led the lower cultivation disciples of the heavenly demon sect to assault the 7 stars sword sect, wreaking havoc and slaughtering indiscriminately. Lin Xuan briefly clashed with Wei Chongli, dealing him a slight disadvantage, but Wei managed to escape unscathed. At the height of their victory, the heavenly demon sect withdrew. Wei Chongli was tasked with covering the retreat of the others. Yan Shi's most trusted subordinate dropped his pretense, openly declaring his voluntary allegiance to the heavenly demon sect. He flaunted his arrogance, openly mocking the disciples of the 7 stars sword sect without restraint. The other disciples were dumbfounded. They had genuinely believed these traitors were under some form of control, carefully restraining their strikes to avoid inflicting mortal wounds. Now they regretted not simply killing them on the spot. Before departing, I hurled a massive flash bomb funded by the heavenly demon sect, and made my exit in heroic fashion. Though the heavenly demon sect suffered considerable casualties, their victory proved entirely worthwhile. This pattern repeated across multiple sects. All sustained devastating losses. Such losses among other sects were secondary concerns. To Lin Xuan, the heavenly demon sect's actions had already placed them on his kill list. After the battle concluded, Elder Yanxi had concealed himself effectively, yet Lin Xuan eventually uncovered traces of his involvement. Combined with my conspicuous performance, Lin Xuan connected the dots to Elder Yanxi's repeated assistance toward me. Lin Xuan initiated an investigation into Elder Yanxi, gathering incriminating evidence along the way. Elder Yanxi, foolish as he was, had maintained his cover meticulously until Lin Xuan confronted him. He initially pretended ignorance, but once presented with the evidence, a cold smile crossed his face, and he abandoned all pretense, openly confessing his deeds to Lin Xuan. Perhaps he believed he could crush Lin Xuan with ease, but Elder Yin met his demise in an instant. The moral is clear: never show off before the protagonist. After finishing his journal entry, Su Luo waited patiently for his reward, the sole motivation that kept him writing. Journal completed: Speed 3, A Strength 4, E Cultivation Advanced 1 Realm. Current cultivation, Nascent Soul Midstage. Straightforward and unadorned with no special abilities granted. Yet Su Luo preferred precisely this kind of reward. Meanwhile, Nangong Shiyun had finished reading the journal. Everything was becoming clear. Nangong Shiyun had pieced together all the details through her intelligence combined with Su Luo's journal entries. The Heavenly Demon Sect wanted to fight 10 opponents. That meant their downfall had arrived. Next, Nangong Shiyun needed to consult with the sect master about this matter, as the sect's full strength could not be ignored. When she explained the Heavenly Demon Sect's plans, the sect master wore a perplexed expression. What's wrong? Do you have concerns? This plan of yours is far too detailed, suspiciously so. The sect master struggled to accept this. While Nangong Shiyun's imitation was competent, how could someone so unremarkable possess such keen intelligence-gathering skills? She seemed to know every plan of the Heavenly Demon Sect. For a moment, he wondered if she had orchestrated the strategy herself. Even the level of detail is suspicious. If I were the Heavenly Demon Sect, would I let you uncover so much? Don't underestimate me. Besides, Su Luo contributed significantly as well. The sect master remained doubtful, but with Su Luo's involvement, it was somewhat plausible. Now it was time to discuss countermeasures. With proper precautions in place, the Heavenly Demon Sect wouldn't achieve any major victories. Wasn't that right? A sinister smile spread across the sect master's face. Nangong Shiyun and the sect master deliberated at length before finalizing an overarching strategy, leaving finer details for later discussions with others. They would inevitably need other peak lords and elders to coordinate against the Heavenly Demon Sect. Nangong Shiyun returned to maintain her cover as Elder Yanxi, and drawing from the journal prepared to assign tasks to Su Luo. At that moment, the egg Su Luo had given her began showing signs of movement. Nangong Shiyun retrieved it and cradled it in her palm. Crack! Something inside was struggling to break free from its shell. Curiosity sparked within her. What made this egg so special? Soon enough, a tiny creature emerged from within. A petite white feline materialized, distinguished by a luminous halo circling its head. Nangong Shiyun found it endearing, yet struck by its extraordinary nature. The newborn already possessed foundation establishment cultivation power. What was that halo? Before she could reach out to touch it, the creature darted into a corner, trembling with fear, as though deeply alarmed by her presence. Running away? How odd. Upon hatching, you should feel affinity toward me, not fear. With a casual gesture, Nangong Shiyun captured the trembling creature. I shall name you Xiao Pa for your timidity. Remember, I am your master now. Xiao Pa nodded feebly, its instincts screaming that the power radiating from her was terrifying. Nangong Shiyun possessed little experience or genuine interest in raising pets. She merely sought to understand what made Su Luo's gift unique. In retrospect, the creature was visually distinctive, unlike anything she had encountered before. Its current strength was modest, but given its recent emergence, that was understandable. She would observe how far it could develop. After a brief period of amusement with Xiao Pa, Nangong Shiyun left it to entertain itself. Do you understand? I understand. I will not disappoint Elder Yanxi's expectations. This time the 7-Stars Sword Sect will remember me. They mocked me before. Now it is my turn to trample them. Su Luo's resentment ran deep, now encompassing not only Lin Xuan, but the entire 7-Stars Sword Sect. Elder Yanxi nodded approvingly. Excellent. With such determination, I am reassured. Su Luo felt reassured. Though minor discrepancies existed in Elder Yanxi's instructions, the fundamental direction remained sound. Stay on course, Elder Yanxi. Maintain this trajectory until your demise. After receiving the materials funded by the Heavenly Demon Sect from Elder Yanxi, Su Luo departed. Nangong Shiyun naturally possessed these items provided by Elder Yanxi's trusted subordinate. Preserving these loyal subordinates from earlier had proven wise. Nevertheless, reckoning would come. These traitors committed unforgivable offenses. Unlike disciples who harbored demonic seeds through ignorance. Fully aware that their actions inflicted grave harm upon their sect, they displayed zero remorse. Within their hearts, they may have already embraced their identities as members of the Heavenly Demon Sect. They were beyond redemption. While Nangong Shiyun conversed with Su Luo, the sect master deliberated countermeasures with senior leadership. This time the heavenly demon sect would suffer grievously. Regarding other sects, the sect master also disseminated intelligence to their leaders. How they responded was their own concern. He could not dictate their actions, and merely sharing information was worthwhile. With preparations complete, they awaited the prey's arrival. The sect master acknowledged that intelligence had transformed the Seven-Star Sword sect from hunted to hunter, a role where Su Luo's contributions proved irreplaceable. Yet what burden fell upon him? According to Nangong Shiyun, he would need to infiltrate the heavenly demon sect as a spy. Alas, such noble sacrifice known only to himself and Nangong Shiyun. Truly a cruel fate for him. The sect leaders summoned a number of disciples for the upcoming plan required their cooperation. These disciples were the future of the sect. After the incident with Qin Sin, a thorough investigation had been conducted, and they could be trusted. The future of the sect always belonged to the young. This time involving them was also a test. Sect leader, why have you called us here? Soon the Tianma sect will attack. They? Coming to die. They dismissed the news, having grown arrogant from the praise they had received, almost looking down upon the Tianma sect. Truly too young. Do you underestimate the Tianma sect? If not for the advance warning, our sect would suffer heavy losses, especially among the disciples. Countless injuries and deaths. Hearing the severity in the sect leader's words, they had to become serious. The sect leader went straight to the point, explaining the general situation. During the Tianma sect's invasion, some disciples would rebel, those loyal to Elder Yin Shi. Additionally, there was Su Luo. Some were assigned by the sect leader to put on an act with the loyalists, while others. You will lose to Su Luo. Hearing the sect leader's arrangement, Xie Firen was the first to refuse. Impossible. Anyone but him. I will never lose. The mere thought of Su Luo filled Xie Firen with indignation. Why should he lose to someone like that? Right, I can't do such a thing either. It would damage my Dao heart. Sect leader, please assign someone else. The other disciples shared the same attitude. Their pride would not allow them to lose to Su Luo, even if it was an act. The sect leader had anticipated this reaction. What I am about to say must not be disclosed. Swear by the heavenly Dao. Swearing by the heavenly Dao was not always binding. Breaking the oath might not bring retribution. Yet it still carried a degree of constraint more effective with higher cultivation. In the cultivation world, swearing by the heavenly Dao was a solemn matter. Though the disciples did not understand why they trusted their sect leader. After they all swore, the sect leader spoke. You have never understood Su Luo. In truth, Su Luo is on our side. What do you mean? It means he is determined to go undercover in the demonic path. Him? Ha ha ha, sect leader, don't joke. He probably wants to join them himself. Hearing this, the disciples laughed. They knew Su Luo's nature all too well. If Su Luo were a spy sent by the demonic path, they would believe it first. I am telling the truth. Moreover, the news of the Tianma sect's invasion was delivered by Su Luo. What? The sect leader revealed everything about Su Luo. Impossible. Su Luo deliberately ruined his own reputation to infiltrate the Tianma sect and gather information. And he had indeed succeeded, learning about the Demon Seed's elder, Yenshi's betrayal, and the Tianma sect's invasion. This was clearly hard for the disciples to accept all at once. The sect leader is telling the truth. Lin Xuan stepped forward to speak. You knew? Yes, I have known for a long time. But even I didn't expect Su Luo to achieve so much. I truly admire him from the bottom of my heart. Lin Xuan then shared his own knowledge of Su Luo's deeds. With Lin Xuan's testimony, the other disciples were finally inclined to believe. Once they believed, recalling Su Luo's actions, they felt an inexplicable gap. The Su Luo they had always looked down upon was secretly accomplishing things beyond their imagination. The sect leader addressed them. I originally did not want to speak of Su Luo's affairs. He never mentioned it to others, bearing it all alone. But that would be too cruel to Su Luo. Silent sacrifice is admirable, but we cannot let those who give remain unknown. You are the future of the Seven-Star Sword sect. You have the right to know. I hope you will help Su Luo both now and in the future. Xie Firen was silent for a moment, then said, I understand. I will help. Even someone as proud as he, when putting himself in Su Luo's shoes, knew he could not have done what Su Luo did. Su Luo had been pretending all along. How ridiculous that they thought they understood him. At a stronghold of the Tianma sect, a large number of Tianma sect figures had gathered. Zhang Tiansan, the bloodthirsty madman. Chao Shaolin, who abstains from beef. Yin Yoming, the half-human half-ghost. Li Huanqi, the smiling hidden knife. But the highest authority here was the Tianma left emissary, one of the demon lord's right-hand men. This time he was leading the assault on the 10 great sects. Standing at the elevated center, he addressed the crowd. Everything is ready. Now it is time to harvest victory. Everyone, the moment is right. Let the world remember the might of our Tianma sect once more. Here I wish you all a triumphant return. With that, the Tianma left emissary downed the red liquid in his cup. The other Tianma sect members followed suit. After drinking, disperse. At the left emissary's command, the place was instantly empty save for him. The Tianma sect had struck. The plan was set in motion. Li Huanqi of the Tianma sect had already led his men to the vicinity of the Seven-Star Sword sect. Gazing at the sect, he was already excited. The thought of causing chaos within filled him with inexplicable joy. Though there was danger, the greater the risk, the more thrilling he found it. And he was confident he could escape unscathed. Seeing the sect's protective formation fail, it was their cue to enter. Li Xuanqi laughed heartily. Come, let's give the 7-star sword sect a big one. The Tianma sect members present bared ferocious grins and launched a joint attack, converging into a devastating force that tore through the sky toward the 7-star sword sect. Naturally, it was neutralized. The Tianma sect found it normal. If it couldn't be blocked, where would be the fun? Li Xuanqi and his men had already entered the 7-star sword sect, confronting the sect leader and others. Well, long time no see, sect leader of the 7-star sword sect. Any good news lately? If not today, our Tianma sect is here to bring you some good fortune. Li Xuanqi spoke of good fortune. Good for the Tianma sect, but certainly not for the 7-star sword sect. However, the sect leader could barely suppress his laughter. In every sense, they were walking right into the trap. The sect leader covered his mouth to keep from laughing and said in a fierce tone, "What do you intend to do to our 7-star sword sect? You'll find out soon enough. I hope you are satisfied with this grand gift from our Tianma sect." Li Xuanqi waved his hand, and 10 void merger experts immediately surrounded Nangong Shiyun. The rest were to hold off the other high-level cultivators of the 7-star sword sect. If they could kill 1 or 2 of the sect's experts, they would seize the opportunity, but the main objective was to delay. That they must not forget. 10 void merger experts encircled Nangong Shiyun, which should have been overwhelming, but Nangong Shiyun merely smiled faintly. "Welcome to the 7-star sword sect." 10 void plume experts sensed something amiss, but they were 10 void plume cultivators. What was there to fear from a single opponent? If they cowered before her, they might as well rename their sect the Turtle Sect. Yet in the next instant, only 9 remained out of 10. Great vehicle. Correct. You may enter hell first. The first reaction of the void plume experts was to flee. The intelligence was wrong. They had never underestimated Nangong Shiyun, but now it seemed they had still underestimated her. However, they no longer had the chance to escape. The area had long been sealed by an array trapping them all. Nangong Shiyun could deal with them one by one. She held her blood-dripping sword, smiled, and then gracefully swung at them. Even when they fought desperately, spending every treasure and pill from their entire fortune, it was all to no avail. All they could do was watch as they were harvested one by Nangong Shiyun. The only 2 words running through these void plume experts' minds were monster and abomination. Li Xuanqi's scalp went numb. Something was wrong. Retreat. However, the top-tier arrays surrounding them could not be broken through, and others were blocking their path, making matters even worse. Looking at the arrays and people around him, Li Xuanqi broke into a cold sweat, even his usually charming smile, looking extremely strained. Does it really have to be this extravagant? Li Xuanqi felt utterly cursed, but he also reacted quickly. Why was this array set up precisely here? Could the information have leaked? However, he had no time to think further. The sect master had already led people into attack. This time it was the 7-stars sword sect ganging up on the heavenly demon sect. For this, the sect master had even recalled the void plume experts who were stationed outside. Very cautious. This was it. The 7-star sword sect had won completely. The heavenly demon sect would pay dearly for invading. At the same time, Wei Chongli, one of the heavenly demon 7 sons, led lower-ranking heavenly demon sect members to wreak destruction everywhere. Most areas of the 7-star sword sect now had heavenly demon sect forces attacking and sabotaging. Now the 7-star sword sect was in complete chaos, exactly as planned. Actually, it was all fake. The demon seeds had already been removed, so there would be no crazed heavenly demon sect disciples. What existed were only a group of disciples acting. Of course, not all disciples knew what was happening. Only the core disciples were aware, leading other disciples in the performance. When they encountered heavenly demon sect members, they immediately surrounded and overwhelmed them. After dealing with them, they continued acting. However, they couldn't kill all the heavenly demon sect people. They only handled most of them, leaving a few behind. These lower cultivation individuals still had uses. As for the lackeys of Elder Yanxi who had betrayed from within, they had long been compiled into lists and distributed. The core disciples watched them. They couldn't be killed yet, as they still served a purpose. But injuring them, maiming them, losing limbs, that was acceptable. Betray the 7-star sword sect, and the price would be severe. Wei Chongli looked at the chaotic heavenly demon sect, and couldn't help but laugh madly. Excellent, excellent, excellent. After this battle, my position in the heavenly demon sect should advance further. Just as Wei Chongli was about to launch a devastating strike, Lin Xuan intercepted him. Hello, I will be your opponent. Overestimating yourself. Wei Chongli was full of himself, convinced that among his peers there was no one he feared. He confidently engaged in combat with Lin Xuan. Meanwhile, it was also time for Su Luo to begin his actions. Expressionless, he launched a surprise attack from behind a 7-stars sword sect disciple. Su Luo, what are you doing? What am I doing? Ahahaha, I've long been displeased with all of you. Today I will make you regret looking down on me. Su Luo laughed maniacally like a madman. Stop it. Aren't we disciples of the same sect? Wrong. From today on, I am no longer a disciple of the 7-star sword sect. I am Su Luo of the heavenly demon sect. Su Luo's words shocked everyone around, their faces filled with incomprehension at why he had joined the heavenly demon sect. You joined the heavenly demon sect? Yes, which means, die all of you. Hee taking this opportunity to stretch my legs. Being a salted fish is fine, but one should still move around occasionally. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. However, get ready to break into a sweat. Su Luo first dealt a casual strike to that disciple, and as he prepared to continue his combo, the opponent retreated. Oh, not bad intuition, pulling back to avoid my combo. Acceptable, but far too naive. Just as Su Luo prepared to pursue, the opponent collapsed. He spat blood, violently falling to the ground and uttering desperate words. Why? Why have you become so strong? Impossible, you just joined the heavenly demon sect, you can't possibly have become this powerful. Huh. Su Luo looked completely confused. He merely wanted to properly stretch his body, and he had displayed exactly the power level given by the plot. He hadn't exerted even a fraction more. How could one punch instantly defeat a Foundation Establishment peak disciple? This was too exaggerated. But now he could only play along since there were many Heavenly Demon Sect members around as well. The 7-star Sword Sect couldn't give me what I wanted, but the Heavenly Demon Sect can. That's why I'm stronger than you imagined. Damn it, Su Luo, I won't let you off. Another person charged forward. Su Luo turned and threw another punch. That strike was smooth and fluid, full of overwhelming power, yet remarkably agile, as if it could tear through space itself. Should you listen to what you're saying? It's only Foundation Establishment. Don't exaggerate so much. And why do you collapse so easily? Before Su Luo could ponder further, another expert appeared. Excellent. Although I don't know why you've become so strong today, I CF Fearon, the number 1 under Lin Xuan of the 7-star Sword Sect, record holder of the 99th floor of the Pure Martial Tower, a cultivator at the half-step Golden Core realm, will fight you. Su Luo was speechless. Do you really need to brag at a time like this? All those titles are inflated. Whom are you trying to impress? I'm a 7-star Sword Sect disciple too, don't I know you? At this moment, some Heavenly Demon Sect members had already noticed CF Fearon. With so many titles announced so loudly, it would be impossible to ignore. This must be a tough opponent. In fact, some Heavenly Demon Sect members had noticed this area earlier. Though they didn't know the specifics, it looked incredibly formidable. They hadn't expected the traitor from the 7-star Sword Sect to have some skill. CF Fearon charged at Su Luo, and during his approach he continuously displayed his exquisite swordsmanship, deliberately slowing his steps and unleashing one set of sword techniques after another. Then upon contact with Su Luo's attack, he was sent flying, rolling repeatedly on the ground. So strong, why have you become this powerful? Su Luo? I know I'm strong, but aren't you being a bit too theatrical? Su Luo felt that today he had been acted upon. But why were they doing this? He couldn't figure it out. But now continuing the plot was more important. So Su Luo shone brilliantly among the 7-stars Sword Sect disciples. Wherever his fists and feet struck, he was invincible, like an invincible war god. Even the Heavenly Demon Sect members nearby who were causing destruction felt that Su Luo was no ordinary person and couldn't help but glance at him a few more times. Su Luo felt inexplicably frustrated. The disciples of the Qixing Sword Sect around him seemed to collapse at the slightest touch. Many times when Su Luo was preparing to chain his combos, they had already fallen. At least fight back a bit more. It's no fun to just trample on them like this. There's also a sense of déjà vu. Su Luo was bewildered. Previously he was the only one playing the role of Lin Xuan, and now everyone seems to be turning the tables on him. More importantly, after finally taking things seriously, they let him win so decisively. Is this even a game anymore? Su Luo refused to accept this, so he drew his sword. Come on then, hold back if you dare. But remember, swords have no mercy, and a single misstep could cost you your life. Yet, CF Fearon showed no fear. Instead, he pressed forward with his attacks, though to Su Luo's eyes they were all clearly feigned. A gash tore across CF Fearon's chest as blood erupted from the wound. He writhed on the ground, screaming in what appeared to be mortal agony. The other disciples gasped in shock at the brutality of it all. This was only supposed to be a performance after all. Yet they quickly remembered that if Su Luo's true identity were ever exposed, it would mean certain doom for him, so they couldn't afford to be careless. I see. We were being naive after all. With that realization, the core disciples surged towards Su Luo in a coordinated attack, looking for an opening to make him draw their blood. Some of them were even sneaking in self-inflicted wounds to make the act more convincing. Su Luo was close enough and had sharp enough eyesight to catch every one of these little deceptions. What on earth is going on? What are you doing? I'm the one who should be asking you that. You've become far too powerful. Su Luo, if you side with the Tianma sect, it will end badly for you. Stop wasting words with him. Let's take him on together. Strange indeed. Su Luo began to consider a possibility. They believed he was simply too formidable, so they chose to be defeated deliberately, to minimize casualties on both sides, creating suspense and buying time until reinforcements arrived. Unfortunately, those with higher cultivation had already been held back. This whole situation lacked any real challenge, and Su Luo's initial enthusiasm had completely faded. Su Luo gave up trying to fight back, stopping his movements and standing motionless at the center, waiting for them to come at him. I won't move. I'll stand still no matter what. Let's see what you can do. After all, he had the ability known as feeling suffering together, and Su Luo's true cultivation far exceeded theirs anyway. Being struck by them all day wouldn't affect him. With how they played along, Su Luo had already built up a sufficiently fearsome reputation, and the Tianma sect members around him were genuinely taken aback. Why aren't you moving, Su Luo? What's wrong? Do you intend to surrender? Guess. Be careful, something's off. Right, whatever. Su Luo had no intentions of making any moves anyway. Checking the timing, the Tianma sect should be withdrawing soon, so he was getting ready to fall back with the main forces. For a moment, both sides remained frozen, neither daring to move. A cold wind swept through, carrying an eerie desolation. I've been struck by a hidden weapon, cunning Su Luo. Where did the attack come from? That's too treacherous. What secret technique is this? How could my keen eyes miss it entirely? Be careful, Su Luo's move is insidious, striking from nowhere with lethal force. Su Luo had lost all desire to point out the absurdity. These people really knew how to play along. Fine, he'd just watch them put on their performance. Meanwhile, Nangong Shiyun and the others had finished dealing with the Tianma sect's masters. Without exception, not a single one escaped. Few without that intelligence, we probably would have walked right into their trap. Even the Tianma sect, walking willingly into their own demise, had displayed enough power to warrant caution. Especially since they were fighting to the death, their techniques were vicious and dangerous. Of course, that caution didn't apply to Nangong Shiyun. She found the whole situation remarkably light, with no pressure at all. The sect master surveyed the Qixing sword sect, everything proceeding exactly as planned. It's about time we wrap this up. Nangong Shiyun, the next move is yours. Leave it to me. Wei Changli had been thoroughly rebuffed. He couldn't believe someone his own age could be so exceptional with combat skills and awareness far surpassing his own. The more he fought Lin Xuan, the more Wei Changli found himself admiring him, something he absolutely could not tolerate. Fortunately, Lin Xuan's cultivation was slightly inferior, or else Wei Changli would truly have suffered a devastating blow. What's your name? Wei Changli had to admit the opponent was formidable. Lin Xuan. I'll remember that. Today I'll make sure to kill you. Wei Changli understood that the window for this ambush was narrow. Lin Xuan appeared to be someone who couldn't be dealt with quickly. Yet geniuses of this caliber had to be eliminated before they could grow, so Wei Changli committed everything, pouring all his strength into the fight. But before he could unleash his full power, a shout halted him. Wei Changli, the situation at Qixing sword sect isn't right. Retreat. Wei Changli looked and saw a senior member of the Tianma sect approaching. He came rushing toward him in a state of utter disarray. Wei Changli was startled. What had happened? How could things have deteriorated to this point? Yet before he could react, a slash of sword energy cleaved the senior member in two. A blood-curdling scream echoed, and then he simply vanished, leaving nothing behind. Not even a trace remained, as though that person had never existed at all. Wei Changli had never imagined a senior cultivator of such stature could simply be erased right before his eyes. Combat of this caliber had long surpassed his comprehension. Before he could process what he'd witnessed, another mighty figure from the Tianma sect appeared. You must flee at once. There are other external experts at Qixing sword sect, cultivation beyond measure. The words barely left his lips when a surge of mysterious power hurled him away from Wei Changli's view, his fate left uncertain. Witnessing the fate of both senior figures convinced Wei Changli that Qixing sword sect was far too perilous. He quickly summoned his flying vessel and transmitted a retreat signal. The remaining Tianma sect members saw the signal and immediately made for the vessel. By activating a special artifact near the ship, they could establish a connection that would transport them away. Retreat would not be so easy, however. Lin Xuan pursued relentlessly, launching ranged attacks, while the others, seeing the Tianma sect in full retreat, seized the momentum and moved to intercept them. Still, the vessel possessed something extraordinary. Ordinary disciples couldn't possibly keep pace with it. Then the sect master appeared before Wei Changli's eyes. Accompanying the sect master were other high-ranking officials of Qixing sword sect, their combined presence suffocating. Wei Changli couldn't stop trembling. Could today truly mark the end of his life here? At the critical moment, Li Huanqi materialized and drove back the sect master and the others with a single blade stroke. I'll cover your escape. This sacrifice creates your opening. Wei Changli, lead the rest and go. Li Huanqi's words were unnecessary. Wei Changli had already resolved to do just that, pushing the vessel to its maximum speed. Meanwhile, Li Huanqi stood alone against the sect master and his forces. In truth, it was Nangong Shiyun behind this, the two Tianma sect elders she had portrayed. Though Qixing sword sect had secured a remarkable victory, there needed to be some explanation to maintain a low profile. Now was not the time to stick out. If the Tianma sect harbored genuine resentment toward them, troubles would never cease. Open conflict was one matter, but the prospect of underhanded tactics was what truly concerned them. Therefore, letting Wei Changli and the ineffectual Tianma sect members escape served a purpose. It allowed them to carry two messages back with them. The Qixing sword sect had dispatched the Tianma sect's masters precisely because external experts had intervened. Meanwhile, the remaining Tianma sect elders like Li Huanqi sacrificed themselves to ensure the survivors' escape. The moment the retreat signal was given, the cultivators of the Tianma sect immediately headed toward the spaceship. Activating their artifacts near the vessel, a rope of spiritual energy materialized, pulling them back aboard. Any delay would mean missing the chance entirely. Hesitation was a luxury they could not afford.
Elder Yinshi's trusted subordinates also began their retreat, though some had been beaten to a pulp and would likely be useless even upon returning to the Tianma sect. Su Luo saw the retreat signal and knew it was time to leave. I don't know what schemes you're weaving, but next time I will destroy you. Su Luo gathered his aura and elevated it, determined not to appear as feeble as he had in the past after joining the Tianma sect. Yet the core disciples around him showed no fear whatsoever, instead taunting him loudly. Have the courage to stay if you dare. You are nothing but a waste. What right do you have to speak those words? Su Luo chuckled softly. No one stands at the heavens from the very beginning. One day in the future I shall stand at the pinnacle. Su Luo swept his hair back, unleashing his full presence. Some disciples' legs gave out, unable to remain standing. Even so, they refused to back down. Su Luo, don't you dare leave. I will not let this go. Su Luo, having betrayed the sect, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Su Luo, I love you. What was that strange voice? Listening more carefully, it came from a man, truly unusual. Everyone turned their heads toward that person. He gave an embarrassed smile. He hadn't meant to say that. Su Luo's demeanor had simply been too captivating, and combined with the circumstances behind his actions, he had lost control of his words. But he couldn't just laugh it off. He had to explain immediately. What I meant was I despise you. Now that was more appropriate. The core disciples breathed a sigh of relief. Stop talking recklessly, or did you want to get Su Luo killed? Su Luo also felt relieved. Almost got targeted by a man. From now on I should stop these dramatic displays. I absolutely do not want to attract same-sex attention. Su Luo, called by name once again, but this time with a lovely feminine voice. Li Si rushed over from a distance. By then Su Luo was nearly aboard the spaceship being pulled away. Looking at Li Si, he thought she must surely hate the version of him who had betrayed his sect and joined the Tianma sect. Yet this was the path he had chosen. Summoning all her strength, Li Si shouted towards Su Luo, letting her voice carry to him. Even now I harbor no regrets. Li Si was answering Su Luo's earlier question once more. Su Luo stared blankly at her, confused. Why that expression? In that moment Li Si held no hatred for Su Luo at all. Instead she mouthed silently, "See you next time." A faint smile graced her lips as though she eagerly anticipated their next meeting. Ha ha. Su Luo covered his face and laughed wildly, unsure of the emotions swirling within him. Why were you so extraordinary in this lifetime? For a fleeting instant Su Luo felt that Li Si truly understood him. But how could she possibly understand? Besides, he was destined to be a villain, one who had joined the Tianma sect, a person unworthy of his recognition. Moreover, in this life, he had hardly helped Li Si. More often than not, when he had the chance to aid her, he chose to ignore it. Even when he did help, he operated under a hidden identity, as she would never know it was him. Why had her attitude toward him changed so drastically? After much deliberation, Su Luo finally confirmed his own feelings, perhaps a touch of quiet joy. He hardly needed her approval. She had only said one sentence. Su Luo, you are growing more childish with each passing year. In the end, Su Luo never responded to Li Si before being carried away, vanishing from everyone's sight. Li Si watched him depart, recalling every cherished memory, finding them still beautiful. The first time he had recklessly fallen off the cliff, only to be rescued by Su Luo, disguised as a girl. Everything, perhaps it all, began to change from that diary. But soon Li Si pulled herself back to reality. Everyone around her was staring at her with puzzled expressions. In truth, she had not been present when the sect master and core disciples discussed Su Luo. Nangong Shiyu knew that Li Si genuinely understood Su Luo's reasons. Since everyone else held misunderstandings, and pleasant ones at that, she saw no need to correct them. So Nangong Shiyun had excluded Li Si from the discussion. She had indeed mentioned to the sect master that Li Si knew of Su Luo's affairs. The sect master had thought it reasonable, though after all they were childhood friends. Thus, within the eyes of the core disciples, Li Si remained unaware of why Su Luo had joined the Tianma sect. It was precisely because of this ignorance that her earlier behavior seemed all the more admirable, knowing nothing yet displaying such absolute trust. This perhaps was the bond of childhood friends. The core disciples' minds had already begun weaving a sweet romantic tale. Under such gazes, Li Si naturally felt uncomfortable. She then recalled that her earlier behavior had indeed been inappropriate. Su Luo was a traitor to the sect. How could she show no resentment at a moment like this? Li Si quickly declared, "Su Luo and I are irreconcilable enemies." Her words drew laughter from those around her. The Tianma sect cultivators had already departed, leaving no one to worry about. Haha, I understand. I too hold no tolerance for Su Luo. Exactly. Whenever I hear the name Su Luo, disgust overwhelms me, haha. Joyful laughter filled the air. Li Si was thoroughly bewildered. Why was everyone acting so strange? Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship, more and more people were being pulled aboard. Soon they had exited the territory of the Qixing Sword sect. Unexpectedly, everything had gone smoothly. Wei Changli glanced back and saw no pursuers. It seemed Li Huanxi and the others had indeed held them back, but at great cost, likely at the cost of their lives. Still, Wei Changli dared not grow careless. He continued to drive the spaceship at full speed, fleeing as fast as possible. Su Luo looked around and confirmed that the plot had already diverged. The Tianma sect experts who should have been present, most notably Li Huanxi, were nowhere to be found. The number of cultivators had also decreased significantly. From this alone, one could conclude that the Tianma sect's invasion of the Qixing Sword sect had failed. Su Luo felt no sympathy for them. As long as it did not affect his own plans, he was indifferent. Finally, the spaceship arrived at the Tianma sect's stronghold, where powerful experts awaited, ensuring temporary safety. Wei Changli surveyed the battered and broken survivors aboard, and noting that Li Huanxi and the others had not yet arrived, deduced they were already lost. This operation had ended in failure. Wei Changli felt genuine fear, uncertain of how to report back. There was no escaping now. He could only figure out what to say. He wondered whether there would be punishment, though surely not severe. One after all, Li Huanxi was the one in charge. Perhaps he could pin all the blame on him. Wei Changli harbored no guilt toward Li Huanxi. It wasn't as though Li Huanxi had been ordered to cover their retreat. At this point, Wei Changli only cared about surviving. 3 days later, news of the Tianma sect's assault on the 10 great sects spread throughout the cultivation world. No one could accept it, or just recently the 10 great sects had crushed the Tianma sect without resistance. And now they were attacking all 10 sects simultaneously. Who said the Tianma sect had declined? The entire cultivation world was thrown into turmoil. Shocking news: the Tianma sect had faced all 10 sects alone and achieved a complete victory. In truth, although the Tianma sect had suffered defeat at the Qixing Sword sect, their operations against the other sects had gone quite smoothly. The sect master of Qixing Sword sect had alerted the other sect leaders, but it was impossible to prepare against every contingency. Unlike Qixing Sword sect, the other sects knew nothing of Tianma sect's specific plans, so they naturally found themselves at a disadvantage when confronted. Tianma sect's inherent strength was already formidable. Even with proper precautions, it would only marginally reduce their casualties. Despite securing a decisive victory, Qixing Sword sect made no public announcement. Instead, they deliberately sent word to Tianma sect claiming devastating losses. Countless disciples had perished or been wounded, and numerous facilities lay in ruins. Furthermore, because Li Huanxi and the other Tianma sect experts had fought to the death, Qixing Sword sect had also lost several of their own formidable fighters. The sole silver lining was that Li Huanxi and his companions had been eliminated, though this fact could hardly be concealed. These reports were issued under the name of Elder Yan Shi, and Tianma sect naturally trusted their old collaborator. Moreover, they had no interest in investigating the details regarding ordinary disciples. They only needed to know that losses had been severe, and there was no reason to verify further. Consequently, on the surface, Tianma sect had achieved a complete victory, and so it was only natural to hold a commendation ceremony. Their gathering place was Zongheng Valley. Once again, it was the same group of attackers who had struck the 10 great sects, the elite experts of Tianma sect. Those dispatched to Qixing Sword sect had not returned, but all the others came back unscathed. As long as these top experts remained intact, other losses meant nothing. Though many low cultivation Tianma sect members had fallen, it made no difference, for they had gained many new companions. These were all defectors from various sects. Su Luo stood among them as well. 18 years old once now, he stood like a mere foot soldier. Such was Su Luo's present situation. He had only reached the peak of foundation establishment, considered below average even here. At the center, addressing the assembly, was still the Tianma left envoy. Are you all having a good time? Wonderful. The left envoy nodded and continued. Precisely. This time we have achieved a tremendous victory. Our plan unfolded flawlessly, turning the 10 great sects upside down and reminding the cultivation world of our renown once more. Even sacrifices are justified. Remember, we Tianma sect do not fear death. We embrace it. Either we die or they perish. By confronting all things with the resolve to die, we grow stronger in this merciless cultivation world. The left envoy seized the opportunity to instill Tianma sect's ideology into the newcomers. Su Luo stood among the ranks, smiling inwardly. It was merely an attempt to make cannon fodder like them willingly offer themselves up in the future. The left envoy spoke at length, and indeed his words were powerful. The newcomers were already showing signs of fanaticism. Partially it was because his strength was beyond question. No one dared to defy him. After a few brief celebratory words, the left envoy moved on to the rewards. Those who had rendered outstanding service during this operation would be generously compensated. Tianma sect did offer rewards. At Union sect, destruction of the Linglong Pagoda and theft of massive quantities of pills. At Tianguang sect, 3 genius disciples killed, most members poisoned. The list of accomplishments continued, and according to each individual's contributions, rewards were distributed accordingly. Finally, it was time for Qixing Sword sect. Wei Changli, who led the attack across multiple locations against Qixing Sword sect disciples and successfully evacuated the majority during the critical moment, is awarded 1 blood coagulation pill. Wei Changli accepted the reward with trembling hands. Truthfully, his heart was unsettled. The reward itself was of little consequence to him. The left envoy seemed to perceive his inner turmoil and said, "Continue to serve with dedication. Tianma sect needs people like you." Only then did Wei Changli breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed the left envoy did not hold him responsible for Li Huanxi and the others' deaths. With a wave of his hand, the left envoy dismissed him and continued. Su Luo, who sowed chaos among the inside agents and slew numerous Qixing sword sect disciples, rewarded for his exceptional command and strategic ability with the advanced demonic art. Heavenly Demons, 3 transformations. A murmur of envy rose from the crowd. Su Luo stepped forward to receive his reward, secretly thinking he would burn the demonic art the moment he could. The technique was nothing extraordinary, merely a transformation that increased one's power. The price, however, was severe blood depletion after use, leaving the user nearly faint at any moment. With all rewards distributed, the celebration feast began. No holds barred, a true carnival of Tianma sect. Thus concluded the commendation ceremony. The left envoy departed alone, returned to his room, and his expression instantly darkened. Even days later, his anger only intensified with each recollection. With a single strike, he shattered the table to dust. That fool, that idiot Li Xuan. He actually sacrificed himself to save a bunch of trash. And not only did he die, he took others down with him. What was he thinking? Those survivors you saved, when will they ever reach your level? They'll never even attain your cultivation. That idiot Li Xuan, he deserved it. He had a chance to flee, but chose to cover the retreat. Does he think he's some righteous hero, throwing himself away for some deluded future and hope? Do the people he saved represent any future for Tianma sect? Wei Changli, don't make me laugh. At best, he might reach void, and who knows when that will happen. It changes nothing. Su Luo, even more useless. I saw it from the start. He has no future. Li Xuan, Li Xuan, you died well. Even if you hadn't, I would have killed you myself. Though he spoke thus, the left envoy felt genuine pain deep within. Those were invaluable experts. How long would it take to cultivate another Li Xuan of such caliber? If not for the overall victory and the fact that it was a celebration, the left envoy would have taken his frustration out on anyone nearby. What a pack of fools. All bloody fools. Watching the crowd disperse, Su Luo returned to the familiar grounds of Tianma sect. Within Tianma sect, Su Luo's story revolved around a single theme: his rise through the ranks. Tianma sect's hierarchy was divided into several levels. The lowest was the demon soldier, the so-called cannon fodder, essentially worthless pawns. Su Luo currently held this position. Above them were the demon blades, outstanding Tianma disciples who served as sharp instruments cleaving obstacles for the sect. Next came the demon commander, who led groups of Tianma disciples. They were mid-level leaders maintaining acceptable status provided their strength was not lacking and their tactical command was exceptional. Then there were the 7 children of Tianma, the 7 most outstanding young disciples of the sect, their cultivation far surpassing others. Notably, this position was merit-based. Whoever proved capable could ascend, making it a competitive hierarchy. However, such opportunities were rare, and the roster had since stabilized. 2 positions had recently fallen vacant, but they had been promptly filled. The overall strength of the 7 children had declined somewhat, and their prestige no longer matched the past. Next came the title-bearing demons, who had already established their own reputations across the cultivation world as recognized powerhouses. Below them were the 4 great demons, and the left and right protectors, with the demon lord at the very apex. Su Luo was currently at the lowest rung, but it made no difference. He would climb step by step, all the way to the top. He would become the demon lord. It was far too early to speak such words aloud, so Su Luo decided to return and rest. Just then someone called out to him. "Hello, my name is Yun. I am a beast tamer. Pleased to make your acquaintance." "Get lost." Su Luo was blunt and to the point. He had not come to Tianma sect to make friends. Besides, everyone here was already dead. What need was there to socialize? By the end, Tianma sect would be wiped out entirely. Playing the villain never led to a good end. "Sigh, I've been despised, little pa." As soon as little pa appeared, it caught Su Luo's attention. He had seen many cats, but one with a halo floating above its head. This was his first time. A new breed indeed. Actually, Su Luo was not particularly surprised by unfamiliar species. After all, the cultivation world was vast. Even having replayed this world many times, Su Luo had never unlocked the 100% exploration achievement. But the one before him was quite cute. With a casual swipe of his hand, Su Luo had already captured Little Pa. Little Pa glared ferociously at Su Luo. It had intended to dodge away but failed. Its master was powerful and could pet it freely, but who was this guy? Little Pa grew increasingly fierce. But to Su Luo, it was just a comically pitiful attempt at intimidation. Su Luo kept rolling the kitten over, casually inspecting it from every angle to see what was different. The result was simply an extra halo. Su Luo was handling Little Pa like a toy, so of course it struggled. Yet no matter how hard Little Pa writhed, it could not break free. She's a female too. After playing with it for a while, Su Luo tossed Little Pa back, and finally took a good look at the one who had approached him. She was not particularly pretty, leaning more toward mature. Her exact age was unreadable, and her cultivation appeared rather weak. "The cat is decent, but you are merely ordinary. So you have no intention of getting to know me. Get lost." Still the same word. Su Luo had absolutely no impression of the woman before him. She was not beautiful enough to stand out. Likely just a minor character who did not even deserve a name. "Come on, let's be friends. This is my battle beast called Little Pa because it is extremely timid and easily frightened." She lifted Little Pa towards Su Luo and said, "It hardly looks afraid in that state." By now Little Paw's fur was bristling, its halo glowing red as it bared its fangs at Su Luo, repeatedly clawing at the air toward him. If a Yun had not been holding it back, it would have lunged straight for Su Luo's face. Its master was powerful. Fine, he could pet it. But who was this insignificant person to dare touch this cat? This cat was no longer clean. Be good. At a Yun's single word, Little Paw immediately calmed down. Nangong Shiyun had thoroughly trained it before. The consequences of disobedience were rather severe. Little Paw still remembered it vividly. Well behaved, actually. Seeing Little Paw's harmless appearance now, Su Luo found it cute and wanted to pet it again. But never mind. He was Su Luo. How could he possibly become attached to something so adorable? Without a backward glance, he walked away. A Yun chased after him. Su Luo stopped, then swiftly turned and seized a Yun by the throat, slowly lifting her up as his voice filled with killing intent. No matter what your purpose is, do not approach me. Little Paw immediately entered battle stance, about to launch an attack, when it was stopped. Hold it, Little Paw. Little Paw, meow. A Yun, her throat gripped and struggling to breathe painfully, explained, I have no ill intent. And then, oi, simply to get to know you. Su Luo threw a Yun to the ground. There will be no next time. You will die. Su Luo was serious. This was Tianma sect, where naive and kind-hearted people were a rarity. After issuing his warning, Su Luo walked away without looking back. A Yun lying on the ground sighed. Approaching Su Luo was indeed not so simple. But she would not give up so easily. A Yun rose, brushed off the dust, and said, let's go, Little Paw. Meow it. Leaving already. He treated you like that. Aren't you going to fight back? If you don't want to act, this cat can do it on your behalf, meow. Unfortunately, A Yun could not understand Little Paw's words. A Yun was actually Nangong Shiyun, who had secretly boarded Wei Chongli's spaceship long ago and had been following ever since. Her identity was perfectly legitimate. Since she was already playing the role of elder, Yanxi arranging a position within Tianma sect was naturally no issue. Upon infiltrating, her first act was to seal her own cultivation to avoid detection. In practice, it went remarkably smoothly. With Little Paw, she at least had some combat capability, and she could always unseal her power if desperate. Nangong Shiyun had not originally considered infiltrating Tianma sect, but upon reflection, she found it quite feasible. The opportunity was rare, so she had come. Plus, with Su Luo around, it would not be too boring. Having infiltrated, she naturally intended to thoroughly deal with Tianma sect. She also needed to handle the traitors of Seven Star Sword sect. She had promised she would not let them go. However, none of this was urgent. Nangong Shiyun knew that acting alone, she would likely be exposed very quickly. As soon as Tianma sect's experts learned of Nangong Shiyun's presence, they would want to kill her. Under those circumstances, staying concealed was impossible. If she stayed with Su Luo, she could exercise more restraint. Having known Su Luo one-sidedly for so long, and with Su Luo inadvertently helping her on numerous occasions, Nangong Shiyun had no intention of disrupting Su Luo's plot progression, so she naturally held back. It was merely a pity that her very first attempt to get close to him had already failed. Nangong Shiyun also knew Su Luo was not someone so easily fooled, but suddenly claiming she wanted to know him was indeed unwise. Moreover, if not for Little Paw, he might not have even glanced at her. Nangong Shiyun had not considered disguising herself to be breathtakingly beautiful, a nation-toppling beauty. But thinking of all the trouble that would bring, beauty was a curse after all. She dropped the idea. Besides, Su Luo was not such a base person. Then she recalled those around Su Luo. Li Si and Xiao Yu both quite lovely, and Nangong Shiyun wavered. He probably wasn't. If he were, she would truly be making things harder for herself. Su Luo returned to the room assigned to him and opened his diary. Back at Tianma sect, it felt like coming home. Unfortunately, there were no pleasant memories here. In the early stages, I was bullied constantly as the lowest-ranking demonic soldier. Even with recent rewards, it meant nothing. Strength was all that mattered. When the protagonist gets humiliated, poison run away quickly. When the villain gets humiliated, delicious pop the champagne, love watching it right more. I am currently in this phase where my strength is rising, yet I'm still suppressed by others. Not fun at all. Su Luo wrote voluminously about the scenes of his imminent humiliation. Back at Tianma sect, it felt like coming home. Unfortunately, there were no pleasant memories here. In the early stages, I was bullied constantly as the lowest-ranking demonic soldier. Even with recent rewards, it meant nothing. Strength was all that mattered. When the protagonist gets humiliated, poison run away quickly. When the villain gets humiliated, delicious pop the champagne, love watching it right more. I am currently in this phase where my strength is rising, yet I'm still suppressed by others. Not fun at all. Su Luo wrote voluminously about the scenes of his imminent humiliation. In the early stages, I was bullied constantly as the lowest-ranking demonic soldier. Even with recent rewards, it meant nothing. Strength was all that mattered. When the protagonist gets humiliated, poison run away quickly. When the villain gets humiliated, delicious pop the champagne, love watching it right more. I am currently in this phase where my strength is rising, yet I'm still suppressed by others. Not fun at all. Su Luo wrote voluminously about the scenes of his imminent humiliation. Following routine, he waited for a reward only to find there was none. What was going on? Was someone embezzling the rewards? After a long while, the system finally responded. Diaries related to the plot referred to content that appeared in the main narrative. After the system explained, Su Luo understood. His humiliations were essentially brushed over in the main narrative and were fundamentally unimportant. This world revolved around Lin Xuan, but without him other characters' storylines would automatically fill in and become coherent. During his previous perfect completion, even these insignificant humiliation arcs had to be flawlessly performed. Moreover, the humiliation plots were so extensive with no turnaround constantly, leaving him at a disadvantage that Su Luo once suspected the system was mocking him. It was not until his status and power had slightly increased later on that he escaped such frequent humiliation. Now writing these plots brought no reward, which Su Luo found perfectly acceptable. It only reinforced that they were truly unimportant, especially during this approximate completion run. So does that mean he did not necessarily have to suffer these humiliations? Humph. Bang. The door swung open. Su Luo was not the slightest bit surprised, for trouble always found its way to him on its own. A dozen or so demon soldiers encircled him, their faces twisted into sly predatory grins. Before they could utter a word, Su Luo spoke first. I know why you're here. You want my heavenly demon's 3 transformations, don't you? That's right. Hand it over, obediently. Oh no, I seem to need some help, Su Luo replied coolly. Su Luo, it appears you could use assistance, a Yun's voice rang out as she materialized from nowhere in particular. She had been fretting over how to draw closer to him, and now the perfect opportunity had arrived at her doorstep. She resolved to stand beside Su Luo as one of his allies. If he required aid, she would strike. If not, she would share his burdens. Either way, it was a chance to close the distance between them. Su Luo cast her a sidelong glance and paid her no mind, instead activating his killing technique outright. In the air beside him, 2 colossal hands suddenly materialized. This move of Su Luo's was not a demonic art, but thanks to the ability all you see is what I want you to see, the manifestation appeared as a sinister demonic technique. Su Luo had no intention of cultivating demonic arts. The after effects were far too troublesome. He would simply alter their appearance with his skills. Besides, since writing in his diary granted him power directly, there was absolutely no need for demonic cultivation. The 2 giant hands seized the leader in an instant. You dare? Let me go. He struggled furiously, but could not break free, an instinctive dread gripping his heart. Su Luo snapped his fingers. The 2 hands tore the man apart with a single pull. Despite the man's full resistance, it was utterly futile. He was ripped open as easily as a sheet of paper. Su Luo asked with polite courtesy, "Do you still wish to take anything from me now, eh?" They frantically shook their heads. How brutal was that? These men only wanted to test whether the newcomer was as formidable as they had heard. If he proved weak, they would plunder his possessions without hesitation. But now he was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Of course, in the original storyline, Su Luo would indeed have been no match for them. Su Luo had reached the peak of Foundation establishment, but his actual combat strength did not remotely match that level. It was entirely propped up by external resources. The demon soldiers were also around the peak of Foundation establishment, but their demonic cultivation was remarkably solid, giving them consistently higher combat power. In the original plot, Su Luo naturally would have been defeated. It was precisely because he exposed this mismatch between his reputation and his true strength that he became increasingly targeted and bullied. But this time Su Luo would not give them the chance. Wow, so cool, Su Luo. A Yun praised enthusiastically, seizing every opportunity. Su Luo ignored her, his gaze fixed coldly on the remaining men. Under his piercing stare, their scalps went numb. They had no intention of becoming the next person torn apart. The clever ones immediately produced all their belongings. Sorry for the disturbance. We merely came to see if you needed any assistance. Please accept these modest offerings. The others quickly followed suit. Su Luo didn't even glance at them, crushing everything on the spot with a wave of his hand. Then the 2 giant hands swept through the crowd, sending them all flying, including a Yun who was knocked aside as well. A bloodbath was unnecessary. The Heavenly Demon sect was not particularly strict about internal killing. Punishments largely depended on the mood of those in charge. But going too far was unwise. Slaughter an entire group and the sect would take notice. Moreover, displaying himself as too outstanding would attract unwanted attention from above, at least not yet. He hoped the spectacle just witnessed would be enough to make these demon soldiers think twice before provoking him again. Su Luo did not intend to let them go entirely, but he would handle things gradually. His time at the Heavenly Demon sect was still long. With these minor troubles resolved, Su Luo continued writing in his diary. Since his own diary yielded no rewards, he would write about Lin Xuan instead. At this moment, Lin Xuan should have eliminated Elder Yanxi and obtained considerable treasures. Most of Elder Yanxi's possessions were odd and peculiar items, but with Elder Yin present, turning waste into treasure would be no problem. Another great harvest for Lin Xuan. His cultivation should surge even further. Su Luo wrote Lin Xuan's diary entries, but only received a few attribute points in return. After recent events at the Heavenly Demon sect, he was currently in a quiet consolidation period, focusing solely on cultivation, with nothing noteworthy to record, hence no rewards. 7 Stars Sword Sect. Li Si opened her diary and immediately found Su Luo's entry describing her humiliation. She felt a pang of worry but soon reassured herself. Su Luo was so capable, he would surely handle it. Li Si was also grateful she had the diary. Even though they were separated, she could still follow Su Luo's recent situation. Unlike across the way, ever since Su Luo left, things had been terribly lonely. Ha ha ha, I won. Yet for a fleeting moment, she felt loneliness creep in. Sigh. She was mocking someone else, yet she herself was in the same predicament. After a brief reflection, she noticed the diary had updated once more. Li Si opened it eagerly, only to find it filled entirely with entries about Lin Xuan. While entries about Lin Xuan hinted at opportunities the rewards from Elder and she were out of reach, she had no grandparent-level mentor of her own. She read on. His cultivation was surging rapidly. Li Si was truly shaken. Lin Xuan had already completely surpassed her, and he was still leveling up with such ferocity. Was she meant to survive at all? Li Si felt she needed to make a change. Otherwise, she would have no role to play in the events ahead. After much deliberation, she went to find Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu was still cultivating in Su Luo's former residence. She had not seen him off that day because Su Luo had already bid her farewell before leaving. He told her not to come, and Xiao Yu obeyed. And ever since, she regretted it from time to time. Occasionally, she would stare blankly at the sky. When Li Si arrived, Xiao Yu immediately turned cold toward her. Even with Su Luo around, Xiao Yu had never held any fondness for Li Si. Xiao Yu, you're not happy to see me, are you? Haven't I always been like this? What do you want? Let's cooperate. Li Si stated her intentions plainly. Cooperate? What do you mean? Xiao Yu asked directly, not hiding her confusion. Our cultivation speed is far too slow. Don't you want to advance faster? Xiao Yu nodded. She desired rapid growth as well, though not with the same desperation as Li Si. Xiao Yu believed her own progress would inevitably surpass Li Si's. She had only started later. But Xiao Yu would never use that to belittle her. Then you understand. Take out the Starfall Jade bracelet. What do you intend to do? Xiao Yu became wary. Li Si sighed exasperatedly. I'm not taking it from you. I'll return it afterward. I don't believe you. I swear on my honor. Xiao Yu remained unmoved. Li Si felt utterly drained but determined to grow stronger. She kept reassuring herself Xiao Yu was young, still a child. Be patient, just be patient. Finally, under Li Si's persistent guarantees, Xiao Yu produced the Starfall Jade bracelet. Watch closely. Li Si also drew out her clear breeze pendant, and the two treasures gently touched. Brilliant radiance erupted from the Starfall Jade bracelet, spiraling and dancing in the air. For a moment, everything around them shimmered with dazzling colors, and both Xiao Yu and Li Si fell spellbound. Soon the radiance converged and settled upon the clear breeze pendant. The pendant began to transform, growing ever more luminous and crystalline. It should be done. Not entirely certain, Li Si hurried to test the clear breeze pendant. Her cultivation speed surged dramatically once again. Li Si was overjoyed. Previously, when dormant, the pendant had provided only a 30% acceleration. Now it operated at 100%, producing a remarkably significant effect. However, based on Su Luo's diary, it likely possessed other functions beyond mere cultivation acceleration. Unfortunately, Li Si did not know how to utilize them, and could only treat it as an accelerator, for now. Excellent. With this, our cultivation will surge rapidly. Does this mean we cultivate together? Xiao Yu asked hesitantly. What else did you expect? Only one artifact exists. If you refuse, I refuse too. But for the sake of the Starfall Jade bracelet, I'm willing to share it with you. Fine. After some thought, Xiao Yu agreed. It was all for the sake of growing stronger. Suo had become less of a slacker over the past few days. Mainly, even though he had shown ruthlessness once before, some people were still unaware of it. They thought Suo was an easy target. Did Suo look like someone who could be bullied? Not at all. Others simply perceived his fair, delicate appearance and assumed he was as weak as a kitten. So Suo decided to strike first like a true big shot. If anyone annoyed him, he dealt with them directly. This time he would get the upper hand before they could get the upper hand on him. That way there would be no endless trouble. And the effect was truly remarkable. Among the demon soldiers, nobody dared provoke Suo anymore. Suo had genuinely become the boss of the demon soldiers. Having achieved such results, returned to being a lazybones lounging in his room and waiting for the plot to unfold. In the past, he would have been frantically cultivating the heavenly demon's 3 transformations by now. Only upon mastering it thoroughly would Suo be considered a truly complete foundation establishment cultivator. It must be said that Suo possessed a natural talent for demonic arts. The heavenly demon's 3 transformations came to him quickly, and each completion marked a significant boost in his strength. But now there was nothing to do, so he simply daydreamed and lay flat. Nobody among the demon soldiers bothered Suo, but the demon blades did. The demon blades generally stood above the golden core stage and below the nascent soul stage. The 7 heavenly demons also fell within this range, but what set them apart was their youth, their talent, and their promising future. The demon blades ranged from their 20s to hundreds of years old, while the 7 were all under 30. That is why the 7 heavenly demons held such high status. Once chosen, if they survived, becoming a title-bearing heavenly demon was only a matter of time. All demon blades had to obey the 7 heavenly demons. Shi Jian, a demon blade, said to Suo, "Do you want to be my son?" He looked like a middle-aged man with a gentle, amiable expression. At first glance, he bore no resemblance to anyone from the heavenly demon sect. Despite his kind appearance, he was truly rotten to the core. Making someone his son was simply one of his ways to humiliate others. in the heavenly demon sect who would willingly submit to anyone. And being his son truly meant being his slave, working for him with no compensation. Pure exploitation. What if you refused? He would use force to compel you. He was also very shrewd, specifically targeting those weaker and lower in cultivation than himself. And he was incredibly tanky. Having focused exclusively on defense, his signature technique was Iron Block. So anyone with lower cultivation than him essentially had no chance to counterattack. He could outlast you to death. Suwa glanced at him, gave no answer to his question, and casually said, "How about we have a competition?" Competition? Shi Jian was already preparing to use force. Whoever can take more hits loses, and the loser agrees to your earlier demand. Hearing this, Shi Jian burst into manic laughter. "I'm sorry, you may not be aware. I am renowned throughout the heavenly demon sect for my hardness. You dare challenge me to this? That's hilarious. I know, but I think you're merely SOSO. Oh, now this is interesting. I simply love competitions like this." Suwa pulled out a stack of heavenly demon talismans. These talismans could unleash a strike equivalent to full foundation establishment, and if of superior quality, even a golden core strike was no problem. Suwa had scoured everywhere over the past few days to collect them. He had originally looked down on such items, but they might prove useful, and even if not, being a generous spender in the future wouldn't be bad. Even Shi Jian couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart at the sight of all this. "We'll detonate them one by one. Whoever can't withstand it first loses." Fine. Shi Jian had no reason to fear a mere foundation establishment youth. He reasoned that the first one might topple him, and everything said earlier was likely just intimidation. Suwa tore open a heavenly demon talisman, and with a burst of explosion, dust rose everywhere. Shi Jian blew it away in one breath, instantly clean. "The first one. It seems you find no difficulty." Neither of them appeared to have taken any damage. Suwa smiled and proceeded to the second one. Of course, Suwa had no difficulty at all. He barely felt anything. His own cultivation was already high and his physique had been greatly enhanced. On top of that, with Share the Pain, half the damage was transferred to Shi Jian. The explosions were like nothing. Suwa intended to defeat his opponent precisely where he was strongest. As one explosion after another rang out, Shi Jian was not faring so well. His defense was formidable, but he couldn't tank this indefinitely. And Suwa was detonating faster and faster. He could feel the pain. But if he lost to a mere demon soldier today, and word spread, he couldn't stay here anymore. Risking his title as the hardest, he absolutely could not lose. Iron Block. Shi Jian gritted his teeth, then made not a single sound, enduring it all. Good. Suwa stopped joking around, and to accelerate the pace added what you see is explosion into the mix. These were his explosions. No joke at all, extremely powerful. Bang. BM. Shi Jian's eyes instantly whitened on the verge of collapsing. This strike hit straight through his crown, simply unbearable. So I didn't care, and continued. Shi Jian quickly regained consciousness, immediately steadied himself, and shouted, "I surrender." If it continued much longer, he would truly die. "How, what were you saying earlier?" "Dad." Shi Jian immediately caught on. "I mean, can I become your son?" Shi Jian never expected that after collecting so many sons he would become someone else's son today. But he could simply deny it afterward. Suwa kicked him flying. "I don't have a son like you. Dad, please let me go." Shi Jian no longer cared about his dignity. Suwa instead said, "Didn't Wei Mozi give you a mission? Go complete it." Wei Mozi was Wei Chongli. Mozi was an honorific for the 7 heavenly demons akin to Holy Sun. How do you know?" Shi Jian was puzzled. Wei Chongli had only just issued the mission. How could he already know? Indeed, just now Wei Chongli had summoned a group of demon blades and announced something. Anyone who could retrieve the crystal source would qualify to join him in a major undertaking. Fail, and you'd be worthless. His team wouldn't want you. Succeed, and the rewards would be immense. Shi Jian naturally wanted to complete it, which is why he came to the demon soldiers to recruit a useful son. All his previous ones had been killed off. He never expected to kick an iron plate, and now he deeply regretted it. "Move." Suwa naturally wouldn't answer him, issuing a command instead. "Can I even walk like this?" Shi Jian pointed to his battered body and said helplessly, "What do you think?" Suwa pulled out a sword and examined it carefully. His actions and words would show Shi Jian what to understand. Of course he understood. Now Shi Jian wouldn't just walk, he could fly for all he cared. Shi Jian wanted to take pills, but Suwa knocked them away. "What, trying to recover so you can resist me?" "No, just recovering a bit so we can travel faster." "No need. I'll make you fast, physically." Suwa used his sword directly, a one step too slow, and you'd suffer. Saying they harbored no grudges was unbelievable, but Shi Jian felt he hadn't provoked Suwa yet except for that one remark upon meeting. He naturally didn't understand that Suwa had suffered grievously at his hands on multiple occasions. He had truly been used as a beast of burden, but this time Suwa would not give him the chance.